It's fuck. You know what? Ice is in it.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to day number 3 of the South American TI qualifiers. We have 8 teams remaining. Those 2 spots on the line, of course, for the international. I'm Bricky CPK, joined by KZ. We're going to kick things off here soon with our first series. But again, 4 series of these 8 teams playing today. 2 of them will be elimination matches, but we'll be starting in the upper bracket. But before we get into all of that, first things first, KZ, once again, how you doing?
Doing pretty good today. Looking forward to, I would say, you've got the first days out of the way, which means teams are probably starting to get more comfortable. Some better picks are coming up. You also have some upper bracket semifinals matches. And yeah, I think we've got, quite logically, some of the best teams here. And I'm pretty excited for like our upcoming match.
Yeah, to be very honest about it, it's always been, you always look forward to the event kind of kicking off and getting into the groove, but we're starting to hit that stride now, right? As you mentioned, we have 8 teams remaining, all definitely deserving to be here and looking forward to some even higher tier play from these teams. And the first series, in fact, that we're going to be kicking off with, a really good one, Thunder Awaken versus Vivokeed Stars. This is going to be good. I mean, Thunder Awaken, the tournament favorite for a lot of people. We got to see them a couple of days ago in their first match. They looked good as expected. But yeah, you take a look at the brackets right here. Again, TA versus VKS to kick it off. But these 4 series overall, I mean, yeah, we're casting this first one, so the bias is there. Of course, we're excited for it. But is out of all these series, I mean, what stands out to you?
I would say certainly this one. I will also keep my eyes on the next one with AcatSuki versus Infinity. I still feel like they're kind of my next team that, just from looking at some of the names and the potential they have, I feel like AcatSuki are definitely up there for me. And then the other ones, honestly, I don't really know what to expect. I feel like all the lower bracket matches, they could go either way, and it wouldn't surprise me to any extent.
Yeah, of course, Mad King's having that little bit of a break yesterday, even despite being in the lower bracket. Yeah. They got that bye, but the other 3 teams moving on, they had to do so not easily.
All 3
of those series, all 3 of those series going the distance, going 3 games. So, it's kind of funny. I was thinking about that, doing the simple math. There was 9 games played yesterday in the 3 series. On the first day, there was only 8 games played in 4 series. I mean, that's just how it can happen sometimes, right? Going the distance, and on that first day, that wasn't the case. So we'll see. Maybe there's going to be a mix today, but certainly wouldn't be surprised to see many, if not all, these series even going the distance once again.
Yeah, I would say some of these games can definitely go. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if all of them go 3 games, or at least 3 of these series. So it's just, I think things are starting to get a little more narrow, I think, with skill discrepancy maybe, or draft advantages, and people are getting more used to seeing oh, okay, they like this hero, they like this type of strat, so you can just prepare a little more and a little better.
Yeah, especially with the South American region, we're really wondering what kind of picks are we going to be seeing, what are the draft strategies going to be? This is still a fairly newer patch. I mean, overall, it's been pretty solid. I wouldn't say there's been anything too crazy necessarily coming out. But again, as we continue to move on, we get closer to that TI spot. Our team's going to continue to be a bit more, I guess, stable, more disciplined with their drafts, or maybe bust out some crazy things here and there. We'll continue to get those questions answered as we move along. But you see the schedule throughout the day. Again, we're kicking it off with Thunder Awaken versus Vivokeed Stars. But yeah, all 4 of these certainly setting up to be some great series, and definitely could be a longer day, especially with going the distance in several of them. But yeah, it is a rolling schedule. Want to reiterate that once again. Once the series finished, about a 10-15 minute break, and then into the next one. But yeah, looking at this again, any other thoughts here, Kismet?
Not that much. I just hope that the teams that are playing in these games, it is very important that you do take it one game at a time. You shouldn't care too much whether you're in the upper bracket, whether you're in the lower bracket. I think the only thing you care about from the previous games is to just try and learn and chip a little bit of wisdom and knowledge away from these games, and just try to take it with you. Because at the end of the day, I think names don't matter as much. Sure, there's going to be favorites, but that isn't always a good thing if you can like kind of use it to your advantage. So, you know, I know that TI qualifiers are just very stressful on the players. So I hope that they are going to, you know, just they need to be nice to each other. And whoever has coaches, I hope that, you know, keep them cool. Make sure that if something goes wrong, maybe you take a bit of the blame. And like, you know, you just keep it easy. Because these qualifiers, they're rough.
Oh, absolutely. And you as a player have been there before, so you can certainly speak from that firsthand experience. I mean, so many of us aren't able to experience that, right? So it's great to bring that insight of what they potentially are going through as far as the mental state goes. I mean, and the point you touched on right there, again, as we've talked about several times, Thunder Awaken, they're the tournament favorite. There are 2 spots, so, you know, certainly they're feeling pretty good about their chances, but you still have to get the job done. You have to take care of business, and, you know, you have an off day, suddenly you find yourself in the lower bracket, and you're like, wait a second, one more loss, and we're actually done. So, they looked good against Balrogs with that set. Their opening series, they were a dominant team. They played clean. And 2 different games where, you know, one game they were just dominant from the beginning. The other game they did have to compete throughout the early laning stage, but still show that they can overcome adversity and still come out victorious in the end. So curious to see what Thunder Awaken team we see today against Vivo Kid Stars, who certainly is going to be a challenge themselves.
Yeah, like Vivo Kid Stars, they also looked, I would say, pretty clean in their games, if I recall correctly. So they were doing good, but maybe they weren't the cleanest on like maybe closing out the games. But either way, you know, they look good. They also 1-2-0. I think they were also doing like some of their own stuff. I mean, some of the stuff that isn't like too crazy, like some Marcy Gyro, we've seen that before. But something that stood out to me is they had some Karo that looked really good. They, of course, had the KJ Treant, which was kind of just, you know, pogging all over the place in that game. So it's just some of these heroes, the further you go in these tournaments, you have to put respect on them, or at least have a very good plan if you are going to give it away.
Yeah, and that's going to bring up another curious question going into these drafts, right? You know, you got a player like KJ who he called it going into even that first series. He plays a lot of Treant Protector. They let him play a once that series, and he made them pay. So is Thunder Awaken going to maybe ban that early on, or are they going to kind of dabble with that as far as like, we'll let him try it against us. They were still not as confident, but I mean, Treant is overall a pretty strong support option. Yeah, so
I mean, they also they played it once themselves, so they must know and understand that obviously this hero is good if it's on their own radar as well. It's going to depend a little bit on, like, maybe they're like, oh, when we play against Treant, we really like, I don't know, Darkseer or Earth Spirit because he doesn't do much to us, and then it just feels great. So maybe it's like the type of thing, okay, he's really good with it, but it's going to make it easy for us, and maybe you give it. And then maybe it goes horribly wrong, and you're like, yeah, you know, scratch that. That was a dumb idea. And then next game you do it. So it's just all about your preparation and kind of just how you feel it.
Yeah, speaking of heroes, as I always like to kind of look at the stats as they continue to develop here throughout the more matches to be played. This is from all the qualifiers. Again, Hammer Spirit, no surprise, still on top. That win percentage slightly increasing, but only 40% despite being the most played hero. So still a bit of a struggle there overall. But a couple of heroes that come to mind, and then maybe even the top 10, is Skywrath made 18-8 record overall in 26 matches played. So I want to say we've seen maybe one Skywrath Mage match we've been covering, but
I think so, yeah.
Not the most popular from what we've been seeing, but definitely a hero to maybe look out for as things have developed here.
I mean, I know that Sky is a good laner, and perhaps it's just nice to have like all this follow-up damage on some of these mid heroes. Like, you're good generally with your mid hero, but you're also generally good against the enemy mid hero because silence and all the burst damage against these mobile heroes. Maybe there's something there that I don't know yet, but yeah, I'll definitely keep my eye out on that because I was not aware of that stat line, that's for sure.
Well, you know what's interesting too, because Legion Commander's also up there as far as 25 matches, 19-6. And you know what? I'm looking at the play to with Legion Commander and Skywrath. They're 9-1 together. So
there you go.
Obviously, they're good heroes together. The synergy is there. So maybe that has something to do with it. If you get both of them, especially, that's where that win percentage comes from. So.
I mean, good old Legion Commander. One of my favorite heroes, but I mean, she is at a pretty decent state in Dota for once. I feel like the hero is actually fairly playable, and she's strong, and there's a very open map, and Blade Mail is good, and Blink is good, and so on, but Yeah, this hero has a lot of room for, I don't know, just random error and a lot of items own you, a lot of spells. But overall, you know, I'm happy. Ice Frog, slowly but surely, he made sure that the dual lady is somewhat playable.
More than just a pub stomper.
Yeah.
In the end, it can definitely be played at the highest level, as we are seeing here with the stats reflecting that. So we are just about ready. We're getting things good to go. The players comfortable, and are going to be kicking off with our first game of this best of three. Start off today. Thunder Awaken versus Awaken. Again, our first of 4 best of 3 is going to be coming at you today from the South American qualifiers. And these first 2 from the upper bracket, and the later 2 series will be from the lower bracket. So, and one other thing to bring up, Slatum, again, we casted, obviously, Thunder Awaken on the first day. Very impressive player, especially in the hands of Invoker.
Oh, yeah.
That's another hero I think we're certainly going to be seeing either contested, if not banned. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
that's kind of what I've been seeing. Like, not just from these qualifiers, but some of the others and some pubs that I've seen as well. I don't know. The hero just looks very good. And overall, you know, I'm kind of a fan. It's just a cool hero. And I mean, when you have skilled players or players that are comfortable on it, yeah, then the hero is just kind of something else.
Got my coffee here, so early in the morning for myself. It's still earlier on for these South American players as
That's
well.
true.
10 a.m.
Early morning hours.
time. So yeah, I know you over there. It's a little bit more in the afternoon, but the early morning gaming hours here for these players, and that's kind of the interesting thing that. I mean, maybe you could actually relate to this or give some insight that you've had plenty of matches, I'm sure, that to your local time where you've played earlier on in the day.
Yeah.
And as a higher seed, Thunder Awaken, you know, that's going to tend to happen because they're going to be the higher seed, so they're going to be playing earlier on, usually with the matches throughout the day. I mean, is that something that's affected you in the past, would you say? How have you dealt with that?
Surely it's affected me a little bit. I think every team has like these 1 or 2 dudes that get really affected by it. I know that from Team Liquid, like Insania has been very vocal about it. Yeah, you know, he's like, we just suck when we play early, which is kind of a lame excuse at the end of the day. But, you know, some people just are worse the earlier in the day because, I don't know, they just always go to bed at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., you know, some real gamer hours. Need to get the 18th pub in of the day, but yeah, luckily for these people, I hope that they're ready at this point. You know, you have like 2 weeks to prepare, and here we are.
Yeah, it's serious business time. You win this series, you are then 1 step away from qualifying for TI, because obviously, again, those 2 spots on the line, keep reiterating, since you're the winner bracket, you win the winner bracket finals, you qualify for TI. So, anyways, we got to take care of business here. These 2 teams, Thunder Awaken versus Viva Kid Stars, and as you can see, the draft is underway. So a couple of notable bans already. Again, the Nature's Prophet, yet to see it because of the bans.
Yep.
Coddle ban, you also talked about. Analog played a great mid-Coddle in the previous series, so Thunder Awaken not going to give him a chance.
I mean, this is also something interesting with the first stage practically having, like, I don't want to call it an infinite amount of bans, but probably I think it's the highest we've ever had in Dota. You can take out a lot of like player comfort and team comfort stuff as well, as long as you're not just don't open a hero where, you know, it just gets countered into oblivion. So you can just like take out 2, 3 heroes from the enemy team and be like, yeah, I don't want him to play this, I don't want him to play that. But overall, I think just it's like a mix of some of the overpowered heroes, quote unquote, like some Nature's Prophet, Invoker being taken out, and then some of the others, I think just some player preferences.
Yeah, definitely a mix coming. I seen 7 bans initially, kind of crazy still to get used to that, but get used to it because this, like I said, this is
this is staying.
But it's the TI patch. It's definitely staying at least through TI. We'll see as things move on. But all right, the opening Earth Spirit into a Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter has been the carry of choice for these teams. The second most picked hero overall. Yeah. It does have the 54% win percentage, but yeah, it is just a strong position 1 right now.
Yeah, and now, so Thunder Awaken, they beat a Gyro the other day with their, I think it was like some Razor with Drow, or at least Razor was in the pool. So here it's kind of interesting to see. So Darkseer is already banned out, so you know, there's a little bit of homework done, or at least one counter you don't have to worry with anymore. So now I wonder, like, what do they value most? Because they only have 1 ban to kind of protect the Gyro here. Is it like TB, because that's generally hero we've seen, Medusa's out, even though we saw that didn't work at all yesterday for the Medusa. So here's to come to mind for me are just like Razor and TB.
Yeah, it is interesting because, I mean, you're right. Yeah, in that first game against Balrogs, they did run the Razor with the Drow, with the Invoker, even they had that game. Yeah, they did a good job countering the Gyrocopter, and overall just were able to, that was the one where they especially just ran over Balrog. So,
Yeah.
Obviously they're very aware of that. Yeah, Razor is another interesting one, though, too, because in theory and on paper and everything makes sense against Gyro, but again, numbers guy here, I will say that the win percentage, not necessarily that impressive. 6
remember.
and 18.
Yeah, that's
25%.
Yeah, that's just straight up bad. Like, let's be real, that's just bad. So in terms of, I mean, something else that I've seen that Gyro also kind of wants to play with, and you could have potentially banned it if your Vivo Keyed are. Gyro reminds me a lot of Jugger in a way where this hero turns into like another level of hero when he has like one buff behind him or some auras. So like some Io and Marcy come to mind from the support role. Some Beastmaster Lycans come to mind from the offlane role. So Vivo Key, they did not opt to ban some of these heroes. I mean, they banned like a similar type. Heroes that help the Gyro out in some capacity.
Ooh, I mean, Nutrient Protector was going to get addressed some way, somehow, and sure enough, Thunder Awaken takes it for themselves. Not going to allow KJ to get his hands on that, but yeah, it is a strong support option.
Yeah.
Of course, pairs well with the Gyro, so yeah, Thunder Awaken, happy to have it.
It should also be pretty decent, I feel like, in theory, against Earth Spirit. Like, the way Earth Spirit goes for plays in lane is that he has to commit, right? You have to roll in and then stay on top and then kick later. So when you roll in and Trian just pops Leech Seed, I feel like you're probably pretty A-okay against that, but I like that Vivo Key are going for like a bit of a, I like to call this the double down. Now you're like, okay, Earth Spirit doesn't have the easiest time, I need a big boy. You know, it's like goes for some nuclear Viper pick where I feel like this could go horribly wrong, but if it goes well, you're going to destroy these two heroes in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Viper not seeing a whole lot, only seen 4 times in total throughout all these qualifiers. And, Viper certainly feels like one of those niche heroes. There's very specific times where you think like, okay, yeah, it just makes sense here. Does it? So you were kind of touching on that. I mean, does it make sense to you as far as why they would want to stretch for this?
I mean, they probably wanted a range hero with this Earth Spirit to make it work. For me personally, it's a bit too much in the space of the volatility is really high. Like you play this game like 10 times. I think at least 3 of those you get destroyed in lane with Viper, and then the other times, yeah, you probably go even or win. But yeah, I hope that they have scrimped this, because Viper is not just a be-all, end-all hero where you just win every lane. And if this hero doesn't win its lane, it loses a lot of purpose in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, right now, to me, it's also like one of the main reasons you'd want to pick up this hero maybe is because of that Nether Toxin break, right? So they're not really benefiting from that just yet. So
yeah,
maybe it is going to deter other picks from happening, I suppose. But yeah, confident with the Viper pick nonetheless. They do pair that up with the Disruptor, a support hero that's been mediocre, I think it's fair to say, throughout these qualifiers so far.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. And as we always know with Disruptor, I think every analyst and like everyone just kind of knows that the way you want to play Disruptor, you want to play from ahead, right? So Vivo Keyed, I think the one thing that they're going to continue to do in the draft and what they should do, you have Earth Spirit, you have Disruptor, 2 heroes that want to continue to play forward. Kind of similar with Viper if you have a good start. So I would like them to just continue this trend in the draft, because I think Gyro, he's going to want to farm. Treant Protector is also kind of just a hero where you want to like slow down the game a little bit. But if the enemy team plays too fast, slowing down is not that easy for you.
Take a bit of time to decide who they want to go next, and they ultimately pick it up back-to-back. Mars Lion is the combo, so figure it's their off lane. Another support, of course. Lion, this is another support, though, we really haven't seen too much of yet, so going a little bit out there.
I do like the hero generally. I would assume also a small reason is that, I would say one of the bigger reasons, there was a very high chance that Vivo Keyed wanted to look for an illusion hero. I think whether it's TB or PL or Naga, and I think first of course, Lion is just a solid laner. He's a good 4. He's been receiving a few buffs. He helps your offlaner. But mana drain against all these heroes that were very likely coming out against the Gyro is like a nice preventative pick in a way. But I don't blame Vivo Keyed for still going for it. I think these heroes were still just the best.
It is interesting because I mentioned we haven't seen it yet, but if we're only watching so many matches, it is actually the 7th most picked hero on these qualifiers. Lion, that is. So is actually a very, very popular support overall. But yeah, good point against the Illusion. So is good against Naga Siren to that extent as you're suggesting, but still not enough of a deterrence to stay away from the Naga Siren. But good insight there from Thunder Awaken at least planning for it.
Yeah. No, it's still a pretty good Naga game. Like, one thing that we need to consider as well is the way Thunder Awaken want to fight. I think it's very easy to just song and then like kind of chill. Like, they're gonna use Arena and Overgrowth. Like, it's all very slow. It's very easy for you to run in, drop the song, help your team. You also push waves for your team. We already talked about Disruptor, Viper, Earthspirit that want to play fast. You're gonna help them do that by dealing with the waves for them. So overall, I think this is a very clean pick.
Well, 2 bans to go on either side before the final picks to come. It will be a Thunder Awaken with the overall final pick on their side. And, of course, both teams still... well, is it both teams needing mid? I mean, is that Viper going to be off lane, we think? Or?
Yeah, I would say that both teams likely need a mid. I would... It's maybe somewhat cool if VivoKid could find a hero that goes mid and off lane. Because, like... let's say Thunder Awaken like last pick some Ember Spirit, which honestly is quite likely because like maybe then you can still like, haha, I can put my Viper mid and just destroy you. But I would say overall VivoKid need a mid hero. And I think they need a mid hero that kind of fits the archetype of the other 3 heroes where he wants to play aggressive early, run around the map. So like, you know, some Pango, Tusk type bans that they already gone for here. I think it's totally okay.
Yeah, there are some popular options still left, as you're suggesting, like the Pango, like the Ember Spirit especially.
Yeah.
Certainly coming to mind. So just dipping into that reserve time, you can see the conversations happening. KJ, the one doing the selection for his team. On the other side, MJZ, so understandably doing most of the talking there, but final ban for either side. So they banned the Tusk, that is interesting. But there's the Ember Spirit, okay.
Okay, so they're going to be the ones to take it out. They likely assume that they have enough answers out of their mid pool against Naga. Then I would say most mid heroes are pretty decent against Naga since you generally have high levels. You tend to have good spells from the mid lane that have some sort of AoE or playmaking. And yeah, for VivoKid, I feel like both teams don't have like the hardest last picks because it's not like the last picks have to like do all that much. You kind of have your win conditions. It's more of like, let's try to make our lineup nice and just help our other heroes to like play together.
VivoKid deciding what they want to go with there. The Shadow Fiend ban as well. I noticed that we have been seeing a lot of Shadow Fiend bans later on. We never get the chance to necessarily see him, but Shadow Fiend still be respected enough as far as taking out. I want to give them the chance to run that, so... But they're going to have to ban soon because down to 5 seconds now, and there's that Queen of Pain. So now, all right, so Pango is still there. It just seems like one of those very solid options, even for either team, but we'll see what else.
Yeah, I think that is fine. Spirits maybe aren't the greatest. Like, there's Lion on one side, Double Silence on the other. I think Primal Beast is also a hero that either team could potentially think about. It's just also, like, very open on the map, doesn't need too much, is kind of fast, but let's see. So they just go for the Pango. I think it's probably not too surprising. Like, Ember's out of the pool. We already talked about him. He's just nice around the map. Also, Queen is banned, so yeah. I think both teams will just be happy.
A hero that's good against Pango is Bloodseeker. Is a mid Bloodseeker possibility for Thunder, you think?
Maybe it's like maybe if the draft was a bit more open with what you could want, I would actually be kind of down for it. I could still just see maybe Primal. I don't know why, but nowadays you can just stop Pango's roll because you just lift his ass while he's rolling because you can click it through BKB, which is kind of nice. Okay. Or other than that, I don't know, just some casual Puck maybe. Puck, Primal.
Yeah.
Let's see what it shall be for Mr. Slatem. I trust this little kid. Holy cigar. It's a meat.
What?
All right.
Okay.
I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, that's a Meepo, ladies and gentlemen. Do not get the chance to do Meepo coverage much, so this is fun. Has not been picked yet in these qualifiers. Has been banned twice, but not been picked up in any of these qualifiers, mind you. China, North America, CIS, or South America. So our first Meepo, let's go.
Oh, that is a... if you had given me 12 tries to guess this pick, Meepo would not have been any of them. I can already tell you that much. Well, it's not as bad against Pango as it used to be, because Pango got like, he used to get percentage damage reduction. That was just like a shield. So if you shield crash like 3-4 Meepos, you block like 600 to 800 damage later. So that's still okay. And obviously you have Mega Meepo nowadays, which I've not seen that many times yet. But honestly, this is a pretty scary Meepo game.
Yeah. I mean, let's go. I guess Slayton was an impressive player, obviously, with Evoker, so kind of that similar mindset, right, where you're just doing a lot constantly.
Yeah.
In the case of Meepo, the micromanagement, the poofing all over the place. So, yeah, excited to see some Meepo play out of Slayton. But so it sounded like there, though, that, yeah, you can understand why
I can.
they decided to go to Meepo in the end.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I think the supports are not that good against Meepo. I don't think Viper is particularly good against Meepo. Like any single target, unless you have heavy single target, then yeah, sure, you are good against Meepo. I guess the only thing Viper kind of has going for him is the break against Meepo later. You kind of take away the ransack, but apart from that, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not like Meepo's probably in my bottom 10 heroes of when it comes to knowledge. So I'm just gonna trust the little miracle kid here to know that he knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is, again, a very, very rare instance here. I want to say, I have the fortunate opportunity to cast Abed back, years ago playing a Meepo, but it's not something we get to do often. So I'm just excited just simply for that reason. I don't even care if it's got really a good pick in the end. But obviously they figure that it is. I mean, they wouldn't be doing it here just for the memes. I mean, this is a pretty big deal for Thunder Awaken. So very confident. And yeah, he is definitely one of those heroes where Slatem certainly has experience playing this quite a bit. I don't know how much tournament experience necessarily, but I'm sure he's played plenty of pub matches at the very least, if not scrims.
Yeah, like I think if you're calling for a last pick Meepo in a TI qualifier upper bracket semifinal match, I think you're probably good enough and you must be feeling it. So yeah, I'll just bandwagon off the fact that he picked it, therefore it should be pretty decent. But overall, I think the drafts are very, very even. And both of these teams are very good. So, and I don't see this game just being a stomp.
Sure. Yeah, again, as you expect, as we get further on, especially in these qualifiers, tournament favorite or not, these are some quality teams that they're matching up against. And so definitely a case of where anything can happen. And so, yeah, and certainly anything has already happened with that Meepo pick once again. But obviously a pause to kick things off here, but it looks like the quick reconnect and going to be good to go into game number 1 of today, our first of 4 best-of-3 series. So here we go. Again, this game, we're so caught up with the Meepo final pick for so many reasons. But yeah, there's even, again, a second pick Viper. FCR playing the Viper on the other side. It's one of those, it's a rare pick so far in these qualifiers. Obviously, they had a good reason or they were confident to pick it up themselves. We'll see how it manages to do. Matched up down here at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like they should have a good time. Like Treant Treant's laning is very much reliant on, okay, can I run in and smack them? Because if I can't, honestly, the hero does lose quite a bit of value when it comes to that. Because you generally want to play on lead seed and like trade back and forth. But if you overstep, like let's say you even just step in, you get rolled on and kicked back into a Viper. We've seen it yesterday. Gyrocopter does not protect you, which means if that happens, you are going to die. As a good D ward from VKS, very nice.
Yeah. That's very interesting. This is one of those cases where these two teams have certainly played against each other plenty, whether it's in pubs or scrims or even tournaments.
Yeah.
Because this is the first time we've seen both teams in this area, right? Like you're in the bottom lane kind of meeting up and even counter-warding one another. So some interesting insight that they have on each other, some reads, but in the end, the counter-ward takes place.
I guess it also makes a little bit of sense, right? You have both teams, I guess, that understand tree and protect it very well. You want to cut down some trees if you're the tree and you want to protect it. So, yeah, they already go there early, cut some trees, deward some stuff down bottom as well. So, yeah, just some good stuff from both teams.
I'll slid him here on Meepo. Of course, lining up in the mid lane and very intrigued to see not only how he does as far as the early CS and whatnot, but of course his item build. You talked about the potential for even a mega Meepo. Yeah, the whole glimpsing on back, that's got to be frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, luckily, I feel like it would matter more in like different matchups. Like, I don't know, you play some melee hero against Shadow Fiend. Like, I think here, he's still totally okay. But I still like to see these small little plays.
Yeah, it's a mental game too, right? A lot of Dota is definitely.
Oh, this is a big deal.
Is that a kill?
If they can get
Viper?
it. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Just too much damage and essentially tri-laning to start here at the bottom lane. Thunder Awaken. Not something we see too much, but it catches Viper off guard.
And these are, again, like just talking about the small things. These are the small things that can change the entire game. You pick this Viper to kind of own this bottom lane, but this here is very prone to having this happen to you, where one guy just starts real quick, you have low move speed, you have low armor, you die, suddenly a first blood, and this could change everything in this bottom lane.
Yeah. Obviously, the teleport has happened from line now at the top lane, so it's just for that early potential kill, which they are successful with in the end, but it's opened up some safe farm for Knight playing the gyrocopter, making use of that kill, which he did get credit for himself, so going to benefit there. But lane getting pushed back now, so Viper going to make sure to recover himself. Mid lane matchup, though, obviously keeping an eye on that. 6-2 Pango versus the 3-0 Meepo so far. Pango is winning it, but, you know, Meepo seems like certainly one of these heroes that you give him some levels and
yeah,
he'll start
like
really enhance.
Give him like level 3, level 4, like a second Meepo, a couple higher level skills, and he can just like keep trading and keep farming. And overall, I think it's generally here that does just bounce back early on, unless you lane into some really unplayable, insane matchups like some Timbers and Shadow Fiends. So I would just assume slate him. He's going to be totally okay.
You see Pango in the South American qualifiers specifically is a 3-1 record so far. So analog in the hands of Pango. And again, off to a very good start up against the Meepo early on, perhaps as expected. But so far, Gyrocopter and Nagasiren both getting their farm at that position 1. Nagasiren, you see, she's having a free time essentially from the creeps up here with the creep rate pulled back by Mars on the other side. So you expect this for Nagasiren, though, to essentially be
like Naga has always been like pretty good against Mars. Like, first of all, when he God's Rebuke, it's physical. You have super high armor, of course. Your HP is also pretty good. If you ever get speared, your illusion might just take it. You can always push out the wave. So I expect both carries to do very well as in mid. Or it's slate him. Not just a kick.
Gonna have to avoid, but that swashbuckle's ready. The roll misses. Will it matter? One more attack. I think it's at the end. The taunt. Oh, he's just out of range.
He has no mana yet.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually living. Okay.
Can't believe that. Yeah, the slight move speed advantage. Earth Spirit's not even going to go. Oh, he takes over the Watcher there, but I don't think he's going to find Meepo. So, but this is one of those cases, they don't kill him, but he's going to have to go back and regen. It's a lot of time wasted.
Yes, he still lost a lot. Like, he's sitting at 8 CS compared to Pango's 17, so he's getting doubled on CS right now. And not just that, but he's also low HP, so it's not even that easy for him to kind of go back to the mid lane. So yeah, honestly, all these little small things, they start adding up real quickly.
Yeah, and so yeah, getting that second Meepo is high priority right now for him, certainly, but so far it is a struggle for the Meepo in the mid lane. Earth Spirit finds himself back at bottom and helping out Viper to play aggressive. It seems like Viper has recovered a bit. He's now 14-0, but Gyrocopter still winning that CS. Going to use a flat cannon to last hits there.
Yeah, Viper also did manage to get level 3 while the Earth Spirit was gone, of course. You do get the solo XP, so you're kind of okay again. I do think that Smiling Knight should be okay in the bot lane. You just always have the flat cannon as Knight up top. He does get glimpsed. Should be... one more. Oh. Yep, they got him.
Nice. Final auto attack comes through, and you see it flying through the air, and you know it's the end. So Mars doing his darnest to save his teammate, but not to be. Well played there by Disruptor, chasing him down. Going back to Viper real quickly as mid lane, there is a double Meepo here, so, but not going to make a play. What kind of build are we going to see on Viper, you think? And what's the item build this time around? Now, speaking of the Viper, I'll give you a chance to think about it because they're diving Gyrocopter right now. They want this kill. Viper, though, takes homing missile. Here comes line with the TP support, and Viper's going to be taking the tower. Not what you want to be doing. King RD is able to roll out for now, but that dive did not go as expected.
Oh, is it even over yet?
No. Earth Spirit's dead too.
Oh, the creep.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, I mean...
Oh, here comes Roach.
Roach is like, I'm here. Let's go.
It looks like Knight is going to way down bottom. So Viper did respawn. I mean, the wave is heavily pushing. Like, the only way you will kill him again is... Yeah, you're going to have to tower dive him. So perhaps that's a little too deep. But yeah, that is a big deal. He was kind of just starting to recover with the Viper here, but now... I think Gyro's going to be level 5. You can always just flag out the wave. I think this timing for the bot lane has kind of faded now for Vivokid.
Yeah. So Viper, not so much. But again, Pango is having a great time in the mid lane. And already with that Orbit Corrosion, we'll see what kind of build Analog goes for. Perhaps something like the Diffusal Blade, maximizing that early damage. Could feel pretty good for him. So going to try to benefit off of that. Meepo playing recovery, though, ever since Divided We Stand has been leveled up. Second Meepo comes out, and he's doing a bit of jungling. I think it's safe to say it's what you'd probably expect from a Meepo.
Just going to lane mid a bit, also go to the junglers. MJZ could be in a bit of trouble. Maybe Slatem is looking for a net. All right. Just gonna go in there, say hello, and get out.
Yeah. Just to see the one running in, but then, yeah, poofing away. Back to the mid for now. But, yeah, splitting them up, doing the micromanagement. Sladem seems comfortable with that early on, at least.
I mean, still, though,
Arrow.
the network of the mid heroes is not looking great.
Top lane, Naga Siren. Gonna take some good pressure right here. They do have a Hex as well. It's only level 1 though, so not the longest crowd control. And Naga is just gonna walk it off, but still some good damage being put out.
Yeah.
The pressure button. Look at the top lane.
With some rune timing for both sides.
Yeah, but Pango wants the kill. He's going for the kill on Illich. Mars trying to get away. The illusion's in chase. Pango has the rolling thunder. He is gonna commit it for now. Bouncing off the wall, hits again. Has swashbuckle as well. And there's the kill. So the Wisdom Rune timing, as mentioned, is actually picked up by Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, they got both.
So, well played.
Sure, you do lose your Mars, but you got both Wisdom Runes. And I think what the Vivo Key need later are levels on their supports to like continue to play through. Because your Viper is... I mean, I was about to say he's suffering, but he's actually still doing pretty okay when it comes to net worth, like 2.7k. But yeah, these levels are just very crucial on your supports as there's more of a fight going on.
There's definitely a fight here at the bottom lane, so Viper is going to end up going down. So is Earth Spirit. It seemed like Vivo Key was the one with the initiation that they were looking for, but what a turnaround. That Leech Seed certainly doing work as well, but Gyrocopter just holding his ground and ultimately setting up the turn there.
Yeah, I think you gotta be more careful against this Gyrocopter. He already has like, what, 1300 HP if he wants to be on strength threats. He has Lotuses, he's got a Fairy Fire, he has Leech Seed, Living Armor, so... And you're lacking damage on Vivo Key. We talked about it earlier. That damage is slow as okay. Slay him.
Oof. He's out. Close call, but he manages to escape. You see the living armor being applied. Only level 1, but still. Slight region. Now, he's got a nice stack right here, meanwhile. Neutral items dropping, so... Again, Sladem doing his darnest to recover, which it still is, even with the Viper struggles, he's still basically neck and neck with the Viper. So
yeah.
It kind of gives you a good idea as far as it's not been the greatest start for Meepo, as exciting as the pick was. But again, he is doing his best to recover and is a hero. We don't see him often, but it feels like certainly one that can recover with given some time in the jungle, right?
Nah, for sure. You just sit back, you can farm it out with your double Meepo, eventually a triple. His MJZ will block a smoke here, so he will be on the receiving end.
Tanking one for his homie. But this Gyrocopter is already pretty scary. A couple of failed gank attempts, 5,200 net worth. Has a pretty comfortable lead. The Falcon Blade is mentioned working towards that Ags. They're pinging him again, but he's got call down ready. There's TP supports ready. It feels risky.
Yeah, and I think like Gyro overall against Naga, I don't think that's necessarily a bad matchup for Gyro. Like when you get a couple more items, any hero that can just stand his ground and like kill the Illus and like hit through or even deal AoE damage, all these heroes are good against Naga. And I think Gyro definitely gets there on like his 3rd, 4th item. And he's top net worth, he has Spark of Courage, Lotuses, queuing up the Ag. So I feel like for now, if he can continue to dodge the next couple movements, this is a scary Gyro to deal with later down the line.
It is, and there's a reason why this has been the most comfortable and most picked carry hero throughout all these qualifiers. We're seeing yet another example of it right here. So Qhali Knight is going to push out the creep wave as gets the free CS, and he is basically 2,000 gold away from already finishing an Axe as well at this point. So yeah, the farm is certainly showing off here. Naga Siren, though, again, the carry on the other side is holding her own. She's got a Yasha, of course, the Manta style you'd expect to be coming. So, what's scarier right now? I mean, is it the Gyrocopter, would you say? As actually, Illich is trying to get away. Rolling Thunder goes right on through the arena, though. Needs another knock. He doesn't even need it. The Swashbuckle will finish the job. So, Mars continues to be sought after at the top lane.
I mean, the nice thing for Naga is just the fact that I feel like Analog is having a very good game on this Pango, and I think he needs like this little bit of a difference maker coming out from his team, because I would have said Gyro, but with his other 2 cores struggling this much, like he has neither that's really doing well. Both Meepo and Mars are, they're both suffering.
Yeah. Meepo's got the stats, the double Wraith Band. He's going to go to the top lane. Poofs are coming in on top of the Earth Spirit, and there's our first Finger of Death as well. Does secure the kill onto the Earth Spirit. So this is support, but still nonetheless. And Meepo will make his way into the jungle now. So, I mean, Meepo, again, as expected, is starting that, continuing more so that train of recovery.
Yeah.
But you are right. I mean, yeah, Pango continues to be almost like the difference maker in a lot of ways. He's got a defusal coming. He's been involved. He's 2-0-1. Maybe sending him to the bottom lane to throw a gank on Gyrocopter?
Yeah, I do think you need to get this guy out of here. Like, you either move heroes here or you fog your heroes for so long that he doesn't feel like he gets to stay here, because currently at this point, he's just double farming and triple farming camps the whole time. Okay, because Labile is here, but he's, well, all on his own.
It's not much of Naga's
So it's a
gonna do
little
by
hard.
himself.
He can song him and then look him in the eyes and be like, okay.
Intimidation tactics right there, but no, it's just setting up for the tower push. It looks like, if anything, and that's going to be the case. Top rune is picked up by Lion. Meanwhile, it's the invis. Still being seen though, being tracked more. So, but the Thunderstrike misses the swashbuckle.
Easy side steps.
Will live.
As yeah, something else that is just pretty cool for some of these triangle heroes, which, I mean, Gyro is one of the best heroes. You can just TP there nowadays, like with the new edition of 7.34, where they also put it here. Like, now you just TP there, you have some stacks, you go there with your flag cannon, which has also been buffed, and yeah, I mean, you're just enjoying life.
Mars is not
Village
enjoying
though,
life right now. Another gank coming out on him. The spear away is going to delay this perhaps, but just delayed a couple more seconds. The swashbuckle reach connects. The diffuser plate has been finished on Pango and continues to be very involved. 3-0-1. This is exactly what Vivoki needs, as you've been stressing here with the success. Build up the momentum.
I mean, this game is currently this is just a mid-diff at this point. Like, straight up from just heroes and like network. Like, if you're a Mars, I don't know how much you enjoy having a Meepo mid unless he's snowballing, because Meepo's not really coming to your lane and helping you out. But in the meantime, you play against a Pango who's just constantly on your butt. He's like killing you once, so he killed you a second time, and yeah, Analog for now, putting on a really clean game.
Yeah, and I know that I said that Meepo can recover, and we are seeing that here. Again, the net worth is continuing to close the gap a little bit, but as you're hinting at, though, too, at the same time, it's a hero that you usually want to just snowball.
Yeah.
You want that big start, because that's where he amplifies. He gets the level lead. He's able to get that early blink, and he's just ganking supports and everyone else left and right. So obviously they've missed that timing. So now it's a matter of recovering on him and having him play more around the Gyrocopter instead. But he is going to be headed to the top lane, with smoked up with one of his Meepos currently.
Okay, let's see if they can get this catch. Yep, Tumbler's toy. Looks like an easy one.
There's the net. Here comes the poofs, and it is an easy one. Another Finger of Death, so 2 charges for Lion now.
I think we'll slowly start to see Thunder Awaken pick up a little bit of pace. Both the Mars Illich has a blink. I think we also had Slaydem, who was queuing one up, so if he does want to go for that, he'll have it soon. So I think we're still going to start to see a little bit more skirmishing around the map.
Pango timing right here. He wants to get the shard next, but first world problems, he can't purchase it yet thanks to the timer.
It's got to wait another half minute. I do think the shard is very good, though, in this game. There's the tree and root, of course, that you're going to be able to just roll up in. The Meepo nets, if you ever get caught. Mars Arena as well. Just roll up and then maybe use your ult to get out of it. So it just makes a lot of sense.
We see right there on the Observer, Blink is delivered to Meepo. And this, of course, is, speaking of timings, this set definitely is an item that can start to enhance Meepo quite a bit. It really ups his gank potential, naturally being the Blink Dagger. With the Dragonlance, the stats, he's starting to be a little bit more of a threat now, especially to the supports, if he happens to catch them.
Okay, at least Knight does have the axe completed, so he's just going to continue to, well, do what Gyros do, which is farm. I think before he has this BKB, I don't really see him joining many fights, which means it's mainly on the rest. But similarly for Vivoki, Naga, just going to keep farming, push out waves, and you just try to help your team, like, kind of find the place with the illusions.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely more of a passive game in that sense. A 6 to 5 hero kills, not too shabby, but 15.5 minutes with these 2 carries. You still expect another item or so on their position of ones before a bit more comfortable, as you're talking about, especially with the BKB build on Gyrocopter. Mid lane, Viper. Viper's working on finishing that axe, and it's almost finished. In fact, he has enough gold to buy it now. He's going to send out the remaining components, but both teams also meeting up mid lane. as a 16-minute rune spawn. It's an arcane rune. They're baiting it out. They're trying to see if they'll go for it, but
not quite.
so.
So Viper Axe is pretty good. It did get buffed as well, so you're gonna get like all this disarm and minus attack speed and AoE dot damage around. So I think I kind of like that build actually, because him transitioning into a right clicker, I don't like it in this game at all. So him going some utility and like being annoying to the enemies kind of checks out to me.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. You know, because
yeah.
Oh.
Okay, it's gonna queue up the Kaya sound. So yeah, I guess just some tanky / magical build. I think that it's pretty good for me. As later on, I think Knight will start to be pretty annoying for the Naga. Once you get like a blink, you're gonna slowly get your levels. You get the shard. The like multi suck against the illusion. So I think all in all, most people in this game should feel pretty good, even if the game does prolong. I feel like Mega Meepo is legitimately such a funny thing as, uh-oh, Smiling Knight. Okay, we have a little song going on. We're just gonna get the hell out of there, as that looked really good, right? You have the roll coming in. It's just really hard for heroes without BKBs this early on to, I don't know, be able to stand your ground. You just get rolled on back and forth, but that fight just ended up being a little too deep. Slatem just coming in with a blink, gets off the net, and honest, these kills are really important. I feel like Analog was starting to kind of just start popping off in this game. But getting him killed off is really big. You have Slatem coming back a little bit. We already touched on the Mega Meepo.
Yeah.
He's halfway there.
Yeah, apologies there. I guess they cut out as right as the fight was starting. Go figure. But yeah, that classic me. I gotta work on that. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly a very interesting fight, though. Obviously, the good return in the end by Thunder Awaken, despite the damage done on a gyrocopter. But yeah, the Mega Meepo, it's blooming. Another 2,000 gold just under needed before, and yeah, we very rarely have seen this, especially in this tournament environment. So I don't think anyone, frankly, knows what to expect, and we're gonna see it firsthand, though.
Yeah, all I know is that it's pretty good. Like, you get so tanky, and I mean, the fact is people always knew and have known that AoE damage is what you need against Meepo. But now when he gets this Mega Meepo, AoE damage isn't even that good anymore. You need like heavy single target damage to just like, I don't know, kill through this 5k HP. As Jesus Knight, he just lost so much HP.
Yeah, that hurt. I mean, you look at his build, he has brown boots and a blink dagger. So
yeah, he's got nothing to help him survive.
Yeah, under 1,000 life. Yeah. No armor, very minimal armor. Yeah, this is not the most ideal survivability build, but hey, it's all about the catch and trying to make use of that at least. But yeah, if they jump in first, he'd definitely be in trouble. Nagasara, by the way, did end up finishing the Orchid. He has a heart now queued up neck, but that is a really interesting point you're making, though, about the Meepo and the whole mindset. Yeah, you usually want to do the AoE, but with the Mega Meepo, it completely changes that. And we'll say, I mean, it seems like that they still have the tools to deal with that, though, right?
Yeah, I definitely think so. You still have pretty good single target damage, and also like Viper ult, you're gonna lower the attack speed, especially if it's one Meepo. You have Pango with some disarms and like good damage. Same with Naga, so it's not like this Mega Meepo is, it's not like they don't have the tools to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they have the tools to deal with Roshan apparently.
That's for sure.
Side of Vivo Key, they're feeling confident, but this is not an easy one if they wanted to do it. It's smoke
They know
play.
they're coming.
They are hunting. The illusion scouting. We're definitely going to have some kind of clash here soon. Mega Meepo not finished yet. Worth noting.
No, they're just holding the high ground.
Yeah, Viper certainly is. Says, hello, Mars. Mars throws out the arena, but Mars taking plenty of damage. The arena very defensively. Rolling Thunder through, good job of the roof, but immediately taken off, and Analog wants that kill into Mars. Meanwhile, Viper trying to deal with the damage to Gyrocopter. The song comes out with the BKB. Gyrocopter doesn't care. The teleport out from Nagasara. Now the chase is on in favor of Thunder Awaken. So they lost Mars, but they've gotten two, and they're hunting for more. Nagasara, she teleports to the base, so or more so the tower. She is actually nearby, but can she do much? The illusion's trying, but the net's hitting Pango, and Pango unable to escape. Her spirit will be the same fate for him.
No souls for now. He's dead.
Great blocks from Meepo. Well played by Sladem as a team for Thunder Awaken, and they absolutely win that fight because on top of that, the consolation prize, they're getting Roshan.
Oh, that is devastating for Vivo Kid. I felt like they had such a good position there. Like, Illich was forced to run up the high ground without his BKB. He just gets Viper struck straight off the bat, has to arena spear. I think maybe they like overplayed a bit here. Like with this start, maybe you can just wait, like you glimpse him back in instead of having to roll in with both of your heroes and going very deep. Because this, yeah, I mean, in the meantime, also Sladem, he goes on the Disruptor, and Costabile, he's just like, okay, guys, I'll song and try to get you out, but the fight's already lost.
They have no way to deal with a BKB gyrocopter. I mean,
nothing.
He just stood on the uphill with a flat cannon and BKB and was just raining down from the skies. And yeah, you can tell the panic kicked in. So yeah, good points there about, obviously easier to say that in hindsight, but yeah, certainly overextending if you're Vivo Key. You did not need to commit as aggressively as they did in the Spirit charging into the back lines. Maybe made them feel like they were forced to do so. But yeah, either way, certainly good defense by Thunder Awaken there. And you talk about a complete change of momentum if there was favoring Vivo Kid before, it's certainly favoring Thunder Awaken now.
Damn, like now you've got this Aegis, you've got a Chrysalis, like you have half a Daedalus now on your Gyro. Mars did not have a BKB last fight. He does have that now as well. And Sladem, like he's got his Mega Meepo completed. He's going to work on his next item. So this is some scary stuff that just came off of Thunder Awaken after this fight.
Illusions up top here from Nagasaran. Has a vitality booster, so not a full heart yet, but no, I guess on the real one, it does have the full heart actually finished. Just got it delivered. So Costabile has that taken care of. We see Meepo soloing, if you want to call it that, the Tormentor.
Another great thing about Meepo, just feed your team a couple of shards.
Yeah, that feels pretty good. So Lion's like, thank you very much. Mana drain, much more powerful now. Pretty big deal, actually.
Yeah, it is. He would have loved to, like, he wouldn't even mind buying it in this game against Naga.
Yeah.
But no, you get it for free. You can go 4-staff, and I would say that for Vivo Kid, if you're not ahead, like even if it's just slightly ahead, if you're behind with this draft, this is not going to feel good, because just this post 4 Lion will ruin your Naga's map presence.
Top lane, Thunder Awaken feeling very confident as they should be right now. 3 minutes still remaining on the Aegis. They are pushing towers. They get the tier 2. Don't think they're going to be stopping, and it's going to be up to Vivo Kid in terms of how they want to address this. You certainly feel like they got to at least defend their base. The door's being knocked on now. The TPs are coming in. Analog, he is setting up on Pango. He's got the shield crash buff, by the way, with the Axe Scepter pickup.
Okay, yes, of course.
Wave.
I mean, tower is nearly gone already.
Trying to force a BKB. Again, this is that spot, though, if you're Gyrocopter, it's like you got an Aegis, so you don't want to overcommit with the BKB before. And he is just going to play it safe. They get the response. They're going to fall back on Thunder Awaken's side and farm elsewhere. Full Daedalus finished, by the way, on Gyrocopter, too.
He is... He's a strong boy. As they go top, nearly get the full tower. They see that everyone TPs. They're like, okay, let's chill. We can go mid. After we go mid, we can probably even just clean out the 2 bottom towers. And yeah, you just see these timings where you have one really strong core. I mean, they have multiple, but let's just focus on the Gyro. He's got all the items he wants, a maxed out 3 armor, and a Solar Crest as well from MJZ. So yeah, he is about as strong as he could be at this stage.
Tier 2 is going to fall mid. The Tier 1 bottom is still up, funny enough, so they are going to have to go deal with that. But again, the map control is just being dominated now by Thunder Awaken. Nagasaran doing what Nagas do and has the illusions out there, splitting some farm up, so it's a good job by Costabile. He is keeping neck and neck with the Gyrocopter despite all this, to be fair, so that is good.
I wonder what build you need to go for here if you're Naga, because I can tell you straight up that it is a lot easier for Knight on Gyro to get out like easier impact, because he just has to go somewhere, right-click, stand his ground, and you're good. But as Naga, it's a lot more delicate. You need to like push out waves, think about your song, you need to build the right items. It's way harder for him to actually get to deal damage in this game.
Noticing Meepo picking up the shard as well, so has that dig ability. Again, this is going to be fascinating to watch once the fight does inevitably happen, how he plays with this whole Mega Meepo and everything.
I mean, if he does not get Static Storm, I think this Meepo is unkillable. He heals so much and he becomes invincible. I mean, Meepo at this stage, he is very strong now. Even though he's third in net worth, I feel like his overall impact, if there's a fight, honestly, I think he has higher impact than Naga.
You see, he's keeping the main one back. 3 other Meepos are in,
yep.
And that's so much damage to deal with. It becomes a very tough spot for Vivoki. It's like, how do you initiate on this? An Aegis BKB Gyrocopter, a triple Meepo with the main one in the back lines. There's no easy answer. Earth Spirit's going to start rolling, trying to catch them. Goes in, does get a hit off, but the Magnetize actually going to take the finger of death. They do kill Lion, but Earth Spirit gonna end up falling for this. Meepo poofing on in, makes the kill happen on the Earth Spirit, but Meepo needs to be careful. You see he's thinking about going back in with commitment. Static Storm is used though. The song as well from Nagasaran. Out comes the arena with the BKB of Mars, however, as well as Gyrocopter, and you know the damage is coming now. Viper is gonna end up falling. Trio Protector goes down though. Meepo with the Mega Meepo. He is just running them down. He is intimidation times 10. Homing missile, it connects. Earth binds. If they kill Nagasaran, it's massive. The Tango turns onto the Meepo. He did not expect that damage, and now Gyrocopter has to be a little worried. Meepo's not fighting back either. He's out for a minute. Analog, no, the damage is too much to handle. Nagasaran is also going to be turned on multiple times in this fight, Casey. It seemed like maybe a swing the other way.
Yeah.
But it's Thunder Awaken that will come out on top big time.
All right, a lot of tips coming out upon this fight as well, where, yeah, someone slayed and insta-died. I guess, you know, he canceled his Mega Meepo or ran out, whatever it may be, insta-died, but then Knight just stands his ground and... yeah, now we're at a 10k lead with a Refresher on Mars, a Satanic on the Gyro. We've got some problems. Force into the Hex. Nice play by Knight.
Well played with the Spear, the homing missile on top. The red numbers coming out from Gyrocopter. It's not enough, though.
He's killing them.
Okay, well, Viper's like, all right, I'm going to kill you.
At least Knight is also laughing about it. I like it. As yeah, he just stands his ground with all his items, the nosedive, disarming them. It just kills them. 1v3, easy defense.
Underestimating what Viper can do with that, I guess. So, yeah, pretty unnecessary for Thunder Awaken to lose a couple in the end right there. But still, the big picture, they do come out on top. I mean, there were positives though for Vivoki, right? Like, we saw them able to kill the Meepo, catch him off guard perhaps, that swashbuckle damage to Pango. And even at the end there with Viper holding his ground. But yeah, Thunder Awaken gonna reset now, and it does feel like that it's gonna be hard to stop that again.
Yeah, but none of what you just said, does it matter when you look at the quick buy of Gyrocopter, Breaky?
Oh boy.
Look at it. We're coming in for another Divine Rapier. So anything we say in the next 5 minutes, it might just get nullified if my bro just ends up buying it. So we might just have another situation of second Aegis, Rapier, go end.
Divine Rapier apparently is becoming an item that you pick up when you're winning the game. I mean, it's always been I'm on the losing side, let's go all in here. But yeah, yesterday we saw the Phantom Assassin do it, and obviously it worked out beautifully. Oh yeah. Gyrocopter, he's thinking about doing the same here for Thunder Awaken. His team's certainly ahead, but why not get further ahead, I suppose? Yeah,
I mean, I think if people are starting to get I would say, better at using it from ahead, obviously it's a big risk, but if you know that, okay, you have 2 lives and they cannot deal with me right now, like literally the fact that I cannot die, or if they kill me, they lose 5 heroes plus, then okay, go for it. If he does end up getting it with the potential of getting the second Roche, then I'm all for it. I'll never say no to a Rapier.
Yeah, no,
unless it's my teammate, then I'll be like, bro, we don't need this. But if I'm watching it, do it, bro.
Right. I will say I like it more this game. And maybe that's because of what we saw yesterday. It's like, okay, yeah, it kind of worked out pretty well. But this Gyrocopter really does feel unkillable, especially as long as he has teammates kind of around him too, which
he changed it. Whatever.
All right, well, what could have been?
Oh, Illich.
BKB? Song?
He has another
It's
one.
not going to matter. I mean, that BKB is doing the work. Another arena, as mentioned, coming out. So the song essentially wasted right there. Meepo trying to go for Disruptor, meanwhile. Kick away, but the BKB on Knight now with the gyrocopter.
Good overgrowth.
The flat cannon attacks. There's so much damage. The overgrowth helping to try to keep them in place. Nice disarm of gyrocopter, though. Viper is just going feline for the gyro, but Meepo cleans up Viper, and suddenly it's just the Naga Siren. Pango off to the left was able to get a kill, but cannot help his teammate because he is way too low on life. Meepo running down Naga Siren, and she is tough to kill, but it will be a kill in the end. And yeah, I mean, I think that's just another example right there. This Naga Siren, she's farmed. She is tanky.
Yep.
Her damage output, though, it's just a little lacking specifically against the cores.
Oh, especially. And you just have like Illich just going in with a double arena, double BKB. He's just like taking everyone out of the game for so long, and then Gyro, he just gets to clean up. He just goes in there, presses right click a few times, maybe some rocket, a flat cannon, and everyone's just dying. Like, look, he just chats it up. He goes in there, okay, this is my first arena and BKB, and then you wait, and I'll do it again.
I mean, the song literally just being... I guess it wasn't wasted. He does have the shard, so they're getting the heal benefit there, but still. Yeah, the fact that they had to just stand there for the 10 seconds or whatever it is because of the refresher use. I guess it's 14 seconds, actually. Geez, 7 seconds each, so.
Yeah,
that's a lot of lockdown.
Yeah, it's like if you can trade song like this, it's pretty good for you, but like the problem is, unless Analog has a really good team fight, I don't think you're dealing any of the damage that will stop Meepo or Gyro from doing what they will do, which is stand their ground and hit. You don't have any of this overwhelming damage that will force them to run away. Yeah,
again, the Naga Siren just never really has been able to get to that deadly Naga Siren point. Oh, that MKB being delivered. It almost got killed by Earth Spirit, but managed to get it around him, gonna get it delivered, and they kill Roshan, and now Earth Spirit likely dead.
He's got a BKB.
Oh, nice block.
Roll stop into the overgrowth. Oh, they still got him.
Really want this kill. And they'll get it. Magnetize actually Lions taking some good damage there, but he'll live.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Roshan.
Like we've got the Orchid into Bloodthorn now, but still it's you'll just continue to do more of the same, which is to tank up. And I mean, I don't blame him. I think it's hard to find the correct build on Naga in this game, and maybe, you know, an aggressive build isn't really an option, but I don't see these items really being able to help them out all that much.
I mean, the Naga Siren Rat game is certainly going to need to be on point at this time, especially, it feels like. And obviously, again, another case of a lot easier said than done, but that feels like maybe the only win condition at this time for Vivo Key, because yeah, just fighting toe-to-toe right now is certainly not working out. Because this Meepo, as well as by all means more than recovered, he's kind of become a very threatening core alongside his gyrocopter teammate. He, by the way, not only does he have the Scotty, but he's going to have a sheep here very shortly. Too.
And Meepo with Hex is one of the scariest heroes to be holding it, because he can just be anywhere and everywhere at the same time and then just go on you, blink, Hex, net, and you're just gonna die. And yeah, if you're Knight right now, you're definitely very happy about the backup cores that you do have. They were struggling early, but now Illich on the Mars, he's got the refresher, blink, BKB, all he wants. Your Meepo strong, your supports are doing well, so yeah, everything kind of coming together.
Yeah. Mars ready to go. He's got the cheese as well. He's even got a gem on him. He's got the refresher, so at double arena, and you know Vivo Kid is sitting here thinking like, yeah, we don't want to leave our base for that reason, but I guess we're just going to have to let them come to us and hope for the best jump. Pango does have an Octarine core finished, so a little more momentum there for him. Is going to be building the Basher next, which certainly will be useful, but no matter if he can actually farm it or not at this rate, it's going to be difficult because they are knocking on the door once again and doing so aggressively.
All right, it's time to stop this gyrocopter. I feel like Challenge Impossible might be coming up.
There we go. The first arena did not BKB though. So Mars, a bit of a miscue, but the second arena is going to be coming. The song wearing out eventually. Static Storm, they catch gyrocopter. Here comes the damage. He's at half-life. Can they kill him? Yes, they can. So the Aegis used. will be coming back up in the back lines. Earthspirit putting the Magnetize out, doing plenty of damage throughout.
Okay,
There's the resurrection for Gyrocopter, though. He's broken once again. He's in trouble. Gyrocopter's going to die, actually. The Mega Meeples with the miss is going for the TP play. He'll be successful, but the hold is real for Vivo Keed. So Thunder Awaken, dare I say, a little too confident.
All right, easy game, I guess. I thought it was about to be real hard to deal with this gyro, but just making it kind of look easy. He did use his BKB and Satanic before dying with the Aegis, but really nice hold. Some good rolls in from both the Earthspirit and Pango. The song this time was very clutch. You stopped the Mars in his tracks, as you said, did not quite get off the BKB, and kind of wasted the entire gyro BKB too, so yeah, hats off to Vivo Kid.
I think that's the key. I mean, we're going to see the replay right here. If Mars BKBs as he jumps in, he doesn't get stunned. He's able to still, run around, do some damage, maybe get another spear in. And the second arena, even earlier, certainly could have been a much different fight, but, didn't. The song comes through, as mentioned, and they are able to turn this Gyrocopter, again, very confident, understandably, but
yeah.
I think also Earthspirit, you see there in the replay, the chaos he creates.
Yeah, he's doing a lot in this fight. Everyone's getting slowed and stunned, and there's Magnetize and silences and 18 rolls, so yeah, just looking good. I think if you're Thunder Awaken, you're probably gonna question the next time you go high ground. I don't think you need to go in. Like, your Gyrocopter, just let him do his thing, but, it's done. You gotta worry about what's next, and win probability pretty, even, just straight up.
That's crazy. But it kind of makes sense. And yeah, if you're Thunder Awaken, if you're a fan of Thunder Awaken, especially right now, you got to be smacking your forehead a couple times, because it's like, yeah, that wasn't needed. But hey, we got ourselves an entertaining game now, that's for sure. Certainly can be anyone's, because this Pango I mentioned going into that fight, he wants a Basher, but he had 0 gold at that point.
Yeah.
Well, look at now. He's going to be able to right-click a full Basher, which is that much more damage. And Viper, his utility has certainly come through. Going to be picking up a Lotus Orb, speaking of utility.
Okay.
Help. And then there's the Nagasar. We can't forget her. I have Scotty is now going to be next.
All right, now we have, pretty much the other side is getting some of the bigger items. I think Thunder Awaken had really good stuff going for them. I would say they still do. You have Gyro, who's going to finish a Rapier. Not a Rapier, sorry. A Refresher. The Rapier is queued up once more, so the dream is not over yet for that coming out, but if they can just kite out Knight's BKBs, even with a Refresher, they can do it twice as well, I think, with a good song and kiting backwards, so not looking too bad.
Meepo is level 25, so it does get the +1 clone as well. So there's that benefit now. Has he bought anything else?
He did finish the Hex, I think, and then that's
finish the Hex, that's it. Okay. Penta-Edge Sword picked up. That's actually something else worth mentioning. Tier 4 items are also dropping, so it's coming into play. A couple of Spell Prisms. Naga Siren and Pango on the other side, both going the Spell Prism route.
It kind of makes sense, right? With this Naga build that you have, you're not really ever man-fighting until the very end of the fight, so you just want more illusions, more map pressure, more items with your Spell Prism. Kind of makes sense.
This Gyrocopter, MKB, of course, in hand. The Refresher just finished, as you were talking about, so more so for the items, I would think here is safe to say, but double cooldown's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, Thunder Awaken, again, the mental state now has to be a little bit more of we actually got to be careful here, because we went from being very confident to, I don't know anymore. And again, this Meepo, it was hard to say how the impact of the Meepo in the last fight too.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's just so much going on. I'm sure, he was doing his part, but does he need a BKB as well? I mean, maybe the Static Storm was causing issue.
I mean, it's... I guess BKB on Meepo isn't as bad as it used to be, right? Because you can Mega Meepo eventually, and it will work on the one. So honestly, I could kind of see that, yeah.
That's what I was thinking there.
No, it works with the song and the roll too, so I could kind of see that.
Exactly, yeah. Between the song and the store and the roll, there really is a lot of crowd control that's being annoying. So maybe a possibility here, but yeah, nothing queued up yet. We'll see what he decides to go for. Ooh, interesting. Pango actually changing his mind for now. Actually picks up a Maelstrom on the Pango. Still has the Basher queued up, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really mind it. I think you can just build it into the Gleipnir later on, get yourself some more lockdown, helps you with the Meepo. Just push out some more waves, keep your scaling going. I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah. Viper, we talked about, well, again, a lot of changing up going on right here. Had the orb queued up, but now it's actually going to go the Shivas. We'll be finishing that, so nice item to have as well. It's dealing with the likes of Meepo and especially even Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I think the Shiva is better than the Lotus. You're already so tanky, but getting like some minus attack speed in there, especially on all the Meepos or just the one Meepo and on Gyro when he's out of the BKB, I think it's just kind of makes sense. I think like FCR has been I would say a little quiet maybe on the Viper, but he's been doing a lot in this game. And there's a game-changing item on KJ as well. He's got the Ags.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's very good item to
You
have.
also got Naga to set it up for you, so
Didn't even think about that.
yeah, this is absolutely a game changer.
No, that's one of those items like, because of how this game has lasted here that you really are kicking yourself now if you're Thunder Awaken, because that really 100% agree is potentially a game-changing item with the silencing everything, including the items, of course. So this, both teams very interested about Roshan. It's a very long Roshan though, still a minute and a half remaining, as you can see, about halfway through. So not going to be spawning yet, but both teams in the area ready to duke it out.
Okay, buybacks will be very important, as we see that Gyro will not have one. Lion is on cooldown, and Disruptor doesn't have to go for it. But yeah, buybacks very important around this next Roche fight. Another smoke of smokes.
Yeah, Wisdom Runes are up, but not necessarily making that a priority right now. Got Treants going in, breaking a smoke. They try to catch him, but
all right, glimpse back.
Yeah. That was bold. Treant is going to be brought back. There's the arena in the backlash. BKB will be activated this time. Buyback immediately from Treant, by the way. So the first arena, Illich, try to make use of it. They're not panicking, though. Meanwhile, Nagasarin is going to be locked down. The Song, but with the BKBs, she might still be in trouble. Healing up slightly. Gyrocopter trying to do is the flat getting attacks. So much damage, ends up taking out Disruptor in the midst of it, who didn't ult, by the way. He did not use Static Storm that whole time, even with the axe. Pango, able to make it out with his Rolling Thunder. And I suppose minimal damage considering how that fight was going. But Thunder Awaken wins it.
Roche will be up soon, so of course, by the looks of it, Thunder Awaken will be winning that one and getting on their hands. As Illich was making KJ's life really hard in that fight. It still looked a little chaotic, but they are the ones that end up winning, and also a Hexna on Mars to make life even easier with this refresher.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. The second Hex here on this team. That feels really good, especially with the refresher as mentioned. But Roshan is now up too, so the timing working well. Yeah. I mean, you got the Ags. We talk about the potential of that ultimate of Disruptor, but not even able to use it. That really is a feels bad man there on the side of people keyed. But it is going to be Roshan. There's the A just picked up. You got the Ags going to be picked up as well from Mars, so why not? He'll benefit there.
Got the Bulwark Warriors.
Yeah.
Next to you, just deal some more damage, sure.
I mean, don't get to see much.
It was a close one. Nearly got Hex. We'll use the Song to TP out.
Yeah, very close call. Does Meepo? Okay, Meepo has the Sacred Relic queued up.
Is it a Nullifier time?
Okay, Nullifier. There we are, yeah.
Look like it. That's okay. There is a DD top, which I would assume one of the teams will run through, likely Thunder Awaken. Honestly, it might even be worth to like buy a bottle if you see it before, have your Gyro run there, smoke him into the top lane, and just pop it and go push, because there's no Dispel on the Dire side. No Yules, no nothing. Well, let's see. They do see it now.
Yeah. Yeah, pinging it out, so it's going to be the team running over. Gyrocopter, as mentioned, likely to want to pick it up. That Divine Rapier queued up. But with the Aegis now especially, certainly would make sense if he wants to go ahead and purchase it. He actually just drops the power treads on the ground. He's like, I don't even need these boots anymore.
Yeah, he's going to get them ready, I think, to sell them for the Rapier. Maybe he can like get them for the push. I mean, he will have to drop something. I guess what you do is you swap out the refresher right before you die. You will swap it back in so that by the time you respawn, you can instantly use it, have your second BKB, your second Satanic. As for now, he will keep the refresher for the cooldown, but I think once that is at 0, he will do the little Swopperinsky.
Yeah, he definitely wants the MKB back in there
Yeah.
after that use. But, oh my gosh, we get another Divine Rapier, Keizu. Back-to-back days by the winning team. I'm doing air quotes for this one because Thunder Awaken, yeah, technically they're definitely still winning, but this is certainly not a devastating lead by any means. Here we go, Gyrocopter.
Getting rooted.
Pop Satanic, already popping the Satanic.
Yeah. Well, some of the AoE nets.
Yeah. Just launching them from afar.
It's like he's playing some little custom game. Like, you know, people are walking by, you have to net them.
Yeah. So got to get through the maze of nets if you're Nagasar and the illusions. These games against one another, that's hilarious.
Okay.
Oh, net.
Satanic and 5. It's netted again.
The BKB this time. Nope. Again, the supports there. God, dropping about half life already. Gee, Satanic is ready, but you need to be able to hit things.
Yeah, it's actually some annoying stuff, right? The Viper alone with just some... You have the easy Viper strike, you've got the nosedive, just some long-range lucky shot, you keep getting netted. It's actually not that easy to end up going for this high ground, so let's see how they go about it. Maybe they have to, like, smoke in to get to the high ground and you, like, drop one arena, allow the gyro to hit, something like that.
Earthspear picking up a Heaven's Halberd, so that's just another item that's certainly going to be helpful.
Yep.
For the likes of the Dire team, Vivo Keyed. Analog sitting on 5,500 gold, by the way, playing Pango, so he could, obviously you want buyback, but we get that, either the Gleipnir, as you mentioned, or even the Basher still.
Like,
looks like it's going Harpoon, or it's a Dispenser.
Interesting. Yeah.
Disperser, excuse me, not Dispenser. Well,
he's dispensing.
Just dispensing. Let's go.
Oh, there's the
Mars,
though.
he's dispensing damage in arenas. Throws him down. Viper's just dead. Has
the
the buyback, though.
actually killed him.
Side gunner doing a work. The song used by Nagasar in the first one still has another. Refresher also on Gyrocopter, ready to go. Locked down on Nagasar. She's in trouble. She's being bursted down right here. Blow it up. Is going to manage to survive for now. There's a Refresher. Another song going to be coming out. Disruptor still has Static Storm, by the way. BKB Refresher has been committed. Still has Satanic on the side of Gyrocopter. Earth Spirit healed up. Thanks to Nagasar. And now the lockdown trial of the turn damage. But Mars is there for another arena. The Spirit back on Pfeiffer. Nagasar, though, against Joe. Joe's getting low. He needs to be saved. The 8 still has 50 seconds on it, but he's going to be pushed away. Costume Delay, turning his attention to Lion. Picks off Lion. They also take out Gyrocopter with the Glyphs back. Can they kill it again? That's a Divine Rapier, remember.
Oh, God,
Here we go. Gyro's back up. Gyro's dead. The Divine Rapier's on the ground. BKS is turning this game, baby. MJC going to go down. Costume Will they pick up the Divine Rapier? I mean, it's still sitting there for now.
Nobody
Who's
wants
to pick it up? Viper's like, okay, fine, I'll take this.
Holy sheesh. All right, if you're Viper, it is time to transition your build. That is for sure. It's time to be right-click man. It's time to go like Moonshard, Hurricane Pike, or something like that. But I don't... What a sick... I mean, a lot of buybacks, a lot of glimpses. You have all the disarms. And these songs, I think the Song of Sirens are being really annoying. Like with the shard and everyone just being healed up and you're able to like tank through these BKBs. So they're ahead now.
Keizu,
it's happening.
Yeah, Divine Rapier, I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Hey, obviously, great damage, but this is the risk. Exactly what we're going to see right here again. I mean, Gyrocopter just could not be comfortable. You're right. Obviously, Vivo Key played that so well between the song, between the kiting. Disruptor held the Static Storm for so long in that fight for the right time. We mentioned the previous fight, how he died before he used it. This time around, he still was disciplined. I mean, look at this push now. 20 seconds still on the resurrection of Gyro. They're just going to go for the end.
Yeah, you've got the shard on Viper as well against the towers with the Rapier, of course. So you're trucking these towers down.
Is Vivo Key going to actually complete the comeback here? Tier 4 tower number 1 is down. Second 1.5
They need to stop this Viper. This poison attack on the throne will be something.
You got to go all in. Meeple's up in 2 as well. Here we go. BKB is going to be committed. The Marina's down. Number 1. Called out as well. Viper going for the throne. It's not going to be enough. FCR is going to fall. They wanted the throne. They're not going to get it. The damage is real from Thunder Awaken. And they will keep the Angel alive for now. Nagasar Costabile. A couple more attacks. He's so strong. He's so tanky. But he's not tanky enough. Rampage for Smiley Knight. And now it's Thunder Awaken's turn.
I don't know what to say. You need to... what do they need to do right now? I think they cannot... They have to defend 3v5. Maybe you go for some Boots of Travel bottom, pushes the wave, and like try to cosplay Zai where he kills the throne. As my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is... The last 2 minutes are... This is the craziest roller coaster I would have ever been on. That's for sure.
This is game one. This is game one of this best out of 3. Unbelievable. They're going back. Yeah, I mean, so Gyrocopter has the divine.
Okay,
right?
Dire has
Divine
Glyph. Dire has Glyph. We have a Blink on Disruptor. Maybe if they can delay. They will have 2 songs. I'm just keeping an open mind.
They're going for megas, or they're going for 2? Okay, yeah, they're going for megas.
Okay.
That's the play.
That's a roll with Arcane Runes, so at least the cooldown is very, well, low. Oh,
There's the megas.
he's hexed.
Where do they cash? That's Nagasar and has the song as mentioned, but can't use it. She's dead. GG. That's it. Tier 4s are going to fall, and that should do it. Thunder Awaken on the verge of some way, somehow, the momentum.
God.
This was quite the roller coaster ride, but in the end, it's Thunder Awaken that is looking like they're going to come out on top. Pango going to do everything he can, but
He's
don't
trying.
think he's going to do enough by himself. He's rolling around in circles, says, fight me. Yeah, they're not going to. They kill the Ancient, and Thunder Awaken takes game number 1, and holy shnikes, that was a fun one.
It's time for more Divine Rapiers. No matter how the game goes, the entertainment value just stonks like into oblivion. I thought they had it. When they got the Rapier away from him and Viper is like hitting the tier 4s, hitting the throne with the poison attack and everything, I thought they had it.
Was Viper the best candidate for the Divine Rapier? I mean, because they had a lot of time to think about who they were giving it to. It's not like it was going to be snatched up by Thunder Awaken suddenly.
I mean, Naga
Viper just went and picked it.
Naga doesn't use it well, nor does Pango kind of, because most of your damage is just like the Q and W with the axe. So I guess it's him. But I'm just saying, if he buys any attack speed item instead of like Boots of Travel and finishing the Shivas, then maybe they just win there. But yeah, what a crazy ending.
What a crazy ending, man. I mean, Thunder Awaken, obviously this was even much earlier in the game, about 27 minutes in right here. This is when Thunder Awaken felt strong, very strong as they were. Gyrocopter felt unkillable, the BKBs, the Mega Meepo coming into play. Obviously this was a great timing for Thunder Awaken, and you could just see Vivo-Ki just didn't have the damage to deal with the cores especially. This is when we were talking about how Nagasaran just felt underwhelming despite her farm.
Yeah.
Obviously that changed. Now Panka right there with the great blow up, but obviously it still didn't matter in the end of this fight at least. But yeah, again, you can call it what it is. I mean, Thunder Awaken certainly overstepped, as we may see in the replay here when they were pushing mid initially, and gave Vivo-Ki a chance, but hey, it's about capitalizing on those chances, and Vivo-Ki still need to play very well themselves.
This is a very
an opportunity.
A very evenly matched series. I can feel it. I think there's a high chance we're going to the distance. I'm still like trying to wait for maybe some of the last ones. Like here, I think the arena didn't quite keep. Like I don't think the barrier stopped Viper from hitting. He still was. I was kind of trying to pay attention to that, but they're just blasting on FCR, and he just ends up dying.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they just went all in for it, and not enough. It's so close. The song, Costume is running around in circles. Nice static storm right there, actually, by Disrupt. Didn't even notice that. That actually gave them a bit of an opening, but
Man, the difference between you winning and losing this game is like a mini decision. You do something 2 seconds faster, someone like hits the throne 5 times more instead of hitting a hero, or like you swap out a neutral item on Viper that gives you attack speed, or you buy an attack speed item, or even like someone buying drums, you know, at the end, you would have won the game. Which of course, you don't, it's just hard to do that in the moment, but that's just how close this game really was.
Yeah, this is, I think it's fair to say, especially for our coverage, our closest game for sure that we have easily had. And again, you kind of expect it as we move along here, especially in the winner bracket of this event. That was a fun one to cast and a fun one to play, I'm sure, especially more so for Thunder Awaken in the end as they're victorious. You saw the smiles and the cheering at the end, and again, usually those celebrations are saved for winning the series especially, but it's understandable why they were so excited and pumped after that one, because that could have easily slipped away from them, but it was an epic and just a fun game of Dota, so congrats to them. But yeah, you take a look at the stats right here. I mean, obviously, Gyrocopter, the very impressive stat line. I mean, Slatem, Meepo was fun. Was it like the top tier pick that, you know, took over the game? I don't think it really was that by any means, especially for being such a niche pick, but it was cool to still see Meepo as well.
Yeah, like I still don't know. I have to see this Meepo more because his stat line is good, but I don't know if it was really the impact. What I was more impressed with is Illich. Like he's 5 and 8, but I think he was really crucial to this game. Even if his stats aren't good, I think they all played well. But for me, I would give him some of the MVP at least for some of the fights.
Sure.
Like how he's going in, he was keeping KJ away from some of the fights. He had good arenas, like going in at the right time. So. I think for me, I'm down to throw him the MVP. I think he has good items, and yeah, they've got some shining players in their team, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he had a struggle early on, no doubt.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
it was like 0-4-1 at a point from early on in the game. It was they were addressing him quite a bit, but kept his composure. As you mentioned, I think that refresher, especially choosing to prioritize that earlier on in the game, made the big difference. The double arenas. Made it very difficult for Vivo Key to feel comfortable in these fights. So, yeah, no problem giving him the MVP for this one. But again,
I still can't believe the ending.
We need a breather after that one. I know the players certainly wouldn't mind a short break as well. But
yeah, that's insane.
Man, oh man. That was a fun game of Dota.
That's
right there.
A heartbreaking loss, but at least what you can take away from it is that you're very evenly matched. Let's just go game 2, do it again, and then just keep up the good Dota, and good things will happen. Or well, maybe they won't, but you gotta try.
Hey. Yeah, for Vivo Key, obviously these are heartbreakers. This is tough, knowing that you had your chances and it was such an epic finish, but. As you point out, keep your composure the best you can, reset. It's understandable to feel the way you are, but you still got a good chance here. You got game 2, and that's what we're going to be going to next after a short break. So once again, I'm Break CBK, joined by Keizu. Game number 2 coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A little bit of an understandable extended break there in between games, because what a finish! I think we all needed it, not only us, but the players themselves. We all needed it. But you know what? We're a little more composed now. We're coming back. The point is, game one going to Thunder Awaken when it's all said and done, despite a crazy back and forth finish. But they're up 1-0. You're in this best out of 3. So I'm Bricky CPK, joined by Casey once again. Vivo Kid, I mean, you really can't overthink too much from that game, right? In terms of like the draft and stuff. It's just like what happened. Let's move on to game number 2 now.
Yeah, it was honestly a crazy game, but at least goes to show you that with what you were saying just now, I think you don't need to like think too much about the other things. Like at least you cannot blame the draft for having lost the game. You can maybe be like, okay, you know, I think we can switch this for that to like make it easier, but we could all see that both teams are very evenly skilled. They all know what they're doing. So just go into the next game with some small adjustments and you're all good to go.
Now, the one adjustment I was expecting to possibly...
finally! Let's go.
Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, Gyrocopter not being banned out. I was actually curious about that. But yeah, Nature's Prophet also wasn't banned and they just snatched it up immediately. Vivo Key says, Analog, you played a great Pango last game. Maybe good against Nature's Prophet as well. Let's go ahead and pick up the Pango here.
Yeah. Nah, Pango is just obviously a great hero. I think Analog had a really good game on the hero as well. They banned out the Grimstroke. I don't know if that's a lot for the Pango. I mean, Soulbind is annoying, but it's not like some be-all, end-all. But I feel like they were maybe hoping that Thunder Awaken will take the Gyro to then take the Natures. But either way, they're very flexible. And this is our first Nature's Prophet. So I hope the hero will be as good as I keep hearing about it.
Right, yeah. Again, the first time we're going to get the chance to see it, and there has been a lot of hype around this hero, certainly. And I'm actually looking at the numbers right now. 25th most played, 13-6 record in the 19 games that he has been seen, but he is the most banned by far. Wow, 111 times. Next in line is 89 for Invokers. So yeah, this hero gets banned a lot, and apparently it's for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... We just some of these heroes that we see come out here early on, or at least the ones that keep getting banned. Yeah, I feel like it speaks for itself. Some of these heroes are just too good. I think Nature's Prophet generally is there. Invoker, we don't see him too often. Like the ones 2 times we did see him. Of course, he was taken out. And here we have the Bloodseeker ban that you also talked about last game with the Pango. Of course, this time you had way more options of where to put him. So yeah, I think that just makes sense.
So... the way you've been talking about this, should we expect to see a support Nature's Prophet?
That's what I've seen it be played in generally, yeah. It just seems like the support Nature's Prophet, you go the Sprout, it just deals a lot of damage, you TP around with your bonus damage, and then you just build all the items that like you kind of want, you know, maybe some Solar Crest, some drums, then you buy the Shard later. So I think support Nature's Prophet just seems like the strongest.
Sure. But hey, there's always, I still feel like at the same time, Nature's Prophet still has that flex capability. So, you know, you never can be really too certain, I guess, but it makes him even stronger of a first pick. But yeah, picked up here by Thunder Awaken. Pango, and now the Tusk picked up by Vivo Kid, as it's going to be the second one here for Thunder Awaken. 2 and 3 actually for them coming out. But Ember Spirit going to be picked up. So we already have our mid matchup most likely of Ember versus Pango, and then Mirana making an appearance.
All right, the classic, you have the Ember versus Pango. We all know that is pretty good. And then, of course, you have the Chains later on with the Arrow. So, yeah, some pretty nice follow-up picks here by Thunder Awaken. As I mean, we've all seen the Ember Mirana combo. It's just very solid.
5 seconds remaining.
Were they the ones to run? We saw the other day. I'm trying to remember. I'm looking. Okay, no, they didn't have Mirana that game. But somebody did run that, that Mirana Ember recently.
Yeah.
And it as expected, did very well. Sets up the arrows pretty easily. So yeah, good combo there. But wow, third pick Gyrocopter. Almost a little surprising it made it that long, but there we go. Vivo Kid will take it down this time.
Okay, so now they're going to have to think about, okay, what do we want to pick for Thunder Awaken? So I was looking at TB, but that hero is banned. I think Venge is also pretty cool with Gyro, because another hero you could have thought about is maybe Razor. But if you play Razor against Gyro and then every time you link him, you just swap him out, I think that will make Razor a lot worse too. You could think about Medusa, but then Pango is a little bit, maybe Morphling, but then again, you run into the Pango problem. So I don't see the hero that is like, damn, that is good. Like maybe Faceless Void, but then you deal with swaps. So kind of nice coverage from Vivo Kid.
Yeah, a very strong 3-4 is what it's really sounding like here for Vivo Kid. And yeah, Vengeful, another one of these heroes that actually has been pretty successful, picked up quite a bit and throughout these qualifiers. In fact, it's the third most, right behind Gyrocopter at 40 games. But yeah, there's the Faceless Void. You talked about possibility that you have to deal with that swap still, but it got the Chronosphere, and it is good initiation nonetheless, and decent lockdown for a Pango as well.
Absolutely. Sorry, I had to clear my throat a little bit as, we have the Void come out, which the more I was going down the list, I think it was one of the heroes that did come to mind. I think you don't care so much about Tusk, of course. You have the Time Walk in and out. Time Dilation is very good this game. And if you chrono any of these heroes, well, apart from Venge Swap, there isn't too much, but still, you've got some problems to deal with, but still a pretty solid pick.
Yeah. So yeah, both teams committing towards going a off lane, most likely, with their final picks.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's looking like that direction. So a lot of bans certainly centered around that. I'm sure, although Lone Druid ban coming out from Thunder Awaken, a little different there.
Interesting. Lone Druid, because it could go... I mean, I have not seen too many offlane Lone Druids, so I don't know if that's a ban for that, or maybe that's like some Faceless Void specific, or maybe they feel, okay, Pango could be offlane. If they put Lone mid against Ember, it will kind of stomp him, which I could kind of agree with. What else do we have? Yeah, I think like when you see Void like this, I feel like you kind of want to answer him with your offlaner. It used to be like Doom would be one of the straight up answers to Faceless Void. I don't know if it's still the same with the slight changes.
I was looking at Vivo Key's lineup too, and thinking about the Lone Druid. I mean, Lone Druid obviously brings a lot of building objective presence, and they are lacking on that on Vivo Key slightly. So that's another thought that they had. But where exactly he would have lain would have been the question mark. But taking him out nonetheless. So Night Stalker ban also coming out from Vivo Key to go with the Mars that we saw in the previous game. But yeah, very heavy on the offlane bans as expected. Starting to go down the list now. Interesting.
Doom.
Yeah, there's the Doom.
I mean, so the one thing we need to note is that, you can use items nowadays when you are doomed, but you don't heal. And Gyro is the type of hero that needs to stand his ground. So I guess if you go on him with like a Chrono, maybe you doom him as well and he gets swapped out, I feel like he still can't really fight. So I can kind of see the Doom pick, I think, and it gives you really good scaling. Like Faceless Void, Doom, Ember. This is some scary scaling lineup.
Yeah, they're potential to get some good farm. They can be pretty active throughout the map, a lot of mobility. They certainly have to work with. So yeah, Vivo Keyed has to be a bit concerned about that. I mean, again, I'm still looking at their lineup though, and needing some building presence perhaps, but I mean, because they already have like their safety nets, both Vengeful and Tusk, good for that. Obviously, their team fights overall fairly strong right now.
You could go. No. I feel like there's a way where you would want to play some Veno Viper again, and I really don't like it. I think if you don't stomp the Void like super hard, which you're kind of supposed to do, but even then, I think your draft becomes a bit weird. So I'm looking for like a little bit of a more team fight with solid laning.
Timbersaw?
It's an okay route, I think.
He fits those somewhat, yeah.
I was looking, and they even banned Night Stalker themselves. I feel like that could have been something that is pretty decent. If Beast was in the pool, that would be cool, but he's out. I don't like Lycan too much. It's generally a hero that you kind of want to think about when you play against Faceless Void and supports that don't deal with it so well, but Doom is a bit annoying.
It's still Legion Commander.
I actually think LC is pretty cool. I can see that.
Yeah.
Maybe the only problem is that then you have a double melee lane with Tusk, but okay, so they're gonna go for Visage. I'm actually okay with that. Gives you more auras with the Gyro. Like, your lane is fine against Void. I don't think it's incredible because he can like time walk off your nukes. Time dilation is good for him against you, but overall I think it's a good pick for their own draft.
Yeah. Okay, so the Visage finish and making sure who's playing who. Looks like as expected here. It is going to be that support Nature's Prophet in the end. But yeah, Faceless Void going to be seeing here in that matchup you talked about. They do have the Vengeful for kind of a save mechanic, but overall still potentially a pretty good game for him. And the scalability is certainly there for Thunder Awaken. So,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think VivoKey is a bit more like the snowballing aspect. I think you have solid lanes, you're going to have a lot of auras, you have Visage, Gyro, Venge, everyone can go in, make stuff happen. But yeah, Thunder scaling, if the game slows down or stabilizes, I think they're in a really good spot to then take it later. But honestly, I would kind of prefer to be VivoKey'd. I feel like you want to be the aggressors, you want to be the ones to set the tempo, and I think they have all the tools to do that.
Yeah. So it seems like the strategy is certainly there of VivoKey. You want to start early. You want to go early and make some movement, which certainly with their supporting cast and in general with their lineup, they can absolutely do that. So we'll see if VivoKey up for the challenge, able to execute here against Thunder Awaken. Obviously going to need to, as they are down 1-0 in this series. So trying to force that game 3. It is a winner bracket matchup worth reiterating as well, but still, I'd like to stay alive here with those 2 TI spots on the line here for South America. So you can see the players kind of warm it up as we're going to be loading into game number 2 now. Getting those fingers ready, stretching the face out. Scratches that need be, because you got game 2 coming up here. You got to be focused.
Yeah, you need to be. It's time to be in the zone. I'm already looking at like some level 1 trading. I think VivoKey's level 1 is disgustingly strong. You have Venge Stun, you have Tusk, you have the Visage, Soul Assumption. Thunder Awaken, their level 1 is not as good, so they're probably going to be looking more at dodging around a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, so we'll see how aggressive VivoKey is. We'll say as we're loading into game number 2 here, we'll show you guys in a second. We got the 5-player smoke immediately coming out from VivoKey. So they are already hunting with the intentions of maybe finding somebody going to their jungle currently, but headed to the right side of the map. Both Doom and Mirana in the area. Of course, Mirana could get leap if she finds herself in a dangerous situation, but looks like Thunder gonna take your word and play pretty defensive here.
That does make sense as well. Thunder, they have the Watcher, so they have a good position here where they break and then they see it. So honestly, nicely done by them, kind of understanding the situation where, okay, we just chill back here. If they run into Faceless Void, he can time walk away. So all in all, both teams just kind of understanding what their current power spikes are, being level 1.
So good job picking up on that. Now they're just going to stare each other down. But yeah, so much hype around this Nature's Prophet in the hands of MJZ right here. Again, the most banned hero throughout these qualifiers by far. Seems like a hero that's certainly going to get a lot of attention in this current patch, being the TI patch. So first time that we get to happen to witness it actually in gameplay.
Yeah, so let's see.
Yeah, right? It's like all this hype. I mean, I'll not see it now.
Better deliver.
Yeah.
Okay, Rune.
Oh, fighting for the rune. And again, mentioned level 1, really strong for VKS. So Thunder Awaken, did they overstep? Oh, Nature's Prophet, nice good arrow. It keeps them alive. Whew.
Yeah, that was just a free first blood, but good arrow. FCR is still kind of looking, but will not find. So yeah, first blood dodge. They still got 2 bounty runes, and both Pango and Tusk are pretty low HP. So yeah, I would consider that a big victory here for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah. Nature's Prophet, of course, going to have to waddle back to base and get that regen on, but he'll be joining his teammate Faceless Void up at the top lane here in a second. Managing to avoid what seemed to be certain death there thanks to his teammate at the beginning. So all 3 lanes, they are now setting up. You see Nature's Prophet TPing back in. Going to be providing some nice slippers of agility to his teammates. So that was the benefit, I suppose, of him happening to have to go back to regen. Kind of played the courier for Faceless Void.
I guess if Void can get to solo XP, it's also kind of okay for him. Like, this lane is more like you try to do the best you can before Visage hits level 6. Like, delay that as long as possible. You can win it until then, but if the birds come in at a good time, I think you're going to have to kind of dodge this lane, I think, if you're Thunder Awaken as Sprout. Just a lot of damage.
Yep, there you go. Sprouts up, and Visage, that with the Blightstone. Auto attacks coming out of Nature's Prophet is taking some good damage, so has to be careful of that. Respect it, certainly.
Oh, creep blocked.
Oh, King RD. Yeah, he's getting pretty low. So yeah, Faceless Void, he's having a pretty cozy time right now, thanks to his teammate. It goes back to the, like you said, Visage. before he gets level 6, maybe stronger than he's been in the past, certainly, but at the same time, he still likes those familiars to have his presence.
Yeah, and Void is just kind of good against Visage, at least early on in the lane, right? We've talked about time walks, we've talked about the time dilation, so you don't really care. As bottom lane, I guess it should be very farm intensive as well for both sides. I don't really think either team should win it super hard, so a bit more of a farm trade, I would say.
You do see Doom has the mana burn ability currently, that with the mana aura, so using that frequently to keep them in check, but still not preventing damage coming out and having to fall back and pop some regen. Vengeful running in there trying to deny it, but we'll take a little bit off, I suppose, thanks to the Wave of Terror. But yeah, Gyrocopter, Costabile. I'm fairly cozy right now, keeping his distance, using those flat cannons the second they come off. I mean, Illich, he's taking some good damage here.
Yeah, a lot of it. Yeah, sticks.
Okay, I guess stick charges help, but Magic Missile and Wave of Terror are ready.
Yeah, it's got to be at least a little careful. But yeah, this lane is pretty chill, right? You've got the Gyro Venge, you can always Wave of Terror, push it with Flat Cannon. King RD in a bit of trouble. And something else about the support, Nature's Prophet, like what they did already on the 2-minute Water Rune. You tell your mid player, yo, you go to this rune, I TP to the other one, 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Oh, I'm going to go Suicide here. If I get it, that's cool. If I die, then whatever.
We talked about with Underlords, similar concept there. Using those Fiend Gates to protect those objectives, specifically the Wisdom Runes. And Nature's Prophet, of course, could do that by himself. So Illich, again, a lot of damage at the bottom lane. But mid lane, taking a look there real quickly, it was very even as expected. I mean, slight advantage now for the Ember Spirit. 19-4 compared to the 15-2 of Pango, as Pango Handlock having to be a bit defensive there with the Swashbuckle, but he's good to go. There is Marauder rotating mid, though.
Yeah, they're doing some good stuff, right? So they stole the Water Rune. Now they also took away the Bounty Rune. They know that Analog is kind of low, so now he has to make a choice. Do I go back to base and refill my own bottle, or do I contest this Rune with low HP, which honestly could result in him dying?
Knight, he's sitting here waiting for the right moment. Does he go for the arrow? There's the leap in. Not going to go for the long range. Oh, the shackle's just missing.
Slightly off the mark. Lost a little bit there on the RNG. I don't know if he had enough mana to also slide a fist, because then he could have maybe insured it. But either way, just some Water Rune trading. As yeah, Prophet has won the 2 games that he has been picked.
Well, bottom Doom is actually taking some good damage once again. The homing missile, it's up, and he might be in trouble. The flat cannon attacks, well played by Costabile. Turning around, however, KJ needs to be careful. KJ goes down, but he got the first blood first, right before. So very worth it for the Vengeful, although close call there.
And they also got Illich killed, which is a big deal. Like, the more you can slow down a lot of these offlaners, it will help your carry to stay there. And currently Illich is struggling. 12-0 in the CS. That's not good.
This is not the Doom that we've come to see in recent history. Again, maybe there's some changes there, so have an impact perhaps. But yeah, his early CS, early farm is not good.
Not at all. So he's gonna have to look to recover, get some couple levels on this Devour going. But for now, it's not the best start.
I guess were there some changes that actually nerfed his early farm, or not really?
No, not as far as I'm concerned. Like, he still has the same Devour, sure. It's been nerfed like over a couple of the patches before, but not in the most recent 2 patches.
Interesting, yeah. So it's definitely a struggle there.
Yeah.
Certainly surprising. Mid lane again, Mirana setting up. It is nighttime currently. They did have a ward in this area, though, so I don't know if that saw her coming over. It looks like it might have. Not as sneaky as she wants to be.
Oh, they got Illich again. Nice move down to bottom. Just bring a 3rd hero. Just do it again.
And again, that goes back to, I think that's because also they saw Mirana rotating mid. So they know that he's by himself. Yeah. Then the 3rd one in with King RD, get the easy kill. And now Mirana has to be careful. 6-minute runes coming in. TP here from Nature's Prophet in the backline. So does Pango, though. Pango's like, all right, let's go. The Magic Missile connects. One more attack. That's going to be the end of Nature's Prophet. King RD cannot get away. The snowball almost saving him. Not to be. Good leap from Knight. He'll survive as well.
I like that Venge is just a better hero. Like, even just a Wave of Terror with heroes like Pango and like a Gyro in your lane, even an offlane Visage, you also give them the Aura. Like, I don't know, Venge is just like such a cool hero. And they're using it really well already in this game.
Yeah, even a level 2, the -4.
Yeah.
armor reduction, but really, yeah, 100 damage as well. That definitely is not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, this spell has like, it does 4 or 5 of different things. It gives you vision, it minus armor, it damages, it helps you push the wave, it lowers their damage. Like, okay.
Seems pretty good, yeah.
Sure, man.
Press one button, do all those things. Sure, I'll take it. Oh, he's gonna need to do a lot more than Wave of Terror right here. 4 heroes coming to chase him down. Oh, he tried to get himself denied, but Illich manages to get the last hit in there. So that's a support Vengeful, but the Wisdom Rune Control also coming into play, and both teams managed to get their own there.
Okay, so it's just a little bit of a trade, but we have FCRs getting closer to what he wants. His Knight getting snowballed on.
Oof, just out of range. Good Sprout, eats right through it though. Blood Grenades out, Knight. 4 more seconds, also has stick charges, but Time Walk is going to be ready to go. Needs to use it there. Heavy nuke coming out from Visage.
Yeah, I do like the... I mean, sometimes we see phases for it's like they max bash, but I think maxing Time Walk, at least in this case, just allows you to stay here. You get hit, you get Soul Assumption, you Time Walk back out. Maybe once they get Chrono, like they could look for a type of play where you use it once, you kill the Visage, in the meantime, slay them. Arrow off the mark.
Yeah, Pango, Swashbuckle slightly missed there, but yeah, they get the kill on Ember Spirit.
Are you okay?
And now Knight and the Mirana just simply has to walk away. But yeah, the rotation again. Vengeful Spirit there. Level 3 Magic Missile. It's going to hit right here as well to leap, but a little too far now.
I mean, KJ has he's got some really good moves in these early games with not even the easiest like rotating heroes, right? He did it with the Tree and Protector the other day. He's doing it with Venge today, being in the right place at the right. He's top hero damage in this game as a 5.
Yeah. Only 8.5 minutes in, just about, but it's still very impressive stuff. And there's gonna be more damage coming out because the arrow does connect, but Pango's a little too tanky and he has the support. Sleight of Fist, it gets low. Ember Spirit, the snowball save as well. Goes to MJC. Pango does fall though. They trade eye for an eye there. Swap play into the tower range. KJ, he's getting low, but the damage reduction helping keep it alive just a little bit longer for a couple more auto attacks. Costa Belay will finish off MJZ. Vengeful fall as well. We got a lot of action here in the mid lane, man.
Yeah, a lot of it. I mean, Nature's Prophet just has such an easy time to rotate here, and with the bonus damage from the TP, it's actually the only reason why they ended up even getting the kill on Pango. But just a 2-for-2 trade. Costa Belay, he is the winner out of all of these trades. He's just farming away.
Doom manages to get a little bit of free farm in the meantime, thanks to that rotation that he was not involved in. So there is that benefit there, and he is getting close to finishing a Hand of Midas now, so typical Doom stuff there. As top lane, slayed him, runs into a couple, Remnant 4, the snowball, onto Mirana, trying to help Pango get out. Our first Chronosphere of the game, the Familiar sent in. The damage not the most over Faceless Void. He has to be careful himself. They do end up killing Tusk, and MJC also joined the party and slayed him once more. Remnant 4, double kill for Knight on the Mirana, and they're going to take out Familiars as well. And I don't think one of them.
Getting one of the Familiars is also a big deal, as the attack team minus attack speed aura was pretty annoying for Smiling Knight there in the Chrono. Not being able to get the kill, but either way, he's got enough homies around, still get both of the kills, so nicely done.
The seeds of fortune.
And we now hit 10 minutes into the game. A double damage rune spawns top, and Tusk is trying to go for it, but he can't get there in time. Good protection from Mirana. Ember Spirit will bottle that one up. He's got Orb Corrosion, but yeah, already 7 to 6 hero kills, 13 kills at 10 minutes into the game. We've certainly had plenty of action here in game number 2. It's a matter of who that's favoring so far. I mean, you look at the net worth, Gyrocopter is just still doing his own thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing great. I do think the scaling is pretty nice with Thunder Awaken, but for now, I think it doesn't tell us too much about the game, because like the next couple minutes are just really important, how the game progresses, who's going to be able to do what. Because for now, it looks like the Thunder Awaken is just going to whittle away this mid tower. You've got a DD on this Ember, and as we've seen so many times, he's the king of the mid lane.
Top lane. Finds himself up here, trying to go for the play on the King RD. Needs to respect that damage though. Swashbuckle connect, and KJ in good position has a swap as well if need be. Uphill attack, it's barely alive, but the Swashbuckle does take him out. King RD also gonna fall thanks to the Sprout Trap. Analog has to run away from Mirana. Nature's Prophet ultimate bouncing around, but he will be cut down by another Swashbuckle. Analog ends up with a double kill, and Costa Billy will help take out the top tower. By the way, prioritizing the Crystallis on the Gyrocopter before an Axe here.
I kind of like that. I feel like if you get away with it, it enhances your farming speed, at least from what I understand. I also believe that Chrysalis was buffed in like a prior patch. So kind of checks out. You've got the Spark of Courage as well. So already a lot of damage coming out. And bit of a costly mistake by Thunder Awaken, as Illich also in a lot of trouble.
He's dead trouble.
Yeah, he's just dead. Nicely done.
This Prophet's like, I'm here, but just a little bit too late. Yeah, that's very well played. The trap, no chance for Doom to get out of there. And guess Kostabile yet again involved. He's 2-0-3. He's already got a couple components of the Ags. You mentioned the enhanced farm. I mean, even without the Chrysalis, this would still be a solid Ags timing with it, especially. That's big.
Yeah, just like Doom does kind of hate Tusk. Like he gets on top of you, he locks you down. You have low armor early on, so the tag team is really good. Just makes it so easy for Gyro to get his kill. Look at his net worth, 7,400 at 12.
Yeah.
This is, yeah, I think we've got another Gyrocopter who's just going to be staying at the top of the net worth.
Like I said it as well in the draft, I mean, a little surprising, especially after the first game, what we've been seeing of this hero, that he was made it all the way to the 3rd pick for the team. All those bans, so it was like 10 bans at that point that went through, or even a couple picks beforehand. But hey, Vivo Keats certainly happy that they ended up with a Gyrocopter, and it is paying dividends so far. So Thunder Awaken needing to figure out how they're going to deal with that. Of course, Doom with his ultimate looking for the positioning, but more so Faceless Void and a good Chronosphere could certainly and be the end of Gyrocopter as well.
Yeah, he just needs Void is generally the hero that needs more time. Is King RD this time around? Could be in some trouble. Does get chained. No arrow though, so probably just going to be okay.
Don't want to go too far with that snowball, and King RD turns around. Arrow connects though. Doom is
nice
Chronosphere gets one. Swap out from the Vengeful, but the Doom is applied to Gyrocopter as we're talking about it. Sure enough, Thunder Awaken shows it off. However, we're not done just yet. Rolling Thunder from Analog. He wants some revenge for his fallen teammate. Vincent also showing up. Doom, he's going to fall. Faceless Void. Not much more he can do but run. Ember Spirit, he's trying to get out. He has another Remnant. Gonna make the play with it to the left, but the Visages,
so
Familiar's even in pursuit. Yeah, the Grave Chill and everything else just keeping him too slow.
Yeah, the Grave Chill and the Solar Crest, the start of, my god, yeah, the start of that looked so good. You get this Chrono off, you swap him out, but Pango still ends up in the Chrono anyway, but so much damage like after the fact with your Visages coming in cleanly.
So yeah, I mean, as great as that start was, I mean, Gyrocopter's back up already after all of that. They got several big kills as a team, and he's back to farming. His net worth is still very impressive on top there. So, I mean, Analog having another very solid performance.
SCR. This will be a big one.
Teammates, I thought they were starting to rotate down there, but they're not actually. So this is just on his own completely, and he is going to be run down.
Uh-oh, if he loses these Familiars too, he just summoned them.
Yep.
Costly death, very costly. At least his team was able to take the mid tower in the meantime. But yeah, that is definitely a big swing.
Plenty of action in this game, KZoo, but while we're in a little bit of a lull here, I want to talk about a couple things. First one being Faceless Void going the Midas. Does that make sense to you here, this game?
Yeah. I think it seems like the most normal build right now. It's going to give you the attack speed, of course, the XP that you want, because Void has some really crucial talents, and we talked about it. They've got the scaling. If they can get to the later stages, you've also got a double Midas. If this game stays like this, I think they'll be pretty happy in like 15 minutes from now.
Sure. I mean, they're going to, you mentioned the double Midas, they're going to have double Maelstrom as well. Both Ember Spirit and Faceless Void also go in the Maelstrom. So yeah, there's a lot of farm to come for these heroes, and as impressive as Gyrocopter's farm is right now, you know that gap is figures it's probably going to start closing though. But yeah, Kostabile is still very impressive. He is now working on a BKB as he's got the Ags finished.
They should be aiming for a Roshan, I think, pretty soon on VK. You've got, it looks like they might be doing it now even. You have like 3 different or 4 different instances of like minus armor with Lucky Shot, Solar Crest, Wave of Terror, and whatever you have. So pretty easy one for you. Give it to your Gyro, clean out some more towers and Thunder Awaken. They don't really care. They're just going to keep farming.
The question is, he doesn't have the PKB, but with this Aegis, do you see VKS making that point of, hey, they're still farming on the other side. They don't necessarily want to fight yet. Do they just get aggressive here?
Yeah, for sure. I think you can like even do both. Like your Gyro could, he can go and hit this top tower, and in the meantime, like you could try to go somewhere else with your team. Because generally at this stage of the game, you know Thunder Awaken will not defend. They just want to farm. That's
Well,
okay.
VKS, there we go. The smoke plays up.
Okay, they're looking
Really
for
hunting.
something.
Look at MJZ trying to drawing a square circle even around the area, so it's clearly Thunder Awaken is aware that something's up. And in fact, the Moonlight Shadow's even going to be used on the other side. Very defensive as they should be.
Well, yeah, at this
Remember.
point, it's kind of on VKS to try and find picks, where Thunder are kind of happy if the game is chill.
He's going to remnant away. Yeah, very close call. Snowball into Marana, but I don't think Tusk is going to commit. Running in.
Oh, that's the wrong neighborhood, my friend.
Awkward. Yeah, hey, we've all been there.
Oh,
Accidentally
for sure.
turned the other way at the last second and leaped that way as a result. So.
That's okay. I mean, they'll continue to try and keep the map in a good place and slowly get towards some of these tier 2s. As I like that Illich changed up his item build. He had a Crimson Guard queued up, but I think going Crimson here, I don't know if I like it. Because even if you finish Crimson, is your team fighting ready? I don't think so. So just build items that also allow you to just keep accelerating your farm.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, as you said, accelerating right now. He has been second in net worth quite a bit. He's still a bit behind the Jarrow, but obviously Jarrow's just had a phenomenal farm himself, and in fact almost has the BKB finished. But yeah, it does queue up the Crimson Guard once again after finishing the Octarine Core, but putting priority into the Octarine Core first at least.
Okay, at least we've got the Nature's Prophet Shard. I feel like this is where the hero's mid-game gets a lot better. It said it was the first time that this hero's bought it. I guess maybe they won the other games too fast and he's only been picked twice, but this Shard is really annoying to play against.
Displaying them in the fog, slowing them. Yeah, that seems pretty damn annoying.
Yeah.
Play against there.
Like you get to see them, you damage them, you slow them, so just more of the annoying stuff where you just TP in, just kind of just turn more into a nuisance.
Yeah. Vivo Kid has been making a statement of controlling the dire side of the map, at least on the right side here. They've got some very aggressive vision. So they certainly are trying to, be the aggressors to that point, as we talked about with the Aegis. But obviously good defensive posture from Thunder Awaken. Now, as I say this, another 5-player smoke mid lane. Marana going for the catch. There's a swap. Double leap. It's not going to matter, though. So it's a support Marana, but still a kill's a kill. And going to go mid tier 2 now.
It is time to take some of these tier 2s, because I think for now they have not gotten enough out of this Aegis, but another kill into this tier 2, maybe you can transform it into like another tier 2 tower, then you'll be pretty okay as MJZ is being hunted. It's probably just dead.
Yeah, another hero kill and another tower kill. That's starting to seem pretty good now.
Picking up the pace.
Now, yeah, it really is. I mean, that's going to be the observatory or the outpost more so. Going to be controlled for them as well. So yeah, they ping the bottom tier 2. That's all I was saying. I mean, they might as well go for this too. They still have a minute 30 really left on the Aegis.
I mean, it's all pretty much kind of free real estate. Like, I think until the Aegis is gone, I don't really see Thunder Awaken wanting to fight you. FCR's got the Axe, like the build for this game.
The stealthy Visage. Slide comes through, but Emberspear's like, wait a second. He had those spider senses tingling the Sentry War nearby. But it just didn't matter in the end.
Okay,
That's a great catch.
Yeah, now suddenly, maybe they didn't get enough earlier, but now a couple kills, tier 2, another couple kills, another tier 2, now another kill, so things starting to ramp up.
Doing the DJ Khaled here, another one.
Another
one coming through. I can't believe I just made that reference. Anyways, Gyrocopter, 40 more seconds on the Aegis. Still, I mean, yeah, absolutely.
We're going for more.
Aegis here. Why not go for more? Another one. Marana's dead, and this is tier 3. We're 20 minutes into this game.
I like it.
They're already getting tier 3. They're not stopping this. Well, maybe.
These guys, they just want to keep farming. Well, screw them. Go lose your base, idiots. What you gonna do now?
It's a good strategy. Seems pretty legitimate.
Well, we're killing. It's Torment time, so we have a shard on Tusk once more. Get the Giga Eye shard.
Oh, he's like, oh, guys, okay. I was going to say, it's 5 seconds on the Aegis. This is going to be close, but there we go. He will pop it. 2,800 more gold saved up. So, yeah, I mean, sure, Thunder Awaken, obviously, it's clear what their strategy is. Farm,
very clear.
Scores. But, man, I mean, props to Vivo Kid. They are playing it appropriately themselves, because this Gyrocopter, he's going to start feeling pretty beastly.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of gonna stay that way. I like that you have the Ags on the Visage. You know that all they're gonna do is split you. So what do? Build items that allow you to catch them. So that checks out. Analog has the Ags now, the Shard already as well. So I don't really see. I mean, he's gotta get doomed or Chrono to die, but for now, Thunder Awaken have not been able to find anything really. They're just farming creeps.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to FCR here on the Visage. Ags is certainly not like the go-to obvious choice every single game on this hero, but in a game like this, where the game state, you know, you want to be aggressive, and it fits that mold, though, as we even saw with the kill that they're able to have on Ember Spirit, that they're looking to have action. They're looking to make fights and make plays happen with ganks and whatnot. So the Ags certainly a valuable tool for that to enhance off of.
Yeah,
RD.
Now, if you're Thunder Awaken, I wonder when they will look to fight back. I mean, if you ever get the map in a good state, of course you have Moonlight Shadow to like try and fight back. Maybe you use a Chrono real quick, a Doom before Roche is up, just get a free kill and go back to farming. Because I think you want to have more of like a back and forth. You farm for a while, get good waves, make a play, and then do it again. For now, I feel like they have only one mode, and it's only creeps. So I'm looking at like, can they find a little opening? Because it's getting a little scary.
And Nature's Prophet, we talked about the Shard. He's actually going to just build right into an Ags next, so the buffed up Wrath of Nature. Certainly some good damage, but yeah, it continues to be the same thing for Thunder Awaken. I mean, everyone, literally everyone, even the supports are just solo farming wherever they can on the map right now. But the overall net worth lead still belongs to the side of Vivo Key. The full Daedalus finished by Gyro. Another 1,700 gold even saved up on top of that. Roshan, 45 seconds on the red timer, so, you know, at least probably about a minute and a half or so, if not longer. Yeah. But
we've got drums. Yeah, I mean, Roche will be kind of like the next thing on the deck, right? I would say for Vivo Kid, they could look to keep aggressing until it spawns. I feel like you don't have to slow it down too much. And yeah, Gyrocopter's 3,200 HP at this time of the game. That seems a little absurd to me, but, you know, it is what it is.
That's insane. Holy crap.
Yeah, it is.
That's crazy with the strength power to even non-strength. He's still at 3,000 plus, and here's another Tormentor. So on their side, that's going to be the Shard going, looks like over to KJ, playing the Vengeful, excuse me.
Don't worry.
Missile bounced 2 Vs. Around. Those Vs, difficult.
Yeah. Very nice Shard.
Yeah, nice Shard for him with the Magic Missile bouncing around. But yeah, son, the items production showing a couple times here. One, even that Daedalus on Gyrocopter, the fastest by even a couple of minutes that we've seen in this event on Gyrocopters. Again, his farm is just super impressive this game.
I also like the fact that, at least for now, he's been skipping the Satanic, right? So we touched on the fact that when you get doomed nowadays, you don't heal anymore. So for the people that aren't fully aware, Doom has been changed. You can now use your items. You cannot use your spells, but you can use your items, and you cannot be healed or lifesteal in any way. So
sure, building
Satanic or having your teammates build Vlads for you, it's kind of worthless. So it's good of him to like just straight up skip it.
Yeah. You got the activatable BKB, and you have items that are going to do plenty, even though you're doomed. So, I mean, that begs the question, Casey. If you're doomed, who are you prioritizing here?
I guess it depends. So if the idea is to just full on kill the Gyro, then I think you will just doom him and you drop everything, because he is generally all of their damage. I think if you're looking to more so ignore him, I think dooming the Pango is pretty sick. Like, just take the rollout, get him out of the game. He doesn't have too many like good usable items, as there's a big smoke.
Here's the clash, the opening, they catch Visage, they don't even realize it, but they also get Tusk on top of that. In the backlands, MJZ is here as well. Wrath of Nature bounces through Doom himself. He's going to run away, but Tusk goes down. MJZ is found, though. Nature's Prophet dead. The flat cannon auto attacks with Gyrocopter, speaking with a lot of damage. They are respecting him, but now the reset. They're going to throw. There's the swap out, though, from Vengeful, with the Doom up on Gyro. It's going to be wearing off now, so he's going back in, looking to do that damage. They're trying to go Faceless Void gets locked down to death, but Gyrocopter also killed off, actually. Mirana helped to come back and buyback for Nature's Prophet. Doom manning up against Pango because he has to. Pango trying to do enough damage to stop, though. It is enough. Analog manages to somehow find it. The Sprout Trap. MJZ, this is a buyback, remember. If he dies, make it a dieback. There we go. He's out for 70. The tips coming through for Analog because, yeah, he definitely gives people a good shot here as far as winning the fight at the end. But, oh, Mirana Almost a turn.
Ah, these games are crazy. I heckin' love it. There's so much back and forth. Like, they're not sure if they should go in. They do go in with the Chrono. He gets swapped out, but then the fight continues. It's like a 4-for-4 trade. But yeah, these kills, like when you play this kind of solo core lineup, Analog getting all these kills is so big.
Like I was saying, you saw the starting again. They didn't even realize they got Visage. They ended up getting Tusk though. But the patience on the Chronosphere, though, again, perhaps wanting to wait long enough for maybe a swap being used earlier, but it wasn't. So obviously, Vengeful deserving credit there. Here's that reset, though. The Doom wearing off goes back in, but there's that swap immediately. And I mean, yes, they still killed Gyro in the end, but getting that swap off obviously delayed quite a bit and allowed him to do even more auto attacks, as you saw right there. I mean, for his death.
Analog is pretty annoying. Like, if you pop this Manta on your Faceless Void and the Pango's not in a Chrono, he can Swashbuckle, he can Shield Crash, he will line it up with the Axe to, like, maybe even try and disarm you. So, yeah, I think VKS, they're just really strong. And now this is, this Roche is just uncontestable.
Yeah, no way you're stopping this. That's free Aegis for Gyro, who's not even here yet, but I'm sure they're going to leave it for him. Want to make sure this doesn't get it ninja'd, and it doesn't look like that'll be the case. So Gyro, swaps out the Falcon Blade. Cheese on Pango. I'm sure VKS is looking just to reset and go now.
I mean, absolutely, right? Like, they're just strong enough. Chrono is down for, I think, a little bit more. There's just more items that they need on this dire team. Like, the BKB and maybe another damage item and level 20 on Void. I feel like that's kind of what you want to play for, but you know, that relies on VKS not just speeding up the game.
Exactly, I was going to say. I mean, that's also relying on how the other team plays. And right now, if Vivo Kid wants to, and it certainly looks like they are, that they're going to force a response. So Chronosphere is ready now. It just came off cooldown, so at least they have that. A BKB also just delivered to the Faceless Void.
This is a fast push, my friends.
It is absolutely speedy. They're going to get another fortification used. Gyro, though, he's level 20 as well, by the way. Flat cannon damage upgraded.
Oh, good bait. Good arrow.
Yeah, Gyro, no Chrono yet. Trying to bait a swap. Getting low, the Aegis, of course, in hand, but he might have it. There's the swap finally, and you know Faceless is looking now.
They're still eyeing. Oh, that could be a big one.
They go? No.
Okay, very patient.
They choose to play it safe.
Okay, fine enough.
I don't know, man.
It's a tough choice to make. I would be down if they go, but yeah, someone must have, because you only have 1 second. The guy that's yelling yes or back, he's making the call. And I think you've only got that one, so.
Oh, man, but it's like no swap. They have Chronosphere. It's like, that's your time.
You can probably blow everything and kill the Gyro at least, I think, right, with Doom and Chrono. But yeah, they decide to chill for a bit. They're just hoping to, you know, continue to delay the game. Only half a level away from the level 20 talent on Faceless Void, which has always been just a game changer. 95 attack speed is just, you just get like a free Mask of Madness, half a Moon Shard. Why not? It's really strong. Well, straight up Smoke.
Very good upgrade. Yeah, Smoke once again, though. They've used plenty of these on Vivo Kid's side, and all 5, they're going for somebody. Doom is going to be that target, it looks like. Happens to be caught out just by himself, isolated, no buyback. Never mind, he just got the gold for it, go figure. Now they're pushing top yet again. But no Aegis this time, so he does have Cheese in hand.
Okay.
You got to be careful.
I mean, yeah, he's dead for a while. He's got the Cheese, but if there's a buyback that is set up nicely with the Doom, again, remember, you cannot be healed, so Cheese will not work either. But of course, this swap is really an all. They find them.
That's big. Nature's just dead. Buyback on Doom. Oh, but the stop on Faceless, he went in for a play. He has the BKB, the Chronosphere panic right there. Vengeful finally gets the swap out, and finally not realizes that's a lost cause. He did not want to fight this anymore. At least like that. The Rax.
That is just at least one, yeah. What a nice push.
That was the familiar stuns. They stunned Faceless Void as he was, you could tell he was running in to initiate for sure. And he just got stunned by the familiars, and that forced the panic.
Yeah, just something small like this, and even just scouting in the first place to find Tenacious Prophet out there as well. To like start all of it. Putting themselves in a great spot.
Gyrocopter. Even building up into a Satanic now, so you keep going back to it. Sure, he can't be healed with a Doom on him, but I mean, it's still very useful to, even if he gets doomed and you have a Satanic, it's obviously, it beefs you up quite a bit. It's a lot of life you get from it too.
Or like even before you get doomed, like maybe they start with a chrono and you keep healing with like your little side gunner. So like, you know, eventually I think it's good you went to all these other items first, but at this point, you won't always be doomed or you'll be doomed late. So yeah, still pretty good. Now just, sure, second racks.
Here we go, Tower's dead. Ooh, oh, he missed the stomp though. He gets the Doom off, swap coming out. Faceless Void doesn't have chrono for another 50 seconds, by the way, but Ember Spirit on top of the down chop. They're all in. MJC also teleports in. Jarcopter's dead. No, he has a buyback actually. He is going to use it. He's going to teleport back in the best he can. Meanwhile, in the midst of that though, Tusk is going to fall, slate him. He's being locked down by Pango, however. Too much damage to handle, and Ember Spirit's dead, but the buybacks continue to rain in. Knight, you're on Faceless Void. No Quota Spirit again, still for another 35 seconds, having a BKB and walk it off. I mean, everyone's technically alive right now.
Okay, this is these are ballsy buybacks, but I can support it. They have no Doom, no Chrono Forbidden. You still have to cheese, but I think you've got to push forward here. You have to make use of these buybacks, which they are.
They are now. Chrono's up in 10. You gotta jump at the sprout right there. Checking the racks best he can.
Oh, the birds. That's racks number 2. I think you gotta go for next.
Swap is ready though too. So
Power's low. No glyph too.
You gotta go. If you're faceless, I mean, this is mega creeps.
Yeah, I think you have to find a way to fight.
Yep.
Okay.
Chrono. Got Pango as well. The swap does eventually come, so Ventral's gonna end up dying. Nice lockdown on the Gyrocopter as well, but no, now he turns around the Black Hand, and the call down is going to be used on top of that buyback from Ventral's running back in the fight. And Ventral's gets the Doom off just before. He cannot cheese, remember. Oh no, that's going to be a tieback. Gyrocopter's dead for 110 seconds, so they get the mega creeps, but it comes at a cost, KZU.
Oh god. These games are crazy. Well, they did get it. I'm still down for the overall. Ooh. Yo, that arrow was raising off his hair, that's for sure. Holy. I mean, okay, so your gyro had to die twice, but you did trade it off for megas. I'll probably still consider that a victory.
Yeah. I mean, mega's pretty good. And
yeah,
I see right here again. Good. They had to commit at this point. It was a good chrono. It caught Pango as well. That was actually the big key there. And he dropped off to the thinking that he's good, and then the Doom at the last second, right before he dies. Well played by Illich, at least, but...
Oh, everyone queue up the Maelstroms. It is time to play against Megas.
Yeah, what do we have? Yeah, Faceless Void. No, he's not going for one, but obviously...
Yeah, he's already got the Mjolnir.
Nature's Prophet, I meant, yeah. But Faceless Void and Ember Spirit already have it.
Yeah. We'll probably see maybe a third one come out eventually in this game. We have a Desolator coming out on Slaydom as well. Okay, sure. Some bonus physical damage, I guess. Perhaps like also into the Chrono, help your Void finish off these targets. Okay.
Yeah. It's that single target, just kill that Gyrocopter at all costs. He is the raid boss here. It's understandable that that's what they're looking at. But yeah, I mean, Pango, his farm's also very impressive. He is actually second in net worth overall.
Oh, Analog just putting on a show again. He was really good in game 1. He is very good in game 2 on Pango again. So just, yeah, this man's Pango is a little bit scary.
It's pretty good. The reason why they first picked it. Tormentor, it's going to be killed off on the side of Thunder Awaken. That'll be a shard going towards Mirana. Leap upgrade coming into play.
Yeah, one of the... I'm still not the biggest fan of the shard personally. Maybe if you're a core, which generally core Mirana isn't as good, but you know, free shards, we'll usually not say no to that.
Yeah. Obviously with Mega Creeps, the map control being dominated by Vivo Kid.
Yeah.
And Roshan's up now. We saw the respawn kicking in there, so currently up top, and it's going to be there for the next 4 minutes. I'm sure they're going to go for that eventually on the side of Vivo Kid.
Okay, so Nature's Prophet has a Maelstrom queued up because he will likely need it. So now you're playing against Mega Creeps. You're also going to be playing against an Aegis and a Cheese, most likely. Maybe even buybacks, because if you're Vivo Keith, you know if Thunder Away can defend their base, it's because you're getting doomed, you're getting chronoed. So if you just have buybacks with the Aegis, I feel like you can probably just end with that.
And as long as you're positioning appropriately with Vengeful Spirit, as he has been the whole game, then
he's been doing really well.
It does feel like on paper it should be a route towards concluding this game officially, but we just had that game 1, KZoo, that we're coming off of that could have said the same thing about that one, and boy oh boy did that almost go the other way. So
we will just have to wait and see, because anything can happen.
Yeah, it sure can.
It's only a 3k lead. 85%, yeah, I would say that is somewhat realistic. You can definitely see Thunder Away can hold their ground and fight back. We talked about the scaling. It's still there. It doesn't stop.
Very true. Buyback situation. It's still another 2.5 minutes for Gyrocopter before his buyback is going to be ready. So they're factoring that in as well. So perhaps that's even also why they haven't committed towards doing a Roshan yet. Kind of playing around that timing. I mean, again, they know that Thunder Awaken just literally has to send their base. And I honestly, yeah, tier 4 items actually now started to drop at 37 minutes. So that's another thing.
Okay, so next tier of items. Maybe you get some Boots of Bearing on the Visage to upgrade your drum charges as well. I don't really know what else you kind of want to wait for. You can analog. Let's find MJC here. And he shall die.
Eventually. Right?
Eventually. They got him.
I mean, we know this hero's strong right now, but no way he should survive that.
Certainly not. You would need to have a new skill called Disconnect the Enemy. That would be a pretty powerful one.
Hard to play around that one.
Yeah, that's a rough one to deal with. So we get the... we saw this before. Was it also King RD? This one team is winning. Tusk gets Ags. He kicks a guy out. The guy dies. GG is called. I would be down for that ending as well.
Yeah, that could be fun. He's got the ninja gear as well, so great setup there. Yeah, that would be fun to see, but no Ags yet for him.
Not yet.
Gyrocopter, another 3,800 gold saved up.
Yeah, everyone is just getting fat. Like, they're just using this map. They're out farming a double Midas and Devour, which, makes sense. They have Megas. They own everything.
He does. Yeah, he does. I didn't realize that. Yeah, he actually was purchasing it there.
Yeah. So it's coming.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
All right. Again, it's now what are we looking at for the buyback of Gyrocopter? 55 seconds. So under a minute remaining. Yeah, this is one of those games where the net worth doesn't mean anything. You have a team it's only 7,000, 6,000 net worth lead, but obviously they have mega creeps in their favor. They're controlling the whole map, so it's understandable why that win percentage is looking so good, 90%.
Yeah,
in favor of Vivo Key right now. So
sure, we're just farming the whole map. We'll continue to do everything. I think the Tormentors are down. I don't know, maybe make sure we have every buyback and every item we do want, and sure, farm up some more net worth.
Doom building refresher. He's trying to build a refresher, I should say, because farming mega creeps pushing into your base isn't necessarily the best way to do that, but he's got a hand of Midas at least. And yeah, that will be a great item to have if he's able to get that in the next couple of minutes, but that's going to be a stretch.
Well, if this is why they were waiting to kill Roche, because there's no way the Thunder Awaken can contest it, and now it's an Aghanim Scepter that you get instead of a Refresher Shard, then I like that they were waiting for it.
Oh, got you. That is interesting.
Because now, at least, instead of getting a Refresher Shard that your heroes don't really care about, you just get a free Ags on... Well, I guess you're vengeful because everyone else has it. So
I was gonna say that's a pretty good axe, but yeah, he actually is the only one. So.
Yeah. But I would say that after this and getting waves pushed in, I think you should go push Dire Base, or you can.
Yeah, there's almost no reason not to. You're obviously trying to finish the game in the end.
Yeah.
It's not over until the Ancient's destroyed. So why wait even more and let their scaling cores get even more fun. Like I said, the Doom Refresher is kind of the big one for me. If he manages to actually farm that,
Yeah, that one is actually
could be a pretty big deal. But it's going to take a while because he's dealing with mega creeps. He doesn't even have any of the components yet. Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Okay, let's see.
Double
we're
damage.
15k up. DD on the deck down bottom. With a bottle, of course, coming now, so you can hold that for a bit.
There he goes. He actually puts the Ags in his backpack for now. Swap that back in, though, after the use. So, yeah, we'll see if they truly decide to go for a push. I mean, so far, not there yet. You got Visage farming the jungle up down here. I don't know, I guess. Okay, he's trying to finish a Scythe. So that's another item that they would like to have, understandably.
No, we've got a Lincoln Sphere on KJ, I think, completed. So that's going to be good against, well, specifically the Doom. So I do think you can definitely look at some, maybe some 25 talent on Costa Belay, but can look at potentially looking at you run him in. He's going to hit some tier 4. Someone comes out of position. You kick him back. Just need to be aware of buybacks. Like, you know that Thunder Awakening have been farming for 15 minutes. If you don't think they have buybacks, you would be a fool.
Obviously they do. Level 25, our first one is Pango. He does get the Rolling Thunder cooldown.
Yep.
That's something else, though, that start becoming more relevant as well. But look at this. Look at this just charging on in.
Oh,
the aggressive swap, and Ember's dead. He mentioned he has a buyback, though. Doom's also in trouble. DKB stunned up, running back in, going for the Doom. Nope, that's the Lincolns. The Lincolns pop. They called it. However, Gyrocopter is still going to die. Good damage there with that Chronosphere. But now that that's down, Gyrocopter, he's feeling hungry for some kills. He turns around, pops everything, put it to the Black Cannon. Faceless Void has to time limp out immediately. Ember Spirit with a dieback right there. And as expected, this could be the beginning of the end now.
They are just so, even with Gyro, like, yeah, look at the damage, man. Holy shit.
Hey, you're dead. I mean, he buys back. They're fighting to the bitter end, but it's just all for a lost cause. Game number 3 is certainly in the making here, KZU, and that's nothing wrong with that. Well played by Vivo Key.
Absolutely not. No, they're just playing well, right? They had a good draft. We talked about the tempo that they could have, and they kind of showed. They just played well all around the map. They built good items, understanding what to do, have a good draft with like the Venge to back up your Gyro, and yeah, just looking good and clean. Just another 3-game series.
So taking a step back, again, guys, we're going to be going into Game 3 now. You see that celebration there of Vivo Key, understandable, knowing that they got that Game 3 ahead of them. A very basic perspective you can have is Gyrocopter's 2-0 in this series. Gyrocopter is the strongest carrier right now, as data has been telling us. If you don't have that first pick especially, I almost feel like you got to ban it, right? Or, deal with it somehow. Yeah,
you really need I think you got to have a better idea. But I do really like what Vivo Key did. Like, the coverage of the Venge looked really, really nice. So I'm a big fan of that. And I think also, I feel like Thunder Awaken, they didn't impress me as much in this game. I feel like by nature of draft, like, maybe you need to be too passive. I'm sure you have this idea against Gyro, but yeah, you got to scratch that one after this game.
This was still earlier on in the game, only 13 minutes in. You can see our first big Chronosphere really happening, and obviously able to deal with the Gyrocopter right there, but if I'm not mistaken, this is one where they even turned it in the long run. You see Analog popping that ultimate, and what seemed to be a good start killing the Gyrocopter ended up still being a successful fight for Vivo Kid. So yeah, even with the ability, it's that case of you got to spend so much to kill that Gyrocopter so many times throughout these fights.
Yeah.
That, yes, it's good to kill him, but during all of that time, you have, heroes like the Pango and the Visage doing plenty of damage themselves. And
these heroes, they also need, like Thunder Awaken's heroes, they need so much time, right? Doom and Void, some of the slowest heroes in the game. Nature's Prophet doesn't deal a lot of damage, and I just like that Vivo Key, like, they just abused that. They just played fast. They knew what they wanted to do. They stepped up their gameplay in that draft from game 1 to game 2, with both of them a little bit as well, and just, kind of showing, one game at a time.
Especially after that first game with the way it ended, where they had the chance to make the comeback and snatch defeat away from Thunder Awaken. Understandable that their mental state would have been a little hurt going into this one, but hey, they show that they shrugged it off. What happened, as we said. It's easy to say that, but harder to actually execute on that, and they certainly did. So we got a game 3 as a result, as we are looking at that final push right here to truly finish what was game number 2. But yeah, you look at the stat lines of both teams, and obviously impressive once again on the core side, especially. I mean, that Pango 12-1-16 Analog. You called it out several times throughout the game. I mean, he certainly had an impressive performance. But yeah, overall, good team effort once again on the side.
Yeah, they all played really well. I think KJ is also impressing me quite a bit. His early rotations, his positioning. But yeah, Analog, both games on Pango, doing well, good items, good team fighting. Always like the saving grace in the early game, but also in the team fights. Definitely, yeah, I feel like he's a standout player for me in this game.
Absolutely. FCR, his Visage, again, I go back to that Ags pickup that he also had. And the timing of that, it kind of made sense for this game, especially because of the pacing of it, how they wanted to play aggressive, as you were suggesting for them as well. It just made sense, and they capitalized with it. So you like to see that, you know, being logical there when it came to their picks of their draft, having that understanding of what they were up against and playing it appropriately. Because yeah, this was a very scale-heavy team on paper for Thunder Awaken, and they were really playing to that. I mean, double hand of Midas, all the Maelstroms. I mean, they were playing very passive, and this could have easily gone the other way if VKS wasn't, you know, if they didn't pick up on that. But they adapted with items such as that, and again, they deserve all the credit as far as their performance here. But yeah, as far as the MVP goes, again, I think Analog is
Mr. Analog for sure.
Agree on there. There you go. It's official. Yeah, the MVP deserving. And that's another hero where, again, they first picked it. And it's definitely a comfortable first pick hero because it is hard to counter him, as we talked about in the end. Minus a couple of heroes, so you could just span out anyways after. So, yeah, I would not be surprised to see Pango make an appearance here in Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely not. I feel like for either team, or I feel like if he's not picked, it's not because he's being left out. It's because a team is banning him. This hero is still just looking, I'll say, just incredibly strong. It just does so many different things. It lanes well. It helps your draft. It gives you a team fight. It gives you Roche. Like, it can itemize in so many different ways. And yeah, just a banger of a hero.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, another break is upon us here as we're going to be getting things set up for our third game. I mean, Casey, you think that momentum now of Vivo Kid is potentially going to be enough, or Thunder Awaken, will they come back? I mean, you leaning towards either way?
I'm kind of on Vivo Kid's side now, but I hope for Thunder Awaken that I would like them to bring the tempo to Vivo Kid. I think, like, just have some aggressive heroes and fight back. I don't want to see this, because it sucks a lot to lose in these games where you feel like you're not fighting back, and I think that's exactly what just happened. Because you're like, we need items, we need time.
Yeah.
You don't need that. Change your draft. You can go fight.
Gyrocopter being addressed, how he's going to be addressed is the very intriguing thing for me going into game number 3 right here. So we'll see. But ladies and gentlemen, we got that break coming up. I am Breaky CBK, joined by Kazu. South American Qualifiers, game 3, winner bracket coming up next. Stay tuned.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of the South American qualifiers here for TI-12. I'm Prinky CBK, joined by KZ once again. This is game number 3 of our first series here of the day, and what a series it's proven to be.
Yeah.
Definitely some very, very good finishes here, especially in that game 1. If you haven't missed it, check it out later. Point is, though, we got a game number 3 upon us here between Vivo Kid as well as Thunder Awaken, and it could definitely go either way.
Yeah.
KZ.
It's been a lot of back and forth. I do think we'll have more fighting this game as opposed to the last game. And I really like that Vivo Kid, what they showed me in the last game is like a lot of confidence. You run at your enemies, you make your plays the way you want, you push forward when you can, but when they like bought back decisively to then like push mid once more after the spells were down, I think that was a very crucial timing of the game. And that takes a lot of confidence to do that.
Yeah. Because he even did end up dying back in the end, but they got the mission done of getting the mega creeps. And once they got the mega creeps, obviously that really put themselves in a comfortable spot, even with the dieback.
Yeah.
Dealing with mega creeps when you're still only about 30 minutes or so into the game is a very, very difficult task. So, yeah, Thunder Awaken certainly tried, and they tried to persevere, but it was obviously too much when it was all said and done. So, yeah. Bold decision, making for bold and good results for Vivo Kid right there. So, but all right, again, as I said going into the break there, for me at least, Gyrocopter, how is this hero going to be addressed? It's 2-0 in this series. It's overall the best carry right now, according to the stats. I mean, just giving it up to the other team. So who has the first pick? It's Thunder Awaken has the first pick.
Yeah.
So does Vivo Kid give it up? We'll see.
I know this hero just seems really... I'm generally of the idea that any hero is beatable, and that is generally the case, but it also means like you're likely just making it harder for yourself by just not banning it, right? Like if a hero is so blatantly incredibly strong / overpowered, like you need to have a really good theory crafted idea that you've also tried, or you gotta ban it. As Thunder Awaken, they take out the Pango this time around and they'll get their hands on the Gyro.
Yeah, and I had a feeling this was going to happen as soon as we saw the Oracle ban for Vivo Kid, and that they banned Nature's Prophet, which, yeah, by the way, that was our first Nature's Prophet game, and there's so much hype around him. I mean, obviously it wasn't a losing effort, but I mean, I can still see why it's considered very strong right now, so it's understandable to ban the Nature's Prophet and then, yeah, just pick up the Gyro yourselves. So it's now up to Vivo Kid to figure out how they're going to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to show a different answer from what I've seen. Like, do you just Razor here and you lane it into it? Do you want to do some TB and then ban for it later? Like, are there any supports that make this hero's life like super hard? I don't know. I feel like there's not some support. Like, let's say you first pick Medusa and then they go Shadow Demon. It's like, oh yeah, you know, that's pretty annoying. But Gyrocopter, I don't know. I feel like supports don't interact with him all that much.
What about, like, I mean, oh, sure, Treant Protector overall just universally solid, can do a little bit there, has the lockdown with the ultimate, has the living armor to protect some damage. So I think that's like a solid option. I mean, Ancient Apparition was another hero that maybe was coming to mind as far as, you know, has like, a range, kind of a range stun.
Yeah, like you just need a condition where you eventually, like, you just need to kill this guy, where he just can't stand his ground. And then, okay, you do that, and then maybe you ban the heroes that would save him, like the Venge and whatnot. But yeah, they go for the... I think this has mainly to do that they just have KJ, and it's probably his most comfortable hero, so they just get that for themselves. And yeah, I still think the following picks are just still really, really crucial, because I have not yet seen a Gyro be addressed properly, I think, in most of the games we've seen.
I just perked up a little bit there, KZ, when you said KJ is going to be playing the tree. I was like, oh, that's right. Yeah, we're going to see KJ playing his comfortable Treant Protector. Again, we saw it in the previous series. This guy spams this hero. He loves to play it, and for a very good reason. It's fun to watch with it. So expect some even a bit more aggressive Treant Protector than what we are used to seeing with this hero, who usually I would say is much more of a kind of a sit-back, passive hero, but not in the hands of KJ, so...
Okay, so we see the TB ban that, well, we've touched on plenty of times. It's just one of the best heroes against Gyro. Well, other ones that come to mind, again, it's Razor. Maybe repeating myself a little bit, but it's just kind of how it is. They take out the Drow. That was one of their answers to it, so not too opposed to that one either.
Yeah, Razor really is interesting, because I go back to it's on paper makes sense, but is 6-18 right now in these qualifiers overall. Obviously, he's been picked up most against a gyrocopter, but in the 7 games, a 2-5 record. So it's like, yeah, it's good to help deal with him in the laning phase and throughout. But as an individual hero, just maybe doesn't feel the greatest right now. So that really is that tough spot going up against it. But maybe it still is the good answer. I mean, we'll see if Qhali likes it or not.
Okay, I'm a little... so one thing I could have liked against Gyro too, or I think one thing that is good against these, like... I would consider Gyro a more stationary carry, like a little like Medusa. If you have heroes that can disposition Gyro, like Bad Rider, Venge, Podge maybe even, I think stuff like that is good. So it's I mean, it's not surprising that they ban Venge, but there's also like an alternate timeline where you could open Venge out of the face here.
Yeah, I had that thought too, so I'm glad you brought that up. The idea of exactly getting that swap play, but obviously not going to be the case here. Tusk could potentially.
You can kick him later.
Yeah, just don't need to farm that Ags eventually, and then you'll be kicking him every which way. But yeah, so you're not necessarily relying on that. But yeah, hey, Bat Rider, as you pointed out, still certainly could be an option.
Oh, I think we're going to see a Io or Marcy here for Thunder Awaken. At least for now, what I see from Vivokid, I see 2 heroes that don't deal a lot of damage. I think your Gyro can just stand his ground. They've also picked both their supports, which means, well, I guess Tusk could go mid. So they could maybe pick an AA down the line, but it still makes their draft very awkward. So I feel like it is just time to buff your Gyro, which is, it's not like I'm throwing out an insane idea out there. Make your Gyro's game good, which he always has, and then go from there. So I think Thunder Awaken should be pretty happy right now.
Yeah, bold prediction there, KZ.
Yeah.
Io Gyro, who's ran that before? Yeah, that's,
I'm crazy.
I mean, they're spending a lot of time here, but as we usually see, spend a bit of time here, then you just do the 2-3 picks back to back. They're going to go Earth Spirit at least initially, and okay, well, it's not the Io route, but a bit more crowd control, certainly.
Sure, more aggression, perhaps. I'm also kind of okay with that. Okay, Vivokid, what is the play here? Because I think we need some, I need to, feel some speed, some power. I'm not feeling it yet.
5 seconds remaining.
Gotta go fast. Darkseer comes to mind. Little Surge.
That's a decent one. I would say, he's not... the wall isn't incredible against Gyro, but all the auras you build are really annoying. And, of course, you help your Tusk and your tree a lot. So, something I could definitely see.
Yeah.
So, they Queen. Interesting.
It's a get on top of the Gyro, I suppose, especially pre-BKB and a way to blow him up. So, yeah, that's certainly that idea. I mean, that is a bit more that umph that you're talking about, the power of, being able to do some good damage here up front. So,
okay, there's 2 supports are a little bit annoying from Thunder Awaken, right? With the Lion Earth Spirit, they can kind of get on top of you, instant hex, silence, but you have Tusk who can play with you, potentially in the early living armor as well, which can definitely make a difference for Queen's laning, because, yeah, I mean, generally Queen does win her lane, but you definitely need to do that as well. And Vivokid, I'm gonna have to think about what they want here. I feel like you'd be pretty... I mean, the problem is you kind of want to pick your off lane, but the carry pool is also getting starved already. There's 2 out, they already have 1. It's going to be more bans. So it's a tough choice.
Yeah, so is there that comfortable carry that you just want to snatch up now instead? Something like that. Naga, I know you talked about it, but actually Naga into a line, especially now, probably wouldn't
I don't like it so much, but Medusa also doesn't seem good. I feel like if you do that, then... Again, there's a Lion. You're also going to deal with a mid pick and an offlane pick.
What about a Slark?
A Slark could actually work. I think Slark is not bad against Gyro.
Feels pretty good against just these 3 in general, too.
So you have Dawn, which, okay. You've got a double melee lane, but we have seen that before. Double melee lanes can work against these low range heroes like Gyro. Well, he protects himself a little better than the TA, which is, I think, what we saw them played into the other day, where they just destroyed the TA. But it's a okay pick, and again, it helps the Queen of Pain go in even more. If she goes in and overcommits too hard, you've got the Dawn, but yeah, this is a very good Darkseer pick.
Yeah, you got the Earth Spirit pairing already. When we mentioned Darkseer, we're maybe talking about the side of Vivokid, but certainly fantastic with Thunder Awaken as well. Other side. So the illusions, maybe not the most powerful, but at the same time, vacuum combo is still going to be great. And yeah, the Surge Ion Shell is great abilities to look forward to using throughout this game. So
yeah. Well, what they did yesterday that worked out really well is, or last time we saw Vivoki, maybe 2 days ago, they had this Treant against Darkseid and they just destroyed them. Because you just have all this high damage, you get 2 mana with the Leech Seed, against the Shell.
That's right, yeah.
Maybe you can use that, but I'm just looking at this carry pick you have to do for Vivoki, and it seems hard.
You talked about it with that 4th pick. You know, do they just want to get the carry then? Because it's going to become more and more difficult, but they choose to go the Dawnbreaker route, and not to say, I mean, they could position 1 Dawnbreaker if something really comes to mind for another offlaner, but
because it's like
the Morphling ban.
So we all know by now that Gyro is a really strong carry. So you have to play into Gyro. You need to think about the Darkseer wall. The Gyro's going to have auras. I don't think you'll really have auras as you have an offlane Dawnbreaker, and there's a lot of crowd control in the enemy team too. And the carry pool is like shrinking, and by the time that you have to pick your hero, so they're gonna have to be clutch to find a good carry, because I can already see now that it will not be easy.
Taking away the Meepo. Of course, we saw Slate him play the Meepo the first game, and know that he has the ability to do so. Not going to give him that option. All right, this final ban, again, another carry certainly to come here.
Yeah.
I mean, I still go back to the Slark possibility as far as...
I mean, maybe the Darkseer makes it a little worse now. I did like it a lot before. I mean, either way, you can throw out a lot of carries. I feel like I would dislike most of them, so I'm still looking too.
What a more like, I'm thinking along those lines, like Ursa. Is Ursa better at dealing with the Darkseer in the lane? Or probably not, huh?
I would say a little better, probably. Or maybe the Treant like makes a difference because he can start healing you up. It's just, man, this is... So they go Ember. Very clean pick, I think, as well. You're pretty good against Quab if you can like dodge some daggers and you just kind of harass over time. Of course, you've got the Earth Spirit Ember. You've got the Darkseer Ember. Okay, my bros, what is it gonna be?
We're looking at the perspective of Thunder Awaken, or excuse me, Vivoki right now, and it's a bit of obviously talking it out, but you only got so much time here, about 25 more seconds before that conclusion is gonna happen as far as what hero.
Like maybe you go like what? You go Monkey King, you play fast. I don't know. I feel
Monkey King's banned.
Okay, never mind. You can go Spectre. I feel like it's too slow. I'm just running into problem over problem with any carry I look at.
No matter, so it's just pick your poison kind of deal.
They had Troll the other day, right? Yeah.
When in doubt, go the Troll.
It's like a little similar in terms of, okay, you're gonna have a good lane with the Treant, and you help him, and you can play on tempo. But I still think this is a damn good Gyro game.
Yeah, they chose not to ban it out initially, knowing that they were giving up the first pick, and we'll see if that bites them in the butt or not. But in the end, it's Thunder Awaken. It certainly feels like if you're TA this game, more so Thunder Awaken, you're feeling pretty confident with the draft that you ultimately settled with. There's no obvious glaring mistakes or issues there. Vivoki, it's a case of maybe it could work, but there are question marks, certainly, right? So
they are, and it's not easy, but well, they've done it before, and they've played the Troll with pretty decent success. So I think a lot of this game, more so than the others, the lanes are. I mean, people always say lanes are important, and we all know it, but I think in order for Vivoki to stand a ground and have like a good early mid game, I'm looking at this Treant and Troll to just go rampant in this bottom lane.
All right, it's going to be the key there. And again, KJ plays a very, very good Treant Protector, very comfortable with the hero. So anyone's up for the challenge is certainly him to have that high impact. But going through all the faces there, you can see both teams certainly understand how important this is. Yeah, you win this game, it sends you to the winner bracket finals, where you'll be one match away, one series away from claiming your spot to TI 12. Of course, one of those 2 spots on the line.
It's a big one. Yeah, if you win here, you're already in the finals. It means you may get 2 tries at going to TI. So if you lose here, you'll get max 1. So it's a big one. It's a game 3. Bust out your comfort picks, even if that means it's Troll Warlord, man. Maybe it's the right thing to do.
Maybe. The memes are still real. No,
they
Troll
are.
Warlord, certainly, again, hey, comfortable with it. The laning phase maybe has potential here. As you said, just really need to make sure he has that good start. And yeah, Queen of Pain. I mean, definitely a hero that can get a fast start as well and can start that snowball. I mean, we talked about that in the previous game. Maybe not as relevant this time around, but people can show that they can certainly move fast and they can play fast and play in the opposition aggressively. And perhaps another game where they're going to need to benefit from that. But here we go, kicking things off with this third game.
They're smoking up already. I mean, maybe we've got some KJ and King RD movements early on where like they can go around with their Tusk, with their Treant, you know, whatever it may be, try to help out like your Queen of Pain. I feel like, I guess Ember isn't really too easily ganked other than before 6 as MJC could be in trouble. Good charts. Hammer, blood grenade.
Hammer.
Another slow.
The whirling axes. There you go.
That's why you pick Troll, baby. Without Troll, no first blood there. Just saying.
There you go. That's why they picked it up and they come through. No. Oh, but yeah, obviously very good start for Vivo Keen.
Absolutely.
Getting the first blood in the hands of Queen of Pain as well. So
that's a big one.
Get, that much closer to the bottle earlier.
Yeah, that's the best one. Like, oh, also a D ward as well. So very nicely done. Of course, the fact that Lion is breaking the smoke up there, high chance that he did place a ward. So they get first blood, get a D ward, bonus XP on some heroes as well. So yeah, could not ask for a better start.
All right, the horn blows and into the laning phase we go. But yeah, this bottom lane is certainly going to be the intriguing one. He kept stressing how Troll, especially with the partnership of Tree and Protector, needs to have a great start. By the way, 3-1 bounty runes as well for PKS. I mean, so many things going their way early on. I'll say that. That's got to feel good if you're Vivo Kid. Again, they're the ones with the momentum, of course, too, as they won that second game there.
Well, they're definitely going to want to just keep it up, right? You've got the Troll tree. We talked about it already. That lane is very strong. I think top, if they can find a win in the top lane too, that'll be incredible. I don't think they should be winning that with Tusk Dawn against Lion Gyro, but, you know, anything is possible.
Interesting here with the Darkseer. I'm looking at the bottom lane. He actually gets the wand to go with the triple Iron Branch. Prioritizing the wand charges, though, as well as the nice stat upgrade to get from that.
Yeah, that does make sense. You're the Versal now, get a lot of damage from all the bonus stats. And I guess both Tree and Troll, right, they do use a lot. Also helps you use your mana early because you get the charges back. So, yeah, checks out.
Meanwhile, Earth Spirit doing a bit of a pull down there at the bottom lane. But mid lane matchup, Queen of Pain, Ember Spirit. We talked about Ember Spirit actually should do pretty good, it sounded like, but Queen of Pain's still going to manage her own.
This, with the first blood, I do think that this is like a very even matchup. Like, if one player outplays you, if you make a small mistake, I think it swings like really quickly into like a 60-40. With this first blood, I'm looking at Analog to, I think, kind of take this lane over a little bit.
Certainly playing aggressive off the bat, has that Shadow Strike and using it quite a bit. Just got that bottle delivered, so Ember Spirit, sure, he does have Flame Guard. But obviously on cooldown now, though coming off shortly. You see the bottom lane, Creep Wave has been pushed up, trying to do some jungle pulls there. Is the Earth Spirit, but early on, it's Trolls at 7-3, Darkseer at 1-0. So Troll Warlord certainly managing to get his farm in there.
Yeah, I mean, not too surprised with the 3 into the Darkseer matchup and the 4 being Earth Spirit. Like early on, you do suffer. So it's going to be very important for Illich to recover. MJZ. Good stun.
Yeah, nice stun there. Prevents Tusk from chasing further, and also, more importantly, Dawnbreaker from going over for a kill, but wasting a bit of time. Gyrocopter finding himself a little bit of free farm in the meantime, and his free farm looking pretty good as well. 11-2 currently, 8-0 Dawnbreaker on the other side. But yeah, Gyrocopter managing his good farm. But the key you talked about is Troll Warlord to have a successful start, and it's looking really good early on.
Yeah, I don't really see too much stopping him. Like, I think Ember is... I mean, Ember is more of a chip hero. I think we all know that. Like, when he comes to your lane later, I think it's generally not the one that kills you, but he pushes you out. And I think Troll doesn't really care. He can jungle. He's going to do well in his lane. So I don't really see too many rotations. Maybe some Lion, Twin Gate, but yeah. I think Costabile should be, pretty happy with what's going to be happening here in the early game.
We approach 3 minutes in now. Gyrocopter will say thank you very much for the healing Lotus. On the top lane, bottom lane, Illich gonna have to surge and survive. He's got wand charges as well. Taking some good harassment there from the train back to the top lane. The shard block on Gyrocopter, but Gyrocopter says, all right, I'm stuck in an arena with you, or vice versa. But
yeah, It's
He
also
has to
got
run.
the Lotus, of course, which will always help you out in these little situations on the gyrocopter. Fairy Fire as well, Wraithband for some bonus armor, so the correct early items for sure to like kind of be able to stand your ground when they do go on top of you.
Queen of Pain, who thought she might have gone for a play right there. She actually doesn't have a lot of mana, though she does have Magic Stick charges. Doesn't have Blink. Okay, I was wondering, but
Yeah,
she's
he is
holding
a point, and you do generally want to go Falcon Blade early, and I'm just going to have to keep going back to this first blood. Like, if he does end up winning this lane, which currently it looks like he's kind of gearing up to do that,
Yeah.
slay them.
Oh, good rotation. There's no chance to get out of this, right? I mean, Earth Spirit's trying to help, actually, and
Ooh,
the Slide doing a good
deny.
job, but Slaydom will end up falling. Queen of Pain able to blink away. She ends up leveling that up. Make sure to get it the hell on out of there. Treant Protector could be in trouble, though. King RD, he's coming in. The Snowball. Gonna go
Everyone is
forward, and
here.
Dizzy pulls him back. Apparently, everyone's showing up. We got some mid-wars all of a sudden. So Treant's dead. But now King RD's in a bad spot,
everybody-
trying to finish off Lion. The Hex at the last second. Queen of Pain goes back in, though, with the Scream. And takes out Lion, finishes the job. It looks like in the end, Tusk will manage to get away. Quite the back and forth, but certainly Vivo-Key coming out on top.
Oh, Analog getting 2 kills there, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he got the one on Ember, and also ended up getting the one on MJZ. So he's already 3-0, got his bottle, also refilled a little bit. So yeah, just good stuff. You also, they're doing well bottom, they're doing well mid, and pretty well top as well.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker's looking great, actually. Already got, going to be having boots upgrade soon and even a full magic wand. So we'll see what build decides to go in himself, but early start feeling pretty good. So yeah, the questions of how is Vivo-Key going to handle, especially earlier on, well, the answer is certainly there of it's very good. But all 3 cores are managing to look great. So it feels like, at least so far, they're doing what they need to do and help manage this game. I mean, Gyrocopter is getting as farm as you'd expect.
Yeah.
But
Guess there's not too much stopping him now. I mean, one thing you could do is have Costa Delay, like kind of solo bottom. You play through your queen now, which they are doing, like minute 4, 5, and also minute 6 when the rune comes. And after that, you could look to reinforce your Dawnbreaker up top. Like maybe you help Analog get the rune, or KJ goes up top. So let's see, it's gonna be a rune battle here.
Lion stun initially, but now Dawnbreaker shows up with the Ice Shard block. MJZ, good Hex. And Tusk will throw out the pause. So
Okay.
apparently some lag kicking in. It's one of those awkward disconnects because
Yeah.
fight clashing here, but it happens. I don't think Lion gets away from this, right? He did just use his combo.
Yeah. And did he already go to the ham? Nah, he can't get away. They have a stick charge into Snowball, get on top of him, and whatever. So he's probably gonna die. I do like that FCR is here with the Dawnbreaker. Like, top lane was pushed in, you didn't do much there. You just make sure that your Ember or that your Queen can take the rune. Like, the way I view this play is that you go mid to help your Queen, now get the rune, and because you do that, he can then help you later. So it's like you give him something now, he'll give you something later.
Sure.
So hopefully that is how it will turn out.
Well, they got plenty of time to talk this over. Obviously, they are landing, as a lot of these teams are. But Vivo-Key, multiple disconnects taking place. I do see Queen of Pain, though. She is level 6. She's got the Sonic Wave ready to go. Over to the right, Earth Spirit is about half life, and definitely has vision of him. So I got to wonder if that's also
Yeah.
play that could be made over there.
So let's see how long the reconnect will take. But yeah, Ember is struggling a little bit this time around. I mean, first Sonic Wave, if possible. Like, if you could choose. Of course, you will blast it on the gyro if you don't have to use it in this fight. So potentially, maybe even want to look to hold it.
True. Darkseer kind of in the area, more so in the jungle, though. Don't think you can expect much out of him unless they commit to the right over there.
He's more so mental support at this point. I think he would prefer to shell the creep to stack.
Yeah.
Throw out a surge.
And Troll's like, yeah, I'm good. He's just farming away.
So yeah, you guys do you, and Gyro, I mean, Gyro's the same. So yeah, you guys are doing great.
So I believe CIS wrapping up for the day. More results coming from that region. See more viewership bumping up here for South America. And again, to reiterate, for people that might just be tuning in, this is Game 3 of this series, Vivo-Key versus Stunner Awaken, a winner bracket matchup. our first of 4 series in total. That's going to be today. Another winner bracket coming up next, and then we go down to the lower bracket later on today. So more elimination matches, but yeah, 2 spots are available up for grabs here for TI-12 from the South American region.
Yeah, it's time to, you gotta make use of that. So these games, they matter. It's okay, looks like people are starting to come back. And a more normal build from what I've seen lately as well. The Blade Mail on Dawnbreaker just looks really strong, but let's get back in the game.
All right, so catching back up. It's a pretty easy kill, as expected, onto the Lion, and Earth Spirit managed to get away himself. So double damage rune does spawn up top, and Tusk going to protect it. Ember Spirit was nearby. He thought about it, but not worth it. Queen of Pain picks it up.
Oh, nice try on the high ground kick, but they're gonna lose the ward right. That's another Observer ward just straight up gone.
Yeah.
And well, Queen has a DD bottled.
Yeah, some great map control early. Again, this is KP though on the screen. He's in the dire jungle up here and destroying wards, getting some vision for his team, making it very annoying. In fact, Illich, I don't know if he's dead, but he's gonna take some damage here. Yeah, close call. Oh my gosh, no way.
He's dead?
He's dead. He is.
Nice
I didn't
kill.
think he was gonna actually die, but sure enough, yeah, no boots. Can't get away.
I mean, you're tipping Costabile. I feel like your bro should be tipping you, KJ. You've been working, this guy is working overtime in every game I'm watching, as they have top 3 net worths, all 3 cores. And this Ember is, this is not struggling territory. This is disaster territory.
This is having a double check. Wait, is this a mid Ember? Or are they running
Yeah, did you get shifted to 4, my bro?
Yeah, this is it's a struggle, but slate him up for the challenge, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Of playing the recovery game. But again, KJ continues to be annoying. He's actually hunting out this remnant over here. He sees it. He's gonna pop back over to it, and that's Queen of Pain, more free farm to work with now as a result of that too. In fact, Trian, yeah, he's just gonna harass him even more. Push down the Nature's Grass. If Queen blinks in, she's going for it. No, she thought about it, but too far.
I mean, that's bottom was pressured. Okay, KJ will probably end up dying for this. That's a little overplay, but that's okay. They have to bring all the heroes. They hit mid with the DD, and now 8 minutes. Another active rune. If VKS can get this one, that would be absolutely crucial.
Top lane, meanwhile, Gyrocopter running down Tusk. Up in the jungle, but more so it's Tusk going back into Gyrocopter because Storm Warlord shields up. Solar Guardian, gonna be popped though. No chance. Maybe there is.
The
Kick away. Earth Spirit, what a save right there. Keeps his teammate alive. Gonna sacrifice himself to do so. But what a big play indeed. Homing missile onto Dawnbreaker. Thought they're gonna commit further, but Queen of Pain showed up. Oh, got Abyss. Oh, just when you think you're getting away, you're not. The Sonic Wave Scream combo is the end of Gyrocopter. MJZ is sitting next to the tower. That's all they can do. That will be enough.
Knight saving Knight with the little kick beforehand. Not quite enough, but honestly, it's still a nice play. As this is a 4K lead at 9 minutes, and I really love the move. They go up top with the troll, snowball in, Dawn ulti, just use all your early aggression, and yeah, they're making it look real good.
It's really so fascinating, you know, games like this where from the draft especially, and you think like, okay, yeah, Thunder Awaken, you really like their draft overall, it's pretty sound, but it just doesn't matter. Execution still matters in the end.
Oh yeah.
Playing it out, and they are playing it fantastically on Vivo Q's side.
You just got like, even starting from the first move where you get a first blood, you get a D ward, it helps your queen who's probably already supposed to like slightly win the lane, but then it makes them win more. And 9 minutes later, like look at it. Half of the net worth lead you have is just a mid matchup.
Yeah. Oh, now how do they continue that momentum? Ember Spirit finding himself at the bottom lane currently. Oh, he's gonna TP out. He is lucky that Treant is not level 6, but yeah, top lane, the fight commences. Gyrocopter's dead, and Tusk gonna be able to get killed and return at least, and so is Dawnbreaker. So watching Treant making his way.
Okay,
so
at least
Darrow again.
Yeah, Slatem getting the double kill, I do think is kind of important because we were touching on it earlier. He was suffering, so him getting a double kill is pretty good. A lot of XP also into the support, so I actually think that was fairly good for the Thunder team here. Of course, I mean, the Gyro is struggling, but perhaps his team can make up for it.
Yeah, I was watching. So I was watching Ember Spirit there. I apologize because he was actually at the bottom as that fight was breaking out top, and he ended up teleporting out there and, of course, getting those kills. But he ran into Treant Protector and it was a long TP. But if Treant was 6,
yeah,
would have got rooted and stopped, and who knows what would have happened. But obviously not the case. So good news finally for Thunder Awaken at least. But look at the smoke play. In a pain. Going bottom. Is she going to die for this? Darkseer at the tower.
Uh-oh.
Looks like it.
Yep. Troll ult for some more HP at the tower. Sure. So that is a pretty quick Battle Fury. Remember the one from PA yesterday at 10:30? Not quite as fast, but it will be 11:30, so still pretty good.
That is damn good. Holy crap. Yeah, that is not something you want to see in his inventory if you're Thunder Awaken at this time of the game, but it's going to be the case. Cleans up more Ancients. Yeah, there's really nothing going good right now for Thunder Awaken, other than they have Gyrocopter on their side, and he is a very successful win rate here overall, so at least recently, and especially in this series. Again, 2-0. But yeah, speaking of Gyrocopter again, he goes to Chrysalis. So you mentioned this last game. You kind of liked it with the early amplified farm. This game doesn't make the most sense to you as he is being dove, though. Oh, look at that blade mail coming out. Oh, no. The scream is wound down. Go, Gyrocopter. The blade mail doing work from Dawnbreaker, so she is going to end up dying herself, but a blink out from Queen of Pain, despite the response.
Yeah, as long as Queen lives here, yeah, just great stuff. They're still on Illich down bottom as well. Like, they're hunting the Darks here a little bit. I don't know if too much will happen there, but it's just... I don't know, that's just... yep, another kill. They're just doing too much on the map. Everyone's just doing the right thing. Costabile stays bottom. They know that, okay, King RD knows, yeah, I'm not needed top. I can stay bottom. So they kill a core top, they go bottom, they kill a core there too, and they're just holding the whole map.
How about that blade mail choice? So let's talk about that for a second from Dawnbreaker, prioritizing the blade mail.
It just, like, it's really, really good in this game, right? You have Earth Spirit, Darkseer, Ember, and especially Gyro. It just seems like the type of, like, on these strength heroes that just win their lane, and then you play in this, like, open area, blade mail just seems really good on them. This King RD is, yeah, chilling, stealing some stacks and XP.
Yeah, whenever you have a hero that's got an uncontrollable damage with a flat cannon and even the call down, as you saw there, blade mail certainly feels like it's going to be a good tool. So absolutely makes sense for that alone.
Yeah.
Okay, work there.
Just gonna work on an Echo Saber now. Of course, he can always help his team with the ult, which is the great thing about Dawnbreaker. You can farm your lane, but still be helping your team. And Thunder, I don't know how many plays they have on the map right now. Like, your cores are struggling. Your Gyro has to farm. And VKS, they're just up 6k gold.
Yeah. So speaking of that, going back to the Gyrocopter, again, the Chrysalis. Like, last game, yes, he was ahead. He was really good. He's like, let's just get further ahead. He's playing behind this game, especially his team. Do you still like it here?
I don't think it's as good, especially also because you need, Dawn ult into the punch.
No. And he's dead. Blade mail, if anything. Yeah, no, he's just dead. He got the call down off at least for some return damage. Here comes Knight on Earth Spirit. Trying to at least set up the turn kills, which they're going to do. So double kill for Ember Spirit. He'll definitely take that. But another death on this Gyrocopter. He is being addressed 0-4 and 5, and they take out the mid tower as well as BKS.
So if you wouldn't be losing more things at the same time, I would say, okay, this is fine for you. Your Ember is getting stuff, but you're losing things on the map. You lost your Lion. You lost your mid tier 1. Troll is just, he's gonna double your net worth like in a couple minutes. So King RD is just doing a lot of stuff on this map. He snowballs in, Donald on top, and Gyro's just dead.
Speaking of him, Tusk teleports to the bottom lane, is already setting up to defend this bottom tower, and certainly going to need it as numbers are being sent down here from Thunder Awaken. Nice scan, by the way, actually hits a couple. So they're very aware of numbers nearby, and actually as I say that, Tusk just twin gates to the top, says never mind.
He's like, nope.
I'm gonna give it up.
Yeah.
All right.
It's the right choice, I think. You look bottom, you're like, okay, how many are you gonna bring? Okay, you bring 3 or 4? Yeah, I'm good.
No point to be down there. In fact, Ember Spirit, though, up at the top lane now, is trying to push out that creep wave that's at his tier 2. Tusk hanging around. If he gets some backup, maybe they can make a play. Not yet, though.
Yeah, like at this stage of the game, I think it's pretty nice if you don't, like if you make sure that these Embers who want to run down these sidelines, that you don't let them. You know you can't kill them, but don't like allow these guys to just recover and run it down. I think it's also good that they de-ward this Ancient ward, like when Knight died there earlier in on the Ancients, you gotta know that there's a ward, right? Tusk isn't just gonna randomly walk there and like blindly snowball you.
Yeah. So they do get something out of it there at least. But Gyrocopter has no intention of wanting to continue to fight anytime soon. It's going to try to still farm his camp out. He's getting a lot of protection now. Lion and Earth Spirit in the area. Making sure.
And they're doing still a lot of good stuff on VKS. They had Ancient stacks. Troll doesn't have the most sustain. You pop him the Leech Seed. You also have a Solar Crest on KJ. So to help your Queen, your Dawn, your Troll is going to help with the Roche as well. And Battle Fury BKB up minute 16 on this Troll.
Us going to be having the Blink delivered as well. That's another massive item to already have at this point in the game. So there you go. He gets that. Their initiation just gets stronger. You mentioned Troll, Queen of Pain, Kaya and Sange. Queues up the Ags next. And not surprising, this across the board, so many big tools being picked up by Vivo Kid and making use of that network. Solar Crest on Treant, which is going to come into play right here.
Yeah, it's
as they're going for Roshan.
A lot of good stuff. And looks like Costabile is going to go for the Ags again. The Thunder are smoking to check, but it's already half HP. But they could make it in time, perhaps.
Yeah, but the Troll Warlord, yeah, they're getting there.
Oh, that's a Troll ult.
Gonna be close. That's gonna be close. Slayed him. No, he's not gonna go in. The Aegis is picked up. And you gotta be careful. Queen of Pain actually picked up the Aegis, by the way. Treant will end up dying for this, so kind of playing that ward, and now King RD gonna be caught up too. So it's gonna cost a couple lives to get the Aegis, but the cores will stay alive.
Yeah. Okay, gonna get the Tusk too. Can't really blink out there. It's kind of a good response still. You get like 2 kills out of it, some gold, some XP. I like the choice of giving it to Quap, actually. He has a huge kill streak. Protect that. And your Troll has BKB. I think unless Costabile has like, I don't know, something major happens to him, he will press that BKB and press ult.
Yeah, and he just gets Vampire Fangs as well.
Yeah.
So this Troll Warlord feels like he's going to be difficult to kill right now.
They want to hold this tower by the looks of it, or pinging it. I don't know. People are coming around.
Yeah, Overgrowth is ready. Nature's Grass put down. Earth Spirit could be the only victim, though, in the end. Walrus punch in the air, and yep, certainly is. The rest get out of there, so tower kill is successful and only cost them a support. Not too shabby. Okay, not too bad. As I wanted to mention, Costabile is buying the Ags again. He did do it yesterday as well. Maybe 2 days ago. I keep mixing up. Either way, the purges both aggressively and defensively will be pretty nice, as they're also looking for kills mid. Ember. That is just a straight double. Wow. See you later. Wow. Ember Spirit. I thought for sure at least the Solar Guardian was going to come down before he died, but no, it just not even needed. That burst damage of Queen of Pain especially. Yeah. Very real. Level 2 Sonic Wave, level 4 Scream. That's plenty. 9k lead. How do you fight back right now? I don't think they have it in them to fight back, so it's they're just gonna cosplay game 2, where all they can do is like farm, push the side lanes, farm, hope that they let you get away with it, and eventually try to fight back. We're in that state of it's kind of every man for himself. It feels like if you're Thunder Awaken, you just got to get that solo farm. Especially Gyrocopter, who just finally gets his Ags delivered much later than he wants, but hey, better late than never. 19 minutes, so he's got that to go with the Chrysalis. Going to be thinking about building even a Hurricane Pike next to try to help with his distance, but trying to develop. Darkseer does have a Crimson Guard. That's a good item. Yeah, so the Crimson is great, but to go back to the Troll Axe, so is it a little bit of trouble? So they're looking to poke it out. Well, that's a BKB at least, so that's pretty good. A lot of damage, but is going to manage to get out. As you mentioned, though, the BKB used, so that'll be on cooldown. For Spirit, well, he went a little too far. And he's out again. He's like, wait, no, don't want to do this. So the Troll Axe, like with some of the buffs, I guess as well, on the ranged axes dealing more damage, he's going to dispel aggressively, so he's going to take away Surge, but also the Crimson Guard that you touched on with Darkseer. And defensively, he can take off the chains, he can take off slows, he can take off Spirit Vessel. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a really good item. That's a good point there. And it kind of makes you think if Darkseer going the Crimson Guard, kind of, it still makes sense as to why he would, but
it's probably not as good. Yeah, maybe you're better off going like some Greaves and Pipe for your Gyro, because now, I mean, the Crimson actually doesn't do anything. So technically you're a 20-minute Darkseer with Arcane Boots and a Wand. So at least if you get axed, which you will.
Yeah. And Troll Warlord, he has the axe in hand, so that is online. As he continues to farm more of his jungle, that very impressive net worth lead, 15,000 plus just himself. You got 9,400 on Gyrocopter, who's the top on his team, so that's not the gap you're hoping to see if you're Thunder Awaken, but it is what it is. Gotta make do. Ember Spirit hasn't been the strongest game for Slatum. The struggle early on, the lockdown, Queen of Pain got the advantage and wasn't able to do the best there, so moving throughout the map, though, is going to be building the BKB after the earlier on Maelstrom pickup.
This, yeah, I don't hate to be that guy, but this net worth lead is disgusting.
It is.
21 minutes, like, being double-digit down before 25 minutes is already rough. But with it being more like 14K at 21 is a tough ask to get back from. You're going to have to make some really nice calls and decision-making in some of these next fights.
Yeah. Fortunately, a little bit of lag issue once again. But yeah, it's just one of those cases too. It's like we had two such very good games, and sure, you know, even in the last game, Vivo Kid had a pretty good lead, but Thunder Awaken still had tools to address them. The Chronosphere Doom play, you know, we saw some close moments, but yeah, you really try to keep things hyped and interesting. But man, Vivo Kid has such a dominant lead here in game number 3. A lot of things need to go right, as you're suggesting, for Thunder Awaken to have a chance in this one, but they're going to come back from the pause.
Yeah, so we see the Troll Ags at 20 minutes. Not too surprised that that's the fastest one. I think the only other previous one was also Coastal Bile building it. So he's having an even better time than the last time they won.
Ooh, Gyro. Flying away just fast enough, or maybe not. Queen of Pain, jeez, really aggressive blink. And scares him a bit, but in the end, he'll be fine. Ember bottom lane, dealing with the Dawnbreaker down here. Dawnbreaker, that damage though, good job with the slide to avoid the stun. Oh, with the Blade Mill as well. Yeah, this Ember Spirit getting very low.
Yeah. That's just...
Yeah.
It's the type of good stuff, you know, you have this Ember down here. Yeah, sure, you can't kill him, but you at least force him to go out. Now they have to choose the next lane to do the same, and I mean, for you, they could just truck down all these lanes, all these towers. Your Troll is super strong. You have all the auras with, like, the tree armor. You've also got the Solar Crest, and yeah. These towers just melt.
Unfortunate for Darkseer, too. He was going to bring the Courier over here to purchase a Ring of Health to finish that pipe, but Courier gets killed, so that pipe will be delayed now, and here goes a Tormentor. Going to be taken out by VKS, that being Thunder Awaken's Tormentor, but they don't care. Analog will be the one to pick up the shard, actually.
Oh, that's very nice. I mean, I guess so. Okay, Dawnbreaker already has his shard, and Tree bought his too. That's the only, like, your second net worth hero just got a shard from the Torment at 22 minutes. It's not too often you see that.
Yeah.
What the hell?
That's kind of crazy, actually. Oh, pretty good, though. Blink upgrade. Again, unfortunately, another pause here. But obviously with so much on the line, especially, making sure that good to go when it comes to these lag spikes that they're having.
Oh, they were not ready for this.
There we go.
Now they're ready.
Lions sitting back and hasn't... Yeah, I guess he has gotten one finger of death kill so far, but just the one. But going to have to defend the base already at 23 minutes in now, as bottom lane being heavily pushed in by the creep wave. Queen of Pain makes her way middle. She'll clean up that creep wave. She's got the Ags to go with that shard. So yeah, this Queen of Pain really got buffed up there. Even catching up to the Troll Warlord a little bit.
Yeah, like he's got completed his Ags. He got the shard for free. 16k lead at this point. Can maybe even take like a a second Tormentor. I don't think they took their own. Oh, apparently they took their own Tormentor earlier and I missed it because I'm stupid. So they...
No.
All they can do is just... They can just farm the whole map. Okay, they're looking. Kickback, stun. Hex is there.
Troll. Okay, he's fine.
Okay, he'll
He's just walked it
continue
off.
to hit then. All right, there's a Crimson.
And there's the back.
It's so nice. Sorry, like it's so nice to play Dawn at this stage. You're ahead. You can just deal with whatever stupid lane your team doesn't want to deal with. You can free farm. If the enemy team goes on your team, you just press R.
That's, you know, I'm glad you said that because you said it so well. I was gonna say the same thing, pretty much. just worse off. So I'm glad you said that. Yeah, but Dawnbreaker, very good.
Very good.
With ultimates.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, it's the fact that she can do that split pushing,
It's
especially
so
with this lead.
nice.
Exactly. It really, again, he hates to say this about Thunder Awaken, but it's just not a clear route as far as a path to, all right, do this and you can start coming back. It's kind of hope that mistakes happen is certainly where they're at.
Also, good read here by FCR to kind of dodge, because they were kind of hoping to maybe kill this Dawnbreaker on this next wave. Anyway, looking back at a vacuum with a wall. Oh,
Bit of a commitment.
That's a deep snowball.
There's a really deep snowball. No, is it good or bad? It's apparently bad because he wants to TP out immediately. Troll's like, what are you doing? Do not take me here.
That
They
could
killed
have
a
been dirty if there's like some BKB TP cancel, but then again, he probably wouldn't beat in the first place either way. Nice punch back. Very needed.
So Roshan is up though, and obviously you got to figure VKS is certainly interested in that. But Tuska's dead for another 18 seconds, and you got Thunder Awaken is beelining bottom. I guess Roshan is tops, and he's going to be top for a while, but they're pushing out this bottom lane. But look at Dawnbreaker, gets the combo onto Gyrocopter, manages to stun the overgrowth as well. And Gyrocopter in trouble. Gonna Dawn ult on top of that. He managed to get 4 staff away. The Scream coming out with the Sonic Wave, and Gyrocopter, even with a bit of mobility, it just doesn't matter. He cannot get out of there.
I love this call. You had a dead hero and a troll who didn't have TP, and you still decided to make this play 3-on-5. Like, this is the type of freedom that I love to see in teams, and like these are the teams that can go far. So I just love to see them have this type of confidence.
Certainly filled with it. We see, he's Divine Rapiers coming out aggressively throughout this whole event even, and these teams definitely can be confident in this case, Vivo Keats certainly should be with where they're at now. Obviously checking Roshan. KJ confirms that he's up at the top. So as I was saying earlier, I'm sure VKS is going to be looking to do that, although, Lion also scouting out the area. Unfortunately going to be his end most likely. Well, the TPs are coming in actually. Ooh, I don't know about this.
Double chains.
Kind of taking forever. Slayed him. Also here put some damage, so they finally killed Lion. It took a while though. Another slight. KJ's getting low.
Yeah,
But
this
Earthspirit's
3-end
already
is
rolling
too
out.
big.
He is. He's too fat. He's got the Solar Crest. Even a Ring of Health help with some regen. Dark's here. He's going to get caught out. He's got a pipe and a Crimson Guard. There's the buyback on the Lion. So now Gyrocopter shows up. Puts the call down in. Earthspirit, though, he's locked in place as Celestial Hammer forward. Analog secures that kill. So a very scrappy fight, but it's Vivo Keats still winning it pretty easily.
That's a godlike for Analog. We're about to have a Skadi for Costa Delay as well. I mean, I'm always a big fan of trying to find like this idea for how you can come back. But this one is seemingly hard. You're gonna have to bait them to like perhaps dive you in base, and just you need someone to bait like a really good vacuum deeply into like a Lion stun or something like that.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, you're gonna have an Aegis now with the cheese. Aegis again, do they give it a Quap?
I feel like you could give it to Troll this time because he can hit, but either way it's good. Let's see. Yeah.
Okay.
But I would like if this Aegis will... it doesn't have to give you a Rax, but I think it should be helping you make the decision to go hit the enemy high ground.
Oh. And Ember Spirit's dead.
He is gone.
It's one of those cases where it's understandable. I mean, you got to be greedy here. You're so far behind. Like, you got to do plays like that. So, but VKS, they're just, all right, we'll take the kill.
Yeah,
Set up.
I really think that eventually you can go hit the enemy base. Like, you've got 3100 HP, you've got some Vampire Fangs, you've got all the items you want, Aegis. You've got BKB on Queen with a cheese as well, and Illusion Rune. Yeah, like, you're so strong.
Yeah. And they agree. They're spread out. Again, guess who's not with them? It's a Dawnbreaker, but that doesn't matter. Bizarre wins game.
Right, vacuum, stun, hex, missile, call down. Okay, round 2.
Oh boy.
I'm not a fan of this one.
These snowballs, I mean, Qhali has the good intention, but he's going pretty deep with these. So he's going to end up dying. And now Troll, they want to burn that Aegis. He still has ultimate as well, choosing not to use it just yet. Rolling access constantly being used. There's a finger to finish the job. So Aegis bringing it back up.
Guys, timing.
Done immediately. Timing was there. Snowball save once again, though. This time a bit better. Again, he still has the battle trance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pretty good hold.
I mean, nobody's dead. I would say that's a great hold.
Yeah, I would definitely consider that a big victory. They didn't do anything with the second Aegis, yeah. I think this is the last time we see Qhali try to save Costa Belay into the enemy tier force. I got the intention, but it's not needed. I like FCR's patience on the Dawn. Like, he held on for the longest time, which was the right choice.
Ah, yeah. Speaking of FCR, by the way, Mage Slayer finished.
Yeah, so he's pretty good, right? Magic resistance, you hit the Ember or the Gyro or the Dark Sphere, they all deal less magic damage. Seems cool.
Not a bad item to have. Some more map control going to be claimed on the side of Vivo Keen, as they're doing a bit of reset here. But again, with the Aegis no longer in hand, maybe not as confident as understandably to try to go for a bit of a push. So Thunder Awaken in that spot of they just got to keep playing very defensive to just give themselves any kind of a chance here. And they're doing that. I mean, other items that are coming. You got a Lotus Orb for Dark Seer that's in the works. What is Gyrocopter? I guess he finished the Hurricane Pike. He wants to get a Satanic next.
He needs at least, we need to wait at least another 10-15 minutes until this Gyro deals any considerable amount of damage, I think.
Sure.
Like Aghanims, Pike, and Satanic next. I mean, I don't know if Satanic is the item, but I guess you would like another Dispel against the Overgrowth and all these Queen Daggers, but yeah. I mean, when you're down this much gold, it's hard to be happy with your item choice.
Mm-hmm. Costabile, a Basher now finished on him, though, so level 22. He is a massive threat. Gonna find somebody over here, but Gyrocopter manages to fly away just before. There's obviously Vision up here, as they're aware of, and Ember Spirit going in, actually. The counter ward, bold play.
Okay, well,
out.
To get that done. Cheese is at least still available. Okay, the game-winning play is the Aghanim Scepter on Earth Spirit. You kick someone into your base. You pre-stun with Lion on the ground when it shatters, and you kill his ass. I'm ready.
And
it's like the harder to execute Tusk Punch.
It's the more advanced Tusk Punch. I mean, he's up for the challenge, I'm sure. But you know what? You're not joking at that. He's actually getting close. He's 500 gold away to finishing that. So
he's got a Psychic Headband too, as we have the 18th pause of the game. It is quick though, as we're back in the 19th pause. Some lags going on, which of course we don't want to have in a TI quals, so we're gonna obviously pause for that.
Yeah, again, it's understandable.
Yeah,
what's on the line as we keep talking about, but nobody likes it, but it is what it is. As you mentioned, usually they're pretty quick though, at least. So get back into it quickly enough. But yeah, I keep going back to as well. This is our first series of the day. Yeah, we got 4 best of 3s, so 3 more after this one that are set to be taking place.
It's a long day, my friends. Buckle up.
It's going to be a long day, yeah. For ourselves, we're just covering this series, so and a great one at that. But Moxie and Wagamama will be joining you all for the next couple, I believe. AcatSuki versus Infinity.
Yeah. That
next series, a 2 versus 3 seed. So another great one ahead here from the winner bracket, and then go to the lower bracket after those.
Oh, it's gonna be some. If they're anywhere close to this match, they're gonna be very good.
Yeah. This has been an entertaining series for sure. I mean, obviously this game 3 having its moments, unfortunately, in a negative sense, but overall, it's been a great series here to enjoy and be a part of. But once again, reconnected, and the signal is given to resume. As that's a full Bloodthorn now finished by Dawnbreaker as well. So she's hitting even harder now and cues up the Nullifier on top of that. So another tool that going to be able to have.
Those are big boy items.
One way to put it. Level 20 on Queen of Pain's almost here too. In fact, Dawnbreaker hits 20. So does Queen of Pain right there. Let's see. She gets the Sonic Wave cooldown. So yeah, what is it now? 40-second cooldown. Jeez.
That's pretty low, if you ask me.
Yeah. Multiple times in a fight if it lasts long enough. Possible.
Interesting to take that over the Scream of Pain damage when you have the Axe, but either way, both talents very strong, so you probably can't really go wrong as they're gonna get another Tormentor. That's now the Giga Shard once again.
Nice shard upgrade. They have their own Tormentor still that they could do as well. You got way south, it's Dawnbreaker. Farming continues to do so.
Yeah.
A fun game for her.
Yeah, I would like to be
EVE.
this. I would like to be this Dawnbreaker. I can do this. I can go to a lane, kill creeps, and then press R. Let's just slay them. Trying to get the Deso once more.
Huh, okay. Single target burst that we're talking about.
I'm still waiting for... We need the kickback, or the other play is the stronger they get, the stronger we get, because we have Darkseer, so... It's all good. As we have a smoke, we might get the Stoner Rinsky kickback.
Close to Billy. He's by himself. They know he's here.
Vacuum, Hex. Go Donald.
There's that Solar Guardian, though. Immediately gets stunned, but helping to save the day initially. BKBs are being popped, and there's Spirit. He ain't getting that Ags effect off. Locked down in place. No chance to escape.
Very good Bloodthorn as well. Just silence him up when he rolls in. Can't do anything. And now wall is down. Maybe you want to do something. Maybe you want to wait for the next Roche. Wouldn't be too surprised about that either.
Yeah. I think another Roche is certainly coming here. Also, 37 minutes is getting close to, so if they want to wait for tier 4 items, that's just another thing on the list that, the checkbox, like, okay, we're not in a huge rush right here. This is game 3, let's make sure we're doing everything right. I think that's kind of like the next couple of objectives I could see them definitely waiting for, but then once those are completed...
Yeah, they're just giving me entertainment value, because King RD, once again, he will have Blink, he will have Axe, and he will kick them out of the base, and that's when they will start slowly chipping down the base. I can feel it.
Let's go.
Okay, Wisdom Rune stolen.
This time, there's the kickback. There we go. Sends him backwards.
Yeah.
Awkward spot, but Tusk gets there. Solar Guardian not ready just yet, but obviously doesn't matter. The rolling axes are out. Magnetized from her Spirit, doing some good damage. Slayed him. Focusing on Dream Protector, but the Sonic Wave as well as the Scream comes out. And Queen of Pain just starts cleaning everyone up. She gets a double kill herself. Goes to Billy with a couple more. Slayed him, just going to run the other direction, but now it looks like VKS is backdoor. They don't care.
All right, that's, I mean, your Gyro has no buyback. This is going to be double racks at least.
There you go. As soon as the fortification falls off, there's the first set of racks. You mentioned it should be 2. They're just going to head towards mid, and yeah, no chance of stopping this. So 10 seconds before people will start resurrecting.
Oh yeah, look at the building damage.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's kind of expected though. Troll Warlord, king of building damage.
Okay, that's the last glyph for now.
Casual 38,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, we'll take that. More than 1k a minute usually means that you're doing pretty good. Okay, looks like we're gonna back off, go for the next Roche, and then look to finish. Slatum still looking for, well, more gold. Did change up this Desolator to a Shivas, which I would tend to agree with.
And a nice present for them at the bottom rune.
It's a DD rune.
I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Maybe a wisdom rune on the way, because I'm already highest level of the game, but might as well increase that.
I know, I'm already 25, but 25 and a half is good.
Solo the Tormentor.
Tormentor. This is a godlike Troll Warlord, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They get gold. Nice.
Easy 1k gold for everyone.
A tier 4 token, so we talked about that as well. We hit 37-minute mark, so those tier 4 items are now coming out. At least under Awaken's able to farm up some themselves. They do get the Spell Prism on Ember Spirit, and Gyro, I'm sure, is going to get one as well. Yep, there you go. He picks up the token at least. So, a couple benefits there. About 40 seconds remaining before Roshan is up, and clearly Vivo Keed is interested.
All right, let's check out the things that matter. Does Tusk have Aghanos? Yes, right?
Yes, it matters.
So Tusk has Walrus Kick. And let's check comeback mechanic for Thunder Awaken. Does Gyro have a Divine Rapier queued up?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he also has Satanic before that, but...
Yeah, it's Divine Rapier time, my friendo.
It might as well.
It is time, Mr. Knight. It is time to fight.
Yeah, don't build that Satanic. There's no point.
Yeah.
Go Divine Rapier or bust here.
Balls to the wall, brother. Oh, another DD rune. No, that's the one from before, right? He bottled it, yeah.
Yeah, he bottled it, so that's going to be a very fast Roshan. They're going to get the Refresher Shard as well. And there is the Aegis picked up. Who gets the Shard? It looks like
Immortality has, yeah. All right, Refresher Shard on Queen. Double BKB, double everything. We are ready. They are ready. I think it is last Rags crunch time.
Yeah, that's understandable that people Kid immediately just starts marching down the top lane because they should feel unstoppable because it feels like that they are from our perspective. So, Thunder Awaken, again, the classic case of you gotta try. You gotta do something. No Divine Rapier. He does have the Demon Edge, but unable to get the Sacred Relic. A little bit of plus damage there as Earth Spirit tried to make the play.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. They kill Troll.
Let's
Earth
see.
Spirit, buy back. Troll's in an awkward spot. Well, BKB still has Battle Trance as well. Meanwhile, Ember Spirit. Remnant's out.
They actually held? Hold. King RD. Hello?
Tusk is in trouble. Tusk is dead. Okay.
Well,
The
so
Earth Spirit's working.
we've crossed off him saving his teammates at the tier 4. Now we've crossed off him jumping in the tier 4. But honestly, that was nice hold by them. They just kick him into the tier 4, and that plus with the with the buyback, it just straight up holds the push.
Yeah. Passing around the cheese on the other side, but yeah, I mean, Aegis already burned, so much for that from Roshan. And I mean, without the Aegis, I don't know. Does BKS?
I don't think they're there. But the
safe.
thing is, when you click on Knight, you see that he has a Demon Edge, and it is locked.
Yeah.
You know what's coming.
Oh yeah. Sacred Relic is about 1,000 gold away. So actually even less, only 3,400 total. So yeah, about 600 now. He's farming whatever he can to get there. Has the ninja gear as well to give a bonus agility as well as the use. But yeah, we're gonna see a Divine Rapier, and that kind of is to that point of Vivo Keed. It's like, I know you don't have the Aegis, but it's a little bit of an opening you're giving to the other team now.
I think that the games we've watched, we have a higher than 50% chance of a Rapier being in the game.
Right? This region's awesome, man. I mean,
Yeah.
we knew going into this is what we kind of expected in a lot of ways. It's just the pure entertainment, if anything. Obviously,
Right.
there's some great play, but
It's coming. It is time. All you say now is, guys, all you need to do is throw in your bodies and stun them for me, or make them kill you so I can kill them.
yeah.
It's easy.
Yeah, Lion, just finger of death, and I don't care what happens after that.
Pretend you're AFK. Run in.
Bait them out.
Okay.
Lure them into me. Earth Spirit's good at that. I've seen it a couple times now.
Yeah, cheese on Costabile still. Or rather, again, or for the first time, I don't know. They've been passing it around quite a bit.
I feel really.
It is a very timid moment. You can tell. Like, they know that they could just get kicked in. But then again, he knows that he can kick them out.
Right? Yeah. So, like, I'm sitting here, like, does Troll frontline this? I was going to say Dawnbreaker or even Treant should be up there.
Yeah.
Looks like it is Dawnbreaker. But the Lincoln's on him, by the way. Gonna be absorbed. First Spirit, he's looking.
This
That
is
target.
it's actually very tense. Like, if Earthspirit takes the wrong time to roll in and he doesn't reach like the remnant into kickback.
Oh,
Okay.
Dawnbreaker.
Vacuum stun.
That's the Dawnbreaker. She's already at half life.
That's
Dropping
a
quickly. She's
Deathbreaker.
dead.
He doesn't buyback.
He has
the full.
buyback. She does. I expect
okay.
that's coming now.
Okay,
Blow up
we
on
got a
top, though.
game.
Ember Spirit locked down with a Missile Blade. Gets double force tapped over. Analog trying to finish the job. Pause for refresher. No,
Oh.
the slight. Well, Blade isn't enough. He actually stays alive. Here's the buyback from Dawnbreaker. Finally coming back in with the Solar Guardian. And who do they catch? That's Earth Spirit. A little too far up. But ladies and gentlemen, Thunder Awaken, they are not giving up.
They're online,
Hold it.
baby. It's the 40-minute power spike. Just need to lose for 40 minutes.
Oh, gosh.
They did lose Earth Spirit, so he has no buy, which is actually a big deal. But let's see. They already used Dawn ult. They also had to use Refresher Shard. And Troll's BKB, so I think Thunder Awaken is still in a very good fighting shape.
Yeah, the recap there, the last fight. I mean, 8,000 plus damage for Towercopter. He was the most, so obviously
With
looking
Lincolns.
at that. Blade Mail, you got to be careful. He knows it. Troll. Being protected, but still that damage with the Divine Rapier is so much. Saving the tier 3. And Earth Spirit's up in 30 seconds, so one more creep wave before he's going to be good to go again. I mean, 2,200 gold on Gyrocopter. Suddenly, the idea of a Satanic as well is actually becoming relevant now.
You know what my idea is?
Okay, double.
The second Rapier, baby.
What's better than one? Two,
Gotta be
let's go.
baby. Yeah, no, the Satanic is pretty good too, right? You get out of the overgrowth, because eventually, I mean, if I'm KJ, all I want to do is root this asshole on Gyro, because he has no Dispel. I'm like, okay, guys, you go fight. This guy's a monster, but I can just disarm him. So yeah, Satanic, probably the better choice.
Oh, they're clearing out the jungle is Vivo Kid. It's almost like they're lost. You got trolls like running left and right. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, I want to kill things, but
Yeah, he's like...
There's nothing to kill.
He's 709. He knows that he's like the strongest hero on the map and that he kind of wants to end. But every time they go to this goddamn dire base, it's just turn into stone and like end up on the throne.
yeah.
Okay.
I do not want to be here. Wait a second.
Smoke number 8.
Oh, they're going bottom. They're trying to sneak in.
Okay, smoke through the lane. Yeah, they need to be the ones to kick them out. King RD, it's time. I'm down for you to blink in there if you... Oh, good scan.
Great scan. Yeah, that hits them, and so not going to be a Seiko. Ember Spirit is charging in. Remnant. Oh, we can send though. Okay, he's able to get out with a slight. Going to be fine for now. Earth Spirit. He still has this
vacuum wall
opportunity.
whiffed. Chill, brothers.
Okay.
Okay, so Queen is close to 25. I would be down to wait for that. I think next Roche... honestly, you probably just wait for Roche to be Radiant, give an axe to your Dawnbreaker or something. I'll say that this evasion that you can get from Solar Guardian is actually very crucial. Against this Divine Rapier, I don't think Gyro wants to buy MKB either, so something to consider. It's funny when you're up 35k gold, and I'm like trying to find ways to make it easier for them.
I mean, it's proven to be an issue.
Yeah.
If it should be or not, I mean, it's irrelevant. It is proven to be an issue, and obviously Thunder Awaken deserving props there. It's, as we keep talking about, you know, it's one of those cases.
Yep.
Net worth is almost irrelevant now at this point because they obviously have the tools to hold just enough. And they're meeting us out of the base.
baby! Oh!
Kick back the stone. It goes forward. He's just flying. He's the stone surfer here. Away.
Oh, nice. That's all I needed from this series. Like that alone, if that was the only highlight of the series, I would have been happy. The kick back into the stone surf away, and that everyone just lives.
We need to replay the epic moment.
Oh, amazing.
I mean, this is insane. 34,000 net worth lead, but again, seems irrelevant because they have the ways to stop it, and their Spirit's leading that charge. I mean, hell, their Spirit Refresher. I mean, let's go. Like, if he wants to get that, but that's not going to happen.
There it
Stand
is.
up here.
Oh yeah, I love this replay. Just skirt on out of there.
Front of the gun. Yeah.
Earthfed is he's definitely been the MVP of the last 15 minutes. Like, he's saving this game. With all his stone remnants, Darkseer, Illich is looking to get a Blink Dagger. That could certainly help. I think Slatem's game has also been, well, drastically improving. He's going in with the Shivas, being annoying. It's getting closer to an overwhelming Blink. I don't know if that's the best item, but if he can make it work, that would be quite something.
Interesting. I think it's just, yeah, that he wants to be in their face, and obviously more survivability helps with that as well as the debuff it applies.
Yeah.
I mean, Gyrocopter has a Satanic. No buyback, but that's irrelevant at this point because he's got a Divine Rapier, so...
Yeah. If you die, you might as well... I don't know, it's probably done. Unless you can farm another Rapier, so when you die, you buy back and pick it up. I think that's the next play.
Yeah, who needs boots?
Troll is building a Refresher. I would like for Kostabile to get a Refresher and a Blink, I feel like. Like, maybe you just need to, like, mass Blink in so that they don't have the chance to, like... You know, they can't kick you in if you all jump on top of them, right? That does kind of check out.
True. if they just go to you anyways, it's like, wait a second, this is not how this is supposed to work.
Oh, that's a lot of bounty runes. That's like 5 bounties. So, okay. Radiant Roshan, Aghanim's 2 Dawnbreaker, I assume, unless you give it to Trian to have more map hack, but you already have all the map control, so that seems worthless.
It's still... It's not only the vision, though, remember, it is the overgrowth potential.
Yeah, I guess true. You make it easier. You can... But then again, Knight will just keep rolling the trees. I would give it to the Dawn, unless he will have enough money anyway in 40 minutes to have an Ags where Strian can farm it, so...
True.
You know, give or take.
Got a Starbreaker cooldown. Only 5-second cooldown now with a 25 talent. And with the Shard effect, that's a lot of free mobility and a lot of damage that the Stormbreaker position 3 can do as well. But again, doesn't matter if Thunder Awaken is going to play so defensive as they need to. And this Gyrocopter is thinking about doing the Lincoln Sphere himself next.
Okay, so just not get kicked, I guess, by Tusk, right? I guess that kind of makes sense.
Or no sheep or anything. No, there's no sheep on the other side.
Yeah. Okay, so Roche is up. They are certainly waiting for it to, well, hand them an Aghanim instead of a Refresher Shard. I would assume... Nope. Refresher Shard it is. My bad.
Going.
Okay, so maybe they will play with buybacks again. You just go in there, you take the fight, you buy back, or they want more gold lead. 60-minute items, by the way, not too far away. It's 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is certainly a game where if Thunder Awaken, they can hold out just long enough. Becomes a reality. Lincoln's picked up by Darkseer as well, so more defensive tool there.
It's a save Private Ryan on your gyro. Stack all the Lincolns you can. Help him out.
Yeah, it's Darkseer's job. He's got Forest Staff, Lotus Orb, Crimson Guard, and that's literally all for the gyro.
Yeah.
Ember Spirit just hit 25 as well, so double Sleight of Fist, or 2 Sleight of Fist charges now, so yeah.
So that's pretty good as well. Okay.
He got knocked back. King RD went in, and he got pushed back himself. Falls out. Troll Warlord at half-life. He can't battle trance. Yeah, then he just always going to battle trance first. In the back lines, look at Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter's in a horrible spot now. In the back line, it's going to be put under. Trying to keep himself alive.
Oh, he's rooted. He's rooted.
With the overgrowth rooting him into place. Gyrocopter can't survive. The Satanic's no longer. And down goes the gyro. The Divine Rapier is fallen. I'm not even sure who got it, actually.
Quap, Mr. Analog.
Queen of Pain has it, yeah.
Well, 60k gold lead. Okay, that's no buy. That could be it.
The game maybe, just maybe ended.
Let's see. Anything can happen. There was also a funny interaction where King RD punched the gyro with Lotus, so they both flew back.
That's what it was, okay.
Yeah, that's how he lived. As okay, we have a Hex. Good vac. But no gyro.
He's still 400 gold or so short of a buyback. So they can stall this all they want, but it doesn't seem like they're going to have enough damage to really prevent it in the end. Troll Warlord is beating down the Ancient. Shiva's use. Last stand here for Thunder Awaken, but Queen of Plane is the one playing in their face. Buybacks continue to happen, but Troll Warlord just going for the Ancient this whole time. Now he's going to turn his attention maybe, but it's going to be too much. I mean, they're stalling this as long as they can. Doing a hell of a job, but it finally is over. Vivo Keyed 2-1 over Thunder Awaken, and you see the relief right there. Taking off the headphones, I'm like, oh, finally. Jeez.
Okay, we did it, boys. We won the series. That's a good one. Then on the winner bracket finals, they have at least 2 chances to make it to TI. Honestly, some of these games were probably a bit nerve-wracking for them too. They feel like we've got this game, and it takes like 20 minutes, 30 minutes to win. My God.
That was a journey. Yeah, we're coming up on the 4-hour mark for this best out of 3 series, but what a series it was all the way to the very bitter end here of game number 3. But man, oh man, you take a look at the replays obviously throughout. This is again earlier on in the game here, but it was a game of Vivo Keyed. They clearly carried from that momentum of the previous game. And I go back to in the draft, there was maybe some question marks, but in hindsight, why did we bother questioning? I mean, Vivo Keyed clearly had a good idea of what they wanted to do. They gave up the gyrocopter. That was the one head scratcher. Like, okay, how do you deal with this now? Well, they dealt with it.
I like the type of idea. Gyro has always suffered that, well, it's either heroes that outrange you or heroes that get on top of you. So you have Quap, you have Tusk, they do that. Dawnbreaker naturally will do it with their ult as well. And they just have really good laning. I still think this KJ Treant, it's a bit under the radar maybe in this game, but they dumpster their lane every time that this man is playing Tree. They pick the troll with it, they make it work, it looks good, they have a good early game, and then, yeah, I don't know, this team is just playing well.
They are. And I obviously, as we get further on in this event, it's understandable, games are going to be a bit closer, but I'd be kidding myself about saying, I expect Vivo Keyed to, ultimately win this series. Thunder Awaken, they looked great in the first series, are the tournament favorites for a reason. But Vivo Keyed came to play, and this is what we talked about, especially with so much being on the line. These teams, it's who kind of ups their level of play at the right time. And right now, Vivo Keyed, especially with what we saw here between game 2 and 3, they're a scary team, and whoever they end up facing in the winter bracket finals is going to be up for quite the challenge.
Well, they're definitely like stepping up into these games. I think if you're Thunder Awaken, I feel like sometimes they struggle a little bit in the laning stage. Like their offlane duo they definitely have some off games. I mean, this mid matchup was hard. You also have Analog with the First Blood. But yeah, I mean, VKS, they just showed up. So if you're Thunder Awaken, you're the favorites and you lose this game, I hope they don't take it too hard. Just try to learn from it and move forward, and don't just let your emotions crumble you into the ground.
That pressure was certainly on before, being that favorite, we talked about that, but now really on for Thunder Awaken, because in the lower bracket, perhaps certainly even earlier than they expected, if there was to be the case, they're going to have to grind through 3 series in the lower bracket to still claim a spot for TI. So a team that's definitely capable of that, but it is going to be a much tougher journey now on their side. But yeah, again, the focus certainly on Vivo Keyed, a team that's deserving, and they got to feel good. But one more step needed for them. They get the 2 chances. I think you put it well there. Even if they lose the next series, they'll still get a second chance at qualifying for TI. And, who knows? Maybe a rematch eventually could be in the making. That certainly is possible if things line up that way too. But obviously that's getting ahead of ourselves here. But if you had to give an MVP out, Mr. KZoo, who do you got?
I think Analog again. I feel like he's been the standout player for me in all 3 games. I think he's performing very well. He's 14-0 in this game. Did well mid. I like his items. I like his gameplay. It's had good movement. I think KJ is also impressing me more and more. I think every game he's doing well, making nice moves, but overall, yeah, I think Analog is looking pretty damn solid. I like what this guy is showing.
God, look at that hero damage. 50,000 hero damage throughout the game. His kill participation, almost 80%. Yeah, this is a very active Queen of Pain. That's what you hope for with the hero pick. And yeah, both him and Troll Warlord both unkilled. Combined, that'd be 22-0 and 25 kill death assist ratio. So yeah, the core is certainly doing their part. But again, as we always go back to, great team effort for Vivo Keyed as well. But yeah, certainly agree there. Analog, impressive player for this squad. And going to be a big reason why they were able to qualify for TI if they were able to do so in the end.
And it's just I like what they're doing. Like they play fast, they do even game 1, like they nearly clawed their way back in it. Remember, there was a 300 or 500 HP thrown from Thunder Awaken, and they just barely lose out on it. And they come back in the next 2 games, they play quick, they play fast, they do it properly, come back and win 2-1. This is the type of series that can really make it happen for you.
Yeah, and that for me, it really is the most impressive thing about it, as you said. Like, they were so close to even taking the first game, ended up on the losing end, but to still have that mental state, of mental fortitude even to shake it off and clearly start fast in game 2, winning that one decisively, and now this one, a absolute stomp in their favor from beginning to end. So, Vivo Keyed, winner bracket, finals, congratulations to them. Thunder Awaken, still a chance, but they're going to have to do it through the lower bracket. But Kezu, we're gonna be wrapping up as far as us as casters right now for today, but there's still 3 more series that are ahead for you all. Moxie and Wagamama, great casters, going to be coming up there. AcatSuki versus Infinity, the next winner bracket matchup. Any chance for last words here, Kezu?
I don't know what to say. I think it's going to be a long day. These matches are getting better and better. I want to see AcatSuki in the finals. I think they're going to give a great match. So that's my small prediction.
All right, we'll see. It's going to be great no matter what. But ladies and gentlemen, more South American TI-12 qualifiers coming up. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Hello, everyone. We are taking over from Bareki and Kezu, and we've got lots more South American Dota for you today. The next series is going to be awesome. We have AcatSuki versus Infinity, and they've had a lot of different name changes, right, Waga?
Yeah, we got Infinity versus Infinity, right? You got AcatSuki, who used to be Infinity and now playing under AcatSuki. And yeah, it's interesting to see. You saw the players shuffle around a bit as we joined the lobby here. Like, wait, which team am I on? I'm on Infinity, right?
Yeah, it was great. They started off with Infinity on one side, the old Infinity, and then you saw some of the players get really confused. They're like, wait a minute, which side should I be on? But yeah, a lot of name changes, a lot of different shuffling around here. Of course, AcatSuki, as Waga just mentioned, was formerly the Infinity Squad, minus MNZ. And then when Adrian left, they went to like a different name first before they ended up at AcatSuki. But yeah, so they've got that change. And then, of course, the side of Infinity. Infinity, formerly known as Hokuri, formerly known as Elias Flat M. So a lot of different names that these guys have played under. But at the end of the day, very talented players. We're super excited to be casting this game. So Waga, what do you think is going to play out right now, right? Because AcatSuki has already won, they won these games. They're looking to, capitalize on maybe their Nature's Prophet again, if they let it through.
Yeah.
But then on the flip side for Infinity, right, they had a couple heroes that were slipped through multiple times. I believe it's like Trient and the Brewmaster, which are all very strong.
Yeah, Trient was the big one for them. They both kind of played the nature theme, right? Nature's Prophet on one hand, the Trient Protector on the other. Nature's Prophet, though, a hero that I don't think we should see slip through, since I looked at the overall, like, all games played, and while they did get it twice in a row on AcatSuki, and we, had a double MVP back-to-back there on two different players on Nature's Prophet. That was also the only two games where Nature's Prophet wasn't banned as far as we had played at that point. So out of like 18 games, it was played twice, and it was in that series. So it's crazy high ban rate, very high priority. He is one of the 100% contest rate heroes right now, along with Invoker, I think, is still 100% pick and ban. So I don't really suspect that the Nature's Prophet is going to get through. The Treant Protector, though, very, very strong, and something that Infinity used to success. I believe we could see that come back.
Yeah, let's take a look at the brackets and see where everything is falling right now. As we mentioned, both of these teams have been working their way through the uppers. They're looking pretty good. It's kind of funny, you mentioned, the whole nature idea, the nature path. Do you think they're trying to tell us something with the climate change arena coming up with TI and the Nature's Prophet and Tree? And
it's a big theme.
They are indeed.
Very
but yeah,
aware.
as you can see, we just watched a crazy game, a bit of an upset, honestly, in my opinion. The Thunder Awaken losing to Vivo Keydstars. I think a lot of people thought Thunder Awaken would take this a bit more cleanly, and instead Vivo Keydstars, they showed up. It was a scrap, but they've secured themselves the spot in the final for Upper, which means they're one series away from being able to claim a spot for TI. And then, of course, AcatSuki Infinity, they'll be duking it out here. And then later on, we've got Lava versus Mad Kings, Qhali versus Universitario. Oh man, I can't do that quickly.
Yep.
That will be facing off with Thunder, which will be a very scary match, in my opinion.
Thunder, though, I mean, we expected more from them there, and the only game that they did win in the matchup they just played was also looking really sketched. That was a crazy, they dropped the Rapier on Gyro, the enemy pushed, they almost lost their own throne. It was very, very shaky there, so getting one win in that best of three was not even a sure deal. So impressive gameplay there, but we'll see how they do in lower bracket. Now they're one away from actually not making it, when, like you said, I also expected them to be a surefire thing, like they're gonna go through.
Well, we'll get the chance to start seeing, how this whole game is going to play out. We have a draft, and as expected, we will not be seeing the Nature's Prophet. It's going to be the Infinity Squad that'll ban that out. Not going to allow AcatSuki to have that. The Pango was looking very strong earlier. We saw it in a couple games, actually, before. Invoker, all these bans seem like they're very meta. They all make sense. There's nothing necessarily to flavor, except maybe the Shadow Fiend getting banned against Leo style, but
Yeah.
Nothing too wild. Like, these are about what I'd expect to see at like very high level play.
That's what you pretty much get as well in the current phase, first phase ban. You can ban like a lot of the meta, and then you can give some respect ban as well. So the SF there coming in is not too surprising. It's just, you know, comfort zone again. And it's going to be an opening of Earth Spirit here as first hero for AcatSuki. I love that pick. We see it played both as support and as core. Mid Earth Spirit is super strong, but post 4 can also be amazing. And we saw in the previous series how annoying it is to push high ground against an Aghanim's Earth Spirit. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know, I had that happen to me yesterday, Moxie. I'm still salty about it. I accidentally overstepped, got kicked into fountain. This hero is just so high rated right now in general, both in pubs and pro play.
Sounds a little bit like you were diving there, Waga. If you're getting that close enough, he could kick you into fountain.
I may have been one step too close, a single step too close.
We do see, though, this has opened the doors for Qhali to get his Brewmaster. He has played this multiple times. It's a very strong hero, just in general, but also in his hands. So not too surprised with that. One of the things that I'm looking forward to, and I mentioned this earlier, is the fight between Leo Style and Faker, also known as KXY. I feel like these two guys have been like on the radar for a while. Like, they've both proven themselves to be very adept mid players. They both play very high tempo, very aggressive. So I'm really looking forward to that matchup and how they're going to, like, what heroes are they going to play, you know, in that mid.
Yeah, I suspect that when, you know, the mid matchup is that competitive, they may wait a little bit with the heroes, or, you know, there's the potential for flex, but I don't feel like Earth Spirit is Leo Styles' hero really on
No,
mid.
I agree.
Like, he does better on very high damage heroes, I feel, and like playing towards those actual right clickers coming out from mid lane even, or high gank heroes like Queen or Puck, but
I want a Quap from him.
Yeah.
I really want to see him play Quap at some point during this qualifier.
yeah, Queen is definitely right up his alley. You get a lot of the right click value as well there. So the Brewmaster and Disruptor here, Infinity getting themselves, you know, some good team fighting and good catch. I love having Disruptor against the Earth Spirit because he's such a hard hero to lock down nowadays. At least a glimpse, you get something, you know, sort of reliable to be able to bring him back.
Yeah, the Skywrath mid is going to be providing plenty of just nuking damage and harass. I like this hero a lot, especially when they first introduced the Twin Gates. Being able to just move from lane to lane and just have like a long range seeking kind of just nuke was so good with the slow.
Yeah, he's one of the better heroes at utilizing the gates, to be honest, because Sky showing up, you know, during nighttime at minute 5, coming through with the rotation, a quick silence and slow from Fog of War, and a lot of carries can even go down to that quickly. So they're getting themselves a hefty amount of magical damage here, and a Leshrac adding in as well. So that's probably going to be Leo Styles' hero in this game.
Probably. I'm not sure if it might be Frank too. I'm trying to remember if they've ever run that in the off lane. It's been a little while since I've seen it run that way, but most likely the mid.
Yeah, and that gives them a little bit of pairing. I like the Leshrac and Earth Spirit together. It's very easy for the Earth Spirit to set up for a Leshrac stun. You roll in, you stun first with the roll and then slow with the kick, and that's an easy setup for your Lesh or your combo with Skywrath as well with the ulti.
I'd like to see a... How would you feel about a Tusk for the side of Infinity? I know that's a hero that's been moving up currently in terms of just popularity, but I feel like the save could be really nice with the Snowball.
Save can be decent here. It's always a nice thing to have against the Skywrath. However, it's also a hero that complicates things a little bit. Like, you pretty much force the Disruptor to go together with the Brewmaster at that point. And unless you want to run double melee off lane, but that comes with a lot of weaknesses. It can be easily abused. So that I don't like so much. And I just don't like playing Tusk into Leshrac. All that close, like the proximity AoE damage is tough to play a melee support into. But Queen comes out as a reaction here for Infinity. Seeing the mid, they are going to respond themselves with that Queen.
So how is that going to play out in this mid lane? How typically should it play out? I feel like Queen should have a bit of an advantage, especially with the changes to her hero with the current patch.
I think she has an easier time playing into the mid game, but as for the lane itself, it's almost as close as you could ask for. Very, very tough to get a big advantage on either of them. Shadow Strike is pretty good for bullying, but Lightning Storm is so buffed nowadays. And Lesh generally CSS really well. So I expect this to be very even and just skill-based. Maybe they can find room for outplay. Maybe we'll see some rotations with both Earth Spirit and Spirit Breaker now being picked up on these teams. There could be a lot of opportunities to gank towards mid.
Yeah, I would say too, that's the same thing coming out from what I assume are supports on the side of AcatSuki with the Skywrath and the Earth Spirit. They have potential because Quap, one of those heroes that you kind of have to be patient, wait for her to blink aggressively. But when you've got something like a Skywrath Mage, sometimes you can take advantage of it early. Same thing with the Earth Spirit with silences and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have all the tools at their disposal to get kills on the side of AcatSuki, but same for Infinity right now. They go for a CK, okay. Interesting pick here, going CK into what I would, call quite a bit of AoE damage here. You got the Queen, you got the Brewmaster Spirit Breaker even charging through, but CK paired up with the Sky, I suppose, is pretty damn good damage output. Could also just go Earth Spirit on safe lane.
Yeah, it seems like they're concerned that MNZ's hero would get banned out if they waited too long. So picking up the CK a little bit early, in my opinion, because then that just leaves your off laner, right, for AcatSuki at this point, assuming that we have our supports already picked up. What about something like a Frank Beastmaster?
I like it. Like getting a natural combo like the Beast plus Sky would round out the draft pretty nicely for them. And well, I'm not a huge fan of the idea of the extra melees. I think it just fits pretty nice to have more lockdown here. And the attack speed would go super well with the CK illusions.
Could also see something like a Bat Rider potentially too. That seems to be, it's not hard lockdown until you have like the ulti, but that could be another way to solve some of the issues.
Yeah.
I guess that's hard though, right? With a disruptor.
It's a bit annoying. The Disruptor can mess with you a lot. You could even go for something like Legion Commander here. If you want more lockdown against something like Brewmaster, then Legion is a hero that you could combo again with the Sky, and you get great ways to catch Brew or Queen. Yeah, it's going to get banned out by Infinity, so makes sense. They're on the same page about that one.
What's the Lumiere here then, I guess, is my question. Like, if you look over here, they've got everything they need except for their hard carry.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm thinking you ban out Naga here if you're AcatSuki. You have Lesh, maybe you're fine with it. The thing is, Naga would be annoying for CK as well. I think it's still an option for Lumiere to go for. Okay, maybe not now. With the Underlord picked up, I think they shield the Naga hard enough. Underlord and Lesh is a bit much for her to deal with. So now I'm leaning more towards something like along the style of Monkey King, Slark, Ursa, these type of heroes.
Trying to think. I think
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like I remember Lumiere being a very good Slark. It's been a while since I've really watched him too closely, but that's definitely an option. I do like this Underlord pickup quite a bit, though. I also like the fact that they'll have a little bit more of that global presence, which will allow them to be very aggressive and take objectives very easily.
Yeah.
Seems like they're pretty happy with their draft tee because Hikiri is just like, yeah, let's go. I love I still love the Naruto.
The headbands.
I still love that, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. He's in the mood, ready. I guess he only puts it on when it's time for officials, right? It's a serious mode.
It's business time. It's go time. All right, so we're just waiting now to see what is the final piece of the Infinity puzzle.
Yeah, I really feel like Monkey King would be the best fit, but it all comes down to like how comfortable he is playing that compared to other heroes. If he enjoys playing Slark, then it's still a good Slark game. There are a few other heroes that you can go for as well, but it seems like the most obvious. He's gonna go towards TA.
This is surprising to me.
Yeah, this is an okay TA game, but it's definitely not an amazing one. The lane is good, but there's a big problem later on that TA does not deal with CK like at all. And I did say that they have already some good AoE against CK, but you ideally want to have a character-to-carry matchup where you're not this lopsided, because in my opinion, CK is very, very good against her.
I mean, it's been picked once and with 0 wins. And also, like, I know this is a Lumiere special. I know this is a hero he plays quite a bit of, but it's also just seems like really, really hard. Like, that refraction is going to get burnt down very quickly. And like you said, it's not a solution to CK. So if you're Lumiere right now, you're playing on this team, and you've got to figure out, what's your win condition? When do I need to have everything, set and ready to go by? What are you telling yourself right now? Because you're our TA specialist.
Yeah, I would say that this is the type of game where you just need to get your Desert Dragonlance early and then get Shard as well. Get yourself the Silence and get a lot of traps down and take team fights together with your team early. Like, you can sit back and try and farm for PKB or go for later timings. I don't think that's going to favor you, though, because as this game slips into later stages, the CK will be more favored. However, TA can come online super early. She's very, very strong at an early power spike, and that opens up a lot of avenues. Early Roshan, early Tormentor steals, taking tier 2 towers. So I think playing towards, Desert Dragonlance plus Shard timing is going to be, like, the way I would approach this.
Okay. Well, it does seem like they've got a really decent situation with the rest of their draft, right? They've got heroes that are going to be very active fairly early with the Queen of Pain, a Spirit Breaker, Disruptor, and also, when the Brew hits 6, probably going to be seeing a split. So let's see what's going to happen in this first game here between... Is it still showing as Hokuri up there?
It's again showing as Hokuri. It wasn't when we were starting the game.
It's AcatSuki versus Infinity, guys, so...
Yep.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But again, they do have some really good potential in being able to respond to these ganks and these moves because they've got that Underlord. They've got very strong supports themselves. So we'll have to see. I do think Lumiere is a very aggressive player, though. He's not the type who likes to sit back for too long and farm. So I think that'll also work out in their favor.
It's super funny that it says Infinity now for AcatSuki and Hokuri for Infinity. This is not going to be confusing at all. So Infinity is on the left side, guys. At least their banners are right in the game. It's strange because they have the AcatSuki logos on the ground and banners.
This ticket is so messed up.
I think even Dota is confused at this point.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, they could have potentially made some moves on Lumiere, but the fog just not going to lend itself to their advantage.
Yeah, nice positioning there, playing safe, not going to get too close on Lumiere. They do go behind and drop this ward, which is quite common when you're Dire and make this evasion move. So we'll see if Infinity realize this and go for the D ward. They're pinging some.
Oh yeah, they're pinging it out. They're like, there's something over here, guys. Please D-ward this.
Yeah. Faker just standing around. He knows he's under vision, but he also feels pretty safe this close to a tower.
Looks like they are going to try to challenge for the rune over... No, maybe not. See, Gardic and Lumiere are just backing off, so should be a pretty even split.
Yeah, take it 2-for-2 trade, and they head on to their lanes. Doesn't look like we're going to see any form of trap. Sometimes we see teams stick around for a first blood attempt, but it's going to be straight to your lanes as well. No starting tri-lane shenanigans here.
And it wouldn't be the SA qualifiers if we didn't have some pauses. I think I had 1 year when I was doing the South American qualifiers for TI. I can't remember which year it was, but Thunder Awaken was basically getting DDoSed.
Oh, yeah.
That iteration.
That is the classic. Yeah.
And they literally had to leave their internet cafe and go to another internet cafe.
I have a lot of experience playing even in teams where DDoS was a current thing. It was I was playing with Weeha and he kept getting DDoSed, and he would have to switch to his phone internet instead. So playing on his mobile phone, and yeah, it was tough times.
I will say that people were very good about. There were a couple times. Quite a few times, actually. Usually people were pretty good, though, because it's understood, like, South America at the time, too, for Dota 2, didn't have great infrastructure for a lot of these guys. They didn't have the boot camps. They didn't have the secure lines. And so they were used to, having to reconnect if there was a really terrible, rainstorm or whatnot. It's pretty interesting. There it is, though. There's our first blood. It's a good start here for Katara on the top lane, and not so great here for Vitali.
Yeah, they just constantly harassed him a lot there, and the Spirit Breaker didn't really see a way to help the lane, so he's going for shenanigans here, pulling the creep wave, gonna pull it behind the tier 1, tier 2 tower, in between there. So at least he gets something done, but that kill on Brewmaster really sets back the lane.
I mean, I don't know what a Spirit Breaker can really do there if the Brew is just a little bit too far up, because it's a very aggressive lane, right?
It's the downside. This is exactly what I was talking about during the draft. Picking these double melee lanes, they can be abused very easily. You go up against the Sky CK, you just get clapped. Like they will just right-click you and cast spells on you if you get too close. The Spirit Breaker tried for a little bit to trade hits, but you don't really harass that well as a Spirit Breaker in lane.
So like you said, we've got those little bit of lane shenanigans, but it really is working out for them because, you know, if they're split up, they're not nearly as powerful on the side of AcatSuki. It's only when the Skywrath and the CK come together that you might be in for some trouble.
Yeah, exactly. So trying to get the most they can by doing that low pull is going to help them a bit. But now they're back to laning though, and Sky CK going to fight up against them again.
We're seeing that harass again, just being dished out by Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, he just gets to constantly auto-attack here, and it's tough. You can't really do too much about it. Spirit Breaker wants to try and go for a pull here. Gonna get denied.
It's just not really possible to be too... That might come back to kick him in the butt, though. Like, you have that charge, right? But now that you've got the charge, you've lost all of your escape routes.
Yeah, it's... Well, he just tries to do what damage he can, but they're running dangerously low on regen here. They have no more HP regen on Spirit Breaker or Brewmaster on this lane. So all this harassment, it's starting to add up, and there's still plenty of mana on the Skywrath and CK.
I mean, there it is, his Reality Rift. Casbolny tries to just get a little space, but nope, he is just tribute to this lane again. Now Qhali not looking too great, because again, you just keep spamming out these spells. Another click, and that's a double kill for Prada. So this 3 kills in one lane so far. That feels awful if you're Infinity.
Oh, we saw a roll attempt bottom there by Kier, but gets glimpse cancelled before the roll connects. Not going to be able to go over on the Disruptor. But yeah, this top lane is massively winning right now for Prada and Kotaro.
So what's the play here? Because you've got 3 deaths in one lane. Like, that's... Gardic just finishing off Qhali. Is he going to be able to get a kill? Now rolls on out. What do you do now? Do you continue trying to do these lane shenanigans? Like,
I think you do exactly what he's doing now in Spirit Breaker. Just look towards mid. Like I said, this is a matchup where you might see some focus towards the mid. So he's going to help control the water runes. He's going to charge in and harass Leo style a bit, and just leave the Brewmaster. You know, go back some 70 years, back to the old suicide offlaners. You know, who barely get a scrap on the lane.
Looks like a split on the water runes. They're trying to put some more pressure over onto Prada. He is low on mana, does have himself that one little Lotus left. It's Kotaro's trying to get out some more damage over onto Vitaly. Probably doesn't want to go. Oh, yeah. He's going to go follow up. Another click or 2. Should be able to do it thanks to a rotation from Qhali.
Oh, that's a painful death. He will have his TP back, just barely. He's timing his death to his TP cooldown. So if that's the timing, then he's going to die every 80 seconds. That's not great. But yeah, this top lane is disastrous right now. And the CK already having power treads completed. I don't know how much you can focus on this lane anymore. They keep running here and trying to play for it. But you got to try and win mid and bottom, I think, at this point.
I mean, Lumiere's doing pretty well in terms of CS. His top of it currently 29-4. But I feel like, ooh, okay, there was a Prada there. Just a constant murder spree. Murder circus, I guess, with that music up here.
I mean, there's still the Earth Spirit. He's coming in. This Brewmaster's in trouble already.
Yeah, they're trying to slow down. They've got the roll forward. It connects. Another hit or so should be able to do it. And yeah, it's just another dead Vitaly. Michael has to hightail it out.
Okay, I said dying every 80 seconds is not a good thing. He died within 50 seconds this time, so that was faster. So he's going to have TP cooldown. That's going to be Walk of Shame. No boots on him still. This top lane, I don't even know want to look at it anymore. It's so sad. He's 4 deaths in 5 minutes on the offlaner.
I mean, the Spirit Breaker is out of regen too. Like, he does have the 1 mango. He does have a stick. So he's getting a little bit of that health regeneration, but he's got to be very careful.
There's so much pressure now on Faker, as well as Lumiere, you could say, but mainly Faker has to be having some extremely good game here to carry what's happening.
Shield rune. All right, gets grabbed by Leo style. Start pulsing over. They do manage to get the glimpse back, so be able to protect Faker a little bit longer. But yeah, like you said, a lot of pressure. Do you have level 6 on Queen of Pain and level 6 on Leshrac? They're fairly even, all things considered, in terms of levels, but...
It was a very important glimpse there because he committed his blink, so he was in danger of getting just run down by the Leshrac. Good thing that Disruptor was nearby. But yeah, we can see the focus now towards the mid lane starting to increase as Kotaro is going to lane 1v2 up top, and he's going to be completely fine on CK. He's got, you know, half of the components for his armlet already.
Faker taking a lot of
Oh, the
damage,
silence.
plus the silence. Yep.
Just in time there by Skywrath. Right place, right time. Stops him there. He tried to blink out,
Calculated.
but nah.
A little bit of silver lining is that Gartic will be able to soak some late levels right in this mid lane for a little bit. But top lane, Vitaly, this is going to be death number how many now?
We're up to 5.
Ouch.
We are up to 5 in 7 minutes. He's going for a record here. It's not a good record for him, but level 4 just barely against a level 6 and then some on the CK now, who is just about to finish 100 gold on Armlet and Power Treads at 7 minutes. That is absurdly early.
So my question is, what should they have laned with the Brewmaster instead of the Spirit Breaker? Do you think that would have given them a fighting chance? Something with a save, a heal? This is going to be a dead Lumiere. He's not careful. Look at this. Yeah, he backs off.
I think just any former ranged hero. I don't think Spirit Breaker Brewmaster is a very threatening lane. I don't think it does anything, to be honest. Brewmaster is a good hero, and Spirit Breaker can be good, but I don't think the pairing is nice at all.
See how Lumiere's got that sixth sense. His team's like, yeah, that's Skywrath not showing up. You probably don't want to be there. So the style shows up. It's a regen rune. It's going to get snapped up by Michael. And it's going to get just handled over here as Leo Style and Prada chase after. Now Faker is silenced. This could be potentially very, very dangerous. Goes for the Sonic Wave. And Ghost managed to finish off Leo Style.
Gets a
his
bonus
courier
kill as well. Gets the courier.
Yeah. But he's kind of in no man's like, oh, can you get another courier now? Faker's like, yeah, no, we're not pushing our luck here. You can see Gartic, the slow, the silence, the arcane seal, the kickback. They're like, all right, well, we might not be able to get who we want, but maybe we can get ourselves a support kill as just a little consolation prize. In fact, that's looking like to be the case.
That was very nice for Queen, though, getting that big kill on the Leshrac and getting his courier as well with the same ulti, getting tons of gold and gonna build him a little bit towards that Kaya, because, like I said, this Queen has to have a big impactful game, so any kill he can get over on the Lesh is ever so important.
TA is getting closer to this Deso down here. So like I said, Lumiere tends to play pretty aggressive, but he has had the chance to just get what he needs. It's just been the 1v1 against Devil for the most part. Although top lane, oh, Vitaly, this poor man is still not level 6.
Yeah, they even brought the Underlord possibly there. They had the ulti ready. He tried to go in, but he realized, wait, you guys don't even need me. That Brewmaster is just dying. And 6 steps before hitting level 6. This is devastating. This is absolutely crushing. He's, how many CS is he up to now on Brew? 23, so... Ooh, that is rough, man. Not even getting a full creep wave farm per death.
Compared to the 57 and 8 over on the Underlord, who is getting ganked though now, so that'll help a little bit. We'll slow him down just a bit. Lumiere, get himself a kill, propelling him closer and closer to the Deso, but they're amassing over in this mid lane. They want this tower.
Yeah, it's good
Waiting
grouping.
around the rune spot. They're going to try to put a little pressure over onto Faker. It's a haste rune. And Gartic, he's trying to snap it up, but Prada will not let him. So they'll get themselves not only the rune, but 2 kills. And now their attention can move over to the mid tower.
This is so good by Kotaro as well. Early activation here. Don't just sit top and forever enjoy that you are winning against Brewmaster, because at some point that's not going to be impactful anymore. You need to start utilizing the fact that you're strong, goes mid with the catapult wave, throws a little gank here, and now pushes tower. This is a very good move.
We do have the level 6 on Vitaly now, so he is making his way towards the mid lane. I'm just concerned that the enemy team feels like it's a little bit farther along, so it's not really going to matter so much. Although Frank, again, down at the bottom lane, is getting clipped. Look at these Power Ranger TPs coming out, though. They're immediately going to respond, land the stun over onto Lumiere, plus the roll. Big Sonic Wave coming into effect. It might be losing Leo Style, but they've already lost Lumiere. They're going to lose Faker, too, perhaps? No, he's still alive. Just barely. They can see him. They have the Vision Curie rolling. Nice play here by Gartic trying to block him, but they have the Urn Charge, and they get the kill. Do they die for Gartic, though, is the question. They're thinking about it. They've got the creeps here. But they should be very happy to turn around that gank.
What a fantastic play there overall. And the only hero they lost, the Leshrac, was denied as well by Frank. With that big auto attack from Underlord, gets to deny before he dies to the Queen of Pain. Fantastic targeting as well. They just went straight for the TA, made sure that they get the high priority kill. We can see a replay here of what happened. They committed pretty hard for the Underlord. It would have been a big kill because he had TP cooldown, but they immediately get punished for this. Too close to tower.
Man, what a big whack from Frank there.
Underlord, when people start dying near him, it gets a lot of damage with those auto attacks.
Yeah.
And we see Kotaro as well with his big damage, getting a kill on Gardic here as he comes through the portal to push bottom tower.
And again, we like this.
Portal mid.
They're already getting dragged over towards this mid lane because they have Vitaly and they have Faker. Looks like Vitaly, this poor Brewmaster, just can't do a thing this game. So they take the tower. He still even hasn't been able to use Split yet.
It makes sense to me to see a CK teleport all around in portals and stuff. He does have the reality rift after all. This is very much thematic.
Oh, it's
for him.
lore friendly.
Yes, it's lore friendly. I mean, he TP'd from top to bottom, from bottom to mid, and then back to bottom again. This guy is all over the place.
I love it. I mean, I love just seeing, because if you've watched it, so Minos has been around in the South American scene like forever. He's had several names, Kotaro Hayama, he was Minos, he was MNZ, like he had a ton of names and he's just a veteran of the scene. So it's been interesting to watch his evolution. For the longest time, he was literally like on these teams that were for support one completely.
Right.
Where, he just farmed, never really showed up. So it's so refreshing when you can see one of these players like realize, okay, I can't play Dota like I did 4 years ago. I have to start being more aggressive. I have to start, making these moves. And he's definitely proving
Yeah, I mean,
that he's a force to be reckoned with.
It is easier to do when your lane is that hard. Top lane Michael has to be careful. Chased by this guy, he's gonna be fine though. It's easier to do in a game where you are dominating this hard, but you can also easily fall into the trap of, oh, I'm having such a good time up here. Let's just stay here and keep having this good time of just farming and killing this poor Brewmaster over and over. But nah, he really recognized that he could have impact, and as a result, bottom tower is gone, mid tower is gone, and his team is getting more control in the map.
But while this is all going on, Lumiere has had a lot of space to breathe. He's just completed up that Desolator. So that's like step one of the let's win this game plan from the side of Infinity. Smoke on smoke action. They want to use this Desolator. They want to make something happen. Kotaro's just running at them. They're rolling forward, trying to see if they can get any information. But of course, they are smoked on the enemy team.
Yeah, they're just making sure they get their own wisdom rune, don't want to get that robbed, so they secure that first, but then with this smoke, moving up the TA a bit, maybe they look to catch something. Just gonna find the illusion though. They charge over, but that's not real.
All right, Echo Saber complete now for Chaos Knight. This man's farm is exploding.
Yeah.
Considering that, TA has the side blades. He's about 1,000 gold up on her.
The fact that he's going for the Manta style next as well, very good choice. Extra illusions, always nice against this team.
Ooh, they see Qhali, but they are making this rotation over just in case. They'll get the Glimpse play off. Do they still try to go for this? Vitaly needs to be careful. They have a Yules, my friend. They're going to roll right on, and you're not going to get to split, especially when they just burst you down. They'll end up getting the kill on Qhali. Michael nearby. He's putting some more damage over onto that Underlord, but the chase is on. Do they continue? It's not looking like they will.
They try to, but the CK got slowed by a TA trap. Good awareness there, having traps behind by Lumiere, making sure they don't get wrapped around on. But they're still gonna have to concede the area and give up this tower.
I feel like we've seen some really nice sonic waves coming out from Faker, but they're just not doing enough unless they have a full combo here. And again, they can see themselves a couple of these heroes. Michael looks like he's going to be the next one to die. Better him than Lumiere, though, who's sitting and look at these traps that he's placed up. He's like, I need to protect this area. I need to have someplace safe.
Yeah, you want to try and hold control over your own triangle, but right now they are losing their own triangle. They can't invade the enemy, and they're not really getting any moves made. He's queuing up the Blink Dagger, which I think it's probably wise to get the Blink Dagger here so he can pick apart the Skywrath really easily. I would like to see the Shard as well, but Blink first. With the way the game has evolved and with how desperate the game is looking, I think you just go straight Blink instead.
It's also rough. There's not a lot of vision up for the side of Infinity here.
Yeah, some good D wards came down. They had some wards to try and protect their own triangle, but they got removed. AcatSuki squad are on top of their game.
Feels like they're setting up a trap here in this top area. But again, whenever you have the Underlord, you have that Fiend's Gate, which will allow you to immediately respond if you need to just push out another wave. If you see a dive, roll forward here from Qhali. He's licking. He's got himself that double damage. He's feeling real strong.
He has a lot of damage with his auto attacks. Bottom lane, though, they're split pushing because they realize there's a lot of heroes around top. So let's try and split them up. Queen doing the right thing. Has to be careful not to get caught, though. Pretty
They did
deep.
Yasha. They're going down. They've chased them. Oh, the stun. That's a very dead Queen of Pain. Another fight. Looks like it's about to break out. They have themselves Lumiere. There's going to be a charge forward for Michael, but a nice pit of malice holding everyone in place. Followed up. They should be able to kill Lumiere. They're going to be able to grab Michael, too. And Vitaly, he just hightails it out. He says, I cannot be here. I cannot add another death onto my score.
They're attempting to split up the map a bit because they know they're too weak to take the team fight, but Queen going so deep under tower bottom made it easy for Sky to actually reach with that silence there. And at the same time, the TA is like, oh great, they're coming back to punish you guys. Okay, I can farm the Ancients, and nope, that area isn't safe either. Everything is falling apart right now. Would like to see them just start using the bottom part of the map, use the jungle camps that are available down in the well, right? Yeah, the well wishes. I like the Mighty Mines more than the Well Wishes. Well Wishes doesn't sound like an area.
I just call it the hot tub area. It's got that little pool, you know?
Yes.
Little time for R&R. Just go take a dip in the hot tub, kill yourself some creeps. It's a good time.
It is a good time. Mana Region is one of my favorite stats too, so it's a good place to be.
Looks like they're going to back off for the time being, though, over on AcatSuki. They've got some really good vision up, though. They've got...
Yeah, they have crazy wards. Right now, they're going to get dewarded here if we see Infinity actually push out far enough. Yeah, Spiritbreaker, going to go for it. Get some of
It almost feels like a little bit of a trap, right? Like, I feel like sometimes when you're going for that, and maybe this is just my support, like, talking.
Going for a D ward.
But, you know, you're like, oh, this is an easy D ward. But then you're like, no one's on the map. Am I about to get murdered while I'm over here?
Yeah, that may be the case, but that ward may be more important than your support life as well. So sometimes you just gotta go for it. You gotta get yourself in
That's
there.
fair.
And at least secure that their own jungle has no wards in it right now, but they are gonna lose this tier 2 top tower. I don't see any way they can mount a defense here, as AcatSuki are swarming it. And 19 minutes, only 2 minutes until the next Wisdom Rune, 1 minute to the next to Tormentor spawns as well.
I mean, you just looking. Gonna see the teleport down to the bottom lane, right next to Michael.
Gets
That'll
clean.
be the glimpse play, which is always a fun thing if you're a disruptor player. You always feel real bad about it, though, if you're the one being glimpsed back.
Unlord could just ulti back in again, you know, just use teleport number 2. It's fine. But they're gonna let go of the bottom tier 1. So first structure down for Infinity here. The squad managed to take 1 tower out, and that gives them a little bit of access here to some enemy Ancients.
Oh, that's a dead Vitaly again.
0, 9, and 1. This poor guy, he can't catch a break.
Yeah, he's gonna probably be a little tilted after all this. Katara finding himself guarded, but immediately... Never mind.
Dodges the glimpse.
Really nicely done from Kotaro.
Yeah, the Phantasm. And meanwhile, Faker gets caught as well.
Oh,
This is shield
Faker.
rune. No, not in time. He could almost have
Yeah, I
protected
don't know.
him.
Oh, did they see Michael? I was thinking that they were gonna keep rolling for that, but has to be careful. There is Qhali just rolling on through.
Yeah, they haven't seen him, I think. They're just invading. They're looking for where TA is farming. She's farming top, though. And she's going to set up now to take the Tormentor. So, gonna just chill, go Invis here, and easy Tormentor. Meanwhile, though, Roche is on the menu for the AcatSuki squad. Going straight towards it. Wasting no time.
Oh, it's gonna be Michael who gets himself the shard, gets that planar pocket.
Player Pocket is
like-
an interesting ability. In this game, I guess you could steal the CK stun, you know, pull that over. Magic Resist can also be amazing against Skywrath, actually.
Oh yeah, this Roche going down super, super fast here. I feel like it's always feel really bad when you see like a TA and like wants to fight, wants to, you know, get active, but isn't able to quite do so. And that's what I'm worried about, right? Is that's what you said during the draft, is that this TA was gonna need to get these items, can't afford to like lean back or anything, has to be active at the same time. And it just feels like she can't.
Yeah, it didn't look like a fantastic TA game, and then you add in the fact that his queen is currently 1-5-0, so having an awful game, and the Brewmaster doesn't have a game at all. He's non-existent. He just finished a 21-minute desperation Midas. I mean, this guy is just out of the game. At least Brewmaster doesn't need many items to be useful in teamfights. The ulti is very, very strong on its own.
But he's never able to ulti Waka.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
Well,
if he was able to ulti, nice little glimpse play here, but not gonna matter. We'll just teleport away, and Lumiere is just gonna hug the back lines.
Yeah, this is good. This is good by Lumiere. Good understanding that he can maybe farm the safest by going close to the enemy base. Farming the enemy area is usually safer than your own area when you're this far behind. So he's role-playing PA a bit, you know, just hiding on the map.
Oh boy, this is some spooky stuff right now, although it looks like might be able to keep Faker alive, might be able to. Yeah.
Good
Roll
save.
forward though.
Good save
That
with
was the
the
static storm
disruptor.
that got used though.
Yeah, the static storm plus the force staff was definitely worth it there. You keep your queen alive, but like you said, that's cooldown on the ulti. They weren't gonna fight for mid tier 2 tower at least though. We'll see if they decide to push high ground. I think they're just gonna farm on AcatSuki. It's gonna be a second Aegis will be the timing to really crack high ground.
Radiant are scanning.
This poor Brewmaster, currently 8k net worth.
Yeah, I mean, Queen is pretty close as well. We talk a lot about how bad of a game he's having, but he's actually within 1,000 gold of the Queen. So I said Queen needs to have a super good game to make up for Brewmaster's low impact here, but that's just not the case. She has struggled to deal with the Skyrat silences, and he still doesn't have a tool to remove that. He has the Kaya-Sange for a bit of status resistance, but if you get silenced, you're probably still dead. There's both the silence from Earth Spirit and the Sky as well.
Kotara's like, I wonder if a disruptor is still here. Since he's being cheeky and glimpsing.
Yeah, he gets caught, and
And then he's just gonna walk into the base and hit towers. All right, cool.
he may as well.
What is this game?
May as well. Completely safe area after all. Just stand here. Yes, the Aegis got the Manta style for some extra illusions.
And they're just not responding. I guess they can't really do a whole heck of a lot, but they need to stop, like,
Nobody
they need
else.
to at least try, right?
That's what you think, but TA can't actually step close enough. She just gets reality rifted here, so they need everyone. They're waiting for Disruptor. They have to fight for the racks. The courier
just
is the
give them a
bravest.
courier?
Okay.
Okay.
A gift.
I feel like that's one of those, like, wait, pause the game. What if we give you this courier instead?
Trade offer. You get courier, I get to keep
I
my
offer
rack.
you this. Oh boy, look at Qatar. He just, nothing phasing him right now. He's got an Aegis. He's so incredibly strong. He's got the Phantasm up again.
That was the planar pocket, by the way,
Just
helping
great.
the TA. Yeah, he pulled the
Faker
stun on Spearpig.
Sitting very low right now. He's got to be careful. Even having to use that Sonic Wave to get away, but the roll forward again. He's still looking. He needs maybe one more hit. He drops the ward, hoping that he can get the vision, but it's just not there.
If he knew where he was, he could probably have connected the roll in time there. Almost gets a solo kill.
Uh-oh. Thought for half a second Katara was just gonna smack around Vitali.
Fortunately, Vitali fast enough with the Drunken Brawler, Storm Brawler stands there, running away.
We have a Silver Edge completed now for the CK.
Yeah, he's just getting bigger and bigger. He's queuing up the shard again. He had it queued up a few times so far. Tried to buy it earlier, but realized that, nah, I want more items. And once it gets that, it's going to be even more damage if you take the Chaos Bolt, an extra illusion popping up. Pretty dangerous stuff. And we'll see here if it's going to be any form of high ground attempt by AcatSuki. I don't think that we should see that, as Aegis is timing out in 10 seconds. This is mostly likely just going to be a case of choking out the enemy on the map. So the ball is really in the corner of Infinity right now. How are you going to respond to this situation? You're super far behind. They're smoking out their TA, trying to go, I guess maybe get some traps on Roche, get some chance to perhaps steal the next Aegis. Because once the next Aegis goes in hand of the CK, I think you're in trouble.
I like this though. They know that the Aegis has, I'm assuming they know that the Aegis has been reclaimed at this point, so they're realizing, okay, let's try to take some steps out. Let's see what we can find, but...
This is a Tormentor smoke is what they're going for. And there's actually a Wisdom Rune there, which is about to ferment in 1 minute and 10 seconds. I don't think he's gonna wait for it though. Gets a little Wisdom.
No!
Well, he's not sticking around for that long. He's just here to steal Tormentor quickly and then get out.
All right, well, that's going to be a little bit more net worth going over to the Queen of Pain. She has the upgraded blink.
That's...
This will be helpful, but she's still very fragile.
Oh, look at Qhali. Qhali has a little ward mission here. He's going in, killing some trees, and he's going to plant a ward behind. And Gardic has no idea what's going on right now. He might get kicked forward if they do decide to go high ground.
Maybe they go after Qhali again, who knows?
This is such a sneaky mission by Qhali. The value of having a deep ward like this that the opponent don't know about is insane as well. This is good prep work for the upcoming high ground push.
Kotaro's like, wait a minute, who stole my things? Where's my Tormentor? I mean, he knows his Tormentor's gone to the Wisdom Room, but just like wandering over there like,
Yeah, he's checking because Wisdom Room might be there, but yeah, no, they didn't leave that for you.
Although, Lumiere's coming back over to this area.
Uh-oh, Lumiere.
Kotaro. It's like, oh, what do we have here?
He's fine.
Spidey sense was tingling. Cancels out. No, not going to be able to do it. It's like Gardic getting poked out a little bit over by the Tormentor.
Does force the TA away though. She had to TP all the way to Fountain, so she's back in her base. And this is basically what they're doing right now. AcatSuki are herding Infinity back into their base. Like, stop farming, get out of the map. You don't belong. And I don't know, Infinity, they go for a smoke again, but I don't really see what the smoke is gonna attempt to achieve here. It's kind of tough. And again, this deep ward is revealing that there's nobody in the base right there, so it's giving good info for AcatSuki.
Do you have the BKB, though, available over on Lumiere now, so should give a little bit more survivability, which would be nice. And plus, they have the Ags and the Shard on Faker, which will allow them to kite perhaps a bit better as well. But
yeah,
this definitely feels like an uphill climb for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, definitely. It's a little bit of a ships in the dark moment right now. So we see the counter smoke here by AcatSuki. They're going to push mid with the Underlord as well as some nukes. But I think Infinity, you're in danger. The wraparound is coming.
Got about half duration on the smoke left, and they have to realize that something is up, right?
Oh yeah, they know about it. They're
especially
killing
when
the
they
courier.
click the courier like that. Ooh, did it deliver in time?
He got it.
All right, there it is.
Just barely got the Daedalus recipe.
They're making their way over. They're dropping the gate. Devil finding himself. Gardic is immediately going to get sent back. Kotaro, though, gets knocked out over here onto the side. The silence coming into play, though, with the Sonic. There it is. There's finally a dead Kotaro as Kiri's trying to roll away. That glimpse coming in handy as Leo style. Now he's left to force and fight with all of these heroes. He's gonna go use some Yules, try to get some more damage over onto Michael. Maybe Lumiere trying to do whatever he can, but he's left all alone. There's too much damage, and they'll get the kill on the Leo style.
I'm honestly amazed that they make the call to just get out there. I mean, yeah, you lost your CK, who is a lot of your damage, but so many spells were used to bring him down as well. Look at that Leshrac just living for a long time at the end. If he had his Underlord there, if he had his Earth Spirit and the Skywrath, if everybody just stayed, I think they could actually still fight that.
Michael just telling Qhali, get out of my hot tub. You're not welcome here, sir. And with 3 heroes here, it's going to make it very difficult for him to survive. 4 even, so down he goes.
Well, that's a big upset here, but it does help Infinity get back into the game a little bit. And with Roshan spawning in 30 seconds, maybe they can get themselves in a good position to contest it. They do have good damage to take, Rosh. It's just a matter of pushing out the lanes and getting enough heroes nearby.
Working on a heart for the Chaos Knight.
Yeah.
As we go forward, but
Definitely could use either a heart or a BKB there in the last fight. As we saw, he could definitely still get bursted.
It was funny because he was just getting like popped back and forth within the static storm, so he wasn't able to do much of anything. A little glimpse back on his illusion.
Yeah.
Making his way forward though. They realized that
Both teams
it's
know
about
Roche
that
is up.
time.
Yeah, both teams have
Roche is
scouted
home.
it, the illusion and the traps. And look at this deep ward, it revealed the smoke. They saw the smoke come out right now.
can see Frank getting into position, throwing his big chonky body around.
Is under attack.
Using the gem
They
to
don't
remove
have-
traps.
They don't have Faker just yet. Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to pick up a gem because I felt like against a TA especially, it's so good. It's a little high risk, high reward, right? Because you don't want to mess it up for Kotaro, who's got the silver edge, but
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, it's very good to have a gem at this stage of the game. Positioning is pretty clean here for AcatSuki, but it's greedy to start the Roche without a fight.
positioned all around. We'll slow down. Lumiere first. Got that Heaven's Halberd. There it is. There's the split from Qhali this time around. There's going to be the Phantasm charging right through over onto Kotaro as they glimpse back over onto Frank. Faker, though, just gets immediately obliterated. Frank sitting very, very low. Looks like he might be able to survive with that Glimmer Cape as they take down Qhali. The chase is on. Kiri's got his eyes on Gardic over on the side. And just move him around a little bit and finish him off as now Michael... they throw down the gate, they interrupt it with the Yules, waiting patiently, and the only one who's alive at the end of the day is Lumiere for the side of Infinity.
They just don't have a clean target they can go on and burst easily. It looks like the fight might start out in a good way there. The Brewmaster getting off his ulti and then using his Dispel to try and kill the CK illusions, which, by the way, lose 3,000 HP to a simple Dispel. So they only have 3.4k HP there. They almost get one shot by Dispel. But still, they didn't have anyone that they could just lock down and kill. So they kind of just get overrun at the end of the day. See a replay here of how it went down. Like, look at that Dispel on the Phantasm, along with the charge through. All the illusions are basically dead immediately.
I thought for sure that Frank was going to die there, but that Glimmer Cape coming in at the last second.
They're wasting no time. They're rushing up high ground here. Back in the game, the CK is just charging in.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He has no worries about this.
Manta dodges the glimpse. Kotaro has Manta dodged the glimpse or ulti dodged the glimpse like 5 times this game.
And they say that old gamers have no reflexes.
Yeah.
This guy's like one of the grandpas of SA Dota at this point. And they'll just turn their attention right to the top.
Yeah, racks are falling. Smoke coming out here. Desperation smoke. They don't have Aghanims on the Disruptor. He wants one, but far away from it.
I just feel like they have too much of like a glass cannon with Lumiere with everything that he's up to. Like, he does lots of damage, but he just gets immediate. All right, the jump forward again, trying to take down Kotaro, but he's the one with the Aegis. He doesn't really care. It's now Frank. He's very far forward. It's already popped the pipe and the Crimson. It's going to be the split. Faker going too far forward, though. He's going to be the first one to fall. As now Frank getting continuously hit by Qhali, but just not enough to finish him off. As now Lumiere gets caught. He'll be the next to die. And the roll over onto Qhali, plus that ancient shield to kick back. But they have to be careful because Kiri gets in there. Oh no, he manages to stay alive thanks to that Ghost Scepter, but he's going to get dragged right back again. So he may be the only one who falls right now as they get themselves mega creeps on the side of AcatSuki.
It's just rolling in place over and over, but not getting anywhere. It's like a bad dream for the Earth Spirit, but sadly...
I know, his team's still really winning pretty hard. I don't think it's that bad of a dream.
Oh, his team is doing great.
They just call GG.
Yeah, GG.
They realize they can't do anything at this point.
Yeah, and Prada gonna give away a little kill on himself there as the game is over anyway. Just down fixing his KDA, I guess, to 7-2 and 17 instead of 7-1 and 17. But what a clean game one for AcatSuki squad here, just completely outplaying them in the lane. I want to say this game fell apart so hard though, based on just lane matchup. That off lane versus safe lane was not okay. You can't have a lane that's just unplayable in the current patch. Like the CK net worth at 10 minutes was 6.6. That is absurd. That is so damn high. Like if you have 6k net worth in a game, you are golden. You're having a great game. 6.6 is just ridiculous.
So I guess my question is, how much of this did you feel was just a problem with their draft versus how much of this was just, outskill, outplay?
I think going back to how the lane started then, they did play pretty aggressively to try and contest the first creep wave, and then also Spirit Breaker ran away to try and go pull the second one, right? Because first one you can't pull anyway. But that ended up with them feeding first bod and then also going for the pull. Ideally, if you're going for the pull, you want your offlaner to take it easy. Like, sit back. You won't get anything now, but I'm going to pull the next wave. It's going to be fine. But there seemed to be a miscommunication on how to play that lane. Like the Brewmaster wanted to play it and fight it, and yeah, I think that was the big issue for me. So overall, though, the matchup is terrible. CK's guy dominate that lane easily, no matter what you do.
Who would you say impressed you the most in this game?
A little bit tough to say. I mean, I would probably say Qhali. I think he had a lot of crucial rotations, and his plays, his kickbacks, his catch on people. Also Prada, probably. Prada was very clutch with his silences in this game. Like, he was at the right place at the right time so much on Skywrath.
Yeah, I felt like every time that the usually it's support Faker, right? Faker would show up and then it would just be an instant silence or just silencing up this Brewmaster. I think I only saw maybe, one or two Brewmaster ultis the entire game. And part of that is just because he was so behind, right? Because it doesn't make any sense when you're all by yourself. You're not going to go and pop that ulti. You're going to try to hold on to it for when you have a team fight. But like you said, I felt like this dynamic duo really showed up this game, which is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there was it was basically just a well-oiled machinery all over for AcatSuki, though. Everyone was doing their part, so it's one of those games where it's hard to pick and choose who's going to be the MVP, even because everyone was just really fulfilling their purpose, which is what you want, right? That's when you look not like a group of good players, but an actual team. And Infinity, I think it's back to a drawing board a little bit with the draft here, in my opinion. I don't think the TA was a great pick. I don't think it matches that well against the heroes here. And likewise, the Dolphin duo just doesn't work into that matchup. So I think they got outdrafted a bit here.
Is this a situation where you think that Infinity should maybe pick up Lumiere's hero a little bit earlier? Because it felt like he kind of got drafted into a corner at that point into the game. Although there was still the Slark available. There was a possibility of that and a couple others, but perhaps he just didn't feel as confident on those.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you have to be a little bit comfortable taking one of those heroes at least. But definitely put yourself in the corner. But whether it's that he wanted TA here and thought that it's good, or if it's just, he didn't want to play any of the other heroes, whatever the case, it doesn't work out, and they have to think more about this matchup.
Well, we do have an MVP of the match, and it seems that we've ended up on Qhali with his Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, this
also for the most fashionable in all of our cams, for sure.
Yeah, Qhali busting out the headband for this game, showing the power, and he was definitely pulling some secret ninjutsus here, rolling in with that deep ward, with some forbidden techniques that Infinity, they never found that ward, and the only way they will know about its existence is by watching the replay back. So, he was definitely doing some good job just hunting the enemy. He almost got a solo kill on Faker as well, which is pretty impressive for a support to nearly kill a queen.
Yeah, it definitely felt like wherever he was, there was something happening. It felt very much like he always had a purpose, which I know sometimes can be a little difficult with supports. It's usually a little bit easier when you're ahead, right? But I just always felt like either he was actively participating in some sort of a gank, or he was trying to put up very specific vision that was going to enable them to get into the next area. So well done here on this Earth Spirit for sure.
Yeah, we'll see if they can run it back in the next game here, or if it's going to be Infinity taking it back, because we have a 1-0 lead now for AcatSuki, and they pretty much did what I expected in terms of gameplay. We saw them before, we cast them before. They look really solid. I like their execution, but Infinity, though, I think they can do better than this. I think this mainly draft came back to bite them a little bit here, and I want to see more from them in game 2.
Do you think we're going to see any heroes respect ban this time around, or do you think this is one of those where they're just like, man, we just need to regroup, reset, and just play our game?
Maybe the Earth Spirit, but I don't think it's specifically going to be a hero out of this game that will be respect banned. I think we still will see that Shadow Fiend removed early, probably. They don't want to play against Leo Styles SF, but yeah, I think it's more about just cooking up a better mix of heroes for yourself than letting a certain hero through in particular.
All right, well, you heard our expert. It looks like Infinity, they just got to cook up a better hero stew, for sure. And maybe we'll get ourselves 3 games out of this series. But before we go to game number 2, we're going to take a short break. So stick around. And we are back with game number 2 of AcatSuki versus Infinity. AcatSuki pouncing on game number 1 and getting themselves a nice lead here. Waga and I have been watching. We've got a lot of thoughts on how the series should play out. And I think one of the big ones, Waga, is that Infinity, they just need a better draft.
Yeah, I mean, just draft better. It's it's a big part of the game, but it is where I would say last game fell apart. It just felt pretty unplayable for them, the situation they put themselves in. So going back into that, it's going to be very important to see if they can get themselves a little bit more solid stuff. As we see the draft at the bottom here of the screen, what they are going to go towards and prioritize.
This time around, it looks like they'll ban the Earth Spirit themselves on the side of AcatSuki. Not going to allow Qhali to play that one again. They have something else in their pockets for chance. And a lot of the other bans, though, seem to be pretty standard, right? You've seen the Dawnbreaker before. Ember, was Ember banned this early last time? I feel like that was something else.
He was banned in his second phase, I think.
Yeah,
I don't.
That's a little bit different.
I don't think they was banned this early, but they're doing the classic old move of play a hero, win with a hero, and then proceed to ban the hero right afterwards. It's a very cheeky move. Usually we see it on some Broodmothers or stuff like that, the cheese heroes. But respect for Qhali there on his Earth Spirit, definitely played it really well. Doesn't want to give a chance for Infinity to do the same thing.
You can't give them a master class and show them how it's done and then let them, have that hero, right?
No, definitely. Take it away immediately. As we see final ban here, Undying, a hero that AcatSuki have been running quite a bit, even though Undying is kind of falling out of favor, right? We don't see Undying as much as we used to, thank God. He used to be just the support every single game. Now I think there's quite a few different supports you can go for.
Ooh, that's a strong opener for AcatSuki.
They get the Gyrocopter. They're against the Disruptor, very solid support into many drafts as well. But yeah, with the Gyro picked up, we'll see what they're going to pair with it, because there are many ways to draft this hero to make him stronger. They haven't really shielded it, though, with any of their bans yet. There's still Razor available. There's still TB, some heroes that can be problematic for him. Or like a thing that I really enjoy and think is very, very strong against Gyro is to just pick that Bane. I called for it earlier, but in the game where I was talking about that, the team already had 2 supports. Here, you only have the Disruptor. Pair it with a Bane as well. Spam that Enfeeble and Gyrocopter in team fights. It does wonders.
I feel like that's too... I don't know. I just feel like a Disruptor and a Bane I guess they have different purposes, right? Because Disruptor does have that big AoE ultimate, and then of course Bane is the single target lockdown too. I don't know why, but for some reason it feels icky to have both of them.
No, you're absolutely right to a degree. It's a little bit uncomfortable to have the 2 heroes, but I'm saying that the value that you get is outweighing that. The 2 heroes being ranged supports, you usually want to have 1 range, 1 melee support, but Gyrocopter is usually this all eggs in one basket type hero. We usually see him go for a lot of farm, a lot of rapiers lately as well, and just get this massive Gyrocopter as the big win condition, and having 1 single support that can just say, you know what, Enfeeble is going to spam on you all the time, and you're going to have to use Manta Styles, Satanics, BKBs all the time just to dispel this. And even if you do dispel them, I might just Fiend Script you, which will be very annoying for you as well, even though you have the Aghanims. So I think it's an underrated counter. Other than that, you could go for the Vengeful as well, a hero that also has some damage reduction.
So they pick up the Grimstroke. This is another hero that has been gaining in popularity. The way that his Inkswell has been just reworked a little bit is now you get to decide when you want that to pop. You've got yourself your own little stun bomb that you can put on any sort of hero, especially if you're seeing something like possibly a Storm or a Puck, things that I know AcatSuki plays quite a bit of. Anything that can blink in, right, is just so value. Do have to be careful, though, as we saw in some of the other matches where we've seen the Grimstroke. Does tend to be not very upfront, but needs to be fairly close to the other hero, so needs to be able to keep some distance. There's the Razor, though, and I know that, I think I was watching Breaking AcatSuki earlier, they were saying that, this seems on paper very, very strong, but the actual win rate against Gyro is not very good, if I recall.
I haven't studied the win rates overall, but in general, I would say that you often find yourself getting countered. I'll look up win rate after this series here. But it's just very convenient. You go in, you put the static link on the Gyrocopter, you kind of solve him in a team fight. But there may always be some drawbacks as well. But Razor and IO together, that's a lot of movement speed, very tough lane to go into. AcatSuki now gonna have to customize their off lane to have something that can pair up against this. Grimstroke. I would even expect Grimstroke to maybe be laning together with the Gyrocopter. It's a combination that works pretty well.
Ooh, I like this. I like the Lina pickup.
Yeah, brings a ton of magic damage, and with Grimstroke as well, you can get that double ulti going. Very easy to bind IO and Razor together, so one of the benefits of playing Grimstroke against IO is that they're easy to bind. The drawback, though, is that IO and Razor, like any IO combination, they're always running together in the same direction anyway, so you don't get that moment of binding to people and they kind of get stuck to each other. But it's a nice thing to add extra damage here for them with Lina.
Stands ready.
I just think like too in terms of just having that reach in the range to because I always wants to be a little bit further back so he's not immediately getting blown up, but you've got a nuke now, you've got that little bit of range coming out from your Lina.
Okay, so
I don't know, I just really seem to like it.
So it's going to be the offlane Razor here paired up most likely with the IO and lane, and then Disruptor laning with Sven to begin with, and then later on they can pair the IO and Sven to run around and farm and gank.
Yeah, it's a kill lane, that's pretty good, right? You've got the Glimpse that comes into play, you've got the Cage, you've got Stormhammer. They'll have to play a bit careful. How do you feel like the if we're looking at the off lane being the Grimstroke and the Brewmaster, how does that play out?
Yeah, Brewmaster Grimstroke does fine against Disruptor Sven. It's a very potent lane for both teams. I think Sven should get some farm, but Brewmaster shouldn't be hard shut down like we saw in last game or anything like that. So
Oh, that was so hard to watch last game. Poor Vitali.
it was. I am curious though, if the Grimstroke does go bottom, I'm wondering what they want to pair with the Gyro. They could still go for something something to support him in the way of Clockwork here. The banouts though from Infinity are saying that they suspect this is the support Gyro, which definitely could be the case, right? But
Oh yeah, they're playing 4D chess right now, right? They picked the Gyrocopter up so early. It's like, wow, that's a really bold move. Are they gonna use him in the manner that
that's interesting though, right? Because Infinity are picking Razor and picking, heroes that are pretty good against Gyro. You get Sven with the Warcry as well. But then they're banning out carry heroes. So they're both saying, if it's a carry Gyro, we're ready for it. If it's a support Gyro, we want to ban out the alternative carries you will go for.
feels like they're a little split. They're like, we don't want to give them a freebie, but at the same time, we have to protect ourselves.
I think it's a support. I think it's a support Gyro, actually. Just looking at the overall draft, I think it makes sense that they're saving the carry for last pick here and get something, because when you see Razor and Sven and IO here, I'm more leaning towards playing something like PA possibly as a carry for AcatSuki. You get some PA Grimstroke lane on safe lane, Gyro Brewmaster on off lane. Looks really nice to me.
Yeah, they don't have great jump, honestly, on the side of Infinity, unless they want to get that blink on Sven, or you get like the relocate sort of thing. So something that can sit a little farther back is also an option potentially.
Yeah, maybe. I think it can be difficult though, because you already have Lina who's going to be doing that. But
true.
I want someone who can murder the IO, right? That's where I was saying PA, because she's a very, very adept hero. Literally an assassin, right? It's her job
Right.
to go in and take out the IO and Disruptor early. But we'll see what they want to go for. First, though, it's going to be Infinity who have to reveal their mid hero here. Going up against Lina. You need
Okay,
something.
go for the
Okay.
Pop again.
No, I mean, he played perfectly fine last game. It was just a very tough game from the get-go with that off lane. So I don't think the Queen was the problem at all. And Queen is one of the heroes that does completely fine against Lina. Lina should have a minor advantage in lane, but nothing big enough to really make a deal out of.
Boy, they're having a good time over there. Kiri's just laughing. Everybody's giggling, having some snacks. Like, they're like, all right, yeah, they're fine. They don't seem concerned at all.
Yeah, we'll see what the final hero is going to be here. They have still almost 2 minutes here, so if they want, they can think about it for a little bit. This makes sense that they ban out the Bloodseeker now as well. If they wanted to pick the Queen of Pain, you can do the blink in one step to counter the rupture damage, but you need max level blink for that now. The blink was changed from having a fixed range on every level to having a lower range until you max it.
Some very heated discussions going on as well. They are really enjoying that little bit of time. It's going to have about a minute left to make their decision. And
So nice for them as well to have 2 minutes here on the last pick, because then you can basically make one idea. You're like, okay, this sounds good. And then you can explore a different idea, really sit and like break it down as a team like they're doing right now. So they probably already have an idea in mind, like we're going to do this. And then they just take the time to discuss. It looks like they made up their mind. They're going to pick right now. Not going to wait more. And it's going to be CK coming out. So that is a hero that can blow up the Wisp really easily. It does deal pretty well with the Razor, but Sven and Queen are not bad at killing the CK illusions as well. I guess the Grimstroke CK is an incredibly powerful lane, though.
I would agree with that. And I think also last game, you know, they were able to dispel some of those illusions. And it honestly didn't seem to really matter too much. Like, Kotaro just was running at them. He didn't have much fear.
Yeah, that's because they were so far ahead, though. If the game was closer, you want those Phantasm illusions to stick around. So we'll see. I think the lane being so potent of Grimstroke and CK here, and they should be able to get kills. I'm okay with the draft for AcatSuki, but I think much better here for Infinity than the last game. I don't see one lane that they should like absolutely lose. Bottom lane should be completely fine. Their off lane should be pretty good as well, I think. And then mid is even. So this is all going to come down to play and execution, Moxie.
And that's how I like my Dota matches to go down to, right? You want it to be a very close game. You want it to be exciting. You want to have a lot of action. And it feels like this match is going to provide all those things. So it's all going to come down to who can execute the cleanest and eke out that victory.
Yeah, we'll see if Infinity can maybe get themselves back here, as they lost the first game pretty handedly, pretty quickly as well. I mean, I can only imagine that you want to have a little bit of an actual game this time on Vitaly, who didn't really get to play much in the first game. He basically spent more time dead than alive.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants to make up for his first game where it was just really, really difficult. Same thing with Faker, right? Faker tried to get things done. There was a lot of pressure on his shoulders. This time around, though, hopefully the lanes are going to be a little bit better, and he's going to be able to show off his skills. But we are getting into the game number 2, and I think this is going to be a great one.
I think so. It's very built up to be very competitive here in terms of the hero matchups, at least. I'm excited to see who's going to edge out a little bit of an advantage on the mid lane, how the rotations are going to come out. Like, we see immediate smoke out from both teams to try and get some vision down. So let's get into the game and see how they're going to place their first wards.
I just realized, too, that's not actually Qhali who's wearing the bandana. That's, I believe their coach is roughing for them. I'm not 100% sure, but when the camps came over, Qhali was moved over into his proper seat.
Oh, I see. They're just shuffling around a bit. Like true ninjas.
Exactly, you know? Ninja cats.
I mean, their logo does have a headband as well, right? So
yeah,
it's good. It's part of their official gear.
30 seconds.
I would like to have them all wearing those at officials, please.
If they go to a LAN event, they should. They should all come out with them.
They should all Naruto run out too. No, that'd be too much. Too much.
We already saw. Which team was it that did that? We already was it Team Spirit? I think Team Spirit
maybe.
did that at some point. They did a full Naruto runs. It was at the anime event.
That would make sense.
Yeah, it was appropriate after all.
The battle begins.
All right, doesn't look like anything too wild right off the bat. Just an even split on the runes.
They get the runes.
I'm excited. I haven't
heading over to their lanes.
Yeah, I haven't seen Leo Style on his Lena in a while. He's very, very good with this hero, but he also has to be very, very careful, right? Because the whole like idea, if he's playing too aggressively, Faker's going to be able to punish that, having the higher mobility.
Yeah, Lena now got so much damage for free, though. I feel like she's back in a good spot as a nuker. We did have that long era of right-click Lena dominating the field, but nowadays it's all about that spell amp and caster Lena build, which I find much more exciting to watch, to be honest.
Already bottom lane, you can see that harass coming out from Vitaly and Michael. Prada dishing it right back at them, but of course Isle having that sustain is definitely going to pay off.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to commit for a big fight here, but the slow harass should be going the way of the IO and the Razor, as they have that double range advantage on this lane.
Am I a curmudgeon. I don't like the hero icon for this Razor Arcana. I think it looks too much like Faceless Void.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Okay, that makes it sound like I am the curmudgeon.
I don't know. I haven't thought about it really, so I don't know. Maybe.
It's very purple. It has the same head shape, but...
Yeah, true. A glorious hammerhead. You gotta play like a
Top
shark.
lane, very quiet, though. Not seeing too much aggression coming out just yet. Like you said, this lane, very potent for either side, depending on who gets to jump on who first.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that they wanted to lane it like this with the Jarrow and CK together bottom instead of the Grimstroke bottom to get a little bit longer range harass and get the combo with the CK. I feel like Jarrow would have probably suited better here. No matter which, though, I mean, they get the same thing. It's a melee range, so it's all fine like that. But I'm just a little bit suspicious on whether the Jarrow actually fits better together with CK down here.
Is it the idea that they can throw out the missile and harass onto the IO perhaps better? Like you have the two... I mean, I guess technically you have two stuns either way. You've got Inkswell on that Grimstroke.
It's better for harass. The problem is that it's worse for killing, I feel. Like, actually bringing down the IO, the Rocket Barrage is not going to be that good because Razor will face tank a lot of that, sharing the damage with IO. And Inkswell would be having the opposite effect, that if you stack up, you just take more damage.
Right. Plus a Stroke of Fate going through multiple...
Exactly, yeah.
multiple bodies.
But for now, the lane that has maybe a slight edge here is the Lina so far against the Queen 13 and 7 versus the 9 and 4.
I just feel like she has such a nice advantage too. We talked about the spells, but also just being able to put out some of those clicks. Feels like definitely Queen of Pain has to be a little bit closer to even do those spells, right? And like you could just throw out the LSA. They're still taking a couple hits from the tower during that, but...
Yeah, has to be careful not to step under tower to take too much damage, but you're definitely right. Queen has to get very close to deal her damage, whereas Lina is both auto attack wise and spell wise outranging her. So overall, Lina having a little bit of an advantage here.
This is a very slow opening, it feels like, compared to our previous game that we just watched.
Yeah, not quite as explosive. The teams are focusing a lot on just CSing right now, and we see Sven pulling ahead a little bit compared to the CK. CK 11 and 4 versus the 19 CS on the Sven on his safe lane.
Uh-oh. Whew, that was close. Faker just seeing if he can go refill his bottle with the bounty rune, and luckily had just enough mana to be able to get away. Has the raindrops too, which are always helpful.
Yeah, unexpected to see a CK come over there and check the bounty rune. Like, you normally expect him to be on the lane or farming a creep camp. Like, what is he doing over there? But Kotaro just running around a bit. I don't think he's enjoying his lane that much against this Razor.
Well, it is designed to be problematic for him here, so can't say I blame him. And again, not great kill potential with the particular hero that's paired up with him at this time.
They do have a small camp though, so getting this pull, getting the kobolds is a bit unlucky, but at least getting the pull allows him to try and farm under tower and not have to go too far out on CK.
I do like this rotation though coming out from Prada. He's like, okay, we're not getting enough done in this bottom lane. What can we do top? How can I be of help? So they're gonna go use that homing missile over onto Lumiere. Double in position, and that's gonna be a core kill with a good rotation coming out from Prada.
That's fantastic, and immediately back to his own lane on Prada, so has his impact back to bottom lane, and top lane is going to be happy about that, getting a kill on Sven here. He was farming way too well in his lane, but now they can actually start doing some tower damage as well.
Also see in the mid lane, they pushed back Faker to the point where he just has no regen. He's got, you know, those raindrops, he's got an empty bottle. And Leo Style, meanwhile, continuing to CS. He has a water rune. It's going to get that level 6 pretty soon, too. I wouldn't be surprised if we see potentially a rotation towards that mid lane and a kill. Or could also just see a solo one, honestly.
I mean, the 6 minute is coming up, so 30 seconds from now, I expect to see some rotations towards those runes. Power runes are incredibly important for both Lina and the Queen of Pain here. And Queen already spending her TP to go refill some mana in base and then TPing out to lane again, whereas Neo Style is ready for those side lane rotations.
Yeah, look at this. Both the supports on either side making this rotation. Although, there it is. I told you, he didn't need to have the rotation.
Oh boy. Yeah, that was a misplay though. He didn't use his magic wand on the queen and he got way too close. But that is so painful for him.
Won't be able to get the deny on the arcane, but it's looking like perhaps they can get a kill on Gardic. It's moving pretty fast, but with that slow, that's definitely a dead disruptor. So Leo's not gonna be feeling real good right now. He's got 2 kills under his belt. He's got lane superiority. Everything's looking good for him currently.
And even Queen of Pain having to walk with shame because she TP'd out mid, so it's just all adding up here. And Leo Style gonna get towards early spellcaster build here, going for the Ether Lens Rush. Has the mana boots, which is gonna allow him to spam a little.
Rotation into the bottom lane. And then see Qhali making this rotation. They've got their eyes on Vitaly. So go. Inkswell will continue to pop and it's gonna try to grab him, keep him alive. Michael making his way over. See another TP coming out though. Nope, it'll get canceled. Vitaly is still alive.
Did a good job focusing down the homing missile before it hit there. Both of them using their auto attacks. Wisp getting a hit in as well. But he does stay alive on the Razor and he's gonna get healed up passively here by the Wisp. So he'll be completely fine. This is the one lane that isn't going so poorly right now for Infinity.
He's trying to break this tether, but again, in comes Qhali. He's looking at Michael. Not gonna be able to quite land the Inkswell.
Yeah, no boots on Grimstroke. Can't really run down the Wisp as he's sped up a lot by the Razor here.
Should they be focusing more on the Wisp than on the Razor, do you think?
I mean, ideally you kill the Wisp first, and they tried to do it right there, but yeah, in the first dive, maybe they could have just gone on the Wisp instead and gone to kill.
Yeah.
They got a little bit ambitious, thinking that, you know what, we can kill the Razor, we're behind, but CK had no damage. The Razor took all his damage away. Once he has ulti, he'll still be able to do some damage at least by having his Phantasm, but yeah, they didn't really have enough to bring him down there.
More pressure being placed here towards this mid lane. Did see a rotation coming out from Gyro to the top, but Sven, he doesn't want to be in his lane anymore. He's not feeling super secure with the Disruptor not being there, so he's just going to try to jungle up. I wouldn't be surprised though to see some wards getting placed down. In fact, you see a smoke play coming out from Qhali and Leo Style. They have themselves a Haste Rune and a Laguna Blade if they want to use it, but Sven already rotating towards his base just to be a little bit closer. There's no vision up for him either, and with those heroes off the map, it's just a little too scary.
Yeah, they didn't really know where he is. At least they're making an effort to go in and try and chase him and shut him down, so that the mentality is the right thing. You shouldn't let this Sven just free farm in the jungle. He's gonna head over to the triangle right now though, where there's a nice juicy 4-stack on the big camp, and he'll pop his ulti, start farming that, and then turn his attention to the Ancients here.
Yeah, right now it feels like their names are still messed up.
Infinity,
Infinity and Hokori.
Yeah.
Well, AcatSuki, I feel like they're really in the driver's seat right now, just because of the fact that like one of the big things on the side of Infinity is, you know, this Static Storm trying to mess up with some of these casters, right? Silence is so incredibly important against Frank. It's very important against Leo Style. Even just the CK too, so he can't get off the Phantasm, but no level 6 just yet on this Disruptor because he's had to be like a little homeless. He's had to wander around a lot.
Yeah, the big thing that they need to look towards is activating the Queen of Pain. They need to find a way for him to use his ulti and get some value here, get some kill, because he's falling behind right now. Lina is out farming him. He can't really sustain mid, so he needs to either make a rotation to another lane or they need to hard commit to mid. And whatever they do needs to happen without Sven, because he's just AFK jungle mode. He wants to farm. So Razor, IO, they need to go and do something with this queen.
Almost managing to get this kill on Gardic, but a nice glimpse play will keep him alive. Laguna Blade is down now too, so he'll escape with his life. But there is a tasty regen rune in the top, so Leo Style probably not too upset that didn't work out for him. Back to farming he goes.
I like all this attention that they're putting over on AcatSuki towards controlling the runes. They actually should probably try and deward them as well, because there are 2 rune wards out from Infinity. But getting rune control when you have Lina and Queen in the game is so important. Lina is just gonna keep accelerating here as Queen doesn't get her hands on any rune really.
Another glimpse, just like, I do not want it, Leo Style. Leave me alone. He still pops though.
The burn, the 40 damage burn per second, does a lot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He almost made it out this time.
Yeah, that was so close. That was very on the edge with the ether lens. The little tumbler's toy actually was the only thing that made him connect that Q.
Nice positioning coming out now from AcatSuki around this middle tower. Do they need to activate this Razor more, do you think? Is that one of the keys? Because Faker can't do this all alone.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. I think they just need to find a moment. Maybe they were waiting for Disruptor ulti. He got it now. He has a smoke on him. So maybe they will coordinate some form of move. But most likely, Io and Racer are just running around saying, we can relocate, guys, we can relocate. But it's not that easy to set up the fight for the Disruptor and the Queen. They basically need to find a good chance to glimpse people back and call the relocate when they do that. But they don't have a hero that jumps and like initiates right now.
I was about to say, that's one thing that I didn't think about in their draft, is they don't have that traditional initiator. Like, a Queen of Pain doesn't want to be the first one who jumps in, right? Because there's just so many disables that you could just slice her into pieces. She's more of a glass cannon at this point.
They just need farm for it. Once Sven has some stuff, oh, this could be a glimpse forcing out
He's
ulti.
gonna split, like, right off the bat, though. He sees that Disruptor. He doesn't want to take the risk.
Yeah, he didn't even wait for the glimpse to come out, just immediately popping it. So it's pretty much the ulti on cooldown. A little bit of a win here. First small victory for Infinity. But it's not a victory in its own right. You need to make something happen with this Brew to be on cooldown. So they're gonna smoke over, run towards top, and look for a fight.
This Quap is so poor.
Yeah, times are tough.
It hurts.
Times are tough.
Times be tough out here in this economy.
He's 1,000 gold ahead of the Gyrocopter, who's a support. Yay.
It was so hopeful. You got us in the first half, Waga.
Yeah, he's on
All right,
farm
here
again.
they are. They're going to make a play on Kotaro in the top lane, dropping the Static Storm, but he's got the Armlet. He's pretty powerful right now, but with the follow-up of the Io and the Razor, he's going to try to
Armlet
toggle
toggles?
through it. He's making it work, honestly, because the rest of the team, they're here. They're following up. Silence over onto Michael, trying to just close the gap. Call down's going to get used, landing onto multiples, but Prada, he's a little bit too far ahead. He is going to end up falling. So the return squad, trying to save their hero, does manage to save Kotaro, but perhaps gets a little bit too over-ambitious as they end up losing their support.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Beautiful armlet toggling to run away there. Manages to stay alive. And yeah, they do commit a bit with the Gyrocopter, but not the biggest loss ever. On the side of Infinity, though, they will take anything they can get. If they get a single kill, you know, that's infinitely more than they had before. So at least they get something for Qhali there.
Yeah, what the heck happened to Kiri? I just realized Kiri is does not have his level 6 yet. That could have made a big difference if they had the Soulbind there.
He's been making a lot of rotations, mainly just been running around a lot, but they leave him top lane. He finishes it up and has enough gold for mana boots as well right now. Looks like they want to pair up a bit.
That's going to be really nice too, being able to link the Queen of Pain to something so that way she can't dive in and out.
No.
But Kiri, he's waiting patiently, like you said. Hiding in the tree line. They're playing towards the top. They could have a double Laguna Blade if they want to try to make this happen. But Leo Style, he's got to show himself.
Oh, the Nordalina is here. Run.
Oh, they try to go for that stun. Not going to be able to quite manage to land it. So the reload will come out.
Yeah, but the reload will
Michael
also
says,
come back.
goodbye, my captain.
Unfortunately,
I give my life for you.
No way out of this one for him. He's gonna dodge the stun at least with some excellent dukes of just running.
Goodbye, little ball of light.
Meanwhile, though,
That's the 4th kill for Leo Style now.
yeah, he's having a fantastic game here. Meanwhile, though, they are pushing out lanes. They're pushing bottom, farming jungle a bit here on Sven as well. He's got the Blink Dagger, so he has that tool to jump first. Doesn't have the full BKB yet, though, and that would be more comfortable for him to jump into anything. But I think the moment they have relocate again, they should probably just look for a Blink gank with Sven.
Okay.
Oh,
They're
if
smoked
he's
up
alive,
middle
then.
lane. Oh, the immediate blink. They throw out that Spear Vessel charge, but
Good reactions.
he's alive. Quick fingers, quick reflexes.
Yeah, that was very, very clutch. Losing him in there would lose entire control of the area. They're still kind of losing control, though, of the area, but they have a chance to go back and make a stab at it.
It's like BKBs are on the menu for Faker as well. Have that queued up, and it seems really, really important because he just can't dive in and dive out, right? This is a hero that likes to poke, doesn't want to fully commit, wants to be on the outskirts. just cause a little bit of chaos in the middle of everything, and
Yeah,
it's not going to be able to do it if she's locked down.
We've seen different builds on Racer. I've seen some Blade Mill Racer lately as well. Seems to work pretty well, but against CK, Blade Mill makes a bit less sense. Not great to use Blade Mill against Illusions. Bottom, CK is the target now.
Yep, the immediate hit just to slow him down here, knock him into place. He's trying to target, but again, when you have the global threat of an IO Razor, it's going to probably spell your death with the rest of the team there.
Yeah.
No toggling's going to save you on that one.
They are going to go back together top as well, and they're going to be completely fine. Meanwhile, bottom tower is taking a bit of damage.
Is under attack.
I mean, on the bright side, right, you've got the static storm on cooldown, which seems to be like their really big spell right now, aside from just chain stunning.
I feel like you were looking for a bright side for a while there. You're like, on the bright side, there's...
I was trying to figure out, like, I was like, well, I mean, on some, like, on one hand, right, they got the kill on the CK, which is really, really good. But on the side for, AcatSuki, this is an opening for them if they wanted to do something with the Lina.
Looks like they do as well. So they're going straight towards this ancient area here. Gonna fight immediately.
Waiting for the glimpse. Any moment now. This is going to go right back. And we got a blink on the Lina. And they'll get their revenge on Gardic.
I like this more than what we saw. Was it yesterday as well? We saw Jarrow not buy the shard. I was talking about how support Jarrow at minute 15, you basically want to have the shard immediately. Yesterday we saw the Veil into Glimmer, into Force Staff,
Right.
and waiting for getting the shard from Tormentor. But if you're going to play support Jarrow, I think Prada is doing it the right way here. Just commit, get the shard yourself, and now you can have tons of damage in a fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gardic's holding on to 2 smokes, and he seems to be playing closely now to Michael and Vitaly. Be curious if they try to make something happen here. Dropping down the sentry.
Yeah.
They see this Lina. They ping her out a couple times, but no one else is quite in the area just yet. They do have the reload up, though, so if she gets a little bit too frisky here, they can respond in their own kind.
Yeah, Lina as well, going towards mid, though. She has that blink, travels. Getting glimpsed back to bottom, though.
Bye-bye.
Gardic says bye to you, and he's gonna be just back to farming in the well wishes then.
I don't feel like Leosta's too upset about that, honestly.
This game feels so different from the previous one. Oh, look at Prada, the rocket, the damage.
Drops the static storm. He's like, no, I don't want it. This is not looking good for... Oh, the Io, though, coming into play with the mech. We'll be able to keep Gardic alive, and no, it's not looking good for him as the tables are indeed turned. Vitaly showing up, says, leave my support alone.
Yeah, Wisp was ready with a lot of heal there, getting Gardic back up to full HP almost with a single mech usage. But very close to getting a kill, and at least that forced out the Static Storm, so kind of limit their ability to go for ganks themselves. This is basically just a farm trade right now, but I think it's a farm trade that's overall favoring Infinity here. The Sven is getting stronger, the Racer is pretty massive, and while Queen is not having a good game, I think a big Sven can definitely outcarry a farmed CK.
And he's got himself the BKB right now. It's coming out on the courier, which means I would not be surprised to see a smoke, a blink, and just the BKB just causing intense panic.
Yeah, I mean, you should probably play aggressively on a timing here, because with the BKB and Blink available, the CK is just behind you by 3,000 gold right now. So play towards that advantage and start doing something.
Doesn't feel like anybody's grouping, though, at this time. Continue to see Leosta on the bottom lane by himself. Lumiere does get that BKB delivered, but isn't making his way towards his team just yet. Io and Razor paired at the hip as per usual, just making sure that they're alive and well. Gardic trying to do a little farming, and Faker, yeah, he's working towards his own BKB, so maybe they want to wait for that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could wait for more BKBs here, get the triple BKB timing, but already having the Racer and the Sven, I think they could start going for plays. And at the same time, though, this game is playing out a lot slower than the previous game. It's like a different set of teams almost, the way this has become a sort of farm pact going on.
Gotara will have his own BKB very soon. He's got... I believe he's going to do the disassemble into it, which will also be very, very big for the side of AcatSuki. What else do we see for items? Nothing really new over on Devil. Pressure being put over on the mid tower. We'll see the teleports coming in. I don't want to really give it away for free, but I don't think it's going to be worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna let go of that tower. The Razor can just safely push this together with his IO behind him. And meanwhile, bottom though.
Oh, the blink away. She's swift, but oh, manages to get out of the static storm too. And they're gonna go for the reload over
Queen
to
is
Leo
here.
style. He's trying his best, but they do manage to get the vision on her. So this is looking like a dead Leo style.
Yeah, that's gonna be a kill. And while they did pop the Sven ulti pretty early there, they can still transition this into a Roche immediately, still have half the duration. And I doubt that we're gonna see Infinity able to contest it really. As of course they do get the backup kill. The Wisp did reload from somewhere and they found the spot they reload from, so.
I'm curious if they're gonna try to challenge this. It looks like Infinity's just gonna back off.
Yeah, they realize with Wisp down, maybe it's not the best idea to try for this fight. Still wanna have him in the fight.
Well, they have a juicy wisdom rune they can get instead.
Yeah, and the full BKB is coming out for the Queen now as well, so the power spike is definitely here. Oh no, she doesn't have it yet. Don't get jumped.
No. There it is. She's got it now. But she doesn't want to use it defensively either. Skataro and the rest of the team, they're here. BKB does indeed get used. The Soulbind gonna get used on Faker too, but he's out.
Yeah, well, that is a bit of a force at least, getting that on cooldown. And even getting away with stealing some of the farm here. Infinity with a cheeky move.
And they still have a full duration BKB on Kotaro. He didn't opt to pop it in that fight, figuring they were getting a quick pick off, so. Feels a little bad for Faker. Doesn't end up dying, but does use his first BKB charge here. As now the rest of the team, they're gonna smoke up. Maybe comb through the area, see if they can find any stragglers. Doesn't appear to be the case though.
A new move by AcatSuki. Gonna just run down straight to bottom here. Might actually connect into Gyrocopter and the Grimstroke who are hanging around. Oh, not gonna be able to
A little bit of a
blink.
glimpse back over onto Qhali. Not who they wanted, but they will take it.
I like that. Meanwhile, they're just farming the enemy ancients with the Razor right now. Razor and Wisp just going wherever they want on the map.
Double saying, I don't want to deal with this, I'm just going to teleport home. But while this is going on, they're making moves towards this Roche again.
Yeah, that was a TP base by Brewmaster, and they can use this timing to go because they know that he's super far away.
Why is Gardic tanking this?
He's got Tranquils. He just wants to get
It's
value.
just funny
out of
just
this.
watching him get smacked around and then eventually stunned by the Roche.
Yeah, he's just helping his team a little bit, you know, making sure they don't go too low on the Sven.
Yeah, appreciated.
Grimstroke with a steal attempt.
He's going in.
no.
It's a little early though, Qhali. He's trying. Still will be the Dire though that gets a kill on Roshan, and Faker will snatch up that Aegis.
I appreciate the attempt by Qhali there. That was very ambitious. I mean, he did have Blink Dagger, so it would be pretty hyped to see him succeed there, but very optimistic attempt. And Razor's going for a Blink Dagger next, even with a Wisp in the team as well. Just prioritizing having a way to really close the distance to the enemy team. Okay, he changed his mind. He removed it from a queue and putting his ult curse. I like that more. Because the problem with going Blink is that you might just blink away from your Wisp and untether yourself. And sure, sometimes Wisp can just retether, but it does make it a bit awkward to play.
Double damage bottled for the Sven. That God's strength is up. He is gonna hit hard.
Yeah, and they are they're taking down the Tormentor quickly here on the side of AcatSuki.
They need to be careful. All right, they succeed.
Just
gonna
in
be a
time.
shard going over. They just need that vision though, right? They need the vision so that way they can get a glimpse play off if needed. So Gyrocopter's not looking too healthy as he's gonna be the pick off.
Stayed a little bit too close there, gets jumped. I mean, Queen ulti committed for it at least, but bleeding these kills and then also losing your tower doesn't feel good. And this game is so awkward from the perspective of Leo style, by the way. He had a great early game, felt really strong, and then he's kind of just on the back foot and his team is losing. Like, must be a very confusing game for him.
He's got the Agnum Scepter now too.
Yeah, that gives him quite tremendous burst. He still doesn't have Shard, though. That Shard is really, really valuable for Burst Lina. I actually would say that this is incorrect build, because the Agnums, yeah, it gives you 35% spell amp, but just the Shard alone, if you ulti first, you get 200 damage per Q and W during the ulti. That's more than 35%.
So what's the play here coming out from the side of AcatSuki, right? We talked about Lena having a very good start, but now they're kind of bleeding a little bit on some of these kills. Do they pick up a smoke? Do they just try to all move together? I mean, it's hard, right? Because they're usually at least 3 together, and then the 2, Razor and Io, relocate at any moment.
Oh, they can go on Sven right now. They have some vision on him, but they're too far away. If he comes up for a creep wave, they can stun him.
Is under attack.
The
Yeah,
greedy
Garde's
Midas.
hiding, looking for... Yeah, he's very greedy. Laguna Blade's gonna get used, and that'll be the BKB. In comes the reload. Over onto the back lines, they'll find Qhali. Get him cleaned up. Prada still left behind, probably going to be the next one to fall. Does use the call down, tries to buy himself a bit more time, not going to be able to do it. So they end up losing both supports on the side of AcatSuki.
The problem is they look for a pick-off, but they don't do it with the chain stun heroes. Like, you gotta play towards the heroes that actually chain stuns here. You have your Blink Grimstroke with the Inkswell. He wasn't actually part of this. The CK with the stun also wasn't part of this. So you're trying to chain stun with a homing missile and light strike array and burst a Sven. That's never gonna work. You need the Grimstroke. I don't know why he went up higher. I think he was trying to get a ward down, but he needed to be there with them. That could have been a kill on Sven.
Fully completed Assault Cuirass now on this Razor.
Yeah, he's
Another big item for him.
getting pretty massive on the Razor for sure. And he's just gonna keep going. This extra attack speed as well makes a big difference since he steals away the enemy damage. The AC feels so good. Auto attacks in general are pretty damn strong for the Razor right now. And Silver Edge coming out for the Sven, so also getting himself closer to not really gear cap, but getting to this point of being big 6-slotted Sven.
It's getting a little bit scary too. Gardic has picked himself up the early gem, and they're going to be able to remove a lot of this vision, so it's not safe for any of these guys to make moves outside the base.
Yeah, the gem
I
is.
say that as Prada just, over here on the side. Do.
Yeah, he has a ward, so he feels safe for now, but it's only a matter of time before Gardic makes his way over to check that cliff as well.
Oh, they found themselves the Brewmaster. Frank, he was trying to get the split off, but nope, not going to be able to do it. Who expects a Sven that deep in the trees just hunting, right?
Okay, they're going for the Wisp, the reload play. Again, it's going to cost them the Wisp's lives here.
Oh, they brought both of them back. All right. Maybe they can turn this into something more. As now, they've already used the BKB. They go for the Light Strike Array, trying to get as much physical damage out as possible. Drag back. Lumiere's here, though. Oh, my God. He is just trying to get the final fleet hits off, and he manages to get it with Qhali being over on the side. Prada. Yeah, look at that tip. Just like, thanks, Qhali. You enabled us to kill your core. Yeah, immediately regret my decision. Oh.
Yeah, against any other hero, body blocking to try and save your core there could be a good idea, but against a great cleave, it doesn't really stop it as he cleaves 100% damage. And yeah, you just gave him a nice attack target,
That's
basically.
so bad.
That reminds me of the days of like carry gyrocopter and people buying sentries only to put down a sentry so a gyro could auto attack with his flak cannon. Just
that's right, yeah.
deny your own sentry. In this case, it was a Grimstroke, sometimes a ward, sometimes a Grimstroke.
I mean, sometimes when the game's bad enough, he is just a ward. We haven't hit that point, though, yet. He's got big dreams, this Grimstroke here. He's got himself a Sheepstick queued up for someday, eventually.
Yeah.
Got himself a Ghost Scepter, so Sven can't cleave him in half.
Well, he wants to get a Ghost Scepter as well, but yeah, he doesn't have it yet. He only has that Blink Dagger. I think the big dreams...
Like I said, he's got big dreams.
Yeah, big dreams for sure. I don't know if the game will be alive, really, by the point he can get his Hex. So I would probably prefer to see him just buy out, like, Shard, maybe. Get that strong Dispel for your team and extra healing as well. Some form of value immediately, because you're basically just falling behind and losing right now, and the Hex is so far away.
This is so risky with Leo Style being up here. I guess when you're hunting, or not hunting, but when you're in the same vicinity as the guys that can reload on you, it's a little less scary because there's only usually going to be 2, as long as you can see someone else on the map.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, normally you want to play towards the IO. Whenever you play against any form of IO pairing, you want to gank the IO, make moves towards him, because then it's more awkward for his team to reinforce. Whereas if you catch the Sven or if you catch the Queen, there's always going to be that IO and Razor joining in as well.
How do you feel about this Radiance on the Brewmaster?
I mean, it's not bad. I kind of would have wanted to see an AC on him instead. I guess they went AC on the CK. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the reason he did it. Yeah, then it's probably the best that he could do. Because they just need to have an Assault Cuirass as well. But since CK got that covered, he can go for the Radiance. And then I like his choice of going back for a BKB and Shivas. Would be strong items. It does give a little bit of AoE mischance, which can save lives against Razor and Sven.
Ooh. Prada pops the smoke. He's going to be the one to tanks the gank, potentially. Kataro just BKBs. He's like, I don't want to be here. And they do manage to get the...
Kira got jumped by Sven, so yeah, he got bursted on
They managed to get people out, so that is reload down at least. But
yeah,
you got to be so careful moving around this map because Infinity not going to give you any quarter with this lineup.
These wards are amazing right now for Infinity. They got great control on the map, and they're finding bottom as well. Frank just wants to farm.
This is not looking great here for Frank. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Maybe. Oh, the cleave damage though. The pandas. Oh. That's a bummer.
Yeah, that damage is pretty absurd right now. Sven level 24, buffed up by a Wisp as well. Just absolutely murders the Brewlings in 3 hits. That's a fast takedown.
Blink on him.
I like that he goes immediately back towards mid as well. Just playing active Dota, looking for a gyrocopter. Can't find him.
Yeah. And get some creeps that he's also farming along the way. That's efficiency, baby.
He's flying ahead towards his level 25 here. Gonna be a fantastic timing for him as well.
The Sven pick just really paying off for them, and also the IO Razor, like, just some really good draft choices this time around, which is good because that's what we said during the draft, is that, you know, the double melee just not being conducive to what they needed.
It's good choices, but it's also Infinity, or sorry, AcatSuki. Thank God, I get tricked by the banners. Kind of playing into it, right? Because they picked this CK into Sven. Right. And, well, we're kind of seeing some of the problems here. Sven is this massive AoE damage hero, and you can't rely on your CK. Like, yeah, it worked out great last game because you had a good lane, or, you know, won a fantastic lane, but you can't just run it back into an unfavorable matchup. So this time, AcatSuki perhaps giving themselves a bit of draft issue instead.
All right. That is another Aegis going over to the side of Infinity.
Quick smoke, and they go towards top. Kotaro is gonna wisely TP out though.
He's got himself a Mage Slayer.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. The Echo Saber into disassemble into BKB, and then you use the remaining Orchid or the remaining Oblivion to go towards Orchid upgrade. It's not gonna be very useful yet though, since most of the damage is just right-click based, and the Mage Slayer itself, it won't really mitigate much at all. Queen can even have the BKB dispel, the Mage Slayer effect. So yeah, it's natural progression for CK here, but it's not very useful in the game that he's in. I kind of would have wanted to see him go for a Midas at some point earlier on in the game here to be able to keep up with the scaling, because he's falling so far behind. He absolutely cannot fight anything.
Yeah, it's definitely proving to be pretty difficult. I don't think we've seen a full 5-on-5 fight either in quite a while. It always seems to be just one person kind of getting picked off, and maybe like there might be a couple other heroes a little bit nearby, but they're hesitant to actually fully engage.
Yeah, it looks like with the refresher now on Razor as well, the Infinity squad is feeling very confident and might go high ground even with this Aegis hero mid.
Yeah, they got an MKB on Sven too, and this is not looking like... Okay, yeah, they managed to get the pandas up, but the cleave, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Vitaly's got to feel pretty good about this. Like, it sucks not being able to play your hero, doesn't it?
Brewmaster's the cursed hero of this series. Don't pick Brew.
The leap forward, they're gonna just rip apart Prod, throw the Chaos Bolt over onto Lumiere, try to drag back over to Vitaly. Not gonna be enough though to actually kill Lumiere because they have this Io running for his life, but he's just getting sapped of all of that damage. Now Leo style, he's so slow, he's trying to climb his way back into the base, is going to be able to do it, but they'll end up losing Kiri over in the corner. Prod is trying to fight with Faker. You are not gonna be able to do that, my friend. That's all 4 heroes dead. On the side of AcatSuki.
Die back on Jaro as well.
Back.
Yeah, they buy back, but only 2 of them alive. They gotta wait for Brewmaster, but what can he even do here?
They don't even have the soul bind, so they can't even like, and they don't have the Laguna either.
Yeah, the Sven still has Aegis. This is just all despair for them. We're trying to do what he can, but if he gets a little bit too close, he'll get blinked again.
I mean, they've got the soul bind and the Laguna. They could try to at least burn the Aegis, but that puts them in a very awkward position. Yeah. Look at that. Doesn't even matter. I was like, yep, I got you, bro. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Look at the tips coming out, too.
Michael got the Holy Locket and the mech there, just saving him.
No problem. This is looking like it's going to be Megas. They are going to have the CK up in about 12 seconds, but you still have Lumiere with this Aegis, with an IO, and this time it's going to be AcatSuki who called the GG.
Yeah, they know. They know when they're beat, and I respect it. I mean, this is completely over. Even though all the heroes are respawning, there's nothing you can do. Against Megas as well, this early in the game with the farm levels they had, they just got pretty outplayed. And honestly, Leo Style, with this great start, I feel bad for him that he ends this game 5-1 and 2 and didn't manage to transition into something more. And maybe there's the difference between last game where we saw Kotaro have a fantastic laning stage on his CK and able to make rotations, and we praised him for actually playing active Dota and joining in and doing things. Here, he couldn't do anything. He felt like the lane was pretty difficult. He was a little bit behind in farm, and he didn't pair up with his Lina to go for ganks. And even when they did go for ganks with their heroes, they didn't group like the Blink Inkswell combo into it. It just felt a little bit lackluster from AcatSuki and execution this time.
Do you think some of that is just because they really did pick a hero into a bunch of counters?
I mean,
as well, like, you know, you didn't seem happy about the CK pick either.
They did do that. I wasn't too happy about it, but they did it knowingly, right? It's not like, oh my god, who could have foreseen that Sven is good against CK? No, they picked it because they had combos of their own. But then you gotta play towards those combos. Use the Grimstroke, use the CK combo. They didn't even lane the heroes together, for God's sake. You know, I'm a little bit upset actually about that. I feel like those two heroes would be way stronger against IO Razor than the Gyrocopter CK. I'm curious what the thought process was there. But didn't work out for them here, and at least we're going to game 3, Moxie.
Yeah, no, that's always a treat when we get to see both these teams, you know, really duke it out. And I'm really curious now because it feels like, you know, game 1 felt a bit like a stomp. Game 2, not so much a stomp, but just not the cleanest one either. I don't know. Would that be correct in your assessment too? Like, it felt like there were times that they might have been able to get themselves back in. Towards the end, obviously, it became a landslide, but...
It was, you know, it was a slow start. It was a farming game. But if you look at this game, look at the heroes and say that it's a farming game, then I would always predict that it would favor Infinity here, as they have both the IO Razor combo farming and they have Sven farming. Whereas, yeah, you're building a Brewmaster, but for what? Like, he's not going to get strong in this game. He gets hard countered, CK gets hard countered. So it's all about Lina, and Lina didn't find pickoffs. So if it's just a farming game, then they just don't really have much to put up.
Should they have been more active with, like, taking Lina plus... Well, I mean, you've mentioned this, and, like, again, it was kind of clunky. The fact that they were trying to get these jumps, they were trying to go and gank Sven, but you're not bringing all of your stunners, right? Like, the Lina and the Gyrocopter is just not going to be enough to lock down someone like that. You needed the stuns coming out from the other heroes.
Yeah, I think they went Blink Dagger on Grimstroke, and I was really excited about it. I wanted to see some combinations, but ultimately they didn't get to execute too much with it, and a lot of it is probably because of the IO. You know, fear of the relocate coming in to counterplay. But yeah, I would say in general that was probably the one deterrent, the relocate, making them unable to go for the rotations.
I felt like Gardic got so many glimpses back too, like glimpse TPs that should not have happened. I'm not sure if they just weren't in the right position for those, but he always seemed to, like, I think he got like 3 or 4 of them early on. And then also just, you know, this Razor IO combo, is it worthwhile to ban something like the IO just because of how potent it was able to be? Or is it like, you know, is it the Razor that ended up being one of the bigger issues too?
Yeah, I think maybe it's ban worthy. I don't think it's really about ban worthy here. I think maybe it's just about them not playing towards the weakness of the Razer IO, because we saw them coming to dominate, and that also resulted in the IO pair giving us our MVP. The Razer by Qhali there was having a fantastic game. I feel like when you give an MVP to someone who's been running with an IO, it's a double MVP, right, Moxie? Because it's the two. They're basically running in tandem. But yeah, Razer was pretty much having a pretty flawless game here. Did whatever he wanted to, could run very aggressively. I like that he repeatedly, very confidently went into the enemy ancient area and just took away farm. Maybe not the most exciting game compared to the first game that we saw, but still his impact by just being this frontliner took away a lot of AcatSuki's ability to take fights.
I mean, the kill participation is 61.9%, which is pretty good considering. And then, he was able to farm. He was able to do quite a bit because of the IO, the unsung hero, also sharing with Qhali on this. But it's kind of like the fear of moving around the map. You want to make these moves. Leo Styles looking really good. He's got all, the things that he needs, but it's just too scary because you have this fear of Qhali and IO just showing up and absolutely turning everything back around on you. So any gank that you want to make just becomes unsafe. So definitely, I agree with the MVP on both of them for sure.
Yeah, I think they just had to take the risk. Even if you feel like, oh, they're going to reload on us. If we gank that guy, they're going to reload behind us. Like, you just got to go. You just got to commit, go and burst someone. And if the reload comes, deal with it then. If you remove the core hero first, at least, maybe you can take the fight outnumbering the opponent still, even if they reload in. Because inactivity can really lead to some bad situations, especially when the enemy has a favorable team for just farming.
You heard Waga. You just got to go full device sometimes and just, figure it out as you go. You don't always need that super, super clear plan. But, it was a little bit rough this time for AcatSuki, but Infinity, they're looking good. They've shown that, they know exactly what they're doing with their draft. So it's going to be a very fun game 3 as we figure out who's going to be staying here in this upper area and going to the finals for the upper bracket. But we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll have game number 3.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
It all comes down to one game. One game is going to decide whether it's going to be Infinity or AcatSuki who makes it into the next round and faces off with Vivo Keydstars. And Waga, you and I were talking during the break. We're like, who do you think's going to win? And honestly, it could be either one of these. A lot of it, though, coming down to the draft.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely draft was a big part on both these games. I feel like teams are not quite sure how they want to approach the draft or get themselves in a bit sticky positions here. As we're looking, I mean, both these teams have the capabilities to execute really well. But they also feel like they sometimes look like a completely different team. Like from game 1 to game 2, it felt like I wasn't watching the same matchup of teams. And game 3 here, I mean, this is your tournament life on the line. This is your TI chances. Not really, but you got the lower bracket still. But you want to get as far as possible here in the upper brackets to basically, if you win this, you're one game away, right, to qualify to TI. So
you want the easiest path.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, it's if you don't have to play all those extra games, if you can just kick back, watch everybody else and be like, ha, I know I'm going to be there. It feels good. Less stress in your life.
Yeah, definitely. See the players here as they're getting ready for the next game, and we have the draft already underway. So rushing through it a bit, the Invoker, Earth Spirit, Nature's Prophet, and Pango ban coming out from AcatSuki, and Dawn, Ember, and then looking for their final ban on Infinity here for the first phase. It's going to be the Tusk.
All right, curious. Disruptor's been paying off for them. I see no reason why they shouldn't pick it up again, especially with even just those cheeky tower glimpses from the TPs.
I like the idea of just first facing it. Disruptor is one of those heroes that you can play into a lot of different things, and AcatSuki are gonna go for the same response here, the Gyrocopter coming out again.
I'm curious if they're gonna ban out a Razor, if they felt like that was enough of an issue, because I have been seeing other teams take it out of the pool. They don't like seeing it.
Yeah, I think Razor is very tricky to play against right now, so it wouldn't surprise me to see it get banned. Infinity will start with a Venge ban of their own. A hero that pairs really well. Venge and Gyrocopter is so nice of a lane. You get the Wave of Terror from minus armor and just tons of AoE damage with the flak and wave spam. So not giving away the 1-2 combo there is probably a good idea. And also the swap is amazing for saving him later on high ground pushes.
Yeah, I don't feel like I've been able to cast any games with Venge just yet.
Yeah, we had one in game 1, it was, right? Or in the first series today, at least, between Thunder, Awaken, and Keydstars.
Yeah.
There was the Gyro Venge combination. But yeah, you and I didn't get a Venge game yet, which I'm looking forward to getting one, man, because it's fun to watch.
I'm just watching Leostow play the stomach bongos. Having a good time. He's nice and relaxed, which is good. You want to be relaxed when you're headed into game 3, right? You know, you don't want to be stressed out. You want to be having a good time.
Yeah.
It's a game.
He doesn't look too phased by anything here, so that's good. Everyone, looking composed still after that.
Ooh, all right. They pick it up for themselves. They were like, "Wow, that was a lot of power coming out from that Razor. Let's channel it for ourselves."
Power channeling. Moxie, you're killing me over here, please.
You kill me every time you're like, wow, it looks like they're in a dire situation. And I start laughing, and you never address it.
It's a 50-50 that the team that's in a dire situation is dire, Moxie. That's not
But
the same
it's
thing.
always the dire team that's winning, Waka, when you say that. And it kills me, and you never address it.
Oh, boy. Well, they're going to go for the Queen here coming out. A hero that is pretty good against the Razor, being able to blink out of the link and also having the Shadow Strike to slow him down is a nice combination. And it sort of acts preemptively as a deterrent for the IO combination with Razor. If you go IO Razor, Queen gets Aghanim's, she spams Q on the two of you, and you keep doing tons of damage to each other and people around you. So I like the Queen pick here.
So you don't think it's too early to pick up something like that? Because she does have her own weaknesses, right?
Yeah, she has some stuff that she struggles against a bit, but she's also fine enough against most things. Not really Lina level versatility, but she should be fine. And then they go for a Tiny, another hero that can be good for disjointing some of this static link play or running down with Iron Storm. You can just avalanche, toss him back, toss the Razor out of there.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of opportunities for just movement coming out from the side of Infinity's draft, right? You've got the glimpse if you're out of place. You've got, the ability to blink in, blink out, coming out from point to plane. And eventually Tiny will also have his own blink, and he's going to be able to get toss backs, toss ins, whatever he needs. So a lot of stuff that can punish if you're out of place.
Yeah, and that will be very useful for them. They even have, I want to say it's underrated now, the Queen ulti pushback. Since it's not BKB dispellable, it's pretty damn good for getting Razor to stop chasing someone in a teamfight scenario. You just drop that ulti, and that will be an easy amount of time for you to disengage on someone.
I feel like we've even seen it in some of the other games where it's not intended for the damage, it's just intended to use that bit of extra space.
Yeah, definitely happens. So we see Rubik coming in, not a hero that we have seen too much lately, but Rubik's still a good hero if, I feel like Rubik is the type of hero that is completely skill dependent. I don't think that he's very strong in the current patch, but if you are comfortable playing the hero, if you are, clean with your positioning, then he can be absurd. And into Queen is a great way to pick him. You normally thrive on Rubik if you see any strong mobility spells like Blink, if you have Weaver on the enemy team or stuff like that. So that's always a good start.
Qhali is one of his favorite heroes is indeed the Rubik, so we are in for a bit of a treat. And then also eventually, having that telekinesis where you're able to pick yourself up, pick other people up and move them, potentially getting them out of a static storm, provides that little bit of a save. So I really do like this pick. It's funny because I feel like Rubik is just the whatever, it's usually the position 4 standard. I feel like every position 4 needs to know how to play this effectively. But in this particular setup, I like it.
Yeah, I think so. And we'll see what they want to pair into this draft as well. So
I like this.
They go with the Puck, a hero that gives nice lockdown here. Now you have the Call Down plus the Dream Coil. Good stuff for keeping people in place for the Razor. We talked about the saves against Razor, but there's also the setups for the Razor, right? You got the Telekinesis as well. So many ways to keep your opponents in place. And Puck, he has been buffed a bit. Puck got that Aghanim's Shard buff and also the Aghanim Scepter buff. We'll see if we get to the point of getting that. Most likely, though, that would be a later down the road kind of thing, as Witchblade is still priority to get early on.
I have seen Leo Style pop off on this hero, so I'm pretty excited. Looks like it hasn't been very successful, though, within this qualifier. It's been picked 3 times and has 0 wins, which doesn't bode particularly well if we're going just by stats. But I have seen him do really, really nice things with this hero. I just hope that it's not going to be a situation where, his Lina, right, last game was doing super well, was super ahead, and then it just kind of fizzled out because they never found the opportunities. I want to make sure that they're going to be able to be very aggressive if he does get any sort of a lead, and not just, squander.
I'm going to say we're going to go back to game 1 type gameplay here. We're not going to have a repeat of what happened in game 2, I think, because I don't see a deterrent. Last game spoke a bit about the IO being a deterrent for the ganks and causing this sort of sit back and chill type of gameplay. But right now, you have the opposite. You have a Terrorblade now as well that forces that you should be playing for action. You should be the aggressors. And Puck against Queen always makes for exciting games. So this is a good start out here.
Pretty good win stats here over on the Terrorblade. It's been picked 5 times, got 3 wins.
See you later, nerds.
Definitely, like you said, lends itself to very active gameplay, especially when that metamorphosis is up. So I'm curious, because they're still going through their bans right now, but what AcatSuki is going to pick for their final choice. Is the Gyro, I'm mentioning that the Gyro is definitely support again. What do you think the Minos hero is going to be?
Yeah, it looks to me completely like it's a support Gyro. They could still swap it back to be a core, but I don't see the incentive to do that against the Terrorblade now as well. As for matchup, they could still go for Naga Siren of their own if they wanted to against the TB as a good hero, or you could go back for even PL. Both these heroes actually do pretty well against the Terrorblade. Sort of the illusion heroes to counter the illusion hero.
Also looks like they're still thinking about an offlaner for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, they're
No Brewmaster for Qhali. Even if he gets in the game, he's not allowed to play Brewmaster.
Yeah, we won't get a hat trick of Brewmasters. It's a accepted cursed hero as he lost both the games. They're gonna go for something else here. The thing that they could do as well in AcatSuki is they could just go for more stunts and more action and go for something like the Sven or the CK that we've seen. Obviously, he played CK twice now in Kotaro already. I don't think that they have a nice combination for it though, but I would be more okay with the Sven. CK gets kind of destroyed by Terrorblade generally.
I like the idea of a Sven because we saw how powerful that cleave can be. And also just having that extra lockdown wouldn't be the worst. Also builds armor, which will make it a little bit less vulnerable.
So they ban out the Underlord. That tells me a bit that they might be going for that Naga Siren, which I was already suggesting. Just offlane hero that bothers these type of illusion heroes. The Underlord is very obnoxious to play against. Interesting though by Infinity. So the fact that they banned out the Darkseer, they are saying that this is probably a carry gyro, but I'm not sure. I'm not completely sold on that. Banning out the Darkseer is interesting move to me. That would be a Darkseer Razor lane?
Yeah, I wouldn't love that.
Unless I don't know how they
try
would.
to do something silly and they
Or
put
I guess Darkseer
off lane.
Yeah, Darkseer off lane and Razor carry with gyro support is what they were thinking.
But no, I still think that it's going to be Minos on something else. The Beastmaster is finally going to come into play. It's always a good time to pick Beastmaster. I will say it's a little spooky just look at what Infinity has because they don't have traditional, like, other than the Tiny, who eventually will get the Blink Dagger, it's a little slow in terms of having an initiator, right? Because Beastmaster too, he'll get a Blink Dagger. Queen of Pain, we've said it before, she doesn't want to be the first one in generally.
Yeah, but it's fantastic though against the heroes that I listed. He destroys Peel and Naga. He's absolutely amazing against them. If he gets Dagenham Scepter, it is very, very tough to play that. So they're gonna go back for PA instead.
Minos Phantom Assassin. All right.
Phantom Assassin is not terrible here, but they don't have good heroes to deal with the Terrorblade. PA does all physical damage, and TB with that massive armor is not an easy target for her to burst. She can try to just feed on the Disruptor a lot, though, and try and pick off the Beastmaster and Queen as well. But even Tiny has a lot of armor when he starts getting points in the ulti.
Is the idea just to play at such a high tempo that they can't get their things online?
I think they just wanted some form of hero that does fine in lane, probably, because there's a lot of emphasis on the laning stage, right? After how the last two games have gone. And PA does really well against Beast. You can skill up the dagger and kill the boar very easily. So if he goes for boar, then it might feed a lot in the lane.
Okay. So what are we looking at for win conditions for both sides?
Well, Infinity have the easier one. It's basically just the same as any time you play Terrorblade. You wait for that moment that he has Eye of Skadi and the Daedalus and, you know, all the items that he wants on Terrorblade to just stand his ground and fights. They are completely fine taking this game to a very late stage. AcatSuki, I mean, their late game isn't bad. They do have PA, but I think carry-to-carry matchup-wise, it's not fantastic for them. So they should be the more aggressive ones to make stuff happen early on, in my opinion.
Okay. I think that's definitely a fair assessment. Who do you think is going to come out on top based on what we know now about both teams and looking at the draft?
I actually will give the edge over to the side of Infinity here, I would say. I think their draft looks a little bit easier to play out. There's more pressure on AcatSuki to execute well with the heroes they have. So just in terms of ease of execution, I'm going to favor Infinity for this one.
Okay, well, I'm going to be a contrarian. I will go for AcatSuki, but we're going to get into this final game number 3 and see who is going to come out on top, and we'll be meeting off with Vivo Keydstars in that upper final.
Man, I just got assassinated in real life by a bug. It flew right to my nostril. What the hell?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Thank God the camera wasn't on. Actually, no. Why wasn't the camera on to catch that one? He was like, this is my moment. This is when I'm going to be famous. Everybody's going to see me who watches South American Dota. It's like, it's kamikaze into Waga's nose.
What the hell, man? In my own room, the audacity, Moxie.
Wait, y'all don't have screens over in Europe usually, right? Like on your windows?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we do. My parents have bug screens, but we don't normally have it. I don't have it in my room. Anyway.
I don't know how you. Maybe you just like what is that situation with bugs for you then? Like I feel like I would not be able to deal with that.
I only really get bugs in my room if I have my windows open at night because you know the studio lights. Yeah, it's bright.
The battle begins.
So he was drawn in by my shiny light.
It's a good thing you don't have moths flying in too. I'd make for some very funny streaming.
Definitely don't
saying.
have that. Yes, no moths here.
All right. Well, we're all headed off to our lanes. It's again just a very even split on the bounty runes. What are we watching out for here? So you mentioned in this top lane with Kotaro, if we have that boar coming in from the side of Qhali, it's just going to be rip, right? So
Well,
how does he want to play? Well, he goes for the wild axe.
He's gonna go wild axe spam, but he probably wants to get the board pretty early as well. And here we see the PA and the Jarrow going for an early kill attempt.
Got the blood grenade, the dagger, and they're moving pretty fast here. Still going to be a very dead battalion. This is a guy that already had a rough game number 1. Although on the flip side of this, you know, Gyrocopter also just very low. Does have that regen. It's going to be able to do a little bit of babysitting for the time being and some denying.
Yeah, cheeky deny as well. They're getting the lane back beautifully. So great start for AcatSuki here on the top lane, getting a first blood over for the PA. She's going to be very happy getting a gold advantage. So we'll see if he can get back into the lane here in a decent way on Qhali. Over on the other lanes, the Queen versus the Puck on mid lane. Queen generally does pretty fine. She won't be scaling up the Shadow Strike in this matchup. It's generally not worth it due to the phase shift dodge. But overall, a pretty even lane as well. Very skill-based.
I feel like, too, this is a little bit easier for Faker to get the CS just because the Puck doesn't have as large of a reign as Lina does, typically.
Yeah. I mean, it's a slight advantage. The attack range is the same. It's just Queen feels a little bit easier to CS with, in my opinion. But Faker
Why
is
is
playing
that?
it really well. I don't know. Her attack animation feels better, in my opinion. It's just preference, I guess.
Ooh, all right, Liestel, getting a little bit aggressive. Gonna see Qhali here. We don't have, we just have that 1 point in the glimpse right now, so it's safe for Qhali to be able to teleport away. He's gonna use the salve and make his way right back over towards his Razor.
Yeah, the aggro pull here kind of hurts him a little bit. Top lane we see again fighting, this time over on Jarrow.
Well, they're jumping at Prada, and Kotaro seems like he's just more concerned about hitting these creeps for the time being. Have that hawk just flying around.
Yeah, they did kill off the boar at least, but the hawk is equally annoying, to be honest, if not more.
The sound is just annoying.
Yeah,
It's a little red-tailed hawk sound every couple seconds. Oof.
We see the Lotuses are about to spawn in 10 seconds here, so both teams fighting a little bit for control of the Lotus pools.
Gardic lost his courier, and this is not looking too great for him, although there is a little bit of a glimpse back, so Frank not going to be able to quite connect over onto him. And that's going to be Qhali getting that Lotus. Lotus is just kind of untouched, but they pushed the wave up pretty far, so Michael should be able to go and nab the other one.
Yeah, a lot of trading in harassment bottom lane, but nobody really getting brought down low enough to get killed yet. Gardic is looking for a glimpse here, though, on Devil.
They've got it. Qhali doing the best that he can, trying to get this to his advantage, so we'll be able to go throw him back just a little bit. This meta is chasing down Devil's forced to go and use that Fairy Fire. Uses those one charges, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, he pings out the ward. The ward gave vision around the corner, so he couldn't get away. And the glimpse, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. He's gonna get it.
And this is going to be another kill going towards the side of Infinity.
Fantastic start here for Lumiere as well then. So PA got the first blood top, but now TB with the double kill bottom as well. Both the carries off to a very nice start.
Water Rune picked up by Liestel. There's still one up top, and I'm guessing that Faker will be making his way over because he has an empty bottle. So pretty quiet in this mid lane. Nothing too wild going on. Top lane, Kotaro sitting a little bit low. Does have himself the salve, though. It's going to be able to heal back up again. Haven't seen like much for movement in terms of controlling runes this time around. Although we haven't had the first action rune up just yet.
It's normally for a 6-minute rune, yeah. I mean, sometimes we see the move for the 4-minute rune, but usually it's just the power rune when teams start really caring about it. Bottom, the creeps are going to get pulled closer to a dire tower here, so Devil trying to fix the lane. As meanwhile, top, pressure under tower being put.
Have that little hawk flying around. Prada, though, should be able to walk back. Let's be a little bit careful here. Qatar just getting off a couple clicks. Just wants to be able to farm, though. This little hawk just continues to dive bomb.
This is one of the most value magic stick lanes ever. All 4 players have magic sticks, and they keep healing so much with it. Everyone is spamming spells.
Qatar sitting quite low, though, and he's out of regen at this time. There's no tangos left over on the gyrocopter either to help feed.
Yeah, he's also holding pretty greedily. He's going for the early cornucopia here, so not going for full power tread, sending out the extra tangles, and he is suffering because of this. It's time that he could be CSing now.
TP coming out, though. Rotation from Qhali. Looking to put some slow over onto Vitaly, get the lift up right into that rocket. There's the avalanche, though. Might be able to turn this round over onto Prada. Can they get the kill first? Yes, they will be able to. And now Prada, not looking like he's going to be able to survive this, but Michael's sitting very low, too. They made a rotation here with Gardic. Need another couple hits. It's looking a little close. Qhali's going to survive. Kotaro continuing to get some of these clicks off. We'll get a nice glimpse back over onto Kotaro, and he'll go back to just cleaning up this Qhali.
Kiro with a big move coming in there towards top. That was really clutch. And Disruptor, yeah, you show up, but you're a little bit too late to the party to really do too much here. Not going to be able to really win this fight.
This Axis spam have to be so annoying for the side of AcatSuki.
Yeah, but finally he has his cornucopia and sitting on the tower, getting salved up as well by the gyrocopter, past the tango as well. So just letting Prada buy all the regen for him here. He's going to be back to full HP soon.
Queen of Pain teleporting top. Does have her level 6. Making her way forward, turning it back around over onto Prada. Giving a couple clicks here. We'll go for the Sonic Wave push. Should be enough to finish off the gyrocopter.
Yeah, nice glimpse back on the PA, but it is a rotation for just a support where you may have been able to get a kill on the PA there if you didn't glimpse him back and Queen comes in. But a kill is a kill, and you get the Queen ulti on cooldown, get some value for it.
Do you have the level 6 on Leo's style? Be curious to see if he makes the rotation towards the top or the bottom with the Dream Coil.
Look at Kiri, he's so sad. He's gonna walk over here. Well, he's not sad yet. Sadness is soon. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, where is it? It was denied by an illusion from the Terrorblade, is what happened. Sneaky, sneaky. No wisdom for you.
Pressure being placed over on Frank. The toss. Right back into the arms of Lumiere. He's on a killing spree.
Yeah, Lumiere with a fantastic start and gonna use this meta as well to both farm and push into the tower as well. So really nice getting all these kills for him.
Do spot out the rotation though coming out from Gardic and Michael. Get a glimpse back on one, but Prada should be able to finish him off. Try and get some body blocks into play. And they'll be able to get it, secure themselves a double damage room for Leo's style.
Ooh, DD run on Puck with coil ready. This could be a way to bring down the Terrorblade or maybe get a kill on the Queen if they get a chance to. Definitely the moment to try and look for a core kill here for Leo style.
Yeah, you can see a couple of these pings coming out and like, maybe be a little bit careful.
Yeah. Pushing up mid, they're gonna smoke towards the TB here. Smoke and heading down, but I think TB, he should probably sense that something is up here.
And there's just 2 supports sitting in that mid lane right now. So yeah, something's gotta be going on.
Oh no.
Same thing with the PA, right? PA sitting pretty close to the tower.
He doesn't know.
Realizing Faker's not there.
He's
Leo's
sticking around.
Gonna open up the Dream Coil. They've got the rock coming in hot here, and it's just a very dead Terrorblade. Middle lane, though, they're going to find themselves Kiri, get themselves a little pick off because Faker wasn't able to find anything top. He's going to try to battle off with Vitaly for a little bit, but...
The Beastmaster is putting on some hurt on Kotaro here. He has ulti available, and Disruptor is coming close.
Gyro's here, though. Prada's making his way over. Gonna be able to dodge behind the tower. Maybe try to clear up some of this. More teleports coming out. Puck is here. Waning Rift, couple clicks. It's a nice pick off, and on the back line, Michael's still here. Needs to be careful. Same thing goes though for Kotaro, because Faker also crept his way up. They got themselves a kill on Gardic.
They finally bring down that PA, getting the Queen ulti on him, but they lose 2 heroes in the process. TB being here, they could try to siege the tower, but it doesn't have meta yet, so a win for sure for the side of Infinity, but a little bit awkward still. I'm not gonna get much more for it.
Looks like a battle for that 10-minute urn coming up. Here he's here. Go for that avalanche. I'm just gonna waltz away, but looks like Faker should be able to get there first. Gets himself a shield rune for his bottle. And Leo Styles gonna have to go see if there's anywhere else that he can play. A little bit of a hop though in the back lines at the top lane. Prada dive bomb coming out. Qhali throwing out that Fade Bolt. I don't think he's gonna be able to keep the gyrocopter alive, as there are 4 heroes right now. Buyback. Oh boy. All right, they want to fight this for sure. You see, Devil has teleported over. He's just sapping all that damage from Qhali. They get the kill on Kotaro fighting on the back lines. Gets himself Gardic. If a couple of these hits off, would love to get another kill behind his belt. And while this is going down, they'll turn their attention to the tower. The meta was up on Lumiere, though, so he's already taken it. Not much mana left on Leostas. Not going to be able to do too much as Michael turns around, tries to toss back onto Qhali. Devil still chasing him down with the Eye of the Storm. Just ends. And he's going to have that plasma again. They got the slow, and Michael... They just got to get there close enough, get their hands on them. Yeah, look at this. He anticipates it. He sees that the ward's going to get popped down.
Yeah, doesn't have a Windlace ready there, sadly, though, so no extra movement speed on the Rubik to catch. The difference between having a Windlace or not there could have been a kill, but that was a weird fight from the side of Infinity. They split up so much and ran away from the Terrorblade. If you have the TB popping meta, you kind of got to use him as a strong tower in the fight, basically stand close to him so that you can't get run on and get killed, because everyone just split up and TB is like, yo, where's everyone dying? I can't help you guys. And ultimately they get the tower, but bleed some kills for it as well. And this gives AcatSuki a bit of map control. They get out on the field, and PA even pushing out bottom, very close to Battle Fury now.
They're gonna have level 6 very shortly on this Disruptor. They could potentially make a play on the puck if he gets aggressive. In fact, there it is. There's the level 6. They have a smoke if they want to try to go for the glimpse. No, just a little bit off there.
A little bit too late. There's the haste rune. Puck is gonna be happy to get that.
The greatest tragedy of our eon.
Or it's the greatest tragedy of our eon. So not happy about it. Okay, fine.
He gotcha. You got.
Yeah. You never know with Leo style. He hates haste runes.
Just slander and lies coming out here. As they turn their attention over to this Razor. They know that he's going to want to be farming up. Again, they do have that fresh level 6 on the Disruptor. They'd love to be able to get their hands on someone.
This is a roundabout gank for the PA. They're using the portal to go down bottom and then trying to get on top of him. But PA already sensing danger, starting to run towards her Ancients, and the smoke is not going to work out. It's even going to be revealed.
I don't know how lucky he is right now, because I think they saw him. They circled. Actually, no, that was the Rubik that was drawing a circle like, hey, let's go over here. So yeah.
Yeah,
ships in the night.
They did see him farm the lane, though. Even though he was in blur, they made the move all the way from top 2 to come down and try and catch him, but just a little bit too late.
This feels a little greedy right now. Yeah, look at this. They ping him out. They're like, Prada, he's got to teleport. Puck making his way down, smoked up with a haste rune. Yeah, they have their eyes on Qhali.
Yeah, they're going to go very soon.
His way over, finds the boar, Waning Rift. Gets the call down and plays with the Dream Coil. Give a little bit of a snap, and that should be a very dead Beastmaster. And a bunch of his creeps, too.
You get so much extra when you kill a Beastmaster with Dominator. Getting the boars, getting the birds, getting the Hellbear tomato there.
Mid lane. Leosta doesn't have the Dream Coil, so let's be a little bit careful. But the rest of his team is making their way over towards this mid lane.
Oh,
as I say that, the Avalanche, but Faker, oh, this is going to be a little bit scary for him. When does he have that blink up? He's got it up in just another second. Looks like he's going to be able to survive, but that was looking very hairy for a moment.
Only living because he has max level on that blink. Well, also that and strength talent, but no point in Shell Strike means he can quickly keep blinking out to safety. Bottom Arcane Rune.
little bit of a glimpse play, but now Gardic is left all alone, so he is not gonna like that as the lift over onto the Queen of Pain. Gonna try to lock her down. Sonic Wave gets used in place. It gets a steal from Curious. He turns it right back to her. Not gonna be able to quite finish off as Michael also now trying to run away, but he cannot escape. That was very close on that Queen of Pain.
Yeah, very close to getting the kill.
90 hit points. Whew.
Close to getting the kill, but does force her out, so they're taking the most that they can here, getting some tower damage. Probably not going to finish up the tower, but still, this is some fantastic ganks happening right now by them. And just looks like AcatSuki are playing more active. Like I said, they are the team that has to do this. Talked about it during the draft. They have the stress and pressure on them that the later the game goes, this Terrorblade takes over. Neostyle has vision on Lumiere. He's super low.
He's so low. That's actually such a disaster. They dropped the Static Storm, but Static Storm for what, honestly? You've already lost your core. Okay, Faker does show up, but he doesn't have anything really for spells and clicks at this time, so... While this is going on, there's a roar, because they're chasing after Vitaly in this mid lane. They're trying to use the Wild Wing to their advantage. Dagger gonna go right back, dragged into the arms of Leostyle, who's waiting.
This PA just joining fights early is really nice. This is again Kotaro playing the way that he did in the first game on a CK. Now emulating some of that into this game here. Top, looking for a catch again is this Gyrocopter. Just running up and putting Rocket on the Queen, forcing her to run away. Scared of who else might be heading that way.
Well, I mean, they should be scared of who's heading that way, because there's a Kiri and a Devil.
It's Glimpse bringing it back.
Yep. It's got another blink. That's gonna get stunned. Another glimpse, but they have their hands on Faker, and they've got the burst damage, so there is no Queen of Pain alive here.
Level 4 glimpse on a Rubik is a terrifying thing to behold. That extra cast range on it as well. I mean, it's just 60 extra right now, but glimpse is such a useful spell when you're playing against a Queen of Pain.
Just a useful spell, period. But yeah, especially against anyone who's got that high mobility. And now we've got the homing missile shard for the Gyrocopter, so they're just snowballing and amping up like higher and higher. Do you get the blink on Michael? So that's going to be very useful in order to get these initiations, or in some cases, you know, get some saves going.
Yeah, that could be, you know, a way for them to start without having to endanger the Queen or the Beastmaster. Someone who can go in and initiate the fight. Bottom lane now, Vitaly.
They want Vitaly. They want Vitaly so bad. They ping it out.
You're under
Kiri
reward,
and
buddy.
Fada showing themselves in the lane. They'll open up with that Dream Coil. Another waning rift, and there's just no hope for him.
The only thing that you can try and have as copium here is that was a lot of heroes rotating for the kill, but they also killed you pretty damn quick, and now they're gonna go straight back. This might even be an attempt to take top
Roche?
tower. Yeah, I think they could take Roche.
They have the Deso completed now for Kotaro.
Yeah, since he has full Deso, they could go for that. I think top tower is even better if you go for
They get a
TP
jump
here.
on Lumiere.
Yeah.
They're gonna try to fight. Yeah, they're gonna try to fight. They need to be careful though. Rest of the team fairly close by, so they'll give a little poke.
Okay, now they can
But yeah,
start the
that's turn their
Roche.
attention.
Don't manage to catch him. A lot of heroes
They
are
don't-
nearby though for Infinity.
Yeah, they're bringing Vitaly. Yeah. Oh, Vitaly's not coming. So that's yeah.
Oh, they're pinging him now. Like Beastmaster just TP'd bottom, guys. Respawn
This is
and
easy. We
TP
got
bottom.
this.
Yeah, that's a free Roche.
A little bit of a misplay there.
Yeah, I think they had to fight for that Roche to have all their abilities. If he just TP'd top instead and ran there immediately, but I don't think he realized when he respawned that he could have gone for that.
Unfortunate.
Puck denying the invisibility rune from the Queen there with this illusion. One rune to kill another.
Cheeky play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looks like they don't really want to defend against the Aegis PA now, pushing towards top, but this is again similar timing to what we saw in the previous game, pushing the tier 2 tower at 19 minutes in. Soon we have the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune spawning, and of course getting access to all the enemy Ancients here as well. PA is just going to be licking her lips about this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And it feels like they're not looking to make any sort of counter moves towards this top air, especially with that Aegis is probably a bit scary for them. Leostyle will just poke them off of their tower. Kotaro continues, and
So
they're gonna make a swing towards this mid area. Although bottom, they take the tower, they get a glimpse off over on Prada, but he still has that missile going. It's like they're not going to chase. They're just going to clear up the waves, push them back out again, and somebody does have to go home to go deal with some of these creeps that have been pushed into the base.
Yeah, the TB Illusion's doing a good job just shoving the lanes as far as possible, and that's the best preemptive move that they can have here, because they're not really making any moves of their own. I feel like the Queen is moving around a lot on the map, but she doesn't have someone to play with. The Tiny and the Queen need to find, you know, coordination, and Beastmaster, he needs to get boots and start doing some ganks with his ulti, because right now, I just see him running places and kind of feeding.
I was about to say, I would like to see, like, again, you're saying Queen's making these moves, but... oh boy, Michael just, man, he might have pooped himself a little bit there for half a second, but Static Storm's gonna get dropped over into Katara. He still has the Aegis, though. Leo style, not gonna be as lucky. That's a great just Sonic Wave coming into play. Qhali, call down, Katara trying to fight through it, but they have the ward. He's locked into place. He's not gonna be able to survive this. As now it looks like the rest of the side of AcatSuki on the run. And this should easily translate into a mid tower, maybe even a little bit more.
That was never going to work for the
Oh,
PA.
they're going for Qhali. Faker wants this. He tries to go with the steal, tries to throw it right back at her. I don't think he's going to survive this, though. Nah.
He gets run down. The PA blinking a TB under tier 2 tower. Like, TB has 31 base armor, and then he has 5 armor from his aura nearby, but then he has the tower armor as well. You're looking at a 40 armor hero. Like, yeah, you have some farm on PA, but you're not bursting that. Glimpse bottom.
I don't think Prada... Do you think? Yeah, all right, he makes it out. This is close.
Yeah, good TP immediately.
Depending on who gets there in time.
The moment the glimpse finishes. They're gonna get the bottom Wisdom Rune here on the PA. Take it before you might lose control of the area, but yeah, big swing around here, as it has been AcatSuki just controlling the game and having complete map control, but with one big move there, with the Aegis feeding under tier 2 tower, everything swings around. Suddenly 2,000 gold advantage for Infinity, and almost full Skadi on Terrorblade.
I was about to say, that's coming up very soon here for Terrorblade. He is directly underneath some wards, though. They did know that he's over in the area. We are seeing a smoke as they make their way towards it.
Oh, I didn't realize the build that Frank is going for. Devil on his Racer here. Going for the Greaves and Lotus build over on Racer. So full tank build, no scaling, no DPS. That means he's gonna fall off pretty hard as well as the game goes later. And that's gonna make their late game even worse than it already was against this TB, I feel.
Well, was it the situation that they figured if it goes too late, it's going to be too difficult in the first place, and they felt like they were firmly in the driver's seat? Because like you said, that wasn't necessarily, and no disrespect meant by this, but that wasn't necessarily a great play coming out from the side of Infinity. That was a misplay coming out from AcatSuki.
Yeah, they got punished for diving a little bit too deep there for sure. But yeah, the Greaves, he's just playing tempo. Rubik, curious among everyone, what is this?
I mean, that is the person that you want to tank the gank, honestly. You don't want it to be your PA.
Yeah, better than her for sure. They still find him though.
Oh, the glimpse back! Kotaro, this is not looking good for him, as there are so many heroes here wanting to murder him.
What a good blink in by Faker there. They get a tip over on the Queen of Pain for blindly blinking in straight into Fog of War, finding the PA. That was such a clutch reveal.
He needs that BKB so bad.
Yeah, he truly got punished there, and this can lead to Tormentor as well, getting stolen here.
Should she have picked up the BKB before the Basher, do you think?
I don't think it's an itemization problem. I think it comes back to the feed mid. You know, when you have Aegis as well, it's very normal when you have Aegis to not want to buy BKB because the Aegis is your safety line, so you add a Basher, more aggressive itemization, but he just picked the wrong targets. He couldn't kill the TB. But now he gets to pay the price for the difficult spot they're in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So what shard did they get there? They got the Tormentor shard on Tiny. Wow, yeah, high value. Support Tiny, getting tree grab. So basically nothing happened. It's a nothing shard. But that's one shard out of the way. At least they can't get that if they take shard again. Actually, their shards are so garbage. It's either Disruptor shard or Tiny. Disruptor is a lot better, but it's not necessarily that strong. Not with 1 point in Q, at least, with 18-second cooldown.
Yeah, probably not. I saw that Faker was up towards the top here. It feels like they're trying to figure out what their next play is over on the side of Infinity. And I do think like this BKB is so incredibly valuable for a PA watching that last. Again, there was a lot of heroes that just jumped on her, but
Yeah,
with what they have bringing to the table, she's just kind of getting controlled.
it's necessary. Then again, even if he gets it, he can still get roared during it. So it's not like they're not
True.
without an answer to it. And I completely agree, though, that he will have to get this BKB in the game. But Infinity, at the same time, they're not too worried about that timing. It's not going to deter them from keep taking fights. And they also have their own BKB timing coming up. The Queen of Pain is only 100 gold away here. Gonna finish it with this creep candy.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
AcatSuki getting to position for this bottom tower, which already has a little bit of damage on it. They will show Kotaro.
Yeah, it's pushing lane a little bit with Blur. But at the same time, top is taking damage and getting pushed all the way to the tower. So a bit awkward position for him right now. And looks like Infinity, they want to make a move over and take the fight.
Oh, they scan.
Scanning.
They get the scan right on the nose over there.
Yeah, same thing for them. They also scan out the location of Leo style.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yes, Invis. Do they have the detection? That's the question. They've got sentries, so they could drop.
Power rune is coming up.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they ping it out.
Get a shield rune for the Queen of Pain. Now they can just blink in aggressively here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Should be out. Yeah.
Is under
A little bit of cat and mouse. Prada also teleporting away. And unfortunately for Faker and Michael, they're not going to be able to get their hands on anybody.
Yeah, so a lot of TPs used to get out of the area, but at least they get themselves to safety, and PA only 100 gold away. Gonna finish up her BKB as well with next camp here. Roche will respawn in 30 seconds right now, so you gotta
They're going
get
through
to
the
top.
gate.
Ooh,
There's a lot of people in here, though. Kiri's gonna walk right into the Terror Blade, into an avalanche, tossed up into the air. This is a nice, quick pick-off for the side of Infinity. Now, AcatSuki on the run. Don't want to get caught by that glimpse.
they're looking for more.
They would
Faker's
love to
chasing.
get their hands on Leo style. Trying to get a little bit more space away. Has a blink. Try to go for the glimpse back, though. Over onto Frank. He's got the Lotus Orb on him. He's got the Greaves, but they're just doing so much damage. It feels like he's not going to be able to escape. He will fall. Only 3 alive on the side of AcatSuki as they're saying, all right, guys, let's go grab this Roche.
Yeah, that is a very free Roche now. I want to say a lot of scribbling on the map coming out here from the Rubik, but yeah, this is basically they were too slow to get in the area to hold the Roshan, and with the Beastmaster as well as the Terrorblade, this should be pretty fast. Aegis as well as Cheese this time.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do a whole heck of a lot without the Razor alive, and by the time they get over there, it'd be too late.
Yeah, so they just give it up, but at the same time they're pushing out side lanes. Already that's being highlighted by Faker. He wants to go bottom and gank this PA. He says, I can blink in, you glimpse him afterwards. The PA does have BKB now though, so this could be a little bit risky.
Taro being very, very patient though, doesn't immediately pop it.
Is under attack.
It's just gonna walk away.
Yeah, the blur is super hard to reveal nowadays. You gotta get 400 radius of the PA, so you gotta get very, very close before you even reveal her. You can be close enough to auto attack, but not close enough to see her. That's pretty tough.
Pretty crazy. All right, well, this Terrorblade's looking real good right now. 21,000 current net worth. Next closest is the PA at 17.
Yeah, he's in a fantastic spot right now and keeps getting stronger as well. Got the Elven Tunic as well, very useful neutral item for him. So get some more attack speed for the illusions. The movement speed and evasion also going to help him a lot this game.
Pressure's on in this bottom lane. Got that big ancient granite golem helping with the push. Lumiere's got an Aegis, so he could just walk right up. Does have the metamorphosis. He's gonna hold on to it for the time being.
Yeah, glimpsing the
Look
PA
at
away.
this. It's gonna get lifted, dragged back, but it's just tickling him for the most part. Does go for the BKB. That I'm not so sure about if that was a
That
panic
must have been
or...
a fat finger BKB. There's no way. You got Aegis, you got Manta Style. full HP. He tested his BKB, made sure it worked, because that's the first time that he used it.
That's a big deal, though. He's not going to have it for this next fight, as Kotaro, with the blur, starts moving forward.
Unless it's a bait, and now they fight instead, Moxie. This is 5-head.
Could be a bait. Could indeed be a bait, because there's all the 5 heroes. They're going to be able to spot out Faker. Jumping onto the back lines immediately. Beautifully done by Michael with that avalanche. They take out both the supports instantly, and they're going to try to finish off the tower. Looks like they'll be able to do the BKB coming in handy now for Kotaro, as Frank also trying to just run away. So they'll turn their attention to Devil. He somehow manages to stay, but no, he will end up dying. It's a triple kill now for Kotaro, and they're still on the hunt. They really want Lumiere. He still has the Sunder up, he still has the Aegis. He's still got quite a bit going on, but he is going to get just held into place, and that'll be the first death. Again, coming back up, he still has the Sunder. So immediately jump on him. Those hits, those bashes, everything. Big hits, big crits, and that is just a very dead Terrorblade. Wasn't even able to get the Sunder off, and honestly, I'm not sure if he would have survived that anyways.
Here's the thing. This went wrong because for some reason TB had Aegis and Cheese. I don't know why, but Queen didn't get the Cheese, so she just got murdered by PA and didn't have a way to heal. I was confused why he didn't use Cheese in that fight, but TB still has the Cheese. I think now he dropped it. Now it's on Beastmaster. But
yeah, okay, let's
look at Queen
replay.
here. Queen doesn't have the Cheese at this point, and she gets a beautiful jump. They kill 2 heroes, and then immediately after, or shortly thereafter, she gets jumped by the PA.
Qhali is dead, and they're going after Michael now too. Nice lift up. Does have himself the Ghost Scepter. Faker. Kotaro, he's not looking too healthy. He's going to try to man fight against him. Oh my god, the crits! It's real! They managed to get the kill. There's another avalanche here from Michael. We'll be able to finish off PA, but not before she gets the kill on Faker.
Dude, Faker dying again without the Cheese here, please. Just get the Cheese on the Queen. It's so much better than on Beastmaster or on an Aegis Terrorblade. What are they doing with the Cheese?
Well, the Cheese is gone now.
No, they still have it. They didn't use it on the
They still do?
Beastmaster because it's terrible on him anyway. He only has 8 armor. The Queen has a fucking plate mail. She needs it. It's so much better. But yeah, a lot of bleeding here from the side of Infinity. Bit of mismanagement of resources. And we see AcatSuki kind of getting back into the game on the back of this.
It's feeling like which team is going to make more mistakes. Although this double damage on Lumiere, that feels pretty good.
Yeah, definitely a big power spike to try and play around, but I don't know if they're gonna push with it. Looks like he just wants to go back and farm a bit, and he's going for a Hurricane Pike on TB. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he would have preferred to bottle that double damage, but you know what? It'll accelerate his farming.
Yeah, I don't think he was sure if he could hold it or not, since there's a Puck on the field and Puck can just slippery blink in, steal it, get out.
Well, they're still going to try to make a play. They've got the Roar available on Vitali, so he's going to be leading this charge. Has the Blink Dagger, has the BKB. He's still holding on to the Cheese, which I know you're not happy about, but he is the frontliner, so perhaps...
I mean, yes, he though. The Queen, with the way she blinks...
I mean, it depends on how Faker's playing.
Yeah. At least they still have the Cheese, but this smoke not really gonna get anything done during the double damage.
And they're going to be on this... Okay, they're retreating. They're going to retreat on the side of Infinity as AcatSuki. They make their way over. Yeah. Sending Prada in first. Poor Prada.
They get the D word. Prada is leading the way here. There's
we have the Ags on the PA now too, which is a big deal.
Yeah, and he has Shard as well, so he can keep spamming the Phantom Knives if he gets a kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All the pings in the world coming out right now. So they're waiting, biding their time by the gates. They do have creeps pushing into the base. Not a huge deal.
Yeah,
they're gonna send
tower
the
is actually
Beastmaster
falling
up.
to a TB illusion bottom, so tier 3 tower is gone.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Yeah, they've all used the gate to go up now. Tower going to take advantage of this. Does have that Death, so it's going to smack away on the tower. Make quick work of it. Does probably need... Are they going to smoke and try to wrap around, do you think? Because nobody's showing. They realize something's going on.
I mean, you mean that AcatSuki would?
Yeah, do AcatSuki smoke here, or do they just teleport home?
I think they're gonna have to go home soon. There's so much pressure being applied. Now you even have Beastmaster, so I don't...
Oh, good scan, good scan.
Don't think they have enough time to stay there on the map.
Prada has teleported in now, so looks like they're also going to teleport Puck. And the Razor has gone back to base, so
A lot of tower damage being done though, and PA behind enemy
Just be
lines here.
careful.
Dangerous territory. She does have the blur, so she can get really close to the enemy though.
Gonna walk. Oh, look at this, look at this. It's like, I don't know if I want to show myself to Faker. Getting so close. Silence immediately. The roar. Oh, Kotaro. Oh, this is not looking good for him. With the BKB, though, he's going to try to fight. He's going to jump in onto the backline. So slices Gardic into pieces. Turns his attention now over to Michael, but the Ghost Scepter going to buy him a little bit more time. The Lotus getting placed over onto Kotaro. It's going to leap away. It's going to be Frank who takes a lot of damage, but in the backline with the Dream Coil, Leo style manages to clean up and get a kill.
Buyback on Disruptor running towards the fight. Looks like they're resetting on both teams a little bit here. Don't want to overcommit. Meta was used though, so that is a timing window where AcatSuki could look for more fighting if they want.
Razor did manage to grab himself a Heaven's Halberd, which should be useful in the next fight too, so.
Yeah, full damage mitigation builds, just trying to keep himself and his friends alive here against this Terrorblade.
Curious how they approach this fight. They don't have their Tiny for their positioning. Leo's still gonna walk right past Lumiere. It's just giving a little bit of information, a little bit of vision. They'll send the illusion forward too, so they'll slice through that.
Yeah, PA pushing out. Roshan is gonna spawn late.
Trying to get vision over here by the gate. They do have it. They've got the sentry ward off on the side.
Oh, Puck is on the hunt here. Goes to Roche instead. Not gonna keep chasing the heroes.
Prada's courier got killed. Oh, he's working on the Lincolns. Okay.
Yeah, he's closing in on that. Meanwhile, we have Shiva's complete now for the Queen. Just needs to deliver the recipe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Then that's more armor being built. The Beastmaster is working on an Assault Cuirass as well. Good for buffing up his TB, but also stay safe here against PA.
How are we looking on timing right now for AcatSuki, right? Because Infinity, the later it goes, the better chance that they have. They've got this Terrorblade, they've got a Queen of Pain. And like you said, the Razor doesn't have the best scaling build.
Yeah, he doesn't. They have a pretty beautiful timing right now with the Abyssal over on the PA as well. So look at her with her...
Puck.
Yeah.
That could be a little scary as the Thunderhide does reveal itself. Faker dancing around the sides. Kiri is going to blink away. Okay, here comes the Puck. This could be a big battle. Standing on the high ground, Michael leading the charge. Oh, all right, right into Leo style. That is just bad luck. The buyback immediately comes, but he's got to run his way over. Not the ideal situation.
Yeah, he's orbing and blinking to try and get there as soon as possible.
It looks like they respect the fact that Puck did buy back right now.
Yeah, they're just,
Pointing out, let's push out the lanes.
they just want to send them TB illusions down mid lane. Maybe they give up Roche to this buyback, but it's very late Roche spawn. It's maximum timer, so they could even go back there and contest. Or if TB just pushes mid, he can actually go for Rax here. Lumiere, I think he might commit for pushing the Rax a bit. Okay, just sending in illusions.
Let's plan it safe. Another 33 seconds before this Roche respawns. We'll send over one of the boars, do a little bit of scouting.
Oh, this is tough. This is really painful, though. Like, these illusions are shredding mid, and
Yeah.
everyone is just waiting for Roche.
Leo style blinking forward, manages to let Dream Coil over onto 2 as Kotaro jumps onto the backlines, gets rid of Vitaly immediately. But Faker chasing after Kiri goes for the Sonic Wave. They'll finish off Kiri. Kotaro's used the BKB Prada. Looks like he's going to get taken down. They're going to reset a little bit. They both have buybacks, but there's so much damage being used on Faker. He will indeed die. No buyback on him. More buybacks coming out. Michael Gardic now going to get chased down. Oh my god, Kotaro! He does so much damage. He's going to be stunned for half the second. He's going to go right back in, and there's the rampage.
Holy. Yeah, they may have split pushed the range tracks mid, but I don't think it matters because you have 4 heroes dead, no buyback, rampage over on the PA there, and we see the value of the PA. Holy damage.
That was
13,000 euro damage in that fight.
That was a gamble, but you know what? It paid off.
Yeah. definitely did. The Aghanims and the Shard combination did most of the damage for him there, actually. The Phantom Knife spam, after every single kill, he was diligent to just keep spam pressing the Phantom Knives. And 16% of your max health as pure damage is a lot.
I know.
If anyone stands nearby, they just keep falling and it propels the damage. They're not going to be in time here. Okay.
They forced the buyback on the TB. That's the big one. But there's no buyback on any of these other guys other than the Queen of Pain, who's about to respawn.
Yeah, they can just go back to Roche and reset.
Yeah.
PA now has the Rapier queued up as well after the
Oh, boy.
Rampage, feeling confident here in this game. Here we see a
Get
replay
that
of what
replay,
happened.
yeah. It's a really nice dream quan. You can just see Kotaro realizing that that's the one threat to him, really, is that Beastmaster on the back lines with the Roar. Shifts around on targets a couple times, but there's a lot of buybacks that went on during that fight, too.
Yeah, many buybacks expended, but so far away from being able to join and hop in on the fight again. The Beastmaster actually did come back in and die, but yeah, back in the game now. We see them start taking the Roche back on bottom. The Rapier is complete over on the PA, so getting Aegis on her as well would feel amazing.
Oh, and the ninja gear, too. So not only do you have Blur, but you've also got ninja gear. You just, like, full-on assassin mode at this point.
Yeah, he is.
Spoopy stuff.
He is very sneaky now. It does help him a little bit with the fact that he doesn't have boots, getting 20 movement speed as well, and more smoking doesn't really make that much difference for her since she has Aghanims. But yeah, I think overall this PA is just the #1 priority now on everyone's mind here on Infinity. They gotta roar her and try and burst her, but she's pretty tanky, to be honest.
Look at the protection, too. I mean, I know that we were like, oh, not super keen on the fact that Razor went for a little bit more of this damage mitigation sort of build. It doesn't scale quite as well. But with Kotaro doing the damage that he does, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
As long as they don't go, incredibly late. But
I think it's the correct choice for the game. It just, it's his role in this game is merely just to be a damage sponge and to try and lower the damage output of the enemy team. And that's also why the Puck is playing this full control build.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All eggs in one basket works pretty well for PA.
I'd like to see travels on this Puck, I think, just because it feels like there's constantly just pushing happening from these TB illusions.
Yeah, it would be natural for him to get a travels next, get some way to try and deal with the side lanes. They're doing a good job just being annoying. Even Faker is sneaking around top, looking to maybe start pressuring there. Oh, Gardic.
Oh,
Be careful,
Gardic,
man.
Gardic. He's got here's the glimmer. He's like, I feel unsafe. His spidey sense is tingling.
That's where it's almost a good thing that PA's Blur didn't cancel in a bigger area, because then she would know that you're there. But
Yeah.
due to her 400 radius not triggering, she does not find the disruptor.
Some very serious rat Dota going on, though. They need to get some sort of a catch on this Terrorblade, I think. But he's playing really smart. He's not allowing himself to be caught in any bad situations. He's got the Tiny behind him, too, to kind of help protect.
Yeah, he's got the spell prism too, so he's got extra CDR, spawning illusions a little bit faster in lower cooldown as Manta style, so can keep sending these illusions. We see sort of a beeline coming down mid. He's just like, please don't come to my base. They're just trying to wait out the Aegis, want to take a fight afterwards, because bursting PA twice without losing your entire team is not going to happen. PA has now consumed the Aghanims, so she has the BKB in inventory as well.
She does a lot of damage, this PA. They need some sort of a pick-off, but they're being very elusive on the side of Infinity.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty fantastic job just avoiding anyone feeding towards the PA. PA, though, is playing in the bottom part of the map, which is the least likely to find an enemy. If she was playing around top, she might find some of these rats over on the side of Infinity who are trying to shove the lanes. But I think they want to push high ground. With the Aegis now, 2 minutes, they just can't go. There's a spot where PA can walk up high ground here, by the way, without getting revealed from Blur.
So that's pretty gnarly.
Yep. You gotta go, I think it's north of the tower here, like the highest point.
Yeah, they gotta be careful. They're being ratted again. Biostar does have the boots of travel now, though, at the very least, so he's gonna be able to do a little bit of offset, but it is the Terrorblade and this Beastmaster.
It doesn't have buyback, though. If he does get caught by a Blink Roar, that could be devastating here for them.
Look at how patient they're being. They're like, okay, looks like they've backed off. Let's teleport away. A whole game of cat and mouse.
Yeah, they're again on the hunt with the PA here, trying to check, and the scan
Look
finds
at these
him.
scans.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Good scan. Good scan right there. Faker gonna stay safe.
Dire's courier has been killed.
They just have this constant influx of creeps. Feels like Leo Styles just being tethered to his base, like being the babysitter, trying to keep everyone alive. He's not able to make those moves out on the map like he'd like.
Yeah, he's kind of just, you know, taking care, like you said.
More gold, though. Get him his buyback eventually.
Yeah, it's always something, and getting close to that will be useful, but right now I think they want to go before the timing on the age is 30 seconds. Not going to get an exchange if he doesn't go in.
I don't know if you want to risk it at this point. It's going to be pretty rough.
Could sneak in through top and not break his blur.
He's going to reveal himself. Again, 20-something seconds on this Aegis. He's got to be very careful. Does have the safety of being able to use that BKB blink out, the Abyssal 2. In fact, he's like, all right, we've got like 10 seconds left. I don't know if this is worth it now.
Yeah. One thing as well to mention is that PA didn't go for Nullfire, and there is Aeon Disc over on the side of the Disruptor. So he can stay alive a bit. There's also Aeon Disc on Tiny, so he can also stay alive. The PA can't really burst the Queen all that fast with the evasion and the extra armor. I mean, she still dies if he gets like 2 or 3 crits, but you would need some lockdown to be able to kill him.
Nelly is next up on the list for the Phantom Assassin. So, like you're saying, she is identifying that, like, okay, definitely gonna need to add something new to my inventory.
Yeah, you just want to deal with the safety that they have here. That won't take so long to kill. I mean, it's gonna counter all of Disruptor's items. He's got Glimmer, Ghost Scepter, and Aeon Disc. Okay, well, nice items, dude.
Faker continuing to just do the split pushing is gonna have a Sheep Stick eventually, which will be good for the lockdown. Has to be careful though. Let's have a Trickster Cloak. Rest of the team though, on the side of AcatSuki, they're starting to pincer down. They're not gonna be able to quite get their hands though.
Yeah, AcatSuki are just playing the map, not too stressed here. They're 7,000 gold ahead, but without Aegis now on the PA, she does have boots coming out, just casual brown boots, preparing for the travels. And this is where the map is just absolutely terrifying. If you're on the side of Infinity, leaving your base is just so dangerous. So at least they have split push top in the form of the Overlord creep and the illusions. And again, TP back to base happened. PA is back at base. If they realize that, then maybe they will leave their own base now. Lumiere is charging out a little bit.
Looks like Faker bought out. Do you agree with this move?
Yeah, he bought out
You
for
feel
his
like
Hex.
it's got to be that desperate with the Hex that he...
I think I agree, yeah. Because
Okay.
likely if you die once anyway in a fight, then maybe everyone is dying anyway. It's like when people start dying to PA, the Fan of Knives effect and the Aghanim's just refreshing the Fan of Knives.
Okay.
But having the Hex, he can now either initiate and then get follow-up, or he can follow up on a Beastmaster Roar and try to bring down this PA. So I like the idea. And for all the saving items they have, I mean, they do not have... Oh, they have a Lincoln's on Jarrah, right? So they have one Lincoln Sphere, but...
They've got a Lotus, too.
Yeah. The Lotus is fine, though. Like, he's fine hexing himself as long as he hexes the PA as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the hex has to take effect. And they still have Lincoln's breaks in their team.
Looks like they're making moves towards the other side of the map here. There's a Tormentor, there's 2 Wisdom Runes even. Wow, that's super value.
Yeah, I get some experience here. They're considering who takes it. It's Terribly taking both of them, so that almost gets his level 25. He was level 23, and he's very close now to 25, so pretty massive.
Dream Coil doesn't connect. Bit of a whiff here coming out from Leo Style.
They're just getting out. They don't want to fight here. But now with TP back base, they can all just mass TP back to their own base and know that they might be able to take a fight over there.
Gotta get this other Terrorblade illusion off your base. Whew. Double damage, though, down here for PA if she walks past it. Yeah, they ping it out. They're like, there should be a rune over here. They're gonna be very happy with what they find.
Yeah, it's a bit of extra damage. Honestly, at the point of having a Divine Rapier, it doesn't make that big of a difference anymore for you. Almost want to see that on the puck instead, but he will take it probably. Looks like they might pass over a bottle. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, every little bit helps.
Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, DD is still extra 170 damage base, and then you add a crit on top of that. Might be a difference between bursting someone or not.
Big numbers.
All of Infinity just playing around the top area.
Dire are scanning.
This is such a tentative
tense
game, yeah. They're just too scared to make a mistake. Nobody wants to drop down into a lower bracket.
Smoke play coming out in the mid lane as AcatSuki. They're on the hunt and they are top. They're waiting to see what's going to be going on here with this Roche.
Yeah, the smoke around.
Creeping forward. They're going to go through the gate. They're doing another search.
This could be pretty massive
Should be
for
able
them.
to see. It's going to be Fakers in the front here. Goes right past.
Okay, so drop the ward and sentry on the high ground, and they could just go through to bottom instead of sticking around. Meanwhile, though, the 5-man rat Dota, ooh, they could go in and just invade.
No one expects the double smoke, Leo style. Look at this positioning. Gonna get the jump immediately over onto the puck, and he is just absolutely tested. Get the call down.
That's buyback.
We'll slow them up a little bit, but they will fight back on puck. So they're looking for another initiation. Rest of the team, though, Dreamworld does connect over onto Vitaly and Michael. So it was a worthwhile buyback. Those daggers flying out. Kataro just dishing this damage. He gets himself a double kill.
4,000 damage crits with the DD rune as well. That is a very high number there from PA. Probably the highest damage done so far in this regional per hit.
Big damage, for sure.
That is Beastmaster
They don't
without
have buyback on Vitaly, yeah.
That's
big.
Definitely an opening, and also bottom Roche is up and available, so they can go and get themselves the Aegis on the PA again.
That's one less split pusher that they have to deal with, which has been an absolute thorn in the side of AcatSuki, so...
Yeah, TB is doing his best now to try and shove down mid lane, and then running towards top to try and split push. They do not want to let the PA get to their base with an Aegis. Don't know how much of a choice you have, though. This Roche is gonna fall very fast.
Leostell's TPing. Oh, Devil's here too. They found themselves Faker. They get the side. BKB is gonna get used. He'll try to drain off some of this damage. Waiting patiently. Does have that blink, does have the means to escape here. Is Leostell continuing to hunt, but just does not have that vision.
Yeah, he doesn't have gem anymore. He had gem before on Leo's.
He lost it to the Queen of Pain, actually.
Yeah.
He's got it now. Casual dust as Kotaro makes his way up to this creep wave, making sure that there's nobody lurking.
Yeah, we'll see. Is this Rubik? Who are they gonna give the Aghanims to? I guess probably Rubik.
Yeah, I would say that would be the best, right?
Yeah, Jackcopter is holding it for now, but he's not using it, and yeah, you probably shouldn't on a support Jarrow with brown boots. Doesn't feel the strongest.
Doesn't quite have the damage. All right. We've got buyback. Some of these heroes, like, oh, the bash over into Faker. Oof.
He's fishing. I like the accuse of one more rapier on PA. Not enough damage.
That's his backup rapier, you know, just in case.
Yes. More of them. But he never got that nullifier, though. So still, these Aeon Discs are very useful.
They've got them pinned in the base again on the side of AcatSuki. Infinity, they've been doing a great job of just cat and mousing the entire time, especially using these TV illusions, the way Faker's been moving around the map.
Yeah, deep wards. Qhali placing the same wards that he placed when he was Earth Spirit. This time gets in there as a Rubik with the smoke.
I don't think he'll be able to hold these off necessarily in the future after showing these off twice now.
Yeah. They didn't see him at all, though, with the smoke again. So, in this game, at least, it can be hard to de-ward those. That deep vision does give PA an angle here if she wants to initiate. Aeon Disc on the
They can see
tiny.
Michael there. It's walks right underneath their ward. They know he's waiting. Terrorblade as well. We've got the vision. Faker hiding in the tree line. It's going to be another Rax down. They ping out. Let's move the other. Now, they are going to have the Agnum Scepter on Disruptor, which has some potential here for sure if they're not careful.
Yeah, he just has to try and wait out the Aegis on PA and then drop the ulti on him when he respawns.
He's also got to hope that he doesn't get blown up right away.
Yeah, you gotta hope that you survive.
All right, there's the Avalanche, the initiation. There's a toss back onto Kotaro. They've got lots of
Oh, he
damage.
can do it.
But we'll be able to go
Disruptor
get the
ulti.
first life. A follow-up, there it is. That Disruptor ulti right on top of Kotaro. He needs help. He needs someone to keep him alive, and that's going to be the Rapier on the deck as they'll turn this right back around. Get themselves a kill on Prada. Chasing now after Devil's going to have to go use the cheese. Leo Style going to try to teleport out, but they get the glimpse back over onto Frank.
Nobody took the
Oh
Rapier.
my God.
They're calling for it. TB going back, has the Rapier instead of MKB, and they're going down mid.
Oh, boy. All right, everybody has buyback, but that's a huge detriment to this PA right now.
Michael is immediately MVP in this game so far. If Infinity win, that one toss back on PA into the enemy tier, or into tier 4 was so crucial.
Those quick fingers.
Yeah, and of course the combo play with Vitaly following up Roar and then Disruptor. The Aghanim so key there.
Yeah, they've got to buy back on this, especially now with Lumiere having this Rapier. Doesn't have the meta, at least. Doesn't have a refresher either, so... Little bit of hope, but he's looking very spooky right now. And again, like you said, Michael, just great positioning throughout this. Gonna go top. Kiri waiting patiently over here on the side. Devil walking forward. Eye of the Storm function.
Well, still no PA buyback, but that's everyone else at least. But they don't want to back. They want to keep going.
Can they hold for 30 is the question. Not with a toss back from Michael like that over onto Frank. There's a roar on
has no
top of
buyback.
everything, and they even go and use that static storm. PA buys back, but here it is. Kotaro, he jumps in, he disintegrates Lumiere, and now Leo style poking away at the back ends. Michael's not looking great. Gardic trying to get away. They don't have any way to cancel out that TP though.
Oh, that clutch glimpsing back. They actually got to survive.
Oh, can they get it? They got it. They got Michael. They do have buyback, though, on the side of Infinity. They have it for their TB, and they have it for their Tiny.
Oh boy, Queen tried to go in for the Rapier snag as well, but no, she didn't get it. So the Rapier is back in the hands of PA again. This time with a Rapier and a Nullifier. Ooh, she's coming down mid with a vengeance.
You getting flashbacks of that other game that we, what was it, the Thunder game earlier?
Yeah.
Where the Rapier just kept trading hands?
First game of the day was some interesting Rapier trades. This is even better than that though, because both teams are actually using it really well. That game just had a Viper taking it, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That is
Here
true.
we got a PA and a TB, a little bit better Rapier carriers.
All right.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Question is, how aggressively do you want to force this here? You know that there's Aghanims on the Disruptor, and you could still get caught on the PA. If you die, that's just it. That's like game. So forcing the buybacks of TB and Tiny is a little bit tricky to do.
There's no buyback on Leah style either. Like, you don't have great people. It does have the Aeon disc. Well, no, it doesn't matter with the Ags, right? Like, ooh, the pressure, the tension. The game number 3.
Yeah, this is
Radiant structures are
both teams just fighting to hold on here in the upper bracket. Someone has to drop down, guys.
They're going to have their Tiny alive very, very shortly. So that's going to be a great boon to them because they don't want to buy back on this TB if possible.
Yeah, with Tiny up,
Still
I think
poking.
now it's going to be difficult to keep poking the racks because he has the tossback play.
And he's not afraid to use it, as we've seen earlier. Whew.
And the dragon forcing people to come back home. There were no creeps in base anyway, so Black Dragon wasn't really threatening the racks or anything. But we see AcatSuki now backing up, playing the map again. And Infinity, they get to hold their buybacks. So the advantage they have now is that they have buybacks available on the TB and AcatSuki. If they lose PA even a single time here, it's game over.
A lot of pressure. Has 4 heroes smoked up on the side of an... Oh, God, I hate that this is showing up wrong. AcatSuki.
Yeah, it's very, very weird to see the tags like that. But for the confusion, for any viewer, they used to be Infinity. Now they are AcatSuki. And
Hokori used to be... Well, Infinity now used to be Hokori, so...
exactly. So Infinity is not Infinity, and not Infinity is Infinity.
Easy.
Does that make sense? Yes.
Yeah. Thanks for explaining it to us, Waga.
And
We're starting to hit second rapier territory, though, like you said. Qhtaro, he has his nullifier. He's thinking about another one. But again, the threat of that Disruptor Axe is very spooky.
yeah, so tricky. How many Aeon Discs do we have here in this game right now? We got Aeon Disc, Puck, Razor. Gyrocopter has one that he didn't unlock yet. And then we have Tiny Disruptor, so 5. Yeah, we got 5 Aeon Discs in this game right now. Interesting.
At this point, guys, just let it hit 60 minutes. I want to see some big boy neutral items here.
I think it will, but it's usually like it goes to 62 minutes, it's GG, and there's like one tier 5 item. That's usually how it goes.
We do have a sheep stick now coming out for the gyrocopter. He just bought it, which means that he's taking advantage of the fact he does not have buyback any longer, so he might as well do whatever he can to help his team out. Roche is going to may respawn, sorry, in about a second here.
Yeah, looks like
It's going to be a long Roche respawn.
the ratting is happening top as well, just sending in more of these Dominator creeps and illusions, but the melee racks, they do have HP regen, so it doesn't matter too much.
All right, give me those neutral items, baby. What do we got?
Terrorblade finds, he's picking Force Boots. So he's
Okay.
getting nice movement speed now and the slide, which gives him a dispel as well. Definitely not a bad item at all here.
Got a token on the TA. She's thinking about, or sorry, PA. She's thinking about it. Oh, you've got to be so careful.
Mirror Shield, though, that's really dreamy to have against the Hex and the Beastmaster.
Dire are scanning.
Taro's pretty much all alone here.
I wish you-
They get to scan. They see.
I wish we could see the options for the items for the players, so you
Yeah,
can see what
that'd
they
be
choose
pretty neat.
between.
That would be pretty neat. Looks like those are the only tier 5 so far, huh? Again, a long Roche respawn. Leo style teleporting in. They're thinking about going for a fight here.
Queen is picking as well right now. She gets the Book of
Book
Shadows.
of Shadows.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty damn nice. You can either make yourself untargetable or PA. Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh, I'm so nervous right now. Michael, look at him. He's like, yeah, come a little closer. A little bit of that vision over here coming out from this Disruptor. Clean up the boar.
AcatSuki are on a timer. Mid is pushing in. So for them, it's more awkward to stick around here. They just gotta be
I mean,
patient.
they do
for
have boots of
Infinity.
travel too on Puck, so.
Yeah, but he's not in base. If he's base, then he can't fight, so he has to run back
Right.
base.
I guess on the bright side, they don't have any Terrorblade illusions pushing into their buildings, right?
Yeah,
But this is still like,
Is under attack.
Nectar
you
Book.
just gotta play it real calm, real cool, and just be patient, because we'll get an opportunity.
Book of Dead says it spawns
Spooky
2
stuff.
level 3 Necronomicon units. What are those, Moxie? what's a Necronomicon?
Let me spin you a tale of a time long past. Can they go through? Just look at this little army.
Yeah, sadly I can't use the portal. Dude, his birds have such low cooldown on the route now. When he gets
We've
close to
got
someone.
the Arcanist armor over here.
Both teams just holding this area, but now Tom is pushing in. Big creep wave. It's actually gonna be Infinity that have to make a move.
Roche is up. Roche is up.
Oh no. PA, you made him run out.
It's okay. They haven't seen it just yet.
Infinity have to make a move, and they're
They're
doing
wrapping.
it.
They're wrapping play. They see that Razor showing. They don't have their puck. They jump forward from Michael yet again into the Hex. And okay, there it is. There's the Aeon just buying them just a little bit more time as they're going to try to jump over onto the backside. But Devil, he's taking too much damage. He will immediately end up falling here as Leo style sees Faker, sees Vitali. He's going to use the Dream Call. Qhtaro not quite sure how he wants to approach this just yet. He's waiting patiently. He's got the Lotus Dagger spam coming out. Follow up. Vitali looking a little bit low here, and they'll get the kill. There's going to be the buyback. Michael nullified off here on the side as Lumiere getting sliced away by Qhtaro. He's down. They will buy back, and he's going to try to get back into the fight. Is now Gardic running for his life. Qhtaro just giving more chase. Leo style looking for the opening. Not going to be able to quite find it. Oh, no, there he is. There's Gardic. Couple more clicks will do the trick, but everybody has buyback who just died on the side of Infinity.
That is such
We're
a big
not
win
over
for
yet.
AcatSuki, though. They didn't finish the
That's
game
a-
yet, but
That's a Roche.
yeah, this is gonna be Roche for sure. Only at the cost of their Racer having to buy back. They'll happily take that. PA going in now.
It's a lot of gold on this PA too. If she wants to, she can realize her rapier dreams again.
Yeah.
Or put one in reserve if needed.
She can buy a lot of things, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just her items are already so strong. It's tough to say what she wants to buy even.
Yeah, look at this. They're going to try to force the buyback while PA's doing this Roche. They get the buyback from Michael. Frank needs to be a little bit careful here. We know that this guy's not afraid to just leap into everything with the tossback. That's going to be Roche, though. Tara with the Aegis. A little bit of a poke here coming from Leo. Try to get that avalanche. Doesn't quite manage it. Their PA's on the run. They've got themselves their own little army.
Man,
They're
Frank
ripping
has
apart
no
the
fear,
buildings.
just pushing.
Mid lane is in their base, but nothing that's too huge here. Frank, toss back here from Michael, but the follow-up, is it going to be able to keep Frank alive? Yes, it looks like he's going to be okay. They go and they drop the Dream Coil. Michael turned into a little pig. Dream Coil still coming into play here as they send in the rest of the army. The call down. Kotaro jumping on Faker. Not going to be able to quite finish him up. And again, he is holding on to that Aegis. That mirror shield. Ooh, it's nice. As they jump onto Vitaly, the slicing. Can they get him off? Yes, they'll be able to go get the kill on the Beastmaster. That is mega creeps now.
Finally backing out as well.
But they gotta go.
save.
They got creeps hitting their buildings.
Oh boy.
It took a lot. Now they'll suffer some damage, but they do have mega creeps, whereas the side of Infinity does not have it just yet.
Yeah, they're sticking around. PA is on the hunt, looking for a kill here.
She wants blood. They know that they're down one hero. Lincoln's placed on Kotaro, just waltzing in. There's another rapier, and this time it's on Puck.
Oh, Puck with Aghanims as well with the rapier. Hits so hard. And he has the Revenant's Brooch.
Okay, they do have... All right, they ended up buying the refresher now for the Terrorblade.
Yeah, that's... I mean, it's something. I don't know how you're gonna manage to defend this, though.
They got to do something. Like you said, they don't have themselves their Beastmaster Lumiere. Waiting patiently.
On the
Kotaro lifted up into the other. Follow-up, though, here coming out from Puck with that Nullifier over onto Faker. Can they finish him off is the question. So I know he is down. He's going to need to buy back. Kotaro sitting a bit low. Again, still holding on to that Aegis. Still, it's going to be all right. The Go eats the cheese. They've turned their attention to this Ancient. The call down, just slowing them down. And they're just focused, eyes on the prize. The BKB comes out, too. This is looking like we're going to see AcatSuki facing off with Vivo Keystars for the upper bracket final.
Wow, AcatSuki managed to edge out a victory here. What a game. You can see the players standing up there feeling happy about what they performed. That was definitely hard work for them to claw their way back into this game because, like I said, late game, they were not really favored, but what a massive performance there by Kotaro on his PA. He was absolutely huge, and the rampage that he got earlier there set them in such a good position. Obviously, it's a team effort, it always is, but this time I definitely think our MVP is going to be Kotaro.
Absolutely. Like you said, it shouldn't have been... I don't want to say it wasn't easy by any means, but it shouldn't have been a case where, you know, Kotaro manages to get this much done this late because their draft just didn't favor it. But just showing up and knowing the limits to his hero, having good hero sense, it paid off for sure. I also, you know, like you said, it's a team effort. It's a situation where,
Here's
you know,
the
they had a
rampage.
lot. They had so much to be able to protect him. You see the Lotus, you see the Lincolns coming out. They're doing everything they can to protect him. That enables him to keep going, get that rampage, and eventually just help carry this team to victory.
Yeah.
Ah, man.
The team fights were, I mean, very well executed by Infinity as well. In some way, the catch was really beautiful by Tiny, tossing back into the Beastmaster. But I think Beastmaster just took too long before he really had impact on the game. The early game was really rough for him. Here we see the Rapier on the ground. Queen tried to go in for a steal, but it was somehow PA getting it. Looked like Queen should get it in time there, but PA was faster.
Maybe it's nerves. Maybe he just was too afraid.
Yeah,
You never
maybe
know.
his
You
inventory
never
was
know.
full or something. I'm not sure.
You never know. I definitely think honorable mention, though, like you said, should go to Michael. Some of those tossbacks were just so clutch. I think it also enabled them to stay in this game a little bit longer, too. But eventually, you know, making the decision to get the Rapier plus that Nullifier. Whew.
Yeah.
Spooky stuff.
Yeah, we just see the man fighting against PA is so tough for them. They didn't manage to lock him down properly with a lot of the saves being there and holding him or keeping him active basically. So TB goes down and this is where they just secure Roche. What a game. What a game.
Yeah, that was quite the match here. And I think Infinity, you know, it sucks to get knocked down to that lower bracket, but I think you put on a really good show in this series. So
They definitely did.
shame.
I mean, it was
No shame there.
It was a battle for sure. Game 1 and 2 was very draft heavy in terms of what decided it. This third game was all about execution, how you play on the map, how you can, you know, try and make moves. And ultimately, it was just AcatSuki playing a little bit cleaner. They managed to eke out victories here in some of the key fights, which led to a lot of Roshans and ultimately the game. But still a good performance by Infinity in this matchup.
Okay, talk to me though. So now that AcatSuki has gotten themselves this victory, that means they're going to be facing off of Vivo Keydstars. Who do you think is going to come out on top of that? Because in my opinion, originally when I came into this qualifier, I thought Vivo Keydstars and AcatSuki were going to be very, very like neck and neck matched up. But watching them take down Thunder earlier today now has me wondering, is it so neck and neck, or is it going to be more favored towards Vivo Keydstars?
I would say that is the latter, because at least earlier today, Keydstars played really, really strong Dota against Thunder Awaken, who, you know, perhaps didn't perform at the top of their capabilities, who knows, but at least Keydstars had a very high level. Whereas in this series here, AcatSuki, they do end up on a really nice game, but the overall level of play in like game 2 was enough for me to say that if you play like that against Keydstars, it's not going to work out for you.
Okay, so you think that, you know, you can't have as many mistakes. You have to be a bit more flawless.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like that. The stronger
And that
teams
was
you
a
play
draft
against.
issue too, right?
Yeah, exactly. There was draft issues that set them back a little bit, but also the stronger teams you play against, the more every little mistake will be punished. And Keydstars, they just looked a little bit sharper from watching previous series and this series.
That's true, but if Kotaro continues playing the way that he's playing, it's going to look like a pretty tough fight, as he is our MVP, and he was just very, very disciplined, I guess, in the way that he moved around the map. He was very patient, and I didn't realize he ended up with the 2 rapiers at the end.
Yeah, got the double rapier. I mean, he was playing like a true assassin as well, sneaking around every now and then looking for those kills. Didn't end up doing a whole lot of solo killing, but he wasn't scared of going into what could be perceived as dangerous positions due to that Aghanim's blur. Also, I mean, all the way from the get-go, he was the guy getting the first blood due to a very nice trap that they set together on the lane. But overall, he just, you know, did what a PA should be doing. He bursted people really fast in the fights, and he didn't really get caught.
Yeah, he did a great job in hemming them into the base too. I know at the point, like, Gardic did pick up that Aghanim Scepter, so that's a very big threat. It's very, very scary to be fighting out on the map on that, but at the same time, the threat of just knowing that Kotaro is moving around the map the way he was with the puck, although a lot of the times Leo Style was really pinned into the base, right? Like, he had to kind of handle the creeps along with the gyrocopter, but, you know, he just was very smart in his movements. There were a couple times it was a little close, I think. Could have gotten caught out, but at the end of the day, you know, 19-5-14, winning this, this series here for his team.
Yeah, great
This looks
performance
really,
by
really
Kotaro for sure. So AcatSuki are going to be the ones to take it here. And we're not done, Moxie. We got more Dota coming up today as well. We've got another series coming up right after this one.
Yeah, we have the lower bracket coming up soon. We're going to have Lava versus Mad Kings, which will be kind of interesting too, because the player Adrian, who was playing with the old Infinity, now AcatSuki, he was the core player. He is actually playing on Mad Kings now. So it'll be interesting to see if, you know, this swap for him is going to pay off. He's got some other very familiar faces on his team. Pipi, Oscar, Janek, and Red Monster are going to be playing on Mad Kings. And then, of course, Lava has some people that aren't quite as well known. If you were watching Division 2, you'll realize that Lava got that 3rd place. So they've got definitely a fighting chance. They beat out Balrogs the other day, but this is going to be a little bit more even, I think, this time around.
Yeah, we'll see exactly who's going to come out on top when we go into that matchup, Lava versus Mad Kings down there. And of course, the winner of that will be facing up against Infinity here, who just lost.
That is a scary prospect, honestly, after watching the way that Infinity just played, for sure. But, you know, anything can happen. It is TI time. That means everybody's bringing their A game. It means that you're seeing things that are different because it is a regional qualifier, which means sometimes, you know, maybe you might do really well on an international stage, but within your own region, maybe they know your secrets. You don't know. So we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to have that next series for you. And like I said, this should be an exciting one. Stick around.
Dire's middle tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everyone. The Dota today has been intense. It has been 2 full 3-game series, and now are we going to get the same thing for this next series that we're about to see? We've got Lava versus Mad Kings, and I'm here with Waga. And what do you think we're going to see this time around, Waga?
Well, if history does indeed repeat itself, then we might just see that. Last time these two teams faced off each other, they did have a 3-game series. It was Mad Kings pulling out the victory there with 2-1. We'll see who's going to come out on top. That was, a little bit over 2 weeks ago since they faced each other there in the EPL. But I'm curious to see who's going to be stronger today and what they're going to bring to the table, as things are a little bit different now. Teams have had more time to play, and 17 days ago, that wasn't even on the new patch. That was before 734 patch came out.
Well, I've done a little bit of digging, and I was looking at some of their recent games, and one thing that they really like on Lava is that they like to play Phantom Assassin, and we just saw an explosive Phantom Assassin game just before this series. We saw Kotaro really pop off, win it with the help of his team, and so that could be something to look forward to. And I thought another thing that seemed really, really interesting, which also would make it a little hard to draft against, is the fact that Lava really like kind of non-traditional position 5s. Like, they're not completely out of the sphere, but they do go for things like the Dawnbreaker and the Bat as a position 5, which a lot of people don't opt to do, honestly.
Yeah, they seem generally to be pretty open. I think they also have previously run stuff that you wouldn't expect. Like, they run, sure, you have sometimes some Clockworks, sometimes they play even Support Enigma, I think I saw some game. So they're very flexible. And that does mean that you have to be prepared for a little bit of everything in the drafting phase here. But we'll see who can edge out a little bit of an advantage there as teams are getting ready to get into the game here.
Yeah, on the flip side of things too, we talked about this briefly before the break, but a little history lesson for y'all is the fact that we just saw AcatSuki. Now, all right, this is going to get a little confusing, so hang on here with me. So AcatSuki, before they were AcatSuki, were Infinity minus Minos, MNZ. And when they had a core, they had themselves Adrian. So Adrian ends up leaving and he goes to Mad Kings now. So by several degrees of separation, we do get an extension of Infinity / AcatSuki into this game. And then on top of that, you have some other players that are pretty familiar to a lot of us. PP, Oscar, Genic, Red Monster, these guys have been around for a while. I believe Red Monster played on an NA squad too. So you might have a little bit more information about Mad Kings, but at the same time, I'm curious, because I know Mad Kings are going to do their homework. Are they going to ban out that PA? Do they find it that big of a threat? And we are into a draft, so let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think that they will remove it in the first phase. It's generally a type of hero that has quite a few counters, to be honest. It's more one of those last picks like, we can play PA here and it's going to be great. So we'll see if they either pick themselves some heroes that would do fine against it, or if they will indeed ban it out perhaps in the second phase. Because we're rushing through our bans here. We got Nature's Prophet, the Invoker banned out, the Undying and Gyrocopter banned out by Lava, as well as the Darkseer IO from Mad Kings, and thinking about their third and final first phase ban here.
Yeah, Arcano played a real sick Darkseer recently, so I can understand why they would go for that ban. The other bans over on the side of Lava, they all make a lot of sense, right? These are all heroes that we're seeing very commonly get picked up. They're either pick ban or just super, super high. And then the same thing like the IO, we saw how scary it can be when there is the IO on the map, allowing them to just have that global presence. And then the TA, another hero that has been fairly popular. So opening up with the Earth Spirit is a nice way to start off. It can be used as a mid, and we are still seeing it being run as that position 4. And I know for a fact that Genic is very well versed with him.
Yeah. And also makes sense to ban out the TA. It was, in their most recent matchup, it was the hero that they lost to. Even though Mad Kings were the ones to win twice, they did lose one game when Lava played TA. So they're going to take that away here early from the first phase. And Earth Spirit, just a well-rounded guy, he can really get the ball rolling here. Good rotations, yada, yada, yada. It's a solid first phase pick. I think the hero fits into many drafts.
Taking a bit of time trying to decide which hero they want to pick up on the side of Lava. It is going to be the Razor. So it's kind of nice that they did take out that IO, just because we saw how potent that combo can be.
Yeah. I mean, Razor is strong enough that he's pretty damn good even without the IO, but IO usually just gives that little bit of extra oomph to a hero like Razor and makes him really take over the game. We'll see what they want to pair it with and what lanes they're going to be running. But Razor could also work as a little bit of a deterrent for certain carry heroes, and I think in general this is a fantastic patch for Razor.
We've seen just how dangerous he can be when given the right opportunities, so definitely something to keep in mind. But they are still on that band, so curious to see if we're going to see a... Well, Gyrocopter is banned out. Okay, so that's one. Nature's Prophet was the other big boy that I think has been causing a lot of issues. Does it come down now to just more of the comfort picks, things that they want to eliminate, or is that more first ban sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I would say that it's so hard to say that you have too much information. They are going to ban out the PA as well here, on the side of Man Kings, getting rid of it. It's a bit of a comfort ban at this point and comfort picks, but overall, you just gotta think about the limited information you have about each other's drafts. Like Earth Spirit, okay, that doesn't tell us that much other than it might be nice to have some good lockdown, because otherwise he just rolls around and does whatever he wants. And Razor in general, I mean, having high mobility usually helps.
Would it be worth it to see something like an Underlord picked up for the side of Mad Kings, just being able to, break away easily from that tether if needed?
Yeah, it could be a hero that he could go for. I mean, they already have that Earth Spirit, so just being able to kick the Razor is already kind of neat, or kick your teammate to safety. But Lava Esports are going to go for the Dawnbreaker, another hero that is very, very successful lately. This does beg the question, is this a carry Razor and an offlane Dawnbreaker, or is it going to be an offlane Razor together with a support Dawnbreaker? How do you want to run it?
That is the beauty of the way that Lava plays, right? Is that you can run this as a position 5. Jimmy's no stranger to that. Or you can run her on the offline. You can move the Razor around. You've got so many possibilities that it makes it really difficult to draft against Lava.
Yeah. But
what do you think they're going to bet here?
I like what they would expect it to be.
Yeah, what do you think they're...
I think you would expect it to be carry Razor and just Dawnbreaker +3. But honestly, you can even swap it around. I've seen teams try and go back to the Nightfall style carry Dawnbreaker in the current patch, just because she is feeling pretty damn strong with the buff to the Q.
Dire team pick.
Timbersaw pickup. That's a fairly early Timber pick.
Yeah, it is interesting to go for Timber here, as well as I feel it is a hero that can be tricky to play against Razor in some ways, but at least he brings a ton of burst damage. Maybe it's just an idea that having the access to all this pure damage is very useful against Razor, since we saw last game the Razor go for the damage mitigation build. Pure damage ignores a lot of that. And even if you go for a classic type carry build on Razor, you don't do that much damage to a Timbersaw, and he can withstand it very easily.
It just feels like there's no clear reason necessarily. Like, those are good possibilities, but it's not. Usually I feel like whenever you see a Timber get picked up, it's because there's a lot of strength heroes, or because there's like some sort of something that they can exploit quite easily.
Yeah, but some players are also just like, you know what? I like Timber. Timber is fun this patch. I want to play Timber. Sometimes it's as easy as that.
This is TI quals. You don't just pick a hero for fun.
Oh, you definitely
pick
do.
a hero to win.
Oh, you definitely do. There are definitely teams that will just have, like a feel like this hero is good this patch. I don't really care what I play against. I can play it. I like that we see Vengeful coming up here. That gives that disjoint from Razor. And also damage reduction of the W, pretty damn good against Razor and Dawn.
Does seem to be creeping up more and more recently. It's kind of interesting how you've got these heroes that are rising up in popularity, but just aren't strong enough to merit a ban, and they just kind of slip into these drafts.
Yeah, she did get banned in the last game we cast, though. So Venge is getting some priority, but not super high priority. She's usually like one of the last few bans, kind of before the last ban phase, because that's usually core heroes. That's usually like a mid or a carry. But yeah, she finds herself sometimes getting banned in the second mid ban.
Let the Rubik pick up. There's some nice things for him to be able to steal. Yeah. Also, depending on positioning, can really punish the enemy team if needed, especially being able to interrupt that Timber Saw.
It's also a good 1-2 lane if you want to put Rubik together with the Dawn, I was going to say, but they picked the Underlord, so scratch that idea, I guess. It's the damage reduction combination here. Sometimes it's the Rubik plus Tidehunter, but also Rubik plus Underlord. Similar idea. You just take all the enemy damage away. They don't hit for anything, and you win the lane. But this is curious, though. You get Dawn and Razor. I mean, I'm even considering if this is possibly a mid-Razor.
I'm thinking it's got to be a mid-Razor. I'm not sure about the Dawn yet, if she's going to be
the Dawn could be
5,
yeah. The Dawn could definitely still be a pos 5.
She's definitely in the safe lane.
She's in the game.
Whichever one it is. In the game, in the safe lane. That's about all we can tell you at this point, unfortunately. But it's kind of fun that way because it is going to make Mad Kings. I'm curious to see what these next bans are going to look like. If they're convinced that this is definitely going to be, you know, a support Dawnbreaker, or if we're going to see them go and ban out cores, or is this Razor going to be a core? I don't know.
I mean, Razor, I would have to expect will be a core, but I'm very curious. Very curious what's going to happen. Oh yeah. I'm very curious what they're going to end up doing here. But support pos 5 Dawnbreaker, just going for the Holy Locket into Aghanim's build is definitely viable. It can be quite good. And Mad Kings, they go for another aura combination here, going for the Venge and the Drow. We've talked a little bit about Venge and Gyro recently, how they pair pretty well, but the Drow Ranger, pretty classic hero against Razor, also lanes really well against Underlord. Looks like a fantastic game for Drow, honestly. Even the silence against Dawn plus Rubik looks so good.
What do you grab as something to get onto the back lines?
I think for Mad Kings, you probably have enough. As for Lava, though, they would like to have a hero that they can jump in on with Dawnbreaker. They're not the highest mobility. It's kind of hard to add a hero that does this now. If we assume that they are, you know, running pos 1 Razor and pos 5 Dawnbreaker or something like that, then they could look towards the Queen on mid lane. Could also think about going for Puck again, you know, that we saw from previous game.
I feel like if you didn't have the Vengeful, you could possibly go for something like a Faceless Void, but that's the problem, right? You have to make sure that she is in that chrono along with your target.
Yeah, I mean, it would give them some nice combinations, but I think just because of Venge existence, it's going to be hard to run that. But yeah,
that's not the greatest synergy with the Dawnbreaker either, right?
Yeah, and I also think at that point you're throwing either Razor or Dawnbreaker towards the mid lane, and none of them are really that good mid laners. So makes it a bit tricky. We see Lava banning out the Queen and Mad Kings Esports banning out the Ember Spirit here. Yeah.
What do you think? Like a Storm potentially for the side of Lava?
Well,
again, you can't though, right?
Yeah, they banned the Storm, so interesting.
Okay. What the heck is your draft, Lava?
Yeah, I think Storm would possibly be good for themselves, by the way, but the double silence is a bit deterrent. Right. You don't really want to play... that's why I'm almost surprised by the Ember ban, because double silence can make it very tricky to play it.
5 seconds remaining.
Who else gets onto the back line? So I guess like you could get like a Clockwork or something, like a hook shot, but I don't think you really want to.
For which team are you thinking?
For Lava. I'm just thinking about the Drow Ranger, right? Like.
Yeah, but
you got to get someone who's going to be able to get into those back lines and stun her into place. And again, you have to watch out for this this Vengeful.
Sure, I just don't think that we will see that. It's not many teams have the balls to bust out the mid Clockwork. But
well, I was thinking you shift things around a little bit, right?
Yeah, but like I said,
just use it as a utility in a sense.
It's tough to just shift it around because again, here comes the mid hero like Lesh. If you put either Dawnbreaker or Razor towards mid, even knowing that it's a Lesh rack, you're still gonna lose that lane. Right. So you have to pick a hero that's gonna be competent here for laning. I think best option. I mean, you could go for something like a Void Spirit still here. I'm still down to see the Puck. Maybe Lina, instead of someone jumping backline, you just add more firepower to the backline for yourself.
Yeah.
So if you add a Lina, you can have Razor, Dawnbreaker, Underlord all running in, and you nuke. Okay, they go with the Void. Makes sense.
All right.
So that's a great hero for triggering the Dawnbreaker ulti. You jump in with Void, Dawnbreaker clicks ulti, Void catches someone, you chain stun it, and that can lead to pretty easy pickoffs.
I'm liking this Mad Kings draft, I have to say, Waga. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I think the Mad Kings lineup looks easier to execute for sure, and the Lava Esports looks a little bit clunky. I'm also a bit concerned if the Drow gets enough items here, she can shred a lot of these heroes, because they're heroes that normally are like traditionally tanky. Razor kind of hard to bring down, Underlord usually pretty big, but Drow can get to that point of just shredding stuff, and I don't know. The lineup relies very heavily on Drow not popping off.
Yeah, I feel like when you look at the lineup coming out from Mad Kings, they have all the elements that are necessary for this Drow Ranger to really thrive, right? Because you've got a save. You've got multiple saves, technically, right? Because you've also got that Earth Spirit, but then you've got, you know, pretty vicious frontliners that you're going to have to get through first to get to her. And while this is happening, you still got PP running around dancing, doing his little disco spin on the catwalk, so...
Yeah,
I feel like that's
Not just-
like really comfy for her, like within her own team. And then when you look at what they have on the enemy team, they don't have anything that's really going to be able to get too close to her unless they really kind of step out of place.
Yeah, not just Lash Shark as well, but Timbersaw as well, going to be zooming around, and looks like a pretty good Timbersaw game with the Underlord added in now as well. He does have some pretty nice heroes to cut into. So yeah, I agree. They have a good meat shield in front of the Drow. The question is, are they going to be able to approach the fights in a good way, utilize the Void Spirit? I think for me, the key hero to look towards will be how good a game is Drow having for the side of Mad Kings, and for Lava, how well is the Void Spirit going to start ganking in the mid game?
Now, is this a situation where you think the Void Spirit's going to have to pick up some sort of defensive item early on, or do you think he can go into something a little more aggressive?
Nah, he should go stat items and aggressive. Just needs to cap out on those universal stat gains and get some good right clicks going. So we'll see. We'll see what his build is going to be exactly as we head into the game here.
With a charming
Smoke
personality.
coming in by Lava, rushing down towards the bottom as 5.
Where did I go?
That's pretty cautious here right now, so go for the deny on their ward.
Yeah, they managed to get down here first at least. Not gonna deny it, just prepping the deny.
Seconds to battle.
Meanwhile, ward on the outposts, as well as claiming the Watcher, or Spirit, getting some vision for his team.
Yep, even got a deep claim on the other Watcher on the other side here with the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah. Dire looking to take the top 2 bounty runes. Maybe they will go and try and contest here with the Underlord having a ward down, but I don't think he's gonna walk into this.
Did spot Jenik over here on the side. He's blocked off the camp, so that should not get dewarded right away. Okay, yeah, so the positioned 5 here for Jimmy Christ, I guess is how you pronounce that. He used to be known as Jimmy Cough 666, so
Okay, then
it's a little
I
bit
prefer
easier to
Chris.
say in some ways, but
Yeah, Chris a little bit shorter and simpler. We'll see how the POS 5 Dawn together with the Razor here is gonna lane. It is a double melee lane against the Razor, so should be having a pretty tough time, in my opinion. And
we zapped a lot of damage right off the bat here with that slow from the Dawnbreaker.
yeah, always good. Gonna use some of that to last hits harder for himself here as well.
I do expect Lumpy to have a little bit of a difficult time here in this mid lane. I believe PP, because PP's played on a couple of these teams that have proven to be fairly potent. So I think he's gonna do just a little bit better based on skill, and also it is a Leshrek up against, you know, a melee hero.
Yeah,
Never feels
Lesh
super great.
is generally really strong on mid as well, and already having 4 lasts him 4 denies. Really hard start here for Void Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is is under attack.
At the same time, top lane we see a bit of trading, but this damage reduction lane should be completely fine against the Drow. I don't think they should take too much damage, but the Vengeful, she is stronger than you would expect in lane. Once they hit level 2, Wave of Terror and a Magic Missile might just get a kill.
I was about to say, I feel like we're going to see our first blood in this top lane. The kill potential seems pretty strong. Otherwise, just very calm, quiet. Everybody focus down on that farming. Probably not going to be seeing... So I do have one question, right? So like usually we'll see people start to make moves in the mid lane around that level 6. Do you think it's a situation where they're going to rotate heroes into this mid lane for the side of lava? Just because if they don't, you're going to have this Leshrac take your tower? Or do you think
normally
they're going to try to rotate?
Not really, because nowadays Leshracs don't generally go for the early tower taking that we're used to. It's sort of evolved into more maxing the Q and the E build. We'll see if he puts points in Edict, but most Leshracs just accelerate their ganking potential and their farming potential instead of focusing the tier 1 towers.
Is that just how the skills ended up just working out instead of...
Yeah, it was
just less priority on this mid, because I always feel like the mid tower has been so incredibly important in most games.
It's an important tower. It just takes a lot of effort. He has to like max his Edict and play in a different style. And maxing out Lightning Storm and Q is currently just a little bit stronger skill build. So that's typically how players prefer to go for it right now.
That was such a nice little play from Jenik here. He rolled into Christ on that Dawnbreaker while she was trying to get the Lotus from the channel and interrupted it and was able to get it himself.
Very nice. Getting a little bit of stun value. Timbersaw so far 9 and 2 here against the 14 and 6 Razor. But the big lane to talk about is the 21-10 Leshrac versus 10 and 2 on Void Spirit. Getting absolutely destroyed on mid right now. Even getting his banner creep denied, range creep denied.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good if you're lumpy right now. It looks good though with that party hat. I like the party spirit.
At least he's having a good time.
There you go.
And they are checking top runes, so this is not going to be good news for him either, as he will not get a bottle refill.
Ooh, well played. Yeah, PP's very happy with that. It's like, excellent. I will continue my domination here in the mid lane. No mana for you, Lumpy.
Yeah, no mana, no
a couple more of
HP.
these clicks, yeah. It's a little spooky right now. I don't know if he's going to go fully for the dive. Doesn't feel like he needs to.
No,
He's having a great time in his lane.
just doing the prep work, and this pretty much forces Lumpy to go back to base now. And Leshrac should take this chance to push on the tower immediately. But he could also just go for the power denying. If pushes onto tower, creeps will die. Either way, massive experience being missed right now for Void Spirit. Walking all the way to base without boots is not a good feeling.
Ooh, Jenik, he just got a little bit too up in their faces here, so gets drained of that damage, ends up getting stunned and getting slapped around by Razor.
Oh, and Oscar going for the pull as well, but not connecting between tier 1 and tier 2 tower, instead pulling the creeps under the tier 1 tower, which is not really what you want to have happen when you do this pull, because that means he's not going to deny more than one range creep, and, you know, it doesn't make his lane much easier.
Jenik, though, making a rotation top. They want to try to punish Akana here. In fact, Red Monster in a good position to roll forward. They've got the multi-shot. Try to get some body blocks in there, too, to make sure Adrian gets the kill. And it's split between the three of them. A worthwhile rotation.
Yeah, just TPing top and getting some kill. He could go towards mid now as well. 30 seconds for the runes. So helping out for the rune check again. Could be a good way to keep this Void Spirit from ever getting back into the laning stage here.
Get a nice little D-ward here on the side. And that's the other nice thing about having a Timbersaw, right? Is once he gets a couple of those levels online, he is able to be fairly sustainable down here in this bottom lane and allow for the Earth Spirit to make these rotations. In fact, they've got their eyes on Lumpy. He's only level 5 so far, so none of these steps, but they do manage to pull him back. Chris goes and grabs himself up a shield rune, so a good rotation coming out now from the side of lava.
Yeah, at least they don't let the Leshrac get a power rune as well, so nothing for Void Spirit, but at the same time, Leshrac not accelerating his advantage mid. He is very close to mana boots though, only one more last hit and he's gonna get the full mana boots sent out, whereas Lumpy doesn't have anything really yet. Normally, mid Void Spirits, you kind of want to get to that point of having the double bracer, the bottle, magic wand upgrade, but he's just sitting with a circlet and bottle and an unupgraded stick right now.
Monster throws out the magic missile, the roll forward, the kick back. Couple of these little clicks needed. Does manage to get the stun off as now the rotation from Dawnbreaker. They needed just a little bit more to finish off Smoker, and they're not able to do it, so looks like Genek's probably going to die.
Turns around to throw out the blood grenade as well. You know, passing one back to the Earth Spirit there for his efforts of diving. And some stacks are being prepared as well here in the jungle. Gonna be some nice stuff to fall back on for the Underlord, perhaps. And some Ancients, of course, for later as well.
He stuck around too, so he was able to grab himself the Wisdom Rune. He's sitting there like 20-something hit points. That's a little spooky, but I guess you figure no one's going to be chasing you at that point.
Yeah, they already won the fight, so not too worried about anyone showing up. It's not like they have a Fury on their team or something to teleport in. Bracer starting to jungle up a bit now as well. Has the ulti available. I'm interested to see if he's going to just start popping ulti off cooldown for farming. Normally, that's what I see a lot from Racers, kind of playing it the same way Svens tend to do, just use ulti to accelerate. Oh, he's going top?
He's going through the... Yeah, they're going to try to pincer on this Drow, and...
not going to find anything. And as he comes back, though, Earth Spirit is also channeling. Wait, they're passing each other? They're passing.
Yeah, they just he goes right back again. It's like, wait a minute. No, it looks like he'll stay up top. Might be a skirmish breaking out here. No?
Yeah, this time, bottom room.
Down to the bottom. Ooh. PP just denies it. He says, well, if I can't have it, neither can you.
Yeah, Void Spirit only had one jump, so could commit to jump in to try and take that rune, but then he would be stuck without a jump and wouldn't really be able to do anything anyway.
Arcano, there's the roll forward. Doesn't quite connect, but they will be able to slow him down, throw out that... Oh, can Venge get there in time? Can she throw it out? No, Red Monster just a little bit too far away with only 2 points in that magic missile.
Maybe if he didn't go for the Wave of Terror, but I think he was just a little bit too far away. Not quite in time to get there. And,
might be for vision too, right? Like, I guess he already had the vision.
Yeah, they were already on him. But Oscar on bottom lane on his Timbersaw, he's finding a good way back into the game here. Didn't have the best start, but he's actually farming quite nicely.
He's gotta be careful, doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of mana. Does manage to go Timber Chain away. He's gonna have it another second. He'll continue. Oh, he's not able to. That's this position 5 Dawnbreaker working out for the side of lava.
I'm surprised he ran left there. I think if he kept running up and just Timber Chain up, he could stay at a distance from the Racer there. But Racer did run him down. This is a 0 points in Storm Surge Racer, so he's not that fast necessarily.
Let's see here.
Dire's top tower is under
PP's working on his Bloodstone. No boots yet over on this Earth Spirit. What specific items do you think are going to trigger the next event coming up?
I think the big timing, the big timing that we're looking for is going to be a few minutes from now when Leshrac finishes Bloodstone, basically. Which, you know, he's got a good start here as point booster and mana boots already, but he gets ganked.
That is most likely going to be a dead Disco Pony. Well, they're trying to buy him just a little bit more time, but not going to be enough. Would love to get this kill over on Chris, but not going to be able to quite manage it. A little bit of a dodge here from Lumpy, ensuring that Genek can't get the kill. It does have himself the double damage rune. To get dragged back again, look at Red Monster's positioning. He's waiting for them to jump back on, and he wants to turn around with a magic missile, so they'll back off.
He's
Razor,
ready to fight.
on top again?
Some interesting,
Never mind. Bye,
interesting
Razor.
portaling here by PK. He keeps looking for a way to join in and do something top, because bottom, he can't really reach the Timbersaw that easily. All the time he just pulls and farms the creep wave behind him, and Racer gets stuck farming under his own tower.
He just likes the feel of the wind in his hair as he goes through the portal, right?
Portal feels good.
Well, that's going to be our tower taken down here, though, as PP makes this rotation. Only has that 1 point in the Diabolic Edict, but this will mean that they can start to push this Razor a little bit further, more towards his base with this tower being removed.
Yeah, it opens up a lot of farm here and a little bit more control over the bottom bounty run as well. As top, we keep seeing them attempting to go through the portal. Dawnbreaker in trouble here, perhaps.
No, This is not looking good for her, as then we'll follow up here with this Razor, but I'm not sure. Oh, it does. He has one final click, and it's enough to get Oscar. So there's a little bit of action for him finally.
Yeah, he's got a full Maelstrom as well on Razor, so he does have extra access to magical damage as well on this Timbersaw. This early on in the game, he doesn't have any form of magic resistance increase, and Timbersaw pretty much just goes down there to the ulti and a little bit of right clicks.
Lumpy's making the rotation towards this top area as Venge throws out that magic missile over to Pake. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to survive as he is going to get fallen. Taking down another smoker. Next to go down, Adrian on his way out. Does not want to be a part of this. It looks like Jenna could use a little bit of help here, although now PP's here. Still might end up get that kill, and he will indeed.
Lumpy gets the kill and gets out. Leshrac is going to get the bottom rune though, so he's going to stay on the map and farm, whereas Void Spirit, after fighting, has to go back to base. He does have the urn though, so getting some urn charges, he can look for more engagements, just keep running for fights, as the Razor is securing the top tower right now, so 1-for-1 on the towers.
Let's see. Getting closer and closer to that Bloodstone for PP. I know that Razor was working on a BKB, I believe. Yeah, so he's got the Ogre Club. Still making his way towards that.
He's actually so farmed on Razor too. Halfway towards the BKB along with the Maelstrom already. And he's going to try and stack up the Ancients again. Already a massive stack on it. Not going to get one more.
He's really taking care of his own jungle too, it feels like. Been seeing him do these moves. Looks like Red Monster, though, getting dragged back in the lift. He's gonna just try to get out, but not gonna be able to.
Quick, easy kill there, mid. Get another kill, and killing spree now on the Void Spirit. Whereas PP is still farming really well and looking like it's gonna be a 14-minute Bloodstone for Lesh. Not a bad timing at all. And meanwhile, Drow just tucking away, going into the jungle, starting to farm up a little bit, and probably gonna make the switch over to the Ancient area soon, as top lane is gonna be a little bit more dangerous to stay in once Void Spirit starts going off map.
I'm like curious to see like who's going to be moving and doing things right now, because PP feels very, very strong, and he's got, okay, with the rotation of the Drow, I'm assuming we're gonna start seeing something happen here. Roll forward from Janek. It's gonna get the haste rune, so not gonna be able to do anything to Lumpy. It's a little bit off on some of this.
What a thief in the dark, and he's gonna use this haste rune to go and steal the wisdom rune as well. So he's trying to get more.
Look at Janek, he's like making his way over. He's like, no, not on my watch. Gives him a couple slaps here.
Not today, brother.
Naughty, keep your hands to yourself. That's mine. Just kicking him around and just trying to get rid of him for the time being. In the mid lane, though, looks like Smoker is going to get caught out. He's going to try to run himself away here, but they have the Pit of Malice. Here, coming off from Arcanone, there's going to be the follow-up from the position 5 Dawn, so PP perhaps going just a little bit too far as they'll turn their attention now to Monster. That's another death.
That was a clutch Underlord ulti in there. The damage reduction from the stolen swap for the Rubik, as well as the pipe coming in by the Underlord coming through his gate, actually kept him alive there. I thought the Rubik would die for sure, and I think Leshrac expected the same. But instead, they end up losing 2 heroes and quickly gonna lose the mid tower as well.
And getting a kill on PP, I think, is like huge. Being able to turn that back around, use the Dawn ulti to help secure it.
Yeah, and that's some of the value of the POS 5 Dawn, right? It can get some similar to Nature's Prophet effect of having that global presence. Not quite at the same level, not quite as strong in lane, but...
I mean, Nature's Prophet is just a menace right now, let's be really honest.
It's really good for team fighting, though. It's a very good save.
It's kind of interesting, though, because that's the only real kind of save that she possesses, right, I guess? It's not like your usual supports that have, like, something that's a little bit cheaper for, you know, a heal, or might be able to... I guess the Starbreaker, you can use it as a way to stun, but, like, you have to be, like, right up in their faces. You don't have that long-range kind of move like a Venge would or a Witch Doctor.
Yeah, I mean, sort of. I mean, she has a slow, a stun, and then she has her ulti, which is a heal stun. But then you basically itemize to save.
Right.
Kicked back, though.
Well, this is not looking too great right now, but a good Starbreaker over on side. Looks like she's going to be able to make it out. Genek, though, ticking down, is going to get taken out by Arcana, and they'll get PP yet again. They turn their attention over to Adrian. Will be able to go up onto the high ground, but they have the Remnant to pull him right back in, and that's a double kill for Pake.
Wow, they lose 4 heroes just for the Rubik there. That was an extremely costly engagement, and the one strong hero that they have, the strongest hero they have at this point, I would say, is not in the fight. The Timbersaw is usually the hero that you want to use to create space for the Drow, not the other way around. So, feels pretty bad for them losing him there, and look at their Razor's net worth, 11,000 at this point. BKB, 2.3k gold and a Maelstrom. Looks like he's rushing Gleipnir to get a bit of lockdown.
He's a rich boy. Like, his lane went pretty well for him, and top lane, Oscar getting dragged back by Lumpy. They've got the Fiend Skate up, and Arcano's making his way over. He wants to make sure that he cannot get out, and with all these heroes here, nope. He is in pieces.
Yeah, so his entire team dies mid, and then he dies alone top. Just looking a bit disjointed right now from Mad Kings, not really finding good engagements, and over on the side of Lava, just smoother movements overall. They have this super strong Razor to fight around, but it's also about the positioning.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't feel like Mad Kings are moving together. Like, I'm looking at their heroes, and a lot of the times they're very spread out, and it feels like at points they want to try to group together and make something happen, but they just aren't finding these openings, unfortunately. And I don't know if it's just like they're not sending the right heroes, or if they're not in the right positions. I don't know. Talk to me, Waga. What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically that. A lot of heroes are looking for something, but we don't see the grouped up smoke together. They do have 2 smokes available on Genek, but I would like to see them start engaging this. Go with Earth Spirit, Venge, and Leshrac and go get a pick off. You can bring down almost anyone. You can't really kill the Razor, but you can kill definitely the Void Spirit. And if you get the right positioning as well, you could even kill the Underlord before his backup arrives.
Oh my god, he's got a full Gleipnir already.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many teams use the Gleipnir ever since the change to it, the nerf for Universal heroes, but Razor is one of those heroes that can definitely still enjoy it.
Yeah, there is a Drow in the mid lane, and I have a feeling that's going to be their target. Red Monster is nearby. Pake will open up the Eye of the Storm. They get the stun, but they jump right past them. They want Adrian. That is their target. They'll get Red Monster first. Chasing after Adrian, though. They've got the Spirit Vessel charge on. Follow up with the Pit of Malice. They are just dominating this game.
Again, though, we just don't see Mad Kings making the move here. The Leshrac just wants to farm the Earth Spirit, not grouping up together with the Venge and going towards the Timbersaw or something. It's just looking very, very weak right now. From the series that we just watched between Infinity and AcatSuki, this looks a little bit like Mad Kings are just asleep at the wheel, not going for moves, really. And if you don't go for moves, things will happen. And it won't be you dictating the pace, and that's the worst case scenario in Dota.
I mean, feels really, really bad for PP, right? Because he absolutely dominated his lane, and they're just losing now. Like, they're slipping behind, they're not making moves together, they're not taking advantage of the fact that he had such a great early laning stage.
I agree. PP is hurting.
Somebody's gonna make a sound clip out of that one.
Oh, he is gonna hurt a little bit more. He gets
Find
jumped.
an opening. Lumpy's here. Oscar's also here. They're gonna try to take advantage of having that high ground, but they've already lost the Leshrac. And now Adrian, he can't get away fast enough because Peki's got a BKB. He can just dance around you in circles. Rest of the team showing up to make sure that they could be a part of this. Oscar on the run, as is Red Monster. They don't want to be the next casualties.
This is interesting to watch because last time they faced off, it was actually Mad Kings that won against them. But Lava are just looking so much better right now. They're making moves. They're really like saying, we can kill that guy, we can kill that guy. You saw the Void Spirit double jump in to catch that, to set up for his team. And there's such clear intention on their team. Whereas Mad Kings, I don't even know what they're playing for right now. I actually don't know. Like, obviously, yeah, they're all building items and there's like item progressions happening. But I don't see them waiting for a specific timing to make things happen.
Now, Lumpy doesn't seem to care that he got stunned here. He is all about trying to get Oscar. Does have to be careful. There's a lot of trees. It's gonna be the hold over coming out from Pake. Needs to get one more click over to Oscar. But yeah, no, that is my question too. I'm watching this early game, And I was just trying to figure out, like, what are their objectives? What are they doing? They just don't seem to be moving together at all.
I don't think that the big thing is that I don't think they have a big power spike coming up soon that they can go towards. Like, they're working on a Sanj completion on the Leshrac. Like, it's neat, but it's not like getting a BKB, you know? It's not some big, massive change. They have the Solar Crest coming up soon. The Timbersaw has, you know, decided he wants Aghanims here, which is long way away. I don't know. There's just needs to be more initiative between the Venge, ES, and Leshrac to go and create space for your Drow.
Uh-oh. Bottom lane, yeah, roll out, Cub Scout. Jenik doesn't want anything to do with Pyke right now. Do you think this Timbersaw should have itemized a little bit differently? Like, you sounded not pleased when you saw the Ags just because it's so far off.
Oh boy, bottom. I'm just watching Jenik here, trying to get some Lotuses.
He's dead.
You know, he wouldn't have died, but he tried to take the Lotuses when he had 9 items in his inventory. So he couldn't, he couldn't take them, and he was trying to channel it, and one of his items was a great healing Lotus. So it cancelled, and if it didn't do that, he could have maybe gone in time.
Lumpy is hunting. He's found himself Adrian. And look at this. Yeah, they're going to send a entire team up here and chase after a little bit of a swap, but not a good enough one, because they're going to be able to just use another leap. And that's a double kill for Lumpy. They've got their eyes set on Oscar, too. There's a long-range magic missile that will connect. He's got the Timber Chain. He's going to be back in the base, but there was just no breathing room at all coming out from Mad Kings right now, as they can easily turn their attention, get a couple hits on this tower. They've got a creep there. And they're down 2 heroes on the side of Mad Kings.
I mean, the Crimson Guard plus Pipe here, the Underlord can just tank. He is definitely thick enough that they can just bring this down. Tower is gonna fall. That's the second tier 2 tower. And Mad Kings are just getting absolutely schooled here by Lava. It doesn't look like they belong in the same division even.
Do they want to go to TI? Because right now they don't feel like they do.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The draft didn't look to be the biggest issue either. It's just they've been a little bit too slow. A little bit too slow at grouping and actually making their own initiatives. Everyone is just off farming somewhere. If all your cores want to farm, then none of them will farm because you need a space creator. Someone has to go and gank. Here we go. Finally, they're making a move. It's a smoke out top. They're looking for the Void Spirit here.
That is a hard kill, though.
It is, and the lanes are also very bad position for a smoke gank, as mid is right outside your tier 3 tower, so Void Spirit can sense it. He's like, nah, this doesn't feel safe. He goes and joins his team.
I do appreciate the fact that they are trying to move together. It's not the heroes I want to see, though. I want to see the Earth Spirit, the Venge, and the Leshrac move together.
Yeah, ideally...
That's what I want to see. I want to see this Drow get the farm, Timber, you know, push out a lane while this is going on, and I just feel like I haven't really seen that this game.
Yeah, not at all. Oscar is invading here, stealing a little bit of Ancients at least, but they're basically just living off scraps right now, as Lava are going for a tier 2 tower again, and I don't see them mounting a defense against this. The auras are too strong. The Underlord is not going to be contested here.
He's got 128 bonus damage right now. Feels good.
Atrophiara doing a lot of work for sure. They're also going to go for the Tormentor. With the Crimson Guard and the Pipe, they could steal this. At least the Razor ulti could steal this. But they're thinking better of it. They're going back out.
They're pinging out that they might want to start considering taking a look at Roche, but...
Yeah, there's Bench and Drow. It's a pretty fast Roche.
I'd be a little scared, though. I feel like you kind of need a pick off.
I agree with this
Roche.
Roche.
Lining up towards the top.
Like, okay, they're not going to go for it. They're going to smoke. See if they can find something.
Yeah, Lumpy. Oh, did they see that? I'm not sure if the Fog of War did. All right, there it is. They see something's going on. They're going to back off a little bit. Smoker off to the side. Lumpy dropping down one of those remnants. They get a swap off, but they've got a Ghost Scepter. Things are looking pretty good. Pyke over here on the side. He's got his sights set on Adrian. He just rips him apart. Turn their attention now over to PP. This is not looking good for him right now because he is left all alone on his own little island. He's trying to fight through, though, and they do have the Timbersaw standing nearby, but I don't think Timbersaw can do too much here, as that's going to be the next person to fall.
Yeah, this is a very clean fight again. They have good understanding of who they need to focus. They need to get on Drow. The Blink Dagger on the Razor, allowing him to get onto the Drow, and then the Dawnbreaker using ulti as well to join in, and they're just flying ahead in net worth right now. I'm watching Timbersaw get closer.
Oh my god, there is a nullifier. Holy.
Yeah.
I thought I saw that during the fight, and I was like, no way.
Yeah, he does have it.
Whew.
Drow has Pike, though, so you can click Pike on the Razor, and it will push you backwards as well, even if you're null-fired. But it doesn't really matter.
I think there are other things that Drow also has to be afraid. If it was just the Razor, maybe, but it's not just the Razor.
Well, he just keeps running at you. You can pike him away, but he just keeps running at you, and you're too slow because you're a Drow with, like, one item.
Yeah. All right, they're going to ping out Roche. They know that they can't really do much against them at this time. God, 26-4, this is a shellacking.
Yeah, this is certified Gaben level top hat shellacking right now.
Well, you say this is top hat shellacking? That is not a term they throw around very freely, sir.
It is 26-4. They haven't made a single move, Moxie. There's nothing.
I guess the top one is the umbrella, right?
Yeah.
Gaben's
I
umbrella.
haven't even heard of that one. That is mythical level. I hope we don't get to that point.
Jenkins told me the higher it goes, the more of a shellacking it is.
It is, yes, indeed. This is definitely up there in terms of scale, though.
All right, well, this is going to be an easy Roche going over towards the side of lava. There's really nothing that Mad Kings can do. They're just in such an awkward position. Timbersaw does finish up the axe, so that's going to be a little bit helpful at this point, you know, that little bit more of reactive armor, but it still feels like he's not going to be survivable enough, especially when there is a nullifier going on too.
Yeah, I mean, you get your Aghanims after nullifiers on the field, and this is why I hate the Aghanims for Timbersaw. You know, this item is it's just terrible if there is a dispel, and sorry sir, there already is a dispel, so it's just...
I missed the chakram, when there was double chakram for Ags.
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, now you get it on level 25, sure, but it's so late. I think there were better items that he could have gone for. I think he could also have tried to play more active in this game. Only been involved in the one kill. Don't really see much impact from this Timbersaw so far.
What would you have liked to see Timbersaw build instead?
I mean, I like the Kaya Sanch. I would like to see maybe even a Blink Dagger. Or possibly get some auras for damage mitigation for your team. Lotus perhaps to protect your Drow, you know, then the static link won't steal damage. It can keep the damage neutral. I don't know. There are things he could have done, but I don't think the Aghanims is so important.
Yet another hero will fall to the tyranny that is Pake on this Razor. My god. 13-0-7. He is untouchable.
Yeah, this Razor can do whatever he wants. He has the Aegis as well. No. Oh, okay, they still got the Tormentor at least. But
can you imagine if he got the snipe? They're still gonna end up losing both these heroes.
yeah, 2 core heroes.
Oh my gosh.
That's...
Honestly, I just walk into their base at this point. Like, you've got 3 heroes dead. 2 of them are core. Yeah, look at this. You're seeing the Underlord gate. They're like, all right, guys, what's up? We're late to the party. We're hitting buildings?
Lava are just looking like such a team here. Like, they're very on top of the game, very, very coordinated, and the moves are quick, precise, and Mad Kings are just unable to react to this. 2 heroes dead for 40.
I feel like they should be playing a lot better than they are right now. A little bit of a split.
What a stun, too.
Yeah. Gonna go, and it's gonna be a slaughter. So it looks like they do manage to get the
all the stolen swap.
Spirit. Oh, Adrian.
Nah, he's just doing them dirty. Smoker, first with the Split Earth stun, which Split Earth is an S tier spell to have on Rubik, but he then gets the swap and counters the save on the Drow too. I mean, this game is already over. You're already out.
I feel like it's been over for a little while. You know, I never like to have a negative attitude, but this one's just... It feels like a complete outclass. It feels like Mad Kings are not the Mad Kings that I know they can be. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, these are the calm, sensible, non-war loving kings.
The Peace Kings.
Yeah, truly.
They're lovers, not fighters. We need them to be fighters, though.
Yeah,
you
wish you had some fighters right now, because they already lost bottom and mid, and if you blink, you're gonna miss that they will lose top as well. Looks like they might actually chill a bit here on lava.
That's never a good sign when the Razor just blinks right towards you. Usually you're worried about, that swap. But there's right again, counter swap. Absolute Toast Red Monster. They've got the Nullifier over on Oscar. Pick does have to be a little careful, but he's still holding onto the Aegis, so he doesn't mind if he gets taken down here. He's coming right back up again. He still has the BKB Nullifier. He's got the Gleipnir. He's going to come back up. Can they do anything to try to save him, though? The Dawnbreaker coming in hot, turns around. They've got Adrian in their sights. They need a little bit more damage, and they have it in the form of Lumpy, and they're going to call GG. There was just no hope for Mad King after the first, 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, this is just absolutely one-sided, complete destruction. Most dominant game probably that we've seen out of the games that we've cast, Moxie, even comparing to a 20-minute Huskar GG, I would say. Because this was, sure, a little bit longer, but there was absolutely no hope at any point.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened in that game for Mad Kings. It just felt like, PP, he was able to dominate his lane, and then after that, nobody worked together. Nobody really moved around. It's really surprising for me and honestly a bit disappointing because I know that they can play so much better, but Lava, man, they showed up. They look good. They look surgical in their movements.
Yeah, it's speedy. I love the way that they utilize their double global presence with the Underlord Gate as well as the Dawnbreaker ulti. They set up so many ganks together with the Void Spirit initiations or even the Blink Racer with Gleipnir. Everybody was capable of setting up the ganks, and then the follow-up was always forceful with the entire team, and there we saw one of the most decisive fights where they just absolutely clean up, getting 4 kills. Beautiful Remnant as well, pulling the draw back in.
And I mean, this was a situation where Lava was coming in, I would say, not the favorite team at all, right? Because they were in Division 2, they got 3rd place. Mad Kings Division 1, they had 32 DPC points. And they just, honestly, they've had 2 series now where they've looked very impressive.
Yeah, Lava look like, they are ready to seize their chance here. This is a chance at TI, chance to make it on the big stage, and obviously they are capable of clearly destroying Mad Kings in Game 1. However, we've always seen different teams show up Game 1 looking weak in a best-of-3 series. Can Mad Kings wake up and have a stronger showing in Game 2? That's going to be the big question here, or is it just going to be them running away with this?
I mean, they're very, very fortunate that this is a best of 3 because, a long time ago, right, there were a lot of times where it was just a best of 1 that they had to make it through for, a lower bracket.
That's true.
Run and whatnot. So they are going to get another chance, which is good. But yeah, Lava, they definitely are exceeding a lot of people's expectations, I have a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I want to say that Lava played really, really well. They weren't really tested here, though, because Mad Kings felt like they just didn't attempt to make moves even. They were all kind of just running around a little bit aimlessly on the map and don't want to take too much away from Lava, but I wonder how they would match up against some of the teams that we've watched so far, because if they play like this, they look like they should be able to contest anyone really if they play at this level. But Mad Kings, they just gotta wake up for Game 2, man. This was not the way that you want to go out in a TI qualifier.
You guys got to wake up, go wash your faces.
Yeah, indeed.
Go wash your faces. Come back here. Give us the game that we deserve. But yeah, no, they looked very, very strong. And I think the other thing that's on a lot of people's minds too, right, is that they are coming from the lower bracket, which tends to be, a little bit less intense, right, than the upper. And a lot of people I know, you just hear this constantly yeah, but how are they going to do at actual TI? It's definitely going to be a struggle for them, but this is also a great chance for players on Lava, whether they stay on Lava or whether they end up, shuffling around. I think Pake, a lot of people would be really, really impressed with the way that he handled this. And this is one of those opportunities where, maybe they don't get super far if they make it to TI, or maybe they don't make it all the way to the actual TI themselves, but people are going to start noticing, and that's going to be a huge boon to them.
Yeah, let's see that Racer, obviously has to be our MVP for that game. He was destroying this game 17, 0, and 11. I love his item build. I haven't seen a Racer go for quite this item build in this patch, to be honest. The Gleipnir is really quite strong still for him, especially in the team that he had. I think the itemization made sense when you have both Underlord and Dawnbreaker on your team. And he clearly knew exactly how he wanted to break this game apart, and his impact was phenomenal in this game. He was all over the place.
Yeah, I felt like he was cosplaying early on when I saw that Maelstrom get picked up. I was like, huh, that's a little funny because I don't typically see that. But we haven't really seen a lot of safe lane Razors. It's usually being put into that off lane, sometimes in the mid, most recently anyway. So it was pretty neat to see the way that he itemized. He knew exactly what his role was. He picked up, the Gleipnir, he got himself the BKB and just started being very aggressive with this team, which I can very much appreciate. For sure. So definitely, Pake, this is a name that if he keeps playing like this, he is going to be making a lot of people's lists as they, we always have the post-TI shuffle too. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, good start for sure, at least here in this series. Absolutely amazing stuff. We'll see how that holds up for game 2, if it's going to be as dominant here for the side of Lava, or if Mad Kings are going to come and swing back, because we want to fight, Moxie. We want a real battle here. Nobody wants to go out just, feeling like you didn't play at your best when it is the TI regional qualifiers. This is the most important time of the year for these players. So for Mad King's sake, I hope that they can, fix whatever was wrong here and get some coordination going and give us some good Dota.
And I'm sure we've just totally cursed Pake by, praising him so highly. The full-on caster curse. You're welcome, Pake. You're welcome. You're welcome, Mad Kings, if that actually comes true. But yeah, no, I want to see an actual battle. I don't want to see them just get stomped over. I want to see these guys bringing their A game, duking it out, because again, lower bracket match. The people that lose this one, they're going home. They're not going to get the chance to keep playing. They're not going to get the chance to be featured here on the stage right here, right now. And like this, even though it's not, officially like the full-on playoffs and everything in TI, it's still an opportunity to get noticed.
Yes.
And that is so incredibly powerful and important, especially in South America where this region is growing. This is the first time they're going to have 2 slots this year, aside from also the 2 that have already in there. Like, big deal. You want to be there. So we're going to come back here. We're going to have game 2. I'm hoping that we're going to get a much more nail biter of a game, but we do have to go for a short break. So go grab your water, go grab your snacks, and I'll see you right back here. after a very dominant stomping of Lava versus Mad Kings, Waga and I are hoping that we're going to see a more even match here in game number 2. I know for me personally, Waga, I would really like to see Mad Kings group up a little bit more, take advantage of their leads. What do you want to see out of them?
I mean, whether it's group up or if their draft is lending itself to do something else, they need to just play with intent. Last game, it felt like they were just inhabiting the map, whereas Lava were owning the map. They had purpose, they had a meaning to their heroes, and they executed upon it. Whereas, I don't know, Mad Kings, they just didn't have anything like that going. What I'm wondering is, going into this game here, are we gonna see Peik actually die? I saw someone in chat say something like he hasn't died in the last 3 games, and I went back to look. He actually has been like 17-0, 14-0, and yeah, indeed, he has 3 flawless games in a row here. It's his last 3 games in the TI regional qualifiers. So will Peik die is my question.
That is a lot of pressure, but he doesn't look too worried about this. He seems like he's just ready to play some Dota, and that's a really impressive stat. I think that's really incredible, and I think that's also going to gain him a lot of interest, right? Because that's a big thing, especially these players on the side of Lava, not super well known, right? You know a couple of these names if you've been watching DPC, especially if you've been watching Div 2, but not necessarily like really well known. So this is your opportunity, guys. You're watching some history possibly being made where Peik could be the next big core that rises up. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely putting as much caster curse as I can on him here by asking if he can even die. But we'll see if he lives up to the pressure here and the hype. But definitely has played really solid so far. Let's break down the draft so far. We got Lava with some pretty standard removals here. Nature's Prophet and Fury, or Nature's Prophet and Invoker, very standard. Razor and the Undying gets removed as well. So another classic of win one game with a Razor and then snag it away. We saw that in our last series as well. Over on the side of Mad Kings, they ban out the Darkseer, Io, and Gyrocopter, and open with a Dawnbreaker.
All right, so Dawnbreaker has been removed from the clutches of Lava. There will not be a position 5 this time around. But they open up with a Rubik, so, you know, depending on who's playing that Rubik, could have the opportunity to steal some of those ultimates or whatnot and, you know, show them how it's done, so to speak.
Yeah, I think Rubik is generally also a fine opening. We've seen a lot of like disruptor openings. I like that too. But Rubik is still a very good hero to have and gives you a way to immediately break the Starbreaker by telekinesising. And stealing Dawnbreaker spells feels pretty damn good on Rubik, except for Starbreaker. But the Celestial Hammer, as well as the ulti, is really good.
Yeah, if you can afford a Rubik as your opener, it's so good just in the fact that it doesn't reveal much of anything, right? Because you can run it as like a 4 or a 5, depending on the player. It discourages from any like huge ultimates getting picked up, because if you have a good Rubik player, he's going to steal it. And then also like it just gives you some, not necessarily counter initiation, but just a way to kind of reposition. And that chance gets higher and higher as the game goes on, because he will eventually, you know, pick up that shard and whatnot. So yeah, solid opening.
Pretty
no PA.
Yeah, pretty non-saying hero. Yeah, again, we see the removal of Peik's PA here. Just gonna let him get his hands on that. That was the hero he ran in 2 of the games where he didn't die a single time, was the PA. So definitely enjoying playing that hero a bit. Other than that, we see Grimstroke being removed here as well. I like that this hero is coming back into competitive, because it's been a long time, honestly, and I'm so happy to see him get buffed a bit.
Yeah, I feel like the last time we saw a lot of him was when they first added that Dispel.
Yeah.
Added on to hit, what was that? That was with the Shard, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the addition of the Shard.
Mm-hmm. And that's when he like really exploded. But he's been quiet for a while now, so it is kind of nice. It is also very scary, the fact that he can pick and choose when to let that ink swell go off. But not going to be seeing him in this game. Too strong. They don't want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty nasty combo if you have Dawnbreaker and Grimstroke in your team as well. You can just bind people up and then send in the Dawnbreaker with Inkswell on her, and that's a lot of stuns, Starbreaker and the Inkswell stun. Meanwhile, Lava probably have no interest in getting it, as they have the Rubik. They're going to go for the Batrider, though. Okay.
Ooh, I like this. This is a hero that I feel always really is has some very nice value. The ability to be able to reposition an enemy hero has always just been super, super valuable in Dota. And so, you know, you've got that. You've got a lot of like magical damage that you can output. It also gives you the vision. And I think vision is something that is super important in Dota 2 that sometimes gets a little overlooked when you're doing your drafting, just because, you know, you need that important sight to be able to, you know, find where they're going if they're trying to juke you, and also just getting that information. Very, very important.
Yeah, I also feel like in general the Batrider is pretty nice because it has a lot of flex value. You don't really know what position it's going to be. So it could be going towards mid, it could be going towards offlane, it could be a +4. There might be a Darkseer coming up with this, and with the Darkseer Batrider combo. So many things you can do still.
So what's going to be the response now? Do they try to go for Avenge? Just for that capability of having the swamp out?
I think that's one approach. I also would like to see some other heroes being brought back. Like personally, I'm a fan of the idea of having some Oracle or Abaddon as well, but it doesn't fit in the draft here. Already, when you have Dawnbreaker in the team, I don't think you pick Abaddon. So yeah, they could go Venge. Beastmaster and Venge here is actually super nice. You get some vision, you get some blink cancels, you get a save, and you have tremendous damage with minus armor as well as Dawnbreaker swinging.
It's a lot of strengthy boys right now over on the side of Mad Kings. I think at this point you want to probably find... So, where's this Dawnbreaker going? Are they going to run it as a 5 themselves? Okay, with the Mirana pickup, I'm assuming that's going to be their 4.
Yeah, I think Mirana probably will be on the... this is tough to say because Dawnbreaker could totally be on the safe lane still, and they just grab a ranged core. If they want to have a ranged core, then safe lane Dawnbreaker is fine. If they want to have a melee +1, then Mirana safe lane and run the Dawnbreaker Beast. But I don't like Dawn Beast as much as I like Mirana because the ranged damage and magical harass is better with Mirana Beast.
I also just like having the range, like you were saying. It's rare that you want to see 2 of the melee in the same.
Yeah, we've seen that
Same
backfire a little bit earlier today. It wasn't great.
As long as it's not the Mirana 5, right? You were not a big fan of that. Who was it who ran that? Was that Nuages?
Nuages played it into into Nature's Prophet twice.
Nature's Prophet. It was a disaster, unfortunately.
Turns out level 1 Nature's Prophet beats level 1 Mirana pretty hard if you trade it. But that was, you know, like Nature's Prophet beats everyone level 1, to be fair. It's no hero in the game really just goes up to Nature's Prophet like, hey,
he's a menace.
I'm the +5. I will win this fight.
Yeah, he's an eco-terrorist at this point in my book. I don't want to see him in my games.
Speaking of the eco-terrorists, I'm going to look up his total ban percentage to see how he's doing right now.
Right.
So, yeah, I believe he's still probably pretty high.
It's kind of anti-synergistic, but depending on how I mean, the Batrider could be run as a 5 too, right? On the side of lava. They have a lot of... Yeah, okay. So with the Tide Hunter pick, it's probably Tide Rubik lane. I'm guessing the Batrider is probably... Do you think he could be a mid? It's not as common now, but it's also not common to see a position 5 Bat.
I think Batrider mid is completely fine.
Okay.
I don't know, Batrider plus Tide is an okay lane. It can be done. But then you're also doing Rubik +5, which I prefer the Rubik Tide. It's a lane, right? It's a combo lane.
Yeah.
Rubik Tide pair up really well together. So Rubik Tide on the off lane, and then just throw the Batrider mid, and then you can completely customize your safe lane here against what you already see on the table, which is the Beastmaster and Mirana most likely. So I like that way of approaching it. So as for that Nature's Prophet, he was picked 3 games.
Okay.
He was banned 21 games. That is 100% of all the games that we have seen, I believe. So along with Invoker, who was also picked 3 games and banned 21 games. And
that might be a little too strong.
Yeah, the heroes are absolutely ridiculous. It's a big discrepancy as well between like the highest amount of bans. It's like Invoker and Nature's Prophet both on 21, and then you have Pango on 14 bans. So
What's more likely to happen? That we get like a quick like balancing patch right before TI, or that people just figure it out or continue to ban them?
I think we just see continue to ban. I don't know if we're going to get a balance patch again before TI. It could happen. I wish that would happen, but it wouldn't surprise me if this is what we get. I mean, you have a lot of bans in the first phase. Banning Invoker and Nature's Prophet isn't that costly. You can still get away with it.
True. But how are we gonna get our crazy rat Dota?
We don't.
There's still chances, right? The Terrorblade, we watched that in the last game of just nonstop
Yeah, true.
ratting around, but
So Monkey King, one of the traditional responses to Tidehunter, just try and get some hero that can man fight against it. But if you play the Tidehunter Rubik lane correctly, you can actually lane even into Monkey King with good Fate Bolt usage and Gush to try and get the monkey off you. You can actually do a lot of right-click damage as well onto him, and his Jingu won't fully protect him.
is this a Monkey Dawn lane though?
It might be. It does look like it's gonna be Monkey Dawn, but
I do not like that.
I mean, it's not terrible because Monkey is at least semi-ranged. He's not a full melee hero. He got the half range.
He's like a TA range kind of thing.
Yeah, sort of. He's like, but disgusting instead of beautiful. Yeah. But you're also laning like Monkey into Tidehunter, which is very favorable. So you can still do double melee on that. With this Ember pick, though, I'm curious what we're gonna see towards mid for Mad Kings.
I mean, we've seen the Huskar before, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily the play here with what they've got. They don't have much for like really strong lockdown coming out from the side of Mad Kings, right? You've got Starbreaker, you've got Roar, you've got Arrow, and then you've got Jingu, but they're kind of like, some of these are more mini stuns or like more difficult to land.
Yeah, if it wasn't for an Ember mid, their lineup would be very happy with a Puck, but Ember into or Puck into Ember is not the play. Even though it's good for mid game, it's just so painful in lane. You get Sleight of Fist spammed, and dodging it can be very, very hard if he targets only you. Oh, they go with the mid Monkey King, so they're swapping it up a bit. I think this is mid Monkey. You could do mid Bloodseeker as well. Both are actually completely fine. But
Which would you rather see paired up against the Ember Spirit? Because that one's definitely going mid, right?
yeah, the thing is, I actually think it's the other way around here. I think both are completely fine against Ember, whereas I think Bloodseeker is a little bit harder to play on safe lane here than Monkey. Monkey probably is stronger against the Tidehunter, in my opinion. So we'll see how they want to run it. And they do go for Abaddon on the side of Lava. I did say I want to see Abaddon.
Okay.
It's a good classic counter to Beastmaster. Whoever gets roared, you just try and remove it. But this is going to be a carry Abaddon, though. So very, very interesting.
What?
Fake is mixing it up. He didn't die for 3 games. And I say, will he not die in one more game? And he picks Abaddon. This is cheating, dude. You can't pick the hero that doesn't die.
I mean, it was either that or Wraith King, so.
Okay. Well, that is interesting to see coming out here. The carry Abaddon has received a few buffs. I'm super hyped now. I'm definitely excited about keeping a close tab on Pake and what he's going to do here. Abaddon got quite a few different changes recently to his Mist Coil, and some of them incentivizing even playing carry Abaddon a bit more, in my opinion. So, going to be curious to see the impact he's going to have. It is a universal hero. He basically fell out of favor ever since he got the minus power treads attack speed basically on level 1. He went from 120, I think, to like 90 attack speed.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting because it's not something that we see very often. It's usually, I think the only person we really ever see it still happen on is Hector, and that was during times when it wasn't super favorable. So I'm curious because it feels like Lava has a pretty good handle on this patch, and clearly after game number 1, they look just like they were in another league than Mad Kings. Mad Kings draft, though, still looks pretty favorable, honestly. I like some of the elements that they're bringing. What do you think are the chances that Mad Kings are going to be able to turn this around this game?
You know, I actually am a big fan of Mad Kings overall, their chances here in terms of the draft. But at the same time, looking at last game, I think they had tools then as well. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to execute on it. But on paper, Bloodseeker and Monkey King into 3 melee heroes and a Batrider who's very low range as well. It should be very good. We'll see how it's going to work out in reality here, though.
I mean, I feel like I was burned in game number 1 because I was like, yeah, their draft looks really good. And then it fell apart. So We will have to see. Already you can see Chris putting out a little bit of that damage. They're chasing after Monster. Dropping that blood right. Not going to be able to quite over here. Oh, it's just on Smoker, but this is looking like Red Monster's just dead. So that's a nice start for Lumpy in the mid lane.
It's a good start. He did have to skill Searing Chains level 1, which is not the ideal spell to have for mid, but it's a very minor sacrifice to get a first blood. So that's going to help him quite a bit. And he does purchase Boots immediately? Wait, hold up. Really? Ah, okay. So I guess knowing that you're against the monkey mid, he just wants to have that speed to weave in and out of the lane. But I would have expected this to be gold towards a bottle. Now he's very far away from bottle instead.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the mindset is behind this, but...
It's just a Jingu. He doesn't want to give the Jingu stacks to Monkey. But it does mean that he won't have bottle for minute 2 rune. And that can be a big downside already.
Batrider in kind of an awkward position now as the arrow does connect. Multiple heroes chasing after him. The dive bombs continue. These hawks seem so ridiculous. So PP also going to get himself a nice kill to start off his lane.
Yeah, not going to be a first blood, but at least get some gold. And you can already see he's queuing up the gloves of haste here. Wants to get some nice auto attacks into this Ember.
So what are you thinking? You're thinking that PP's going to have the advantage here in this mid lane?
Oh yeah, he should. Even with the first blood, I would say this is still very favorable for the side of the Monkey King. This is a pretty tough matchup to play as Ember. Monkey has 7 armor for some reason. The hero used to have very low armor, and then this matchup was a bit trickier. But now with 7 armor, Sleight of Fist spam doesn't do anything to Monkey.
I mean, visually it makes sense, right? He's just absolutely laden with armor, but...
Yeah.
No, definitely makes it a lot harder for Ember Spirit. Lumpy's got his work cut out for him because, again, PP did a great job in the early game, in the last game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to really capitalize on it, so he'll have to hold his own for the meanwhile.
Yeah. Top lane, we see the Dawnbreaker support with the Bloodseeker against this Tide plus Rubik lane. And overall, harassing Bloodseeker can feel pretty futile, so all the Anchor Smash harass is... not gonna do too much once the thirst starts kicking in.
This feels a little like the plan that they had in game number 1 for Lava, right? Because that they had heroes that were able to rotate fairly early and just leave someone in the lane.
Yeah.
We have a disconnect. Uh-oh.
Hope that he comes back soon.
You were doing very well.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, this game you might see some early rotations from both the heroes here. I mean, Bloodseeker and Tide are both very self-sufficient in lane, so both the Rubik and Dawn have the freedom to make either portal ganks towards bottom lane or moves to control the mid runes.
I feel like it's kind of important. Obviously, the rune's very important, but when there's a Beastmaster in this bottom lane and you want to keep control of your jungle, it might be worthwhile to use the gate and rotate the Rubik down. Just because, you do have this Batrider who's going to be able to help really, dish out some of this damage. Plus, add in the Rubik with that lift and Fade Bolt, just to keep Oscar off your tower.
Yeah, if he starts getting a little bit too close, then definitely that could be a thing. We'll see how that's going to happen and how much rotations we're going to get. Oh, they're going on Smoker.
They are. I'm not sure they're going to be able to quite finish him off, but Smoker does have himself a salve, so he'll be able to just heal up again. Not going to give too much thirst here over to Adrian.
I like that they're playing lane pretty aggressively, though. Keep looking for kills and then power denying here together. Tide doing a good job, though, getting 3 out of the 4 CS.
Now, we do have those water runes up and available, but again, like you were saying, that bottle still out of reach here for Lumpy. I don't think you're going to be seeing the Monkey King making these rotations, but would be interesting to see if they try to take away some of those water runes away from Ember, because it does seem like he's pretty much needs them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rune-dependent hero for sure. So Monkey King, meanwhile, not gonna go for a bottle. Instead, just going for Power Shreds Rush, which is dominating the lane. He's 13-8 against 9-1, so already taking a very strong lead here. And this is what you expect. You want this guy to dominate the mid lane. Lumpy.
He's gotta be careful. He's gonna lose his courier here, and his courier's got bottle. There's a kill on Red Monster in the top lane. We talked about them staying aggressive, and they have kept up the pressure for sure.
Yeah, it's a strong lane and they're playing towards it. And the Ember doing a full shenanigan dance here, coming back towards the mid lane with a lot of creeps now, but there's already a double creep wave and now a triple creep wave on mid. What is this mid lane?
What? Yeah, I was about to say, like, what in the world?
I mean, this is horrible for Ember still. He's losing a lot of creeps over there that are being denied. He does get some farm after doing this, but Monkey only lost 1 creep, whereas you lost 4 creeps on the side of the Ember Spirit.
Right. Smoker does look like he's a little bit of assistance, as this doesn't quite manage to finish him off, but not a lot of mana left over here on the Bloodseeker. Does have a wand with 16 charges, so if needed, can opt to get aggressive again.
And for the final lane that we haven't really spoken too much about, the lane that I said I want to keep my eyes on Pake, he is currently 20-3, so a little bit behind 2 of the cores on the side of Dire, but doing pretty fine here on the lane. He's queuing up Face Boost into straight Radiance, so his intentions are clear. We're gonna see him try and rush for that big item.
Now, you mentioned during the draft that there were some changes to Abaddon to make him more of a successful carry hero. What were those changes?
In general, the Mist Coil changes, in my opinion, make it a little bit more attractive. You got some less cooldown on the Mist Coil, because the Mist Coil attack with the Shard can be really, really nice as a core. And the changes just lower the cooldown a little bit and lower the cost a little bit on it. And also, I think there was some other change that I can't think of right now. That also
Self-damage was decreased a little bit.
Yeah,
That's kinda nice.
Yeah, there was something else about not even the Mist Coil change. There was something else that made me feel. Oh yeah, because of the illusion changes. Because the illusion heroes in general, you counter them by going Radiance or going for Mjolnir or something like that. And now Radiance is stronger against illusions. So in general, I just felt like okay, Abaddon might be a little bit more reliable than before.
Okay. There are so many different changes. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of them all, so it's always nice when we can mention them for our viewers.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see him go for the 0 point Mist Coil until he gets a Shard type build though. So already 2 points Aphotic and 2 points Curse, because he doesn't have mana to spam both Mist Coil and his W anyway.
All right.
Come, Sagan. We ride to battle. Stupid. Brave, but...
I love that voice line. That's one of my favorites.
Then you have isn't there 2? There's like stupid, brave, but stupid, and then there's like brave, stupid, but brave. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, I think she says both. I played a bit of Mirana with the Persona, so she does the variations of it.
Nice. Yeah, Lumpy definitely struggling in this mid lane. PP sitting at 2.5k, and Lumpy sitting at 2.1. Doesn't feel great. Do have a rotation though coming bottom only. This time it's the Dawnbreaker. So Red Monster looking to see if he can put some pressure down on either one of these. Go for the arrow, but not going to be able to land over onto the bat. Even if they have that little bit of slow. He's in a good position, he knows.
Hey.
So Red Monster wasting a little bit of time, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah,
and they're trying to take advantage of this in the top lane, realizing Adrian's all alone.
Yeah, he's gonna go back top and help his Bloodseeker again. Bloodseeker did get a lot of solo experience meanwhile though, so one of the positives is that you're getting faster towards that level 6. Still a little bit behind in experience compared to Tidehunter though, who has also been left alone by the Rubik a bit.
Seeing this rotation now, going over for runes, trying to make sure that they can either secure it for their Lumpy, or in some cases make sure that he did not, in fact, get it as they find this opening. Starbreaker lands on Smoker, but the chain's coming into play. Danik jumping forward, throwing out the arrow, not going to be able to connect though.
Yeah, it's gonna miss. But the Jingu Monkey King here is gonna heal up a little bit as he auto attacks into the creeps. Got 3 points in that Jingu as well.
Huh. This is interesting. Arcana went for the Meteor Hammer as his first item.
On
the Tide.
Yeah, that's standard though. That's what Tidehunters do nowadays. Just spam Meteor. It's really the only way the Tidehunter works in the current patch. I think is that you rush for this item and then just siege down the tower. Because what he lacks otherwise is tower damage. And a lot of offlaners, if you think about Lycan, Beastmaster, etc., they bring tower damage innately. Since Tide doesn't have that, he basically emulates it by buying this item.
That's true. I guess I just haven't seen a lot of Tide recently. As they dropped the Wukong, so putting pressure over on Arcana. He's not going to be able to get that, not going to be able to go and escape from the three of them here. He was not expecting that.
Yeah, some of the value from the first rotation here as well by the Monkey King getting a kill. Meanwhile, we see Ember as well invading. Oh no, he's stuck.
Zenix probably still dead here unless they just give up. Although, oh, never mind. A nice play there coming out here from Oscar. Uses the roar to ensure. Oh, it's a neutral creep who got him. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the roar actually pissed off the neutral creeps, and then they decided to kill whatever was closest to them, which happens to be the target that he roared. So he was trying to deny himself already, but
just added it, made it a little bit easier. Arcana now having difficulty here in this top lane, still sitting only at level 5, so is going to get murdered as they continue to run 3 in this top lane.
this is looking so much better already than last game, because now we actually see early on rotations here, and as expected, the team that is abbreviated MK are relying on Monkey King here to bring them into the game. Oh, the Quelling Blade, wrong tree.
This is much better. This is what I want to see, is a more even game.
Yeah, and Arcano definitely getting shut down a bit here on this Tidehunter. He was the top farming core, but those 2 deaths already costing him a lot.
Trying to see, what do we have now? Right now, it looks like all the big ultimates, either they just don't have them just yet. So we don't have the Lasso, we don't have the Ravage on Arcana. I feel like that's really important. He does just pick it up. Well, he's holding on to the point, but he can opt to pick it up once he finishes these Ancients, which I think will be pretty important here. Spake is just trying to 1v1 against Red Monster, but it's not really a fair fight because the rest of the team is standing nearby.
This is pretty sad for Pake, though. Getting pushed out of the lane is not what you want to have happen this early on. Lumpy coming in to try and fix this.
Would like to see maybe the Tidehunter make a rotation, perhaps, to defend the tower. Like you said, it feels awful to like lose control this early.
Yeah, you want your Abaddon to keep farming in the lane, basically. I'm not even sure that he has to run away this early. Maybe just keep the Tidehunter ready to TP in and farm the lane with Batrider, or with Abaddon. Because now Batrider is just dead.
Yep. Even using the roar for him too.
Yeah, like if that was Abaddon that they're chasing, then his ulti can keep him alive. You TP in, Tidehunter can use Ravage, but Tide is actually super low HP. Oh, 3 disconnects.
I'm also getting lag.
5 disconnects.
Personally.
Oh, no.
So I don't know what's going on, if it's a Dota related thing or...
Oh no.
But like, I was getting a lot of lag at that last.
We're losing more players. Well, we do have a Monkey King in the game, but he doesn't have the...
he hasn't used the ulti
doesn't have that.
Start to drop.
Yeah, no Aghanims and no ulti yet, so surprised we're already getting issues here, but hopefully... Oh, why are we going the wrong direction here, Moxie? I'm losing players by the minute here.
No! Well, hopefully it fixes itself, right?
We got our first reconnect.
I don't know if it's the server or... Because are we on Argentina? What are we on?
I think we are on, yeah, because I have a 195 ping. I'm over in Europe, so obviously gonna be on quite high ping.
I don't know if it's Peru or Argentina or which one.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't really see queue into the SA servers, so I can't identify. It's not US East, at least, I can tell you that much. No reason to play on US East between the South American qualifiers here, even though they have a lot of experience playing on the US East servers, be it for scrims or pubs.
I'm excited for, I think some of the Brazilians are already playing over in Europe, right? Because of the new line that they laid. It's like
really?
Cable or something. I think so. I think a couple people have. I think Bowie has.
Okay, nice.
But that's a big like advantage for some of the Brazilian players if they can get scrims in like Western Europe. Oof.
Yeah, I wonder what the ping would be for them on Europe West. I get 100 ping over on the US East, and it's so funny because I have people in the US tell me that they have higher ping to US East server and they're in US East. I'm like,
Well, like that's part of it. Well, you're in a great area, right? You're in Sweden. Like Sweden and Stockholm, like you have really good internet. Depending on where you are in the United States, like our
well, I'm not Stockholm. I'm literally in a farm town.
Oh, right.
I'm in the middle of nowhere.
I still feel like Sweden has better internet though.
we do.
Compared to the farmlands of the United States, where our infrastructure has not been updated in gosh knows how long.
Yeah.
It's been pretty rough. Like a couple years ago, one of my apartments had like terrible internet, and there was no other options. I'm lucky now that I had another internet provider show up in this area that I'm living now, and now I have fiber. But it was bad. Like I could barely stream at one point. And there was no other way around it. There were no other competitors that I could choose from.
Yeah, no, that was my issue as well. I lived in the US for a while, right? And the last words that you said there, no other competitor to choose from. The US likes to, don't want to get too political here, but basically there's very seldom options in some areas because they divide and conquer a bit, which isn't good for consumers.
No, not really great, but not my problem anymore.
Hopefully everything's going to be fine, though. So we have all the players back in the lobby. They're just saying they're having some Discord issues. So as soon as the voice comms are clear here for the teams, we'll probably get this game started again.
Who ended up pausing? That was Lava?
Let me see. All the disconnects and reconnects are covering it for me.
I know. I'm guessing it's probably Lava because they're saying, like, wait.
Yeah. Well, we're resuming now and going at least.
In South America, it is very precious, your pause time, because you never know what's going to happen.
I feel like there would have to be some oversight, at least or understanding by the admin, since both teams had disconnects there, But
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure what the official rule book says on it.
Yeah, of course. I feel like admins lately have been doing a good job interpreting rules in correct ways for events, like punishing when it's appropriate, and sometimes, not punishing things that could have been punished as hard.
I mean, it's a slippery slope, right? Because you don't, obviously, case-by-case basis is important, but at the same time, you can't afford exceptions for some things versus others.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, the game
Luckily,
is...
haven't seen any issues with that just yet, so...
Game is back online
That's
at
good.
least, and we see a bit of a move towards mid. Monkey has a DD rune.
Still sitting at level 5, though, on this Bat Rider. Would like to see the lasso come up, and Lumpy just going to be able to walk away from the gank that they tried to pull.
Yeah, nice slight dodge. And top lane, meanwhile, the Tidehunter finally takes down this tower with some spam of his Meteor Hammer here.
Rubik has himself a Sacred Arrow, so we could see some cheeky Rubik plays coming out here, for sure.
Yeah, heading towards mid with that. We'll see if he puts his archery skills to the test here. It is daytime, so a bit hard to land arrows during daytime.
Again, would love to see this Bat get a little bit more experience for his levels. They do go for the smoke play, though, and they're going to show the Bat Rider. Maybe trying to bait. So they have a couple pings here. PP senses something's a little bit off, because Bat is being very, very aggressive. And would not usually be that aggressive, I think, were he not backed up. But they're also making their way towards this top area. They're looking for the Dawnbreaker now, as they have the Remnant.
Yeah,
Go
diving
right
in.
towards it, followed up with a nice arrow that's been set up beautifully. So they'll find themselves a pick-off. And we have level 6 now on the Bat Rider, so that's a pretty big deal.
That's a very good takedown, and meanwhile getting that experience like you mentioned. And at the same time, the Abaddon has been farming away. While sure, he lost some of his control bottom, he's at 2.8k gold, getting closer to that relic. And Radiance will be a big timing for him to actually be useful. Watching the Monkey King take Illusion Rune as a range creep looks so funny. He just walks up, takes the illusion, and suddenly there are 2 Monkey Kings there.
You could argue that the Illusion Rune is the truest of runes.
Yeah.
All right, well, there's some attention being placed towards this mid tower since they've taken the top. They've got Ravage online for Tidehunter. And they feel like they're pretty strong right now on the side of Lava. They also have the Moonlight Shadow. They've got the Solar Guardian. So they've got some ways to They're trying to go for that monkey too, it looks like.
Well, they tried to go on the Ember. They tried to set up. Monkey jumped on a tree and set up with a Boundless Strike stun, but it's only 1.3 second stun duration, so the arrow was slightly too late, and Monkey wasted Wukong's. So now with that, Lava are making a move towards mid, trying to play when the cooldown is up.
They're all smoked up too, so they don't have the information that the rest of the team is, you know, backing up Lumpy. Seems like they can't decide exactly where they want to go. This mid tower definitely feels like it's the place to be.
Yeah, they want to crack that. It's the normal transition for Tidehunter with Meteor Hammer. You take your offlane tower and then immediately you go towards this.
Smoker needs to place down one of these sentries though. They should be aware that there's gonna be a Moonlight Shot. Oh, right on Monkey's butt.
Yeah, random arrow connects, but they're not gonna dive in for that. Don't really have enough tools to bring him down. So just sitting back, farming up a little bit here. Still though, even though the game is only 3-4, I feel like both teams are playing with, you know, a clearer intention here, and there are moves being made. This is not feeling as, you know, passive and indecisive from Mad Kings.
The Monkey Kings, there you go, unofficial title. Bottom lane, looks like Lumpy's trying to just tap over onto Adrian a bit, but doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with him. It's gonna be a haste stream picked up by Smoker. He's also got the 3 dance, which is like a Rubik's dream. It's like that. Just
oh no, he can Quelling Blade him.
Careful though, because that can happen. Yeah, that that definitely is not what you want to see.
That's what happens when you steal my ability. Cut him down from the tree. Fake monkey.
They've got Tidehunter in a great position right now.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and hold mid, spam Meteor Hammer. He does have the Ravage available, so maybe they won't overcommit towards this mid push.
I mean, that's what it is, right? The threat of the Ravage sometimes is scarier than the actual Ravage.
Yeah. Now we have the Radiance completed on Abaddon as well. 14-minute timing. Not a crazy timing by any means, but definitely respectable enough. At the same time, though, the Bloodseeker has farmed up a full Maelstrom plus Yasha, so he is ahead by 600 gold, getting pretty damn big.
I'm curious who's going to be making the next move, because right now it feels like Arcana's being very much the D-push, sort of the anti-having things happen, so to speak, right? Because he's not looking to go and attack with this Ravage, he's holding on to it to protect this mid-tower.
I think...
Where do we start to see the aggression come out?
I think the Helm of the Overlord is the timing here now, and it's coming out just now for the side of Mad Kings. So let them get the Dracarys here, you know, get the big black dragon. It's available, the best ancient creep he could get as well. So now Beastmaster's online and ready to fight, even into Ravage or Radiance. I don't think he cares that much.
Love how doofy that black dragon looks.
Yeah, with its teeth.
Yeah. They're sweeping around, though. I'm curious to see if they're going to make their way mid. It looks like they're going to drop down some vision first and foremost. Rubik again stealing that tree dance. They're backing off. Moonlight Shadow has been committed. Arrow. Ooh, that was very close to land on the Tidehunter. Zip forward. The roar over onto Lumpy. Dawnbreaker, though, coming in hot. Is thinking the slight. Manages to go and dodge, but he's still gonna end up getting hit and survives a little bit longer, but not nearly long enough. So a nice aggressive strike coming out from the Mad Kings. As now they've got their dragon, they've got people in position, and they're gonna try to put pressure on this tower.
Yeah, Monkey and Bloodseeker behind as well. If they stick around here, they could die.
Look at PP, he's in a great position here if he wants to try to go and land that Wukong's, but they're not going to get overly aggressive on the side of Mad Kings. They're going to take the tower, be disciplined, and back off.
Yeah, I think this game definitely favors Mad Kings just playing safe as well, because they do have great scaling. With a Beastmaster as well as a Monkey King and a Bloodseeker, I think they're happy to take this game late. Whereas Ember needs to make stuff happen to stay relevant. I mean, yeah, you have an Abaddon farming and he can get pretty strong, but he's not going to out-carry 2 potential Silver Edge carriers in the late game. Once their items start coming out, it does get difficult for Abba at some point.
So is the go time for Abba once he finishes up this Echo Saber, or...?
He can keep farming a lot. It's more that the Ember has to, you know, for Ember, the go time is now. You need to start making moves and make things happen.
My game's getting a lot of stuttering. How's your connection?
Yeah, it's getting a few, but it's
kind of choppy.
It's looking, you know, it's looking like it normally does for me on 200 ping, sadly.
Oh no.
It's fine. I mean, I don't really play on a South America server. I only spectate them.
I mean, you could try to do it for training, Waga. Imagine how powerful you'll be when you take the training weights
Oh,
off.
trust.
Maybe you'll find a match faster than you will in Western Europe.
I have dark stories that I've done something similar. When I lived in Omaha, Nebraska, I played pub scrims in EU, and my team picked me Enigma and Puck and these timing heroes. It was awful. I kept missing black holes.
That's cruel. That's so cool.
They should, yeah, I don't know. Just pick me Viper, bro. Like, pick me a hero that you can play with 160 ping, you know? They need some racer in my life. They made fun of me for my black holes, man.
There is no finding anger and your past.
I'll be honest, I probably would have made fun of you too, but
I mean,
I would have also been very understanding about it.
I don't know
This is looking scary for the Bat Rider here. Was not expecting to see these heroes show up in the midnight shadow.
no.
Nice jukes though. Gonna be able to survive and escape, live another day.
Maybe PP has my ping as well. What was that Monkey King stun? It's basically an instant stun. It shouldn't be juked like that. Good job by Batrider though. Gets himself to safety.
They're smoked up and they're looking for the Dawnbreaker, it looks like, and also to push this tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under
On the hunt, they do have Lasso. Dawn feeling like she's in a bit of an impossible situation, so try to go for the Starbreaker. It does get interrupted, and they'll get themselves a kill. They're gonna teleport down bottom now.
mass TP.
They don't like that they're hitting it. They've got themselves the Ravage if they want to try to use it. They see Oscar here. Good dive bomb over onto this Tide Hunter. Lumpy joining back in. Then the Blur again. The Roar over onto the Bat Rider. Need a little bit more damage. There it is. Can they finish off Oscar? Yes, they can. But Arkno taking a lot of damage. They get the lasso off over onto Adrian. And he's just trying to man fight his way through, but he cannot do it. As now Lumpy finding yet another opening. Going over to PP. They'll end up dying from the arrow. As now they use that meme hammer to try to finish off PP, and they will be successful.
Good turnaround to get the kill on the Ember at least, but losing both Bloodseeker and your Beastmaster as well as the Monkey King. All three cores going down there. That was a very quick decision by Lava, and I love the fact that they made it. Because they honestly have really great heroes for defending, and the TPs came in the right order, in the right position.
Jenna? What? They have sentries. They've got enough to burn down this forest.
I am not sure what I'm seeing from this Mirana.
I'm watching a feed. That's what I think I'm watching.
He also burned all his leap charges, so now that's gonna take, 100 seconds before he has 2 charges again.
Yeah, I don't know what the thought was behind that.
Yeah.
I guess maybe hoping that they could just dissuade him from taking the tower? I don't know.
Now we have the Solar Guardian stolen as well by Smoker here.
Ooh, that's a nice steal.
Yeah, they could.
Got his little pet kobold walking around with him too. Life's good for Smoke.
They can bait with Tide and use it.
Oh yeah. And Monsters is looking a little scared. They'll go and use the Rupture. Monster standing in the middle of everything. He just cannot move, but they'll use a lasso to drag back over on Adrian. Red Monster's still alive. No, not for very much longer.
He stole
They
Roar
still have
as
to
well.
drag over onto Adrian. Adrian just chasing after this Bat Rider. Will be successful. People though trying to fight against this Abaddon, and it's just not working out for him. He's silenced. He's got the damage. He's got the teammates. He's got the numbers. So he'll get a kill. Lava, Lumpy thinking about maybe trying to grab Janik. Not going to be able to quite manage it though, as they'll turn their attention to this tier 1. No Dawnbreaker or Monkey King.
Bro, give it up to Smoker here, coming in with the Dawn ulti and then stealing the Roar and turning it over onto the Monkey King there in that fight. That was some really good stuff. Getting another takedown on the Monkey, who had a really good game, but now dying back to back. And Roche starting to get taken here with the minus armor from the Tide and the increased attack speed from the Curse of Avernus. This is a pretty damn fast Roche.
Yeah. And as usual, Pei continues his no deaths so far in this game.
He's gonna do it, the Mad Lad. He's got the Manta style as well. Very strong tool for Abaddon, as the illusions do proc the Curse of Avernus, so you can very quickly silence someone, get the triple hit and then 1 extra attack.
And I still remember Hector busting that out for like the very first time, and we're all just like, oh my god, how did we not like think about utilizing this more?
Yeah, it's stronger than some people expect, and has some really strong late game potential as well. He basically gets Sleight of Fist. They're gonna have 2 Sleight of Fist heroes when he's level 25. The AoE Mist Coil talent is very good.
There is a Blink Dagger coming out now for Arcana. Like, this is just getting harder and harder for the side of Mad Kings because these initiations have been pretty impressive. Do you have the Moonlight Shadow? So they're doing a little bit of scouting here with PP, with Genek, making their way over. Might be able to make something happen to this Ember if they can lock him down for long enough, but they feel a little spooked. They're not feeling confident to make the moves on him just yet. The courier goes flying by. It is the
It lives.
Lotus Orb recipe.
The 3 HP. The HP regen actually saved it. It lived with 3 HP, and Miranda attacks once every 1.08 seconds, so literally lived because of HP regen.
So I'm confused because I could have swore I saw Arcana purchase the Blink Dagger. He must have canceled it. Yeah, because he's got all this gold now. Huh. I guess they felt like they don't need it. They could just run in with their faces because they're going high ground right here. No problem. No fear at all.
Yeah, creep wave is
Got the
coming.
Aegis on Lumpy. Peg's courier does end up getting killed, so that's going to be a little bit longer time where he's not going to have those items, but he still feels quite strong.
Yeah, at least they forced the glyph. I don't think that you get the high ground push here because the next creep wave is being cut by courtesy of the Black Dragon. It's just sitting here waiting for the next one. You could also use it to deny the enemy Wisdom Rune here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Genek has to be careful. He's going to walk right into this Bat Rider who has no drum charges left, but will be able to bounce him back. Has a Force Staff too. Looks like they're not even Oh, Leap Charge picked up on Smoker. And it's just a slow, painful death.
Yeah.
Where she burns to death with that Firefly.
And he finally gets to use the roar as well, which was timing out, so perfect value again for him. Now with 3 leap charges, he could quickly go reinforce if something happens somewhere.
And we have a completed Lotus Orb now for Arcana.
Yeah, Lotus Orb gonna be quite useful in this game as well, possibly blocking Ruptures and Beastmaster ultis. Shard is gonna go to Genek. Okay, it's
Oh boy.
not the best shard in the game, I would say. I mean, it's been buffed a few times. It's not.
It's a little better. It used to be absolute
It
garbage.
used to be complete garbage. I still miss the crit leap, dude. Like, just give back the crit leap. This feels awful. I guess
We
it does.
can't go backwards in time, Waga.
I guess it has leap does not break Moonlight Shadow as well. I didn't even know that was a part of it now. I feel like they just keep putting stuff on it. Like, please, it's good.
That might need to just have a full rework at some point.
I don't know, man. It feels like Iceborg is very determined that this shard is gonna stick around because
It's big smoke. Smoke on smoke action here. They've used the Moonlight Shadow. Rest of the team, they're dancing around. Monkey jumping forward. Do they have the vision placed down? That was a question. Not really. They find themselves Adrian. They use the lasso. They try to hold him in place. Then comes the Dawnbreaker, though. Lands with really a great accuracy. Follow up with that Ravage. But they have the BKBs online, which is going to make it so it's a lot more difficult for them to lock them down. Monkey dancing around on the trees. Another arrow casually tossed out. And they're on the hunt. They have vision over here on the side. Oscar looks like he's going to make it out. Just a casual dive bomb over onto Pike. Monkey King, he's still alive. He used the Wukongs in that fight there, but...
a lot of resources used, but ultimately they only got 1 kill over on the Batrider, who immediately bought back. And now behind... Oh, no. Monkey.
Oh, Monkey versus Rubik versus everyone else who's still in the area. Oh, PP, what you doing, man? What you doing? The high fives
Sticky
come out.
napalm, the kiting.
Everybody just high-fiving around him. Oh, dear.
I like how he starts spamming high five himself. He's like, yeah, come high five me.
It's like, I want to be a part of this. I like the camaraderie.
Tower is under attack.
Yes. That feels really sad for him, though, dying there. I understand he wanted to cut the creep wave because he knew what was coming, right? This push, he wanted to delay and stop it, but now he's just dead as well as this tower. And with 30 seconds to go, they're cracking high ground here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Got the harpoon on Pake now. Again, like you said, you've got
Oh
that
my
lotus.
god,
There's
the
a
tower is
blink.
dead fast.
Oh yeah. Now Lava, they have the advantage and they're taking it. Arrow's gonna land over on Arcana. It does not have that Ravage up just yet. Still does have the Lotus Orb if needed. Holding on to a couple Swan charges and the Lotuses, but they're gonna be able to walk away. They've done the damage that they were looking for. They got a tower.
Yeah, double slide away. I mean, they're so patient about this as well. I really appreciate that from Lava right now. They are not looking like a team that's stressing, like, oh, we're so close, we're, about to get one step closer to qualifying for TI. Now they're really methodical about this. And, mid, might see a fight here.
They see him, but can they get him is the question.
Yeah, Abaddon is not the target.
Batrider possibly. Yeah, look at that. Everything gets used on poor Chris.
Bonus kill.
Ooh, okay, and Smoker. Oh.
That's Batrider dead
That's
for
great.
65 seconds, so pretty long time for them to try and get some tower damage back here. Maybe equalize a little bit. Going in, stealing Ancients is a good start. Gotta get something for themselves.
Take with the harpoon. No, Monkey's already broken free here. Dances around on the trees. Lumpy also joining in. There's quite a few people. Don't have the roar. They have the blink and the BKB. Shanek is able to hop away.
These Overlord creeps, they don't feel that strong when the Abaddon can just destroy them so fast. The Curse of Avernus Slow is very useful for bringing them down.
I think that's one thing too, like going back to what you were saying about Lava, how patient they are. It definitely feels like they're in control, because sometimes when you have these teams that are like coming up from Div 2 or whatnot, it feels like an inability to like close the game where they kind of waffle around, but it still feels like Lava knows what their plan is, and they're just, like you said, they're patient. It doesn't feel like they're lost. It feels like they have a general idea of what they would like to do, and I appreciate that.
At the same time, though, they are falling behind in terms of net worth. Like, the scaling is there for this triple BKB core situation on the side of Mad Kings. And you gotta be a bit concerned, because it feels like they're ahead, but they're 5,000 gold behind right now. And they basically need to hit their timing very, very hard in a decisive way. So they got the Basher now over on the Abaddon. So
They also got a shard for the Batrider too, so now the Sticky Nake Palm upgrade will get applied every time he attacks every other attack, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, true. And they can hit during the ulti. It's not huge though for support Batrider. It would be better if you had something like Witchblade or more stuff to capitalize. True. But it's at least one more shard closer to getting the core shards,
Yeah. I'd like to see them playing around Arcano more, just because he does have the Gem of True Sight, so that way if they try to make these ganks happen, they have the advantage that they'll be able to see them. I'm sure they've already spotted it out, so.
It's time.
Yeah, we see Invis coming in. Batrider, no, don't get caught. Oh, he wasn't spotted.
He's way over. He can see that. Yeah, they have the vision. They use the Rupture immediately. Arcano, BKB's gonna get used too. Follow up, Dawnbreaker coming in hot. Be able to finish him off, gem on the deck, and they'll end up losing the Batrider. Lumpy looking for this opening, picks up that gem. He's like, I do not want that in the hands of my enemies. The buyback now from the Tidehunters picks, joining in the fight here. Using that Manta is going to have the ultimate come up too. So he's trying to just give a little bit of chase. See Lumpy backing out. They're going to try to reset. Again, still holding on to that Ravage, but it feels like they might want to wait for this bat. They go for the Ravage, but BKB coming out from Oscar and has already used the Roar. A little bit of a chase going on to the back lines as now Pei trying to fight with Monster. Has the Lotus Orb down on him. They're grouped up pretty close as they use the Harpoon, trying to get a little bit closer to Monster to be able to finish him off. Now the chase is on after Oscar. He doesn't have any more of these dive bombs that he can throw at them at this time. Smoker looking for the opening. They need to cancel out this TP and they just don't manage to get it.
Yeah, slightly too early on the Searing Chains. Always tricky when enemies in Fog of War. You gotta wait just a little bit on the slides to give you vision before you Searing Chain. So Lumpy messed up a little bit there, but it was still nice turnaround for them. They did have to expend the buyback over on the side of Tidehunter though, but it gives them a chance to go towards Roche.
Smoker like, please guys, come over here. I cannot do this by myself.
Yeah, finally Abaddon shows up. And with Gush, again, pretty fast Roche here. No way to contest it for Mad Kings as they're pushed all the way back.
Basher is now picked up for Adrian though. It's coming out on the courier, so that's going to give them another advantage, a little bit more control.
Yeah, he needs more stuff. Once they get Basher on him and the Nullifier over on the side of Monkey King, I think that's the big timing, because then Aphotic Shield won't work. You completely remove that, and he can also use it on Flame Guard to remove that. So quite a value item here, as well as, good against Rubik with his Force Staff and his Ghost Scepter. And the Force Staff on Batrider. Really a big power spike for PP.
So what's the play here, though, for Lava? Because now they have themselves a fresh Aegis. They've got cheese. Interesting that Mad Kings is opting to smoke into them with this Aegis. Like you said, it is a power spike, but I feel like it doesn't feel like the greatest smoke right now.
Yeah, if they connect into the Aegis Abaddon here, it could be terrible. So let's see if we can tank it. But if they do get around like this over on Ember, it could be huge.
Yeah, Lumpy. They've got the vision. Slices around here. The arrow doesn't quite manage to connect. Nice balance though onto the back lines. Followed up with the Monkey King ulti. All you know, just they explode Smoker and Arcana. Chases on after this Bat Rider. He's got nullification on him as they're just chasing after him. He's trying to juke, but not going to be able to run away from this Mirana.
I feel like Abaddon was the one playing scared and trying to hide there. I mean, they managed to wrap around nicely. He was pushing out mid, and then they go into the jungle. But Abaddon needs to act as the shield for his team when he has both his ulti and the Aegis as well.
Right.
If they go on him, they win the fight. But when his team gets caught like that, then it's all compromised.
I mean, is it the pressure of just not wanting to die?
He heard me. Must be.
That's going to be the mid tower getting taken down. Rubik's going to be up in about 4 seconds. Bat Rider in 10. A little bit longer on the Tide Hunter, but seems like right now they seem happy with taking the mid tower. They're going to rotate towards this top area and potentially put a little bit of pressure on this top tower.
Yeah, Mad Kings are doing a good job solidifying their advantage a little bit here. 7,000 gold lead, almost 8 there, but you know, don't get too stressed out. You're still playing against Aegis and Cheese. Meanwhile, on the side of Lava, though, they look like they want to smoke up. The movements, they have smoke
I was about
ready.
to say, I would like to see them smoke and potentially make a play here, because Monkey King has been playing very separately. They could lay down a trap, but I guess it's hard because they don't have great vision, unfortunately, either.
Yeah, they opt against it.
They lose the gem.
Yeah, they don't.
Looks like they lost the gem.
They don't have any vision down because, yeah, the gem is over on the Mirana right now. So she's just riding around, getting some D wards here and there. Even going down bottom, gonna check that area.
All right. They're bringing some aggression. They're going to lead Pake going forward here while the rest of them are smoked up. This is what we need to see. We need to see Pake being the one who shows his face. He tanks all of this damage and hit, like you said. He's an Abaddon. He's got himself this Aegis.
I think he almost
They're not
needs.
allowing him, though.
I think he almost needs a Blink Dagger even on Abaddon, just so he can get in there and choose his targets. Blink plus Harpoon might be a little bit overkill, but it does help him, you know, get in there quick enough. Because if he had Blink last time, even with the smoke run, he could definitely get there and try and help his team still. Tormentor taken again. This time it's towards the Beastmaster. So he gets the additional Hawk and -10 cooldown. So he can have the quadruple Hawk, you know, full Air Force coming in here.
I wonder what the title is when you have a flock of hawks. You know how there's like a murder of crows,
Yeah.
gaggle of geese. What's the term for a ton of hawks?
I wonder, because hawks, aren't they like couple birds? They just hang out in couples, 2 and 2, so you don't get flocks as naturally then. But I wonder what they would be.
Smoke play coming out from Lava. They took the mid tower. They're going to make a rotation, hopefully find themselves this monkey who's dancing around on the trees. He realizes that something's up. They're checking over by the hot tub, though, and he knows. He knows that they're hunting for him, and he's just going to try to waste a little of their time. We'll show up on the creep wave.
Oh, he
That could
jumps
be
into
very
them.
expensive for him, though. Oh, indeed it is.
Oh no.
Using the lasso even to just make sure he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that was a good force staff even to cut the tree immediately, I think, was the first one. But lasso, just ensure the kill, definitely worth it. And Moxie, I looked it up, and you will not believe it.
Tell me.
A group of hawks is a kettle, a boil, or a cast.
Oh,
So
I like it.
yeah, I don't know, a kettle of hawks. Very
A
interesting.
boil of hawks. We making soups. Jump forward here from Adrian. He's feeling very, very strong at this moment, but they can easily turn this back around. There's gonna be the lift up, that Dawnbreaker coming in, thinking about it, holding on to it, just healing up Adrian. That's down now. Aegis has been reclaimed.
Yeah.
So it looks like Lava, they're gonna back off.
Losing Aegis, but that frees up an inventory slot for the Abaddon, and he's thinking about getting an MKB here. I can understand why. Just, you know, getting yourself a bit more attack speed here, and also getting that true strike can be useful. Not that they have evasion yet, but against Butterfly, it would be pretty big. I guess they do have... No, they don't even have Halberd on Beast. Oh, the Moonlight Shadow, 20% evasion. True, I'm forgetting that one.
Ooh, nice little arcane gem here for the Lumpy.
Yeah, nice to have saved up for the next fight, as he does have Aghanims and Shards. He's very prepared to just zoom around.
Oh yeah, he's a speedy boy. What do you think? Do we see them just back off and wait for the next Roche?
Yeah, probably.
It's gonna be calm and farming.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad Kings go for moves still. Like, they're actually 10,000 gold ahead. This is an interesting game, though, because it's 15-16 in kill score, and it feels a lot like Lava are controlling the pace of the game a lot. I wonder what the read of the players during this game is, how big the net worth difference is. I bet you that Mad Kings don't expect that they're 10k gold ahead right now. Like, you have a general feel, they probably think that they're ahead, but probably just like 2 or 3k gold.
Well, I feel like that's partially because Lava has been more aggressive. And again, they had that Aegis, so they probably feel a little bit stronger. And they know that they're on a timer, right? So perhaps that's why. Oh, Monkey and Rubik can wave hello to each other over here.
Always fine to see Rubik with 3 dance.
This is the end of that tower for sure. As Adrian's got the Lotus, you can see everybody over here on the side.
Just gonna go
They
in.
go for the smoke. I don't think they saw that with the Fog of War, right?
No, that was not a vision. So the smoke could be successful, but at the same time, Abaddon is already backing out from bottom, just sending its solutions to push, playing it safe.
Tool to teach. Even from the brightest.
Moonlight Shadow and that smoke. It's a pretty fast Bloodseeker making his way down. They see the Batrider. He is very dead.
Yeah,
They king out Smoker. He's already out. Lumpy was considering it, but it looks like they don't want to make this happen right now. They have the Harpoon pull away. And they use a Solar Guardian.
Oh, stolen.
Chase over. Beautiful Ravage coming out from Arcades. Will turn their attention to Red
Counter
Bucks. They want to
Solar.
get rid of this Dawnbreaker right off the bat, but a nice Boundless getting tossed in on top of that. They get the steal. It's coming right back in. It is the Rubik with that steal standing in the middle of all this Wukongs going on, because the Adrian is still just giving chase on the back line. They've already lost Red Monster, lost Smoker. This Ember zipping through. Pake is on the other side. He sees himself Adrian. He wants to go for him, but unfortunately it doesn't look like he's going to be able to move too much as Oscar bounced back here by that
Hurts.
flame break. And they just turn them around. Looks like they'll be able to get themselves a Beastmaster. And somehow Lumpy survives during that. Oof.
That was crazy. A lot of it comes back to that stolen Solar Guardian coming in with the extra heal. Tidehunter also giving over the Lotus Orb and the Guardian Greaves. They keep Lumpy alive against all odds, I want to say, during that fight. But it cost him a little bit. The 2 buybacks definitely stings, but they did still win the team fights. The Abaddon stays alive, and they did get a core kill on the Beastmaster. But Mad King's gonna pull away and be quite happy with the damage done to the buybacks.
They're still 11k up, too. Like, despite that fight, I expected to see a bit more of a shift, but...
Yeah, buybacks are very costly.
Yeah.
So any gold that they got really kind of lost it there.
Definitely worthwhile to have Smoker on this this Rubik here. I can't tell you how many times it feels like he's turned around fights because of stolen ults.
Yeah, it's crazy. He keeps getting him.
Oh no! Oh dear! Oh Monkey King, you are very dead. And Adrian, he is caught in the middle of a world of hurt. In comes Red Monster, but again, with that Solar Guardian coming in from Rubik, he is gonna die here. So it looks like they'll get themselves a double kill. They're turning their attention now over to Lumpy. He's trying to just stay alive, and it looks like he's just barely gonna make it unless Red Monster can go and throw out a hammer or something. Pake's still here. It's not looking great for him. He will finally die. That is his first death.
Oh, he gets him too, baby.
But they're still trying to go for Lumpy. This is not looking good. He looks like it's going to be a team wipe as Mad King's hits back.
Meanwhile, Monkey King just sitting like, yep, thanks guys. Good job, good job.
I'm helping.
I made this happen by baiting, not by being
Hey.
out of position.
You know what? It worked out. At the end of the day,
That was...
not about the battles, it's about the whole war.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker is starting to kick in to be the super carry now with a double rupture charges as well. And he just man fights super hard. Mindbreaker was a nice DPS increase for him. And this is where we see like the late game timings or late game power spike of Radiant is not really that impressive. They also don't have level 25 yet on Abaddon, so he doesn't have the AoE on his Mist Coil. But yeah, this is just feeling like finally the farming has pulled Dire into an advantage, just item-wise.
Be able to chew through the racks and the tower. Have Rubik and the Batrider up soon. Tidehunter is back up again. He has the Ravage, but I'm guessing he's going to hold it until he can get the rest of the team with that damage to come up.
Yeah, that means mid-racks is definitely gonna fall though, and I guess they're gonna back out now, not lose
They
anything.
respect it.
Roshan is up, so they're beelining towards it. They want to get that Aegis in their own hands.
There's a Blink Dagger now on Bat, so they'll have a little bit better positioning so they can try to go for the drag. It's still very scary for him, though, to jump into all of these heroes.
It's scary because of that Nullifier, right? Otherwise, the Ghost Scepter and Force Staff usually keeps himself alive pretty well, but the Monkey King could always just destroy him by harpooning and Nullifiering instead.
This time it looks like they're going to be able to grab themselves the Roche, as no one from the side of Lava's in position.
Yeah, they got some crazy DPS. Look at this, when they're all laying into it, Roche goes down pretty damn fast. Oh, the birds with the hats! Oh my god.
Just hear the hawks the entire time, just "Grah!"
Yeah, but look at it. They have the little hats, the celebration hats.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
The anniversaries.
Those hats are way too big for those burbs.
No, they're too small. Oh no.
Hey. Oh, what a find. What a find. That's going to be a dead Abaddon.
Yeah, he gets bursted real quick there. Didn't even have ulti available, so no way at all to survive.
Bad luck and bad positioning, unfortunately, for him.
Yeah, quick move. I mean, they took Roche, immediately went through portal, and there he was.
Yeah. I feel like generally when you hear that they've taken Roche during the daytime, you'll see just the any heroes of the enemy team just back away from that gate immediately.
Oh yeah, you gotta respect the possibility of it.
This is looking a little hard. They do force the buyback now. Do they respect it? Smoker looking for this opening.
Maybe a little bit.
Something to steal.
I don't think they have to though. I think they're gonna keep going.
They are indeed. Adrian blinking forward. He's got the Lotus on him. I'll be waiting patiently. Is just gonna try to throw out the slights. Oh boy, my game is a flip book right now.
Meanwhile, the Dawnbreaker is having a good time just defending.
No, okay, the harpoon into Adrian. They're gonna see if they can just try to finish him off quickly. But Pake in a very awkward position right now. Nullifier gets landed on him as well. He's gonna have to back off. They've got that Lotus Orb to try to keep him alive. Won't have the borrowed time up for another 40-something seconds.
This is a huge timing. Next creep wave, they can just go in. They can even go in already. Like, there's backdoor protection, but you can just go in and look for fights.
You've got this monkey too that's giving vision. Scouting out, seeing where they're hiding off to the side. Gonna try to play a little bit with
he
them.
pulled
The
himself.
harpoon! Oh dear, that is a very dead bat. No bat for 60-something seconds.
Very unfortunate there, and he drops the Wukongs just to commit right clicks.
Pake's backing out right now. They do manage to land the roar. They have the rupture. He does not have the borrowed time like we talked about, so he's just dead. No buyback on the Abaddon. As now Smoker running in towards this fountain. They manage to get their hands on Lumpy. They go for the Ravage play, but they'll just call the GG.
Yeah, GG gets called, and
They strike back. This is what I wanted to see from them.
yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we were asking for, that Mad Kings would not just go out without showing that they are a competent team that can play way better than they did in game one. And here we see it. They managed to play pretty active in the early game. The rotations were good by the Monkey King, but they also stabilized the game and play towards their strength, farm it up, and ultimately the lineup from Lava here, it is a little bit wonky. I like the carry Abaddon, but going for this build in this draft, I think is a little bit too greedy, because you're gonna go late game, and ultimately that just favors the team with Beast, Bloodseeker, and Monkey way too much.
Yeah, it felt a little, I don't know. I feel like there were other choices for Pake to pick up for this position one. And like you said, just a little bit kind of awkward in the way that it played out in this draft. was doing fairly decent, but again, it was I don't know. It just felt like their timing never quite hit, whereas it felt like Mad Kings felt a lot more confident, maybe not necessarily showing it. Like we said, they were like 10K up at one point. They didn't seem to act like they had that idea.
Yeah.
But definitely the execution was way better.
Yeah, this fight they just got clumped up so hard, and they had their Abaddon just pushing mid. This was they got a lot of value out of the Mirana, to be honest, on the side of Mad Kings. All these invis ganks that they set up and move for. This is also the fight where they get a nice pick off initially, but then get absolutely punished by the Bloodseeker blinking in and the Dawnbreaker ulting in.
Who do you think would really impress you over on the side of Mad Kings this game?
I mean, for me, I would have to say Adrian. 14, 1, and 8. I think he would be my MVP. He just played a really clean Bloodseeker game. Can't really fault him for too much that he did this game.
Yeah, well, that was definitely much more interesting to watch the game number 1, which was a bit of a stomp. I think that's putting it lightly. And like I said, it seemed like a little bit of this just came down to some of the draft choices. I'm curious. I'm still really curious, honestly. Even though that Mad Kings, they played definitely a lot better. They were very impressive, especially like I said for Adrian. I'm curious what it'll be like if we get a little bit more of a balanced draft between the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams are showing clearly that they can execute, but this is also what we saw in our previous years, right? The draft is so important. In the South American qualifiers here, I see a little bit too frequently just imbalances in the drafts where like one team has a bit of a disadvantage that you wouldn't expect. Here, I mean, it's not a clear disadvantage, it's just you're on a timer, and the item builds that Abaddon went for kind of drags it into late game, so it works against that timer. Maybe you could have built more towards like early Echo Saber and tried to play to just, you know, push and end the game, Echo into Manta or something instead of the Radiance, but ultimately they give it a nice try.
Yeah, and I think, like we said, game number 1 was a little bit disappointing. Mad Kings bouncing back, though, especially coming out with Adrian, who is our MVP here, showing up, really showing what he's made of. And also the fact that, you know, we talked about this earlier, Adrian ended up leaving Infinity and joining the Mad Kings, whereas Infinity went on to become AcatSuki with MNZ. So he's showing, you know, he's definitely valuable. He's someone that you want to keep your eye on. And it seems like, you know, in that game, it felt very, very comfortable with him within the team.
Yeah, he played the lane really well, and he also had good moves later on in the fight. Good target parrying. I don't think there was necessarily much that he could have done even better than he played this game, so definitely a great performance. I think the final nail in the coffin was once he got that Blink Dagger, he could really just surprise people and jump in and kill them quickly.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting, too. We haven't seen a lot of Dawn 5, but within this region, we have, at least today, too, right? Like, you know that Lava plays it as a 5, but then it got picked up by Red Monster, and it looks good, honestly. I thought, like, he did a great job. A little bit difficult, right? Because Smoker was usually in position to go and steal immediately, but that might just be more talking to the effect of Smoker and having good positions.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, Dawnbreaker, it gives you a lot of flexibility in setting up rotations and also counterplay if the opponents are going for ganks. So it's sort of a hero that just suits these type of games where there's quite a bit of farming and you have a lot of downtime. Then Dawn gets time to get that ulti back, and she can keep farming jungle somewhere. Everyone can kind of farm somewhere on their own, and then if the fight breaks out, she will at least always be there. And I think that's very important, to have as many heroes as possible engaged in these early skirmishes.
Well, it comes down to one more game for these teams, and we'll see if they're going to pick Dawnbreaker yet again and put it in that position 5 with the Flexor. You know, anything can really happen in these qualifiers, but we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 3.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
It's been a long day of South American Dota today, but we've been treated to all 3 games so far, and it's no exception for this last one. One more game here between Lava versus Mad Kings. Mad Kings, they're showing not only do they have signs of life, but they're hungry for the spot, and this is exactly what I've been wanting to see. Lava, though, I know them. They're not going to make it easy. What do you think we're going to see for this 3rd game? Are we going to see no holds barred? Are we going to see some real crazy fights, or are we just going to see them be cautious and methodical?
No, I think we're going to see them go absolutely crazy here. I think this is time to just bring it 100%, because we saw game 1, Lava ran away with it. Mad Kings didn't really have time to wake up. But, you know, they came back game 2. They were ready, and they got a better draft, in my opinion, and they also played it better in game 2. Now, game 3, the big question is here, are we going to see some more innovation here, or are we going to see them bring more comfort heroes? Because I think this is a great spot to just bring a curveball to your opponents if you are brave enough to do it, but it's so risky as well. So it's sort of a telltale sign here of how brave your team feels.
Do we see some, like, not necessarily cheesy picks, but see some, like, interesting, like, in the back pocket sort of, like, Meepo Arc Warden nonsense coming out here?
Yeah, that's the type of stuff that you could see, you know, any hero spammer who's like, you know what, we haven't really been abusing this thing, and if they are not prepared for it and I see a good game for it, I'm going to call, you know, we can do it here. As for bans going, let's go through what we have here. It is the same 2 banned in first phase by Lava Esports, banning out the Nature's Prophet Invoker, following it with Dawnbreaker now, so I'm not going to see a repeat on that. And then Mirana. Whereas Mad Kings ban out the Darkseer, Io, and Razor.
Yeah, it's interesting that won't be seeing the Dawnbreaker this time around. The Mirana doing so much work for the side of Bad Kings in the previous match on top of that, but do like the idea of having the gyrocopter. Gyrocopter, of course, you know, we've seen him moved around in multiple positions, so it's not necessarily in that position 1 spot. Often seeing him kind of moved around into more of a support capacity, which still works.
I think it's just a great opening pick because it has one of the most dangerous flexes ever. If that is a carry gyro in the current patch, it's very, very, very potent. And if you don't properly counter it, you might just lose based off that. So you gotta prepare yourself for the possibility of carry gyro. They pick Undying into gyro? Okay, I don't fully agree with that, but that's interesting. Since the flak cannon is so good for killing off the zombies, I feel like it's not an ideal pick.
I'm wondering if that's a comfort pick, if that's like they're reaching the point of like, okay, we just need to feel what we're comfortable with and take, yeah, that's a Jimmy special.
Yeah.
For the side of Lava. Oh god, I haven't said Jimmy special since like way back in the day.
Yeah.
Of NA Dota, but yeah, no, that is a hero that I'm guessing, you know, I've seen him play it, is comfortable with it. So perhaps that's the reason why.
Yeah, I feel like this is a hero that they have played a lot, but it is just a little bit sad to see it picked like that. Because even a support gyrocopter can just make sure that there are no zombies chasing you down. So you rely very heavily on winning the lane super hard, since the tombstone won't be as big impact this game as you might want it to be. Meanwhile, Mad Kings going for an opening that I like here, just going gyrocopter into the Grimstroke. I like their start better than I would say the Lava opening.
The big stompy boy. I was wondering if we were going to see him because he feels like we haven't seen much of him, and at least not in the games that we've cast, right? We haven't seen him at all. But I also don't think we've seen him in the South American qualifiers, have we?
I'm not sure if
Maybe
he has
once?
been. I'm not sure if he has been picked. Not out of the games that I did watch. I watched some of the other games as well being cast, but yeah, overall I would say Primal Beast is definitely a hero that is high tempo and capable of throwing a lot of ganks. So I'm curious if they're going to run this as a side lane combination with the Gyro plus Primal, or if it's going to be Grimstroke Primal, or if they just put it towards mid and say this is, you know, essentially the same as having a Pango mid. It's similar, it's very low cooldown, it's great at ganking and kills creep waves fast.
I don't know. I kind of would like to see it paired up with the support in the side lanes because, like, right now, even just with the Grim or the Gyro, right, this is a very potent combination. And a lot of it has been coming down to who is getting absolutely dominated in the lanes between these two teams. Feels like if they start to fall a little bit behind, it just becomes too painful and they just struggle to find that opening again. So.
And they pick Willow into this as well. I have to say, I might sound a little bit negative towards Lava here, but I'm not a fan of their choice of supports, and I will elaborate a bit on it. The Gyrocopter Undying I already touched on, but now picking Willow as well, there's already Call Down, Stroke of Fate, Trample, there's going to be Onslaught, possible ulti from Primal Beast can also AoE hit you, Inkswell can hit you, there's so many things that can still hit you, even if you go into the Shadow Realm. So you rely very heavily on getting value from either the Bedlam or from your Terrorize. And they don't have a great Bedlam target. I guess you can put it on Undying, but Underlord isn't that fast. He may struggle to keep up with targets. So I'm just not super feeling it here, because normally I want to see Willow be, very difficult to deal with due to her Shadow Realm. And here, I just don't feel like that's the case.
This may be another comfort pick too. I know Smoker has played Willow recently. And maybe perhaps also a denial pick, just because, the way that Bedlam has been changed, you do cast it on your allies, and a Gyrocopter with Bedlam on him is pretty scary, as is the...
10 seconds remaining.
Oh god, I'm blanking, because I just look at his face, I see Big Stompy Boy.
Primal Beast?
Yes,
Yeah.
Primal Beast. I'm sorry, I've just spent so much time calling him the Stompy Boy.
Yeah. Well,
But it's scary, right? It's scary when you have someone that's all up in your business, in your face, when you have these targets that can have the Inkswell, have the Bedlam on. Maybe that's also a reasoning behind it. Is it a good enough reason to take it and use it in your own draft? I don't necessarily think so. I'm not sure what you think, but...
Yeah, no, I mean, that's like I highlighted. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the support duo that I went with. The TA here, though, I think can lane pretty well against Primal Beast. So if it's offlane Primal Beast, then that can be a struggle lane for him. And overall, not too bad against Grimstroke and Gyrocopter. Pretty decent matchup overall and fits for them. I would say this is just more incentive to put the Primal Beast mid, though, and you can even throw a curveball on that offlane and get a good matchup. Throw some disgusting like last pick Viper or something onto TA's lane, and then just play high tempo, Gyro carry, Viper mid or Viper offlane, and Primal mid.
That's true, because you already have really good initiation in the form of just like the Primal Beast himself, so you can put something a little bit slower, more stationary in that offlane if you would like.
Yeah, exactly.
It's possible.
Fire team back.
Yeah, and
Okay. So this is a core gyro.
yeah, that solidifies the Gyrocopter to be almost guaranteed to be the carry. We don't really see it being played in the other core positions. But I like the Treant pickup here. Great amount of control. I think Treant is generally underrated. And then the Living Armor later on also provides good survivability against the TA. So I like the way that Mad King's draft is shaping up here.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling like Lava's draft currently is just kind of harder to really execute. I mean, you've got like the decent team fight, right? Because you could do the Pit of Malice thrown down, and also with the Underlord being able to just show up and, just have that Fiend's Gate as an opening. But then like the other pieces just feel a little clunky. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they don't have tools at all. I just feel like it's a bit of a mismatch to what Mad Kings are doing. And it's always complicated in Dota. You gotta, pick something that works well. If I just look at the heroes themselves in a pairing, and sure, I mean, those 4 heroes can be very good. And with, depending on last pick, it can be a really nice lineup. But you also have to adapt to a certain degree to what you're against. And I feel like here, they may be prioritizing a little bit too much on their own comfort. And we'll see if it's going to punish them or if it's going to work out.
So what's like the final pick here? Because I also feel like the initiation on the side of Lava is weak currently. I don't feel like it's very strong. I feel like it's easily punishable.
It is. I think they at least get to counterpick here on the final pick. So they'll get to see what's going to be, if it's going to be an offlane Primal Beast indeed, and what's going to be the mid hero if so. So just getting a nice mid matchup is probably going to be the best bet that they have here. There's no hero that stands out too much to me that Lava would want, so I'm wondering what Mad Kings pick into this.
I feel like Control might be nice for the side of Lava. Mad Kings right now, I'm liking their draft.
Mad Kings need damage. They need magic damage coming into this. Again, they could go for like Grimstroke Lina combination here. Definitely available. Because they, on the other hand, have tons of control, right? Like, both teams have some. You have the Pit of Malice and you have the Dark Willow.
Quap?
Yeah, Queen works really well here. Queen is actually way better against TA than she used to be as well. Now that the ulti is at least 16 damage instances. Doom comes out. So that's a mid-primal to me. Mid-primal and off-lane Doom. Interesting. I mean, I do want the mid-primal in this game. And Doom counter-healing. That's basically how I think about the hero now, right? You gotta think like, oh, you can't heal. You can still use items, so
5 seconds.
I don't know. I mean, it kind of works here, but there's not a crazy amount of healing. There's just like Undying and maybe some Greaves on Underlord, but he could also just not go Greaves.
Yeah, not what I was expecting, but obviously still has its merits. And they're going to go for the Wraith King, so it's going to be a mid-TA going up against that Primal. Again, granted, if Primal is actually going mid.
Nice. I like that choice. It's going to be TA versus Primal. That matchup is not great for Primal Beasts. You can do a lot of bullying with the melds. Eventually, he can clear the creeps really fast. But the Wraith King coming out for that extra life can be a nice hero to have against the Doom, since you don't care about getting doomed and killed once.
I'm wondering, so my thing with having this Primal Beast, right, like, usually when I see a Primal Beast, it's usually in the offlane for starters, but also it doesn't feel like he needs that much in terms of items. It's more about getting those levels online and being like, what's the word?
The playmaker?
Yeah, he's more of a playmaker. He's more of like, I'm setting up this gank, be prepared, have your damage ready sort of thing. So does it really matter that, Lumpy's going to be, bullying him in the lane as long as he's getting those levels?
It can actually be completely inconsequential if his rotations are good. I've seen it. I've done it to, a lot of Primal Beasts mid. I've absolutely dumpstered them in lane, and then they throw a gank towards my safe lane, proceed to get a ton of kills, and everything just goes crazy from there. So yeah, we'll see exactly how it's going to play out here.
Okay. Well, that is definitely curious. I'm expecting a very high tempo draft coming out from Mad Kings. Same thing coming out from Lava, but I do feel like it's going to take a little bit longer for this Wraith King to come into play. However, if it goes super late, we are going to see some crazy shenanigans coming out of Lava, especially, having those Wraith Ghosts for the rest of his team eventually too, making it very difficult, so...
Yeah, the Aghanim's Wraith King is interesting now. The change to it, that it's actually part of the lowering your cooldown on ulti now, makes it so that you kind of want to buy it, but carry players tend to not buy it until you're already 6-slotted still. So we'll see if he prioritizes differently, if he gets it early or not. I expect we're not going to see it until very late.
I mean, if it does get very late, then it makes sense that we'd see it. But again, like you said, it depends on how he wants to build. Favorites going into this, Waga? Do you have one higher than the other?
I mean, I'm going to go against my babe here, the TA. I'm going to say that I think Mad King's draft looks easier to execute, so I'm done with that.
Right.
But I'm all happy to see TA win as well, so I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Everybody just making their way to the lanes. No smokes this time around.
Yeah, just
don't really have necessarily the greatest level one, I guess, but they might be able to over on Lava potentially, but definitely doesn't feel. Look how big these hero models are. Like the Primal Beast and the Doom alone. Just the big boy draft over here.
Yeah, that's an annoying part about Primal Mid, is that he can use that to his advantage. He just stands on top of the creeps to make it so you can't deny or can't last it. And ultimately, you just lay all your auto attacks into him, which is really annoying. But you gotta just melt strike him into obedience, step away.
I want to know who came up with this crybaby taunt. I'm like, what about Primal was like, oh, it'd be funny. Let's just make him into a giant baby.
I have no clue. Some of them are ridiculous. It reminds me
what happened that night at Valve headquarters that they're like, yeah, let's do it. It's great.
Must have been the same night they came up with the OD dung beetle and just rolling a ball of dung.
All right. Nothing too unexpected here. We'll see Red Monster just dropping down a sentry, wanting to make sure that they can't go and stack this camp.
Yeah.
Don't want to give any sort of advantage to this TA.
quick block on the Ancient's definitely a good thing to do. Not letting her get easy farm, and already we see the Mel level 1 trying to harass, but Primal skilling up the armor on level 1 as well. Not going to be too bothered.
I feel like that lane's not going to be too bothersome for him. Like, TA not going to have really too many problems unless there's a rotation. And as for Primal, he just, you know, if he gets farm, it's great. If he doesn't, he's just there for the levels.
Yeah, mainly. He wants to get to level 6. And the moment he gets level 6, we're going to see him gank. Side lane,
A little
bottom.
bit of pressure on Oscar. Yeah, they used that blood grenade, and they have the Wraithfire on top of it. So they're just going to be able to chase him down, and it'll be the Undying who gets that first blood and a little bit of a D-ward, too.
That's what you get. You pay for premium laning stage by picking Undying. You get premium laning stage. This hero wins lanes. That is what he does. He's got 5 mangoes on one purpose. He's going to win this lane.
Yeah, all of a sudden Oscar not looking like that big of a boy when Undying just gets all of that decay on him.
Yeah, just shrinking every time. Meanwhile, top, a little bit of shenanigans happening over there as well. Lane is looking kind of wonky with these pulls.
Red Monster doing his best, though, to try to make a little bit of space and put some pressure on the Willow. Honestly, they should have just put a diaper on the Primal Beast at this point, like with all the other things. They could do it for Axe, you know? Why don't they just slap that on too?
True. Yeah, I agree. The Ancients were cleared up. Sorry, I was just watching the Dark Willow. Already going up and securing the Ancients here that were blocked up so that TA wouldn't get farm. But she is ready and gonna secure that they have some Ancients to step back into.
Yeah, I feel like the, especially because the wave is pushed up here for the Underlord, he's not going to be too happy if she walks away and he just gets some of that solo XP.
Yeah, completely fine. And he's working on an early Vanguard, then his laning stage is gonna be
Oscar?
easy.
They go and they drop the Inkswell. We'll connect over onto 2. They should be able to get the Undying, but they're gonna probably lose Oscar, although they have the living armor now. One big crit here from Peg. He's gonna be able to finish him off. Tries to go for the denial on the Tombstone. He even manages it.
That's a lot of gold.
Chad.
Yeah, a lot of gold taken away from Janek there, who would happily get the last hit on the Tombstone. Not gonna be able to do so. And second death there over on Oscar, but he did get TP in time. His TP cooldown was finally back, so it was time to die.
Yeah, he is a little bit behind here on these levels. Not quite level 3 just yet, but like we said, this Undying puts a lot of pressure down on the lane, and top lane also feeling that pressure as there's a constant just slugfest between the two of these guys.
Yeah, and this Underlord is taking so much damage before he has Vanguard. It's not that easy for him to withstand all the harassment. It's just constant. It's not that it's so much damage, but the amount of flak cannon auto attacks that he's taking. So that's why getting to the Vanguard is really crucial for him.
Checking in with the mid lane, we still have just level 4 on both of these heroes. Lumpy, as predicted, is going to have a bit more. Oh gosh, as they get the kill on Pake bottom. Finally, some retribution. Oscar's trying to run away. They're not going to have the decay for another 4 seconds then. He's taking too much harass from Genix, so we'll see Kristoff just moving his way into the trees, trying to just buy himself a little more time, and it looks like it's enough.
Yeah,
Looks like he's going to be fine.
The Scorched Earth rundown is so dangerous, actually. Just Scorched Earth and Inkswell, and the combo is just passively burning you down, running you down until you die. And Wraith King got back to a lane and now has boots at least, so he can maybe get out of it next time.
Dire's turret has been
Yeah, that'd probably be pretty important. Red Monster's carrier gets sniped by Smoker. And he's playing up in this jungle area. It feels like he wants to try to make a move maybe on PP with Lumpy, but no level 6 just yet on this TA, so probably gonna hold off on any sort of attack. Just continue harass, although rotation?
Yeah, they're looking for
Not
bottom.
Red Monster. Nah, he's gonna go back top. Or,
I think
no,
he's
maybe
waiting.
not.
He's waiting
Thinking
for
about it.
nighttime, perhaps. But okay, he thinks better of it. He was spotted by the ward. They have a ward over on the teleport. Both teams do.
Not quite level 6 on Primal Beast. Does manage to grab the bounty rune, refill his bottle. Looks like they still want to try to make a play despite not having that pulverized just yet. So
Yeah, the trample damage.
forward and yeah.
Another fantastic hero to put that Inkswell on when he ganks. Give him extra movement speed and even more AoE damage.
now he's a little bit closer to that level 6 too.
This is also where TA is not fitting super well into the game in the sense that they have so many damage instances. Trample kills it very, very fast. You also have a Scorched Earth, you have the Inkswell, and even on Gyro, not that he's gonna skill it anytime soon, but...
They want to kill. They want to kill. They get the silence off, followed up with the onslaught into the trample. Won't connect. They need a little bit more damage. Looks like Lumpy is going to actually survive. It was very close, and a good rotation here from Smoker makes them think twice.
I'm actually surprised they backed out there. Like, yeah, there is a counter TP, but you're full HP, 1100 HP Primal Beast with Chainmail, you know? Like, you can dive on the tower. You can definitely commit there, and that
Look,
TA
he's just
would
a
have
little
died.
baby.
Yeah,
You
he
see his taunt. He's just a little baby.
literally
Just
a little
scared for
baby,
him.
man. Why no dive? That was a kill. Obviously, he may have expected that there were more TPs behind it, but with one TP from Willow, that is not enough that he should back.
Well, again, this is, you know, an elimination match, so perhaps they're just feeling extra pressure. They don't want to, you know, misstep. They don't want to go home.
Yeah, that's
Little bit.
definitely true.
Picks up Lumpy, starts shaking him around, but it's about all that's going to happen out of that.
Yeah, we see a little bit of contesting here as Red Monster's like, how many stacks you guys got and coming over, and
That's a hard punch.
yeah. Oh no.
It's the courier.
And he steps in as well. Actually, one of the creeps didn't pull the Thunder Hide, didn't want to stack that camp anyway.
Yeah, Lumpy's saying, get away from my stacks.
TA has to fight for some of the clearing here, puts down the traps. Look at Tree, he's just like, give me experience. I want level
They're
5,
smoked
yes.
up. They want Lumpy. Again, that Inkswell, the onslaught, the trample. We'll hold them down a little bit. They have a Cursed Crown. Just need to put a little bit more damage onto Lumpy. And this time I think they should be successful, though. Do they have the vision? Nah, there it is. There's the kill. They almost grabbed Smoker, too. It was Undying, makes his way over. He's got himself those decay stacks. Red Monster still has his eyes on this Dark Willow and is going to pay for that greed.
Yeah, they're just gonna back out, respect the Tombstone, don't want to stay under it. Even though they had spells back on the Primal Beast already, just gonna play it safe. Don't want to keep taking the fight too far under the enemy territory. That's a great takedown though, getting the first kill on TA there, and keep contesting her when she goes towards the Ancients.
There's still that big stack over there, too, yeah. She only managed to get the kill. Didn't even finish off the other stack she was doing.
Yeah, she doesn't have time. Very quick move, good rotation. I like the way that Mad Kings are already grouping up the Grimstroke here with the right heroes. And he's mid, again.
That's what I want to see, yeah. He's thinking about it. He's like, all right, I got 3 points in this Inkswell. You've got an Onslaught, Pulverize.
There is a party behind the TA, though. They're realizing that they gotta protect her a little bit, so probably a good thing they didn't dive him there. Instead, they're gonna make their move bottom.
And Peg says, I do not want to be here. He's already... Oh, no, he cancels it out. He thought about channeling up to the top lane, but...
Or does he? He does want to be here, but he wants to be in the well wishes. Gonna run left here.
PP doing some hunting as he drags the creep wave over.
Means bottom tower is probably gonna fall here, though, as nobody really is playing the area. They're sacrificing this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they don't have the fastest tower takers, luckily, but they can take their time right now.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it's just gonna go down to some auto attacks here. I think Doom can go in and help the Primal Beast, because right now it's this Primal Beast smacking down the tower with his autos. PP gonna pull and farm here as well. Oh, he got the pig pull as well. That's S tier for Primal Beast. Very, very good.
He's working on that BKB, because like we said earlier, the Primal Beast is one of those heroes that doesn't need a whole heck of a lot of net worth to make a splash early.
He doesn't, and yet he is ahead of the TA by just, 60 gold right now, so he's doing fantastic in this game so far. They are gonna lose top tower, though, if they don't TP. Always hurts to lose the tier 1 towers when you have a treant on your team.
Yeah, it's gonna go down. They're not gonna go and protect it. They have their sights set here on this mid tower, though, so perhaps they can make some moves here.
Yeah, I think they need to bring in Doom as well if they want to get the tower, but they could always go in and contest the enemy ancient area as well. The TA did clear the stacks already, but just staying on top of her and not allowing her to get free farm here is pretty important for them.
Now, Underlord TPing in into the mid lane as Looks like PP and Genic, they're gonna move back. They're gonna do a little hunting of their own, it seems. But Pake is pretty well hidden here in the very bottom part of this jungle, so unlikely that they're gonna be able to go and find him. They do see the Undying. Get a little bit of a D ward.
Similar to his Abaddon game, though, jungle doesn't farm that fast. You want to farm the lane creeps. We might see an Inkswell charge in on mid.
He's tanky though. That's gonna be a little tough, I think, right?
It is a tough one to bring down, but they just want to fight. You can see it in PP and Genic right now. They're just looking for action wherever they can get it.
Radiant are scanning.
They do have the Solar Bind into Double Doom later on as well. Always a nice...
That's nice.
Oh, Soul Bind, not Solar Bind.
That's a different name.
That's Qhali.
That drives me crazy sometimes. So we have some of the most creative minds working on this game, but then we pick like practically the same names, right? Like Split Earth, Earth Splitter. Like,
yes.
come on, guys, you can be more creative with that. I believe in you.
Good old Earth Shock and Aftershock as well. Yeah. Yes, Shock. Everything should just be named like old Slardar abilities.
Amp damage.
Crush, Sprint, Bash.
That was
And amp damage.
That was the day the dev was like, maybe I should quit my job. What am I doing with my life? I don't care. Let's give him these names.
Yeah. Now he has good names such as Slithering Crush. Not just Crush anymore.
He
Guardian
gets an adjective.
Sprint.
He's moving up in the world.
Not just Sprint. Gyrocopter going for the Maelstrom in this game. We see usually the Crystallis build, but opting to go for the Maelstrom instead. I'm curious as to the reason that he wants to do it. It does give him, a little bit of AoE clearing, gives him a chance for True Strike as well if there's going to be evasion later on. Or the Radiance from Wraith King, as it seems he's building one here. Also a separate damage instance, so it's one more way to remove refraction charges quickly. Can't have too many of those.
It feels like this time around Lava's kind of on this back foot, right? Because Lumpy does not, does have the Dragonlance completed, but really would love to have that Desolator before getting involved in too many fights. And the support choice, like you said earlier, you weren't super fond of it, but they're not able to do quite as much, right?
Yeah, I just don't feel like they can do too much now. The Undying was good in the laning stage. He got his job done, but now he's fallen into this post-laning stage depression that is every Undying's, reality at some point. Like, oh, laning stage is over. I guess you guys don't need me anymore. At the same time, though, we see Mad Kings making moves. They're looking for stuff all the time with the Grimstroke, very active gameplay. Another thing I want to touch on is that they have this Wraith King plus TA, which is pretty greedy and will steal a lot of farm from each other, as compared to the Gyrocopter, who is basically getting very high priority on farm on his side of his team. I mean, he's 172 CS compared to the 128 of TA.
Right.
So that's because Doom and Primal Beast, they're not going to consume that much farm. And Doom gets a lot of farm out of very few creeps with the Midas and Devour. So I like the farm distribution though.
Yeah, it's definitely a full 180 from what we saw in game number 1. We're just like, I don't know what Mad Kings is doing. Did they forget that they're playing officials today? So I'm happy to see this.
Yeah, I
would like to see them keep up this aggression though, because I feel like they've cooled off a little bit, and they are very, very close to this BKB, so I can definitely respect that. But I would still like to see them, just being aggressive in these lanes, causing them to have to respond on the side of Lava and just disrupting them.
I guarantee you, it's gonna happen now. The moment the Primal Beast has his BKB, he's gonna be like, guys, I'm ready to go. Like, he doesn't need to call over everyone, but just together with Treant and Grimstroke alone, he can fight into some pretty scary stuff and just rely on the BKB TP out, because there is no cancel for it. The only cancel is death. So yeah, he can be pretty aggressive.
So dramatic.
Indeed.
But no, I like this. I like this for sure. We have a smoke on the Primal Beast, so he is looking to fight. And that's the other nice thing about having this Treant, right, is the fact that he can be very useful even when he's not standing right directly near him, right, with that living armor.
Yeah, he's maxing it now.
Oh, hey, hi there. A nice bind over on the side onto Lumpy and this Undying. PP doing his best to stomp around. He's gonna pick up that TA. BKB means he's not gonna be threatened, and he's just gonna slap him across the mouth.
Yeah, he tried to run away with the haste rune, but didn't get far enough from the big old dinosaur's hands. Gets smacked down. And there we see the power of the Grimstroke plus the Primal Beast. So much damage.
And now we have an Agnum Scepter completed for the Gyrocopter, so things are looking really good for Adrian right now, and really good for Mad Kings in general. Very useful.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, hold that thought, Adrian. Okay, maybe you got a little bit too comfortable in this bottom lane, but they do back off on the side of lava. So it's still looking a little scary. Looks like they're not going to bother with the Willow. They don't really need her, but they will be able to protect their Gyro.
Thinking about doing something more, but looks like they're gonna back up. You know what always confuses me every time I hear Mad Kings? Because it's like, there's a European pro player called Mad Kings. So I always think of his goddamn Batrider every time I hear Mad Kings.
See, that's funny because, like, on the flip side of that, I've known Mad Kings for... They actually used to be one of my favorite organizations when I first started casting SA Dota. But when I hear it, I always think of the South American org, not the play.
Right, yeah.
It's funny how that stuff happens.
Yeah, it's who you get introduced to first. BKB is off cooldown now on Primal Beast, so gonna look towards him. He wants to go top.
Ooh, he sees Pake. He wants Pake.
Yeah.
Pake's like, I do not want to be here.
Pake is running. Is he running in time?
He's got a Sacred Relic. Does he get greedy? Does he stick around? No, he's playing it safe. I like, what? Well, maybe not.
Yeah, with
They
the
don't have the vision, though, so...
with the charge on
looks like he's
cooldown,
gonna be okay.
he realized that the charge wasn't on him, so he sticks around. Mid tower gets claimed. Meanwhile, angry dinosaurs. They want the couriers.
Yeah, this does feel kind of like a dino match, right? What do you call it? What is Underlord? Like, he looked kind of like a dino. Obviously, Primal Beast is far more dinosaur looking, but...
He's a demon. He's one of those Warcraft 3 copyrighted demons.
Shh, I'm not sure we're allowed to say that on stream.
It's copyright infringement, I say.
No! We had to give our Skeleton King skin and turn him into a Wraith King because we're not allowed to have that anymore.
Yeah.
Although PP, oh... They're nearby. This trap should be able to spot them. They see the Skelly men. Got the Ink Swell, the Onslaught going forward. Still going to be able to go over, put the damage down over onto Peg. He's holding on to that Pulverize. It's going to be the first life of Wraith King coming down. The follow-up with that Fiend's Gate. Now PP, he's caught out over here on the side. It's a nice little bind between Christ and Arcana coming in. PP, he's still alive here. Needs to be careful. Uses the BKB. Needs to move
low.
himself away. He's sitting so very low, but he will indeed survive as they end up taking out plenty of people on the side of lava.
What? He started taking the portal instead of just running away, and the TA just blinks and kills him. I mean, if he took that portal, he would have died, by the way. It was under a tower on mid, and he had no HP at all. I'm not sure if he was just having some fun with it there, but...
Some panic, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a misclick. It's very easy to accidentally click the Unlord portal, to be fair.
Yep.
So if you try to move anywhere near it, always end up accidentally trying to portal through.
And just like that, Mad Kings makes their way down to the bottom area of the map.
Yeah, the TA at least getting, you know, one nice fight participation there, getting a takedown on the Primal Beasts that netted 1,000 gold for him and his team.
I'm gonna run into Pake here. Monster gonna open up Nature Scraps, slow him down a little bit. Flat Cannon gets activated. Did the Undying nearby? No points in Soul Rip.
PP in trouble on mid.
Careful. Look at this, Oscar. He uses the Doom. He realizes, oh, your reincarnation is down. They've lost Smoker, but they've got themselves a nice prize. Now they're chasing after this Undying. Lumpy finding himself a kill on Genic, but this is not looking good for this Undying. A lot of action happening, but I think the bigger story right now is that they just lost their Wraith King.
Did lose the Wraith King. That definitely sets them back, especially as it was right under towers. Now the Gyrocopter is just slamming into this tier 2 tower as well. Gonna bring it down quite quickly. But TA getting the Primal Beast as well as the Grimstroke there gives her quite a bit of a boost in net worth and does allow her to get the Shard. So she has Blink, Dragonlance, Deso, and Shard up and running now. So getting a little bit stronger.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Where do you think they get those roar sounds from?
That's just me
way
when I haven't
that's
found a game in a while.
That poor Grimstroke. He was hoping that maybe that fade time wouldn't be so long, but it was not fast enough
Yeah.
to escape from the TA. It was wishful thinking, I think.
Yeah, there's no way he lives there. Even if he goes invis, he can still just put down a trap and start side-blading from traps on him until he's dead.
Who's getting the shard?
And the lottery goes to the Treant.
All right.
Not a bad one. I mean, they didn't have a bad shard really to get, I feel. It's pretty decent options. Getting it for Grimstroke or getting it for Treant, either is definitely really good here.
Yeah, I do love, we were talking about names earlier. The very creative shard for the Primal Beast, Rock Throw.
Yes. Yeah, he's also one of those. I mean, his names are pretty much like that. Pulverize, Onslaught, Trample, Uproar.
That's true.
Simple, to the point.
Big scan. I don't think they're going to get there in time, though. This Roche is going down so quickly.
Yeah.
I think they'll get there.
They might
I don't
punish
know.
afterwards, but nah,
Well,
they're
they're a
gonna
little
back.
nervous about this. They even dropped the tombstone side, but yeah. Turn around. They've got the vision. It is being
going in.
forced to fight here. That is indeed the truth. PP's taking a lot of damage. Have to use that BKB. Monster, though, taking a lot. As they'll turn their attention now to Oscar. He's got that Inkswell on him. Manages to land over onto multiples, but the Curse Crown coming into play. He's just getting stuck, and look at this. Somehow the Undying manages to survive. Adrian on the back lines here. He's trying to do all the damage that he can, and he's going to be able to take down that Wraith King one time. Can he take down Lumpy is the next question, but no, he cannot, and the Aegis will end up getting used as they'll end up losing PP.
Wait, they bought back the Treant and he's trying to rejoin the fight. What? This is some crazy aggression. Like, the Aegis was already claimed and the enemy were backing out in a safe way. Mad King's definitely overstepping there. That fight was a horrible initiation as they just charged through and ended up getting auto-attacked 4 times by TA. Primal Beast had to run away with his tail between his legs. And the fight was just pretty much lost from there.
Feels like they felt like they had to get forced into it because they kind of got caught, right? The TA saw them, started giving off those clicks, and instead of just backing out and sacrificing like one,
Well,
they just full committed.
It was the choice to charge in. He could easily just not have charged in, so it may be a little bit too eager to win a fight there. But now you lost Roche, and you lost the team fight, and you bought back during that team fight. That was super costly for them. So they were ahead, but now this equalizes the game a little bit and gives more time for this TA plus Wraith King duo core to try and make up the difference to the net.
Big swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that net worth. Oof. Only 2k net worth lead now over to the side of Mad Kings, and this Wraith King is going to keep on scaling.
Yeah, and not a bad game to be a Wraith King as well. If you get sufficient items here, you can kind of lead the way and charge in and make it easy for your TA to play the backline. He's going for a Manta style next.
Another Aghanim shard. This one going over to Dark Willow, which I love this shard. I think it's super useful for more control in fights.
Yeah, I think this one is fantastic. I mean, getting those extra brambles, sure, you can dodge them if you pay attention and move correctly, but a lot of times you're under some stressed situation. Maybe there's a terrorize and you get forced into them. And just a 1 second, 1 second faster trigger time is really nice.
Also, there's a lot of stuff on the ground during team fights, so it really does come in handy. Nice little cheeky play. PP's pretty mad, though. He's like, I wanted that haste rune, how dare you? But then decides, I don't know where the rest of the team is. We're going to back off.
Yeah, can't really kill her on your own. So Smoker getting away nicely there. And here's the Tranquil Boots. He's healing up again. You see a move towards mid. Smoke available.
All 4 behind. They're baiting PP here. Again, cutting down the Inkswell, trying to just put some pressure over onto the Willow, and it does connect, so he'll finally get his hands on Willow, and while they kill the Dark Willow, they'll be able to take themselves the tower as well.
A little bit too cheeky by Smokey there, going up and trying to deal damage to Primal Beast. There was really no way they was going to kill him, so he was just trying to be a nuisance a little bit too much and gets punished.
Adrian TPing to the bot lane. Looks like they want to try to gain control of this jungle. No wards, though, over on Genex, so not going to be able to... No wards over on Treant either. I'm surprised that they don't have any wards on them to go and place down while they make their way through.
Yeah, I mean, they at least got a deep ward on mid before they went for this, so they have some really nice lane vision there. As they're now grouping up to take control of the bottom area. the damage reduction build is pretty much online for the Underlord here. He has the Crimson Guard, Lotus, and Pipe. And even has a greater healing Lotus in his inventory, so got that mini cheese ready.
Yeah, it's surprising how much it does sometimes when you're not used to having the graders in your...
900 HP on a hero with this much damage mitigation is pretty impactful, yeah.
Top tower is under attack.
Have you ever gotten the, what is it, the slice of cheese? Or the wheel of cheese, rather?
Yeah, the block of cheese. Yeah.
Have you ever gotten it? I haven't yet.
I've had it twice, and I've had it in my teammates' stuff a few times. It's underwhelming. it's not as good as you think, but it's good for tanking towers when you push tier 4 buildings, I've learned, because the block keeps regenerating even if you take tower damage.
Okay,
so
right.
you don't actually take tower damage anymore unless some player hits you, which is neat, I guess. Outside of that, I mean...
Yes, I'm sure, like, the very epic item, just like, it's kind of neat.
It's not really worth it at all, no. I mean, the greater healing lotuses plus the cheese have more impacts every single time. Every single time it's worth more to just use the items.
Well, they're definitely on the hunt on the side of Mad Kings, as they've taken up a good portion of the Radiant jungle. But they're just being very elusive on the side of Lava. They know the later that this goes, the better off their chances are. And right now, Pake... continuing, looks like it's gonna be going for a Manta into his shard for his next item, and then Lumpy, I'm interested, like, why aren't we seeing, I guess the Lincoln Sphere is enough for the TA, right?
Yeah, the no BKB, you mean?
Just because of the, yeah, just because of PP, right? That's like PP and Doom, obviously, but there's too many things here, I feel, that can pop it, like, because you've got the Soulbind, you've got Doom, you've got, you know, the Pulverize, like...
There are things that can proc it, but most of them are pretty big cooldowns, and some of them are tricky. Like, you can go in a Leech Seed, but it's very short range. You can Homing Missile, but that only triggers when it hits, so it's very delayed. So it will probably protect him against some big spell. I would argue that BKB is probably still more worth it in this game, though.
I guess it's tough because so many things will go through it too, though, right?
It's true, but the amount
growth, the
and just damage in general. Here we have a big move, though. Going to
they have
Gyro.
their eyes set on Adrian, and they'll get the jump. They'll protect him a little bit longer as you hear the Doom getting used over on
He's
the side.
Titanicking.
They're trying to run out. Adrian, though, he's doing so much damage, like you said, with the Static. He's in the middle of everyone, and that's exactly where he wants to be. Wraith King is not looking too great here. Does have the Reincarnation still up. Nice little 4-staff play away. Oscar needs to get a little bit closer. Good Brambles will slow them down. No Blink Dagger available right now, so Red Monster on the hunt, has the shard. They've got this missile. Lumpy's like, I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying to get down, Mr. President. Eventually, though, it does end up connecting.
Still giving
Monster
chase.
doesn't have the overgrowth, but yes, that's going to be the first reincarnation here as Lumpy puts out a more damage, and he manages to get out with that blink. That was a close one and a long chase coming out from the side of Mad Kings.
That was a nice speedy blink there. There was both Nature's Grasp on the ground and also Scorched Earth ticking, so had to blink really fast to make sure he doesn't get caught, but he was out.
The frantic clicks.
Yeah, I think if they put Inkswell, it's very, very hard to blink out because that's super fast damage ticks.
Right. Fortunately, that did not go the way I think that Lava was hoping, especially when you have this gyrocopter just in the middle of everyone with a Satanic and the Ags.
Yeah.
It was a difficult thing.
He just got delivered as well, pretty much. So the Satanic coming in clutch there, keeping him happy and alive. And I don't think he can be the target really in the fight. You have to somehow get pickoffs on the Grimstroke, you know, kill the Treant maybe. If you're playing as Lava here, committing to the gyrocopter is going to be very tough.
I feel like they're playing this so well, though, on the side of Mad Kings, because, right, the early, like, mid-game, that was all about PP. That was all about this big dinosaur stomping through, making you think twice. But now that Adrian's online, he's kind of being the one that's showing his face first. He's the one that's, you know, letting them put the taunt on, so to speak.
Yeah, he's understanding exactly how strong he is. The Aghanims and Satanic does give you a lot of, authority over the fights. Basically, you can just run in and be like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Until they start getting the counter items. They have the Halberd being built on Underlord right now, which can be useful.
Whew. He was thinking about it.
The DD Rune Underlord and the Shield Rune Primal. Shield room
I
blocks
feel like
it all.
that's a kaiju fight right there.
It really is.
It's got to get some Mothra in there too.
TA looking for Grimstroke. Not gonna
Okay,
get it.
nice play there with the Hurricane Pike. PP was thinking about going for some moves, but doesn't have the Pulverize up just yet. Do have the Gem on him though, which will be very nice to be able to just remove some of this vision from their own jungle.
Yeah. TA going for Daedalus next. I have to say I disagree with this. The Daedalus is nice. It does a lot of damage, but this, in my opinion, is a nullifier game. You're playing as the Primal Beast. You're playing as Treant. So Primal Beast Q is dispellable. It's very weird, but his charge is dispellable. So if you just throw a nullifier on him, he cannot charge. And it's a very, very annoying thing for Primals to play against. So
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah.
Well, the gate's coming. The BKB is getting used. And they're going to chase after PP. Again, he should... No, they managed to go grab him, hold him into place. And that's just going to be the end of this dino. While this is going on, though, they do manage to use the Tormentor. And they're going to get the shard for the Grimstroke. Which, again, very nice choices for that shard on the side of Mad Kings. Pressure being placed on tower, though. The creep wave is arriving.
Yeah.
And this living armor is only going to do so much against a Deso TA and the damage that's coming out of this Wraith King.
It's pretty fantastic for him to get that takedown right next to a tower, so easy transition. Bottom, gotta be careful here. The
Well,
Willow,
it's fine.
yeah, gets out.
Dire's top tower.
I don't know, does Overgrowth hit in Willow form? I don't play enough Treant or Willow. I'm not sure if it hits or not. Because he was
it's technically a ground targeted, I think it does.
he was
hit,
casting
but
it and then he
I could be
cancelled
wrong.
it. So I would assume that it doesn't, but I don't know for sure.
Summons an overgrowth of vines and branches. Prevents them from moving, blinking, going visible, attacking. It doesn't really say technically, right?
Yeah,
Pierces debuff immunity. Spellable.
I'm not sure. The Willow is such a unique case. It's not really invis, it's not really being there as well, so I would have to
I feel
test
like
that.
I should know this. I play a lot of Willow, but I just can't recall at this time. I think I'm usually dead before they can get the overgrowth.
Oh no.
They're taking a look at this Roche, though. They're thinking that they really like this for their gyrocopter. He's got himself a disperser now, and he's looking at getting the BKB. He's pretty loaded, honestly. Like 24k net worth, Satanic Disperser, Maelstrom, Butterfly, Ags.
That's a very late disperser. Interesting choice to go for it. I guess the mana burn can randomly mess people up quite hard. So I guess if the Wraith King isn't prepared for it, he doesn't have a shard yet, then he might get mana burn fully and just not respawn. Other than that, I don't feel like Disperser is the craziest late game item, so adding it as a final item here does confuse me a bit.
All right, they're gonna go for the gate play.
Everyone is bailing on top. Whenever you hear Roche going down, you gotta expect those TPs coming through.
Oh yeah. They also just want to push out this wave, I'm sure. All their other lanes are pushed out, so it's the logical choice. MKB is completed now for the Wraith King, so a little bit more damage there.
So he's got MKB and TA opting not to get the Daedalus. She changed her mind to get the Silver Edge instead, which the break actually does stop the flak cannon passive attacks, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
So that's pretty useful. At the same time, though, he doesn't have True Strike yet, and Jared does have that Butterfly. So TA, her target probably still isn't Gyrocopter, but just killing everything else.
Well, the push is on for this top tower. Smoker continuing to push out this bottom lane. There's a lot of Lotuses that he can collect too if he stops by the pool. But they're going to take their Tormentor. Will be yet another Agnum Shard for their usage over on the side of Mad Kings. And this one's going to go over to Oscar.
Ooh, that's a pretty nice one, actually. It heals you for 60% of the damage for the Scorched Earth, which he already has the Scorched Earth damage talent. If he hits multiple heroes, 80 damage per hero, it could be a lot of healing in a team fight.
Yeah, that coupled up with the Satanic on the Gyrocopter. It's pretty scary stuff.
Just making a lot of very hard to kill heroes. Basically, Grimstroke is the ideal target for Lava here to go on, but it's
He's
not
so
that
far
easy.
back.
TA has a DD rune when she TP's back here.
She has to TP back, though. That's the thing. And right now, they're holding.
They cut the next creep wave, so actually the siege can't really continue, so they gotta get out.
But it also doesn't feel like Mad Kings is super upset about this, right? Like, they still have plenty of time on their Aegis. They want to be working towards that BKB for the gyrocopter.
Yeah, they're doing all right. They're getting their level 25 timing on TA, so she'll get the extra refraction charges here. And like you said, the Wraith King is getting stronger. And he did pick up the shard, I guess as a reaction to seeing the diffusal upgrade, the disperser on Gyro.
I feel like you have to, alright?
Yeah, you gotta. Just so you don't randomly die without mana.
The leap forward here coming out from both Oscar and Peepy. They pick up this Underlord and just smack him around. A lot of damage though coming out from Lumpy, and over on the back lines, looks like Smoker and Chris both just linked up as they tried to make the move you were talking about. Weren't quite successful. Adrian though, nice front and center, should be able to finish off Smoker, and he's just sitting
Gyro's
like
so strong.
front and center. They're afraid. They can't really do much here against Adrian. Does have the Aegis, does have the Satanic. As they've got themselves pigs. Monster feeling kind of hurt over here on the side, but Adrian continuing to follow. Still giving off these clicks. Monster probably going to die, as it looks like, all right, they're starting to move back. Still have the Aegis over onto Adrian.
Adrian's
Use that
like, stop
disperser,
ignoring
put up
me.
Pressure over onto Lumpy Pig, diving into the back line. So he sees Jenik, and there's the run through though. The takedown sinker. Pig finishing off over here on the side. They did get the TA.
Wraith
They're
King
still
now.
hunting though. They have the Glimmer Cape. They've got the vision on Pig. He has reincarnation. He's coming back up again, but he is surrounded here, and I don't think this time he manages to blink out of this. Nope, no indeed. And they still have the Aegis on the gyrocopter, which means they can just push right down. And look at this, Arcano. He was just trying to do anything here. Oh, PP, he was trying to grab him. Won't be able to quite do
He's
it.
going through. He wants to go through.
thinks
It's
about
in the
it.
enemy base. I don't think you want to. Very close to the fountain.
But I mean, they've got 3 dead on the side of Lava currently. No buyback on Wraith King. That's an expensive buyback on TA. And then the same thing.
They just don't have a solution to his gyrocopter. He's too massive. Like, the entire fight was just them trying to fight around the gyrocopter, evade going on him, just go on the backline. And Gyro has complete free playing field right now.
They'll use the fortification. And they just don't really have the creeps right now, so that is one shred of hope here. For the side of Lava currently, but they do manage to take the tower.
Instant unstun by the shard. Very nice by Grimstroke, keeping his Gyro DPSing.
Yep. They tried to make that play. They tried to dive onto the back lines, but they just couldn't manage to finish off the Grimstroke there. It just gets reclaimed, so looks like Mad Kings will respect it. They'll back off. There is going to be the Wraith King and the TA up in about 9 seconds or so no reason to push it when you're in a good position right now.
Yeah, this feels like they have done the hard work. Now just have to hold on to this. Mad Kings, they're so close to securing this series. 9,000 gold ahead. Gyro almost unkillable. I think if he gets an MKB here, his DPS is just going to be absurd.
Smoker on the low ground.
They do have double halberd though. The Undying plus the Underlord halberd does stop a lot of Gyro's DPS, so maybe some Lincoln spheres could be nice to pass on to him.
Looks like they're gonna go for the Dark Portrait on the Grimstroke.
Yeah, it's pretty damn
scary.
pretty damn nice if he gets himself a TA or a Wraith King. Wraith King definitely a stronger one because you get the crit for the illusion as well. And that crit does a lot of damage. It's 150% outgoing damage for the illusion, right? So it's stronger than Wraith King, but it doesn't have the bonus damage due to being an illusion.
Radiant are scanning.
Still a Wisdom Rune here. It's been here for 4.5 minutes. Nobody's really stepped out to check it.
I mean, it's a little scary for them to step out and look at it.
Well, Oscar being brave. Fortune favors the brave. He's gonna get it.
He's like, he wants it a little more aged, you know.
The half-aged, that's the worst. No extra value, just late.
Maybe it improves the flavor. You don't know that.
True.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, they're backing up, trying to catch people here.
Well, there's TA here. This could be big.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Everybody TP out, run away. Silver Edge on TA, sneaking away with the Hurricane Pike too.
Got the game of cat and mouse going on currently, and they're doing a great job over on the side of Lava to force them into different areas and buy themselves some more time.
Yeah. At the same time, though, it is Roche spawn may start in 45 seconds from now. So I think the next Aegis is going to be very, very difficult to fight for here on Lava. They need to establish some form of map control. So at least they have the Wraith King pushing out top.
Yeah, he's working towards that Swift Blink as his next item. They're still hunting, though. They find themselves lumpy, but they don't manage to get their hands on them just yet. Good use of that Hurricane Pipe. PP following up. Oscar looking for this opening, too. Not going to be able to do it, though, thanks to Willow throwing down those brambles.
It's interesting that TA can blink out from Doom, by the way, now. So, because she doesn't take damage due to having refractions up, and refraction not being dispellable, of course, and then you don't mute items unless you take the talent on Doom at level 25. So if he initiates to try and blink Doom the TA, she could just blink.
I feel like that should not work that way.
Oh, it should. It should. This is the way it should
All
work.
right, TA picker.
Yes.
Calm down
Nothing
there.
wrong here.
Feels like Doom should be one of those, like, consistent sort of spells, considering
Yes.
the Archdemon, Lucifer.
Dota and
himself.
consistency.
Lol.
Top lane is pushed in quite a bit by TA here. Uh-oh.
Not sure
Wraith
they
King,
really
what are you
care,
doing
though,
there,
'cause
buddy?
They found themselves Pake. This is looking pretty darn good. Nice Terrorize coming into play as he slowly comes back up again. It's just in an awkward position. As
Nice
they're
blink
chasing
down.
after him, they'll turn their attention over to the Undying. They'll get them paired up with Arcano, but that is not the targets that they were hoping for.
I mean, they at least forced down the Tombstone and the Undying ulti, I guess, but at the same time, they used their Solar Bind, or Soul Bind, goddamn, I can't say it right, and the cooldown.
It's all right. English isn't your first language. We'll just go with that.
Exactly, yes. Me no English.
Wasn't my first language either, even though it is my primary language now. They're waiting on this Roche. It's still going to be about a minute, though, before it comes up. But Mad King's in a great position to hold down the fort until that time comes.
Yeah, he is going to spawn bottom, which is bad news for Lava. They definitely hoping that it's going to spawn late enough that it moves top immediately, but not going to be the case. Tormentor is up again, as well as Wisdom Rune waiting over here for Treant to take.
Who else needs a... Okay, so there's no shard on...
Jarrow and Primal don't have it
Yeah.
on side of Dire. And as for Radiant, we don't have it on Undying, which is a pretty useful one, but nowadays super risky. If you get that Tombstone killed when there's a hero inside, 3 second stun is no joke. That's really, really dangerous.
Oh, got about 7 seconds before this Roche comes up. There is a trap in the pit. And they have not placed down any sort of sentries. They do have a gem over on Primal, so...
Yeah, they're gonna see it when they walk close. But they know Roche
don't
is
know
up,
if they-
so they're smoking over. They want to fight for this. I don't know
They
if they're
have
in
to know that
time.
there was a trap in there. They have to be prepared for this. Yeah, look at the way that Red Monster's positioned. Jedi's on the outside.
Okay,
They slowly start moving their way in.
Terrorize could buy time
Willow
here.
leading here with the Terrorize. We'll be able to
he
land
missed.
only over onto the one. H. Waiting patiently. Willow blinking forward, looking to see what she can do. It's still going to be the Aegis going over to Adrian. It's a very dead Willow. They do manage to get Shenek on the back lines, but in comes this Jar. He wants to be in the middle of everything. He wants to be able to hit everyone, and they find themselves this Undying. But Lumpy over onto the Dice High Ground here. Has got some good positioning. Still chasing after him, though. Manages to blink away.
Oh.
They need to go and grab him. Are they going to be able to do it in time? No, TA
Oh my
won't
God.
make it out just in the nick of time.
That was so close. The boss just passed right in front of his face there. The charge from Primal Beast not connecting, but oh, that was an attempt to contest Roche, and I gotta respect it because you can't really just sit back and wait. Ultimately, though, this TA and Wraith King, they cannot stand toe-to-toe to Gyro. He is simply too powerful. This man goes uncontested in every single fight, and that is a huge advantage that they have on the side of Mad Kings. They just gotta fight around him, and they know they win.
Well, here's the problem, is that how do you kill this man twice, basically, right? Maybe 3, technically, in a sense, just because you've got this Aegis. He's going to come back up. He's also got the safe plan of having a Satanic, and then he's got the BKB. Like, there's so many things that you have to take into account here.
I think it has to be some Terrorize into Wraith King auto-attacking him because he has the MKB, but even then, he's going to heal so much with just a Aghanim Satanic.
Yeah. And they don't have this TA right now, so he's just going to continue to give some of these clicks. Doesn't care. He's going forward. He's got that Aegis. He feels powerful. He knows that Okay, Pake jumping forward.
There's that DPS.
Putting the bedlam on top of him. Are they going to be able to get... No, look at the Satanic. It's just doing so much, healing him right back up again.
BKB and Satanic used though, so the jump was still
Willow?
successful.
Gonna have to wait patiently here. We'll see that little missile run for his face, but Adrian, he's fine with this. Still has the Aegis. Surprised that he opted. Maybe didn't feel like that was the right place to go down, and
Yeah,
that's why he popped them. But the Satan's gonna be up in another second, so he's ready for round 2.
aggressively using the BKB there, so not having it ready though.
Oh, Red Monster though. But look at this PP. It was a bait. They found Smoker. And now Adrian going forward. Should lose Red Monster in the meanwhile. But now look at this damage. Look at the Doom. The AoE coming out. It will force them back. And they buy back on the tree.
He's got the Dark Portrait.
Sure.
The little Wraith King is here. It hits hard. Watch out.
He's dewarding. What do we do? But yeah, now this is the perfect target here for them to use that Dark Portrait. Adrian still alive, still has that Aegis. Pake jumping deep here, trying to get rid of Genic, and it looks like he's going to be able to do it, but look at all this damage coming out from this gyrocopter yet again. Call down comes down, slowing them. Reincarnation has been used. They're going to try to get some more of this damage out. Oscar running through this battle, while over on the side, PP just trying to stomp and mess with Lumpy as much as possible, and he's still alive here, although needs to be careful. Pake seeing this opening. Adrian dishes out so much damage, though. Is not
the
gonna be
Hurricane
able-
Bite.
Oh, they do. They still manage to get it, but now Lumpy, he's caught out. He's in a really bad position as they just keep going and trying to find this opening. Pake, it will eventually fall. He will have to buy back. Undyne's going to be the next one. Lumpy just trying to stay alive, trying to put out as much damage as possible as Adrian continues to get off these clicks. He's still got the Aegis. He's still alive. Lumpy and
T is going
Oscar,
on.
they just continue to fight their way through. He wants to get close here. PP's here. He bought back. He's got cheese on him now. Oh my god.
Yeah, round 2. I'm not sure they're ready for this as well. This is going to be a difficult one to fight into.
I don't know either. They don't have reincarnation for another 45 seconds. This is so hard for them.
Tara
You
still
saw
has
how
Aegis.
difficult it was.
A lot of buybacks expended as well.
Lincoln's getting popped. Adrian continuing. He is halberded, but there's the jump in over onto Lumpy. They've got that AoE Doom. Go for the overgrowth play, trying to hold them all in position. They're gonna end up losing the Undying again, as they'll be very deep, they'll be disciplined. They'll go back, start clicking here on the racks, trying to get those megas. And again, we still have an Aegis for another 40-something seconds. At this point, Adrian, just tank everything.
It's just a never-ending
They're coming
fight.
right back up again. Yeah, he's got the Satanic. And by the time the Satanic's done, okay, maybe they'll finally get the Aegis this time. Aegis will finally get used up. They'll finally slay him. He's coming back up again. PP's ready to blink in at any given time. Oscar is taking a
Doom is
lot
dead.
of punishment, though. And it
not.
looks like he's going to be able to survive. Red Monster jumps forward, tries to go for a little bit of a play here, but he's going to have the Satanic up again. He's got BKB up in another 2 seconds.
They're resetting. They
Oh my
pushed for
God.
so long there. That was a 3-minute push right there for taking the bottom and the mid racks. That was some crazy high ground push
TA.
right there.
TA bought herself a rapier.
Yeah. A little bit too late.
There was
that
so much
feels.
going on during that fight.
Yeah.
Holy.
But I'm worth so much.
Woo. All right.
It does mean that you can't hold the Blink Dagger as well now, but they just need damage. The DPS is too low. Still doesn't have True Strike though against that Gyrocopter, so still suffers the minus 35% damage output.
Nice tasty wisdom room. Might as well get yourself another shard over here, although it does a lot of damage right back to him, so.
Gyro can't really do it. TA is gonna solo the shard over there though, so to get the Tombstone shard, like I said, gotta be careful about it. 3 seconds restriction on how early you can leave the Tombstone as well. It's not as broken as it used to be.
Got an Aeon disc that's just locked up currently on Treant.
Yeah, just wants to be ready in case they focus over onto him.
Well, I think he bought back in the he buys back quite a bit, I feel, too.
Yeah, he did.
But yeah, he did buy back. In
He
the
used
last
his
fight, so it
buyback,
is-
and so did Grimstroke, and so did Primal. So they did commit a lot on Dire. Gyrocopter still has his buyback, and Doom still has buyback. Also, Gyro has 9,000 gold right now. He's buying up a refresher, it seems. I would like to see him buy the shard as well. Just get that shard in there, because you can burn more refraction charges quicker. A lot of times I see the TA running around with the refraction charges. Anything that helps, right?
he could get a free shard if his team just went and did their Tormentor. Just saying.
If he
you
was-
know, that's how the wealthy stay wealthy. They don't spend their gold if they don't have to.
True. So true. +1 players and buying shard is it's a rare occurrence actually.
Although with his luck, it'll probably go over to Primal, right?
Most likely. Doom is farming up. Speaking of farming, he's got the refresher very close now. Already has the NFT, just needs the double cornucopia. Yeah, that's the little NFT right there. 2,600 gold. Does nothing.
I smoked up, got the ninja gear on Gyro, and of course Red Monster just using his shard to his advantage, just keeping tabs on if anybody steps out of the space. They're all pretty afraid.
You can
For
see,
good reason.
you can see how controlled they want to play this. Mad Kings, they know they're one step away now, one single step away from actually advancing one more step into this TI regional qualifiers. And at the same time, Lava, they're holding on. They're fighting for dear lives right now. They're working on Assault Cuirass on the side of Underlord. They have, you know, a lot of halberds to try and stop the gyrocopter's DPS. I think they're going for a Yule Scepter on the side of Willow. Just want some more save.
I mean, they've got the MKB now on Templar Assassin, so I'm glad that we see this picked up because I feel like it's needed for sure. Gonna have to swap out that Desolator.
Yeah, just swapping back and forth between items here.
Roche will respawn in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, another.
So being very careful, being very disciplined on the side of Mad Kings and also Lava, just being careful in the way that they're approaching, moving outside of the space.
This is also really big. They just hit level 25 on Primal Beast, so he got that 100% increase on the pulverized duration. That talent alone is so strong. Super long lockdown, BKB won't protect you, and the DPS on it, because it gets stronger every single time you slam as well. So it gets very, very high damage output.
Despite everything, it's 82% win rate, or win probability rather, coming out from Dota Plus right now for the side of Mad Kings.
There's a chance. There's a chance for Lava. It's gonna be hard
Not
work.
much, but there's there. You know?
I feel like they need the Aghanims on Wraith King. Not gonna lie. Like at this point in these team fights, it's so impactful if you don't just immediately die and have to buy back, but instead actually stay alive and can cast your spells, keep auto attacking, and you're even a stronger version of yourself when you do so. Not to mention the 40-second cooldown reduction on the reincarnation is just very nice to have. Not that I think it would be the most impactful part here, since once the fight erupts, it's just one massive fight until it's over.
See, I called it. I was like, man, you know what's going to happen if this goes late? We're hitting that territory soon. They're picking out that Adrian's down here, though. It's going to be about 30 more seconds before this Roche is going to respond. But I'm curious. They smoked up. I don't think... Do they suspect that he's just completely alone? Because it's definitely not.
I mean, they don't know if Roche is up or not, so they're going over there hoping that they can maybe take a fight into the Roche.
Well, no, they've got the trap in the pit.
Yeah.
Like, they can see Adrian just sitting there.
They have the Hex as well. Looking for a chance to go around with TA, want to try and Hex him. Oh, this is risky. He could
Doom's
get bursted.
They got to get over there right now. Yeah, they're moving over towards the gate. Willow starts channeling. They find themselves Genix. That's a pretty big pick-off. No Dark Portrait to worry about. And Roche is up.
Yeah, no buyback on the Grimstroke as well, so he cannot be part of this fight. This is a good opportunity.
They know that. They know that Adrian's here. I mean, that's still, like, very scary, though.
Yeah, just very tough to say how they're going to take the fight. They charge in.
Yeah. It's the Willow. Just put out as much damage, so they'll even out the score a little bit. No Willow available. Does have buyback, though. They're fighting in the daytime near the Radiant.
They need to go through top. Go through the portal, take top,
there.
and take Roche up there. Meanwhile, Lava, I don't know. They find a haste room for TA here. It feels horrible for them to give up Roche, but I don't think they have much of a choice.
I would agree. I feel like this Willow has been very valuable for them, too. Like, those Terrorizes have really come in clutch, just getting the jump on them and causing that immediate chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's one of the better disables that they have on their team because they're pretty low on actual good disables, and Terrorize is one of the things they can use to sort of prevent the opponents from saving Gyrocopter when they commit to him. Gyro is ready. He's got Mjolnir backpack and Disperser backpack right now. Still no moon
There's the
shard.
refresher shard too. Looks like Tree's gonna hold on to it.
Yeah, I think Tree is
Maybe for that extra control.
Tree is the hero because you already have Refresh over on the side of Doom. You could give it to the Primal Beast as well, but I think he really wants to have his gem.
I mean, it's also the AoE effect of having that overgrowth is just too good.
Yeah, it's usually like the first overgrowth forces out BKBs and dispels anyway, and then you overgrowth again. So definitely a lot of value here. I think the next fight will be a monumental task here for Lava to try and win against.
This could be the one that determines it all, although they have buyback on pretty much almost all of these heroes.
They might have to use a lot of them.
Well, they don't have the Grimstroke just yet. He is making his way over, so they're just gonna poke, present themselves. Look at Adrian. He's like, I dare you to come at me.
Treant very close to hitting level 25 as well. He will get it in the fight if he doesn't die immediately.
That is a tall order.
I don't think it matters that much though. Minus cooldown on the ulti or AoE living armor. I guess the armor is decent.
All right, so it begins. Adrian moving himself forward. Lotus Orb gets placed over on the Undying. PP kind of held into place here.
He's gonna just get out
They
of
say
that.
Grimstroke is missing. Look at this. They know. They're like, ooh, we got to get our hands on him. We can't have him do the Dark Portrait. We can't have him just putting out ink swells everywhere. But he's doing so well in his positioning, just sitting so far back.
He's learned. Every fight has been like this.
Okay, there's the opening. There it is. They go. They pick up one with that Doom on top of
Down
it,
tree.
too. We'll be able to take one down. And over here, Pig jumps onto Red Monster, but you've got Oscar nearby. You've got Adrian with these BKBs. They're just shredding people apart. This is not looking good
Oh
here
my
for
God.
the Wraith King. It's just so much damage, so much AoE everywhere that they're going to buy him just a little bit more time there with the Tombstone. But is it going to be enough? Because he's sitting low. Let's see this Undying. All right, they managed to finally get the kill on Genik. Adrian's left alone here in this base. He's got the flag
Gyrocopter
cannon
going down.
going. It's going to be the Aegis the first time, but there's it is. There's another Doom as he's going to go running after this TA, and she's just a little bit too fast. Oscar now in a bit of a bad situation as they just run at him. They don't care that he's got that AoE Doom. They cut him down.
They're chasing Gyro.
Adrian left over here on the side as they're just trying to get as much damage,
no
trying to
TA.
take down Lumpy. They pick up Lumpy. They start shaking him around, and that's going to be a TA down. Buys back immediately. They've got the death on the Wraith King now, too. Oscar jumping in. There have been so many buybacks. They want this to be the end. Arcana just continuing. They have the Rapier over on Adrian, though. He's doing so much damage. I don't think they can stand toe-to-toe. Followed up with that Overgrowth. Lumpy, he can't afford to die here. He can't afford to die. Neither can Pig because he also bought back, but he's
all
now
alone.
dead. And this is just looking like a very scared TA, running away, doesn't want it. PP here just keeps continuing to run. He's a big scary pig. Monster following up, but the Ancient is falling. They want it though. They're letting him just go, and that's the GG call.
GG comes out. Lava, they know when they're beat. Finally, Mad Kings, they claw their way back after what was a horrible game one. A very competitive game two, and finally the best game of the series is the third game. 58 minutes and a really, really tough brawl here to take the game. Finally though, it just looked like going late game, they had this one puzzle that was too hard to solve. How do you deal with Gyrocopter? And ultimately Lava, they played around it a lot. They went on the backline a lot. They tried to kill the supports, but they didn't solve the Gyrocopter issue. He was just too big, too bad, too strong.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they played their draft extremely well. We talked about PP being on that Primal Beast. We said, you know, the matchup against TA, not usually super great for him in terms of like trying to get CS or denies, but it didn't matter because he got that level 6 online. He starts making moves with the Grimstroke. That's exactly what he needed to do. And he made the space during the early game, so that way this Gyrocopter continuing to farm and then eventually becoming this massive raid boss that we saw, especially here at the end. And even before that, the fight before that, you know, they couldn't kill him. It took so much. He had, you know, the Satanic, he had the Aegis, he had the BKB, he had all of this damage, and the rest of the enemy team just didn't have the health to withstand it.
Yeah, no, it's way too many things. I mean, he literally was overflowing with items on the gyrocopter, and they tried the best they could to make a stand. We see some of the highlights here and how they, used buybacks to turn fights around, but it was just so costly. And anytime someone stepped a little bit too close to a gyrocopter, their HP just starts disappearing.
It was interesting too because we talked about how there's a Wraith King, there's a TA, the chance to like out carry was fairly strong, and TA even picking up that rapier, just trying to make it happen. Was it just the timings were too off, that the gyrocopter just got too far ahead?
I think it's not just that. It's, part that, but I think they lack control. TA usually thrives in a team with really high disable on their team, and they have Undying, who's no disable at all. Wraith King, who is like the bare minimum of 1 stun, point and click. Underlord, sure, you have the Pit of Malice, but it's not really a hard lockdown, especially in late game when everyone has dispels. And then Willow, which is again sort of conditional. Either you land a Terrorize or you don't, and the Brambles, the E. I wish for TA's sake that she had an easier time right-clicking into heroes with some form of reliable setups. Meanwhile, on the side of Mad Kings, look at them. They got the Gyrocopter missile, which sure is pretty much equivalent to a Wraith King stun, but Primal Beast is just really, really good. Doom, fantastic. Grimstroke, amazing. And Treant Protector, amazing lockdown as well. All of them have so good control.
Yeah, and I mean, the just watching Adrian this game, like 15-1-13, just knowing that, okay, he can trust PP, he can trust Genek. Like, they're going to make these moves. He knows that Red Monster is going to protect the towers. So he just farms. And then when he shows up, he's just an absolute menace. He is indeed our MVP of this match. Just knowing his limits, knowing that he's strong. We had that one incident where, they kind of got past his defenses and they were able to kind of take the team out. But then once he realized, like, hey, I'm really strong, I should be in the front, that's where his position was every single time they got into a fight.
I mean, it's a crazy game. Crazy game from his point of view, especially. He got 1,391 last hits. He got 106,000 damage dealt. He tanked the most in not the entire game, but in his team. The Wraith King took 4,000 more damage, so just barely.
He comes back a second time.
Yeah, barely beats him by just having 2 lives. But this Gyrocopter was just absolutely monstrous. So we can see why this hero. This was a first phase pick as well. You don't know if it's going to be core or support, and I don't feel like they addressed the possibility well enough for this to be a core Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the trick to it, because both of these teams have very flexible support picks. They're a little bit unusual. Like we said, we saw the Dawnbreaker run as a position 5, which isn't something we see too often. And then the same thing with this Gyrocopter. He is so flexible. But when you allow the Gyrocopter through the draft, you really do have to consider, what if they're not going to be running this as a support?
Yes.
Because it did kind of feel like they're like, oh, well, he's just going to do the support thing again. And they didn't put any provisions in case he wasn't. And then surprise, they got the better of them in the draft.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that they had great understanding of what they needed from every position here, and Mad Kings, they show, this is what we saw last time these two teams met each other as well. It was a 2-1. This time, though, I think it was a lot closer than last time, especially with Lava Esports running away with the first game that hard. But ultimately, Mad Kings, they are going to be the ones to advance here and carry on the torch in the lower brackets. So condolences to Lava as they get knocked out, but Mad Kings Esports, they will advance and play against AcatSuki. What are they called again?
AcatSuki.
AcatSuki, yes.
Well, yes. So congratulations going forward here to the Mad Kings. They bounced back after